Chapter 2768. Clouds of doubt. The Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to be dozing off at first, but when the mosquito shot out the level 11 slave seal, its tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. In that instant, there was a flash of light. Although it was blood-red and filled with madness, Yi Xian could clearly sense the light of wisdom in the depths of that madness. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This Mad Mosquito Emperor was indeed crazy, but it wasn't actually crazy. It was pretending. As the light flashed, Yi Xian didn't even think about it before reminding Li Mosquito. That was an existence at the peak of the 9th step of the origin stage. He could crush Li Mosquito to death with a single finger. Even if his warning wasn't of much use, it would at least make Li Mosquito more vigilant. Ha! There's actually another demon. I knew it. The aura of this spiritual imprint is so strange. It doesn't belong to the Mosquito Emperor clan at all. Just as Yi Xian's exclamation sounded out, the enormous blood-crazed Mosquito Emperor in front of him immediately opened its mouth. It was actually speaking the language of the Devil Cultivator. It could be seen that it wasn't crazy. At the same time, an indescribably enormous aura instantly enveloped Yi Xian. It carried a vibrating intent and emitted a buzzing sound, directly breaking through his perfect vibration. Yi Xian's figure seemed to fall from the sky as he appeared in a sorry state. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His perfect vibration spiritual skill had been forcefully broken by someone, causing his mind to suffer a backlash, almost collapsing his mind. This was already a sign that he had suffered a serious internal injury. Master, Li Mosquito's expression changed greatly. She didn't pay attention to the level 11 slave seal that was shot out. At this moment, it was as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. It was firmly suspended in the air a meter away from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. With a wild roar, it turned around and shot towards Yi Xian. As a mosquito beast, a black hole realm powerhouse that has developed mature intelligence, you actually recognize a demon and as your master. You are a disgrace to the mosquito beasts. The Mad Mosquito Emperor was originally calm and collected. Whether it was towards Yi Xian or Li Mosquito, it was like a cat toying with a mouse. However, at this moment, when it heard Li Mosquito call Yi Xian master, it almost instantly flew into a rage. Buzz, buzz, as the Mad Mosquito Emperor spoke, the space within 100 miles began to vibrate at a high frequency. There was a very strange buzzing sound. Screech. Screech. Almost at the same time as these buzzing sounds rang out, countless mosquito beasts outside the area covered by the giant tuna tree's crown suddenly became angry. They turned around and pounced in this direction. In all directions, the endless mosquito beasts turned into a black wave. These black waves were made up of at least 10 million black mosquito beasts. Yi Xian casually glanced at them and caught sight of the weakest mosquito beasts in his line of sight. They were also powerful mosquito beasts in the 3rd realm, the satellite realm. As for the thousands of mosquito beasts at the front, they were all supreme existences of the 8th great realm, the Black Realm Cave. Although they were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Black Hole Realm, due to the fact that there were over 1,000 of them, the powerful aura that swept over in an instant caused Yi Xian's mind to almost collapse. As a top elite of the mosquito beasts, you actually recognized a demon as your master and colluded with him to harm me. You deserve to die. Take them all down. As the millions of mosquito beasts swarmed in from all directions, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito were instantly unable to move. In the face of this aura and the suppression of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, even Li Mosquito, who was in the 7th level of the Black Hole Realm, was unable to do anything. A sense of despair suddenly surged in Li Mosquito's heart. This time, it had really implicated Yi Xian, its master. In a moment of grief and indignation, Li Mosquito roared at the Mad Mosquito Emperor. What about you? As the most powerful emperor of the mosquito beasts, what have you done for your people? Since you've clearly developed mature intelligence and are not crazy, why have you done nothing all these years? Why have you allowed your people to be captured by the demon? Yes, I, Lee Mosquito, have recognized my master, but I was almost killed by you, the Mosquito Emperor, who pretended to be crazy. I only left because I was disheartened. Even when I returned today, I begged my master to take 10 million mosquito beasts to find a suitable planet and spread them out as the fire god of our race. But what about you? What have you done? You clearly have the strength, but you don't care about your people. You don't deserve to be the emperor of the mosquito beasts. What kind of magic potion did this demon feed you? How dare you speak to this emperor like that? In the face of Lee Mosquito's roar, the mad mosquito emperor calmed down. As it spoke, an invisible aura enveloped Lee Mosquito. After a short while, the mad mosquito emperor's shocked voice sounded again. Slave seal. It's actually a slave seal. How is this possible? In the demon race, this kind of slave seal has been lost for a long time. Even the current demon emperor can't have it, unless it's in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Perhaps there's a chance of it being passed down. How can a little meteor ant have the ability to condense a slave seal? So you're saying that the spiritual imprint in front of me is also a slave imprint? It should be at least a level 10 slave seal, right? Humph. Little child, you're quite ambitious. You even want to enslave this emperor. Whing. As the cold snort sounded, a buzzing sound rushed toward Yi Xian and enveloped his body. Then Yi Xian, who could not move his body, felt a flowing power wash through his body, including his sea of consciousness. He was completely seen through by the other party. His origin core has entered level 5 transformation. No, you're not a demon, primordial spirit. You're a human. Ha ha ha, after waiting for so many years, the human finally. I haven't lost. There's still hope. Ha ha ha, as Yi Xian's entire body and sea of consciousness were examined by the other party, the mad mosquito emperor laughed wildly in surprise. Not only did it recognize Yi Xian's identity as a human, but it even shouted the name of the Tianji clan's patriarch, De. It seemed that the two of them had fought a great battle before. The mad mosquito emperor originally thought that it had lost, but now, because of Yi Xian's appearance, it saw hope again. When all of this was mixed together, it instantly turned into a huge mystery that enveloped Yi Xian's entire mind. He vaguely felt that the mad mosquito emperor in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. A mere 9th stage origin core 9th stage existence wanted to fight with the Tianji clan's patriarch, De? That was simply a fool's dream. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt his sea of consciousness shake. Then, he realized that the jelly in his mind had condensed into a thick purple origin core the size of a soybean. Chapter 2769. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Covenant of the Origin. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the 5th metamorphosis of the mind source core in his sea of consciousness would take at least a month to complete. However, the thousands of jelly-like purple substances of various sizes had transformed and condensed into a thick purple crystal the size of a soybean in an instant. In addition, Yi Xian's mind power, which had been damaged by the perfect concussion technique, had also been healed in an instant. He no longer felt any lingering effects. His opponent had discovered his identity as a human, yet he hadn't killed him. Instead, he had unexpectedly helped him. All this puzzled Yi Xian. Who exactly are you? If his opponent hadn't killed him, then he shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Yi Xian calmed down slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on the mad mosquito emperor's weathered face. Kid, I didn't even try to find out where you came from. You should know better than anyone that I didn't search your soul just now. The mad mosquito emperor had an unfathomable look in his eyes as he faced Yi Xian's questioning. He waved his mosquito legs and said, "All right, you just need to know that we are friends, not enemies." I will give you a few words of advice. I hope you will keep them in mind. Otherwise, you might just die halfway through. You have to understand one thing, kid. You can only do things while you are alive. If you are dead, everything will be for naught. First of all, before your mind source core metamorphoses to level 7, your cultivation base must not break through to the origin stage. You can even stay at the peak of the black hole realm, but you must not break through to the first level of the origin stage. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy the great opportunity that I have prepared for you. 2 conditions: your cultivation base must be before the origin stage. Your mind source core must metamorphose to level 7. When these 2 conditions are met, you can come to me. I promise you with my Tao heart that I will give you a great fortune. Besides, I won't let you return empty-handed this time. I do feel indebted to the Mosquito Beast clan. What that little girl said just now was right. Fine, fine. Take the 10 million elite mosquito beasts. I will give them a death order. From now on, they will be loyal to you. But there is one condition. You must treat them as real subordinates. Otherwise, if these 10 million mosquito beasts turn against you, my order will be useless. Don't forget, almost all of them have developed intelligence. Although they only have the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old human child, at least they can distinguish between good and bad. What? You're willing to let me take away 10 million mosquito beast elites? Yi Xian had initially thought that the other party's words were a trap. He was certain that the other party was plotting something against him. However, after the other party swore a Tao heart oath, Yi Xian no longer had any doubts. But before Yi Xian could come back to his senses and ask again, this mad mosquito emperor actually threw out such a heavy bomb, to the point that Yi Xian began to wonder if it had really gone mad. This was too big of a deal. Why not? Back then, INDE. Sigh, in short, after the failure, my mind was dispirited. For thousands of years, I really feel indebted to the entire Mosquito Beast clan. Now that I have seen hope in you, I have pulled myself together. And you have the ability to take the 10 million elite mosquito beasts out and use them as kindling for the clan. I will seize this opportunity for them. What? I will give you 10 million elite mosquito beasts for free. Although they cannot be exposed at will, in a critical moment of life and death, they can help you crush any existence below the Grotto Heaven realm. Don't tell me you don't appreciate it. Towards the end, there was a faint trace of displeasure in the Mad Mosquito Emperor's words, and its tone became cold. Mosquito Emperor, that's not what I meant. I was just too surprised. Yi Xian was not too suspicious of the Mad Mosquito Emperor because he had already sworn a Tao heart oath. After pondering for a moment, he asked, by the way, what is the Grotto Heaven realm that you mentioned earlier? The 10th realm after the origin realm is the Grotto Heaven realm. I was seriously injured back then, and even now, I have only recovered to the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. By the way, the Demon Emperor of the Demon race is at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. In addition, there are at least 3 other Grotto Heaven realm experts of the same level on the Demon Emperor planet. Therefore, don't think that you can run rampant among the demon race with 10 million mosquito beasts. If the 10 million mosquito beasts were to move together, they would not need to fear even a perfect 9th level origin realm expert. However, a first level Grotto Heaven realm expert would be able to crush the entire mosquito beasts army. Therefore, unless it is a matter of life and death, do not mobilize the mosquito beasts army in the star domain near the Demon Emperor planet. In fact, even if the mosquito beasts army is to be used, you will only die faster. Once the Demon Emperor or the 3 demon race ancestors make a move, you will not stand a chance. My 10 million mosquito beasts will also die at your hands. A first-level Grotto Heaven realm expert can crush an army of 10 million mosquito beasts. There are at least a few thousand black hole realm experts among them. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the Mad Mosquito Emperor's words. Then, his expression turned strange. Since Senior is so powerful, why don't you leave the mosquito beast planet? You can't leave. This is not something you should know now. In the future, when your spirit source core transforms to the 7th level, I might be able to tell you. However, you must remember not to break through to the origin realm. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Speaking of this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to suddenly think of something and changed the topic. That's right, this old man has left a mental imprint in your knowledge sea. Before reaching the origin realm, you won't be able to sense it at all. However, I still have to tell you about this to avoid any misunderstandings between us. This spiritual imprint is not a restriction, so it will not affect you in any way. It is just a protective imprint that protects your mind from being probed by other demon race powerhouses. With its existence, even the Demon Emperor will not be able to probe your mind. That's because the Demon Emperor's mind source core is only at grade 7, while the other 3 demonic tribe ancestors are only at grade 6. However, the spiritual imprint I left in your mind source core is at grade 8. What? You have a level 8 mind power. Your source core has completed its 7th transformation and is already at the 8th level. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. That's right, but so what if it is at the 8th level? If one source core is not at the 9th level, one is still an ant. I have no hope, but you do. Chapter 2770. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's mosquito pet, that's enough. I've already told you everything you need to know. As for the rest, they're things that I can't tell you now. It's useless for you to ask. Hurry up and take away these 10 million mosquito beasts. The Mad Mosquito Emperor waved his mosquito leg again, then paused as if he suddenly remembered something. He changed the topic and asked, right, with your current insignificant strength, you can't take these mosquito beasts into your body. Even if you use a space treasure that can hold living things, you can't take it back into your body. How are you going to solve this problem? Hearing that the other party had hit the nail on the head, Yi Xian frowned. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out the Black Mosquito Star Fortress from the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. It was suspended in the deepest part of the continent, but there was a huge Chinese tune tree crown above his head. Not to mention the Mosquito Beast Star, even the existence inside the star couldn't be seen in the slightest. Black Mosquito Star. Ha ha ha, you're interesting, kid. You even got one of the 10 scout star fortresses that the demon race sent to the front line of the 3rd universe. It must be the work of that slave seal, right? Even the humans of the 3rd universe don't have this kind of star fortress. It's the latest product of DE's Tianji race using the perfect space folding technology. Because of the perfect space folding technology, once it's refined, it can be taken into the body at will. Because of the cover of the perfect space folding technology, not a trace of the aura of the living things inside will leak out. With this treasure, you can take away 10 million elite mosquito beasts. That's not right. Where did you get this Black Mosquito Star from? I've even searched your knowledge sea before, but I didn't search your soul, so I didn't find this thing. Looks like you still have some secrets. But that's good. This way, I'll have more confidence in you. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor did not intend to pursue this matter any further. He waved his mosquito legs and said, all right, this emperor has already given the order for the millions of mosquito beasts nearby to follow you. Quickly take them away. Remember, you must treat them with your heart. They are not beasts that have yet to develop intelligence. If you don't treat them well and suffer the backlash of the millions of mosquito beasts, don't blame this emperor for not warning you first. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's expression turned gloomy, and he turned away. It seemed that the departure of the 10 million elite mosquito beasts made him sad. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito Emperor didn't say anything. Li nodded, Li. If I find a suitable star in the future, I'll find a suitable planet star in the future, and Li. If I find a suitable planet **** in the future, Li is translation to Li star translation. Translation Li translation. Yi Xian clasped his hands at the Mad Mosquito Emperor's back. Then he sent out a spiritual brand. In an instant, the Black Mosquito Space Fortress's bottommost tunnel opened. A giant passage 100 meters in diameter appeared. Bzzz. Bzzz. In the next instant, a large number of buzzing sounds could be heard, and the tens of millions of elite mosquito beasts all swarmed into this huge tunnel. They'd all received the Mad Mosquito Emperor's death order. In addition, half of them had already developed intelligence, possessing the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. Naturally, they understood that this was a great opportunity to leave the mosquito planet and escape the enslavement of the demonkin. They were all grateful and excited. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed the gratitude of these elite mosquito beasts. Before this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had often talked about how the 10 million mosquito beasts would turn against him. He'd been a little apprehensive when he heard it. Now, it seemed that these were just a bunch of 7- or 8-year-old children. Although they were strong, they were not very intelligent. As long as he treated them well and threw some candy to buy their hearts, it shouldn't be too difficult to control them. 10 million mosquito beasts rushed into the bottommost tunnel of the Black Mosquito Space Fortress within half an hour. Fortunately, the myriad hell was big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fit them in. Yi Xian had been paying attention to the entire process. He made a rough calculation. Among all the elite mosquito beasts that had rushed into the Black Mosquito Space Fortress, there were about 5,000 Black Hole Realm Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes. Although they were only at the first or second level of the Black Hole Realm, it was still a terrifying number. He planned to use these 5,000 Black Hole Realm Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes as commanders in the future to divide the entire army of 10 million mosquito beasts into 5,000 small teams. Each Supreme Vicious Mosquito would have 2,000 elite mosquito beasts under its command. This way, it would be easier to manage them. Once they were needed, he could accurately grasp the number of mosquito beasts. For example, if he only needed 10,000 elite mosquito beasts, he only needed to give orders to the 5 Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes with Black Hole Realm cultivation bases. When the time came, the 5 Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes would each lead their 2,000 elite mosquito beasts to the battlefield, which was exactly 10,000. This would save him the trouble of having to give orders to the 10,000 mosquito beasts one by one. That would be really troublesome. Yi Xian immediately handed this matter over to Li Mosquito. He planned to leave Li Mosquito in the Black Mosquito Space Fortress for the time being. On one hand, she could manage the 10 million elite mosquito beasts and divide them into 5,000 small teams. On the other hand, the Black Mosquito Space Fortress contained a large amount of resources. Li Mosquito could communicate with Buck about what the mosquito beasts needed for their daily cultivation and provide them in a timely manner. After the 10 million mosquito beasts all entered the Black Mosquito Space Fortress, Li Mosquito nodded at Yi Xian and leaped into the Space Fortress as well. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately closed the main passage to the Black Mosquito Space Fortress's first level, Myriad Hell, then put the Black Mosquito Space Fortress into his undying world with a wave of his hand. At this point, the only experts he had left in the Dongshu shuttle were Ba Boshan and Ba Chai. However, under normal circumstances, these 2 Black Hole Realm demon experts were more than enough to handle the situation. However, Yi Xian's original intention for coming to the Mosquito Space Fortress had yet to be fulfilled. Hence, when the Mad Mosquito King turned around to look at him, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saluting him again. "Senior, to tell you the truth, this junior has another reason for coming to the Mosquito Space Fortress. As I'm about to head to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial, I need a mosquito pet beast. This junior has no intention of enslaving you, but if I come to the Mosquito Space Fortress without even bringing back a pet beast, I'm afraid that's only natural. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for you. Previously, he had already thrown out tens of thousands of mosquito beast elites. Now that Yi Xian only needed one mosquito beast, the Mad Mosquito Emperor naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, when he mentioned this matter, the expression on his face became even more dejected. Compared to its crazy state all these years, being branded with a slave imprint by you might be better for it. Chapter 2771. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Mosquito Prince Xue Ben. What kind of cultivation is this? With the appearance of this blood-colored mosquito, Yi Xian sensed an aura that was much stronger than Ba Chai's. He was shocked and subconsciously retreated a dozen steps before turning to look at the Mad Mosquito Emperor in shock. Its blood-colored body represents the bloodline of the mosquito beasts. Of course, you can ask it to hide this when we return. You can also hide its cultivation base from the origin first order to the planet grade at the very least. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's expression darkened again. This mosquito is called Xue Ben, and he is my only son. He is the true Mad Mosquito Beast. Although he has developed intelligence, he has already become a demon. Xue Ben. Mosquito Prince. Origin First Stage. This series of information was like a bolt from the blue, causing Yi Xian to retreat in shock. He looked at the Mad Mosquito Emperor in shock. SS Senior, are you saying that you want me to take your prince as a pet beast? Heavens, how can I do that? I need to use a slave seal. I can't bring myself to do that. That's too rude. As he spoke, Yi Xian subconsciously looked towards the blood-red ferocious mosquito. The pair of eyes on the evolved human head were completely blood-red, filled with madness. Slaughter overflowed into the heavens as it stared fixedly at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that its body was restrained by the Mad Mosquito Emperor, it would have pounced forward a long time ago. If that was the case, given Yi Xian's Meteor Realm first stage cultivation, his soul would most likely dissipate in an instant. Not even a piece of bone would be left behind. Given his current state, do you think that he would have lived comfortably if you hadn't planted a slave seal on him? The Mad Mosquito Emperor sighed faintly, his tone full of sorrow. Speaking of which, the reason he fell into madness when he developed intelligence is actually because of me. I have wronged him. Although I have kept him by my side all these years, I know that he is in great pain. After all, he is of my bloodline, so I can feel. In addition, I have a feeling that if there is a day when it regains its consciousness, then this opportunity will definitely fall on you. Brat, take it away. This is the only chance, and neither I nor it want to miss it. Trust the intuition of a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Sometimes, Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses have the opportunity to touch a trace of Heaven's will. This, after hearing what the Mad Mosquito Emperor said, Yi Xian couldn't help but hesitate. Without waiting for him to make his final decision, the level 11 slave seal that was floating beside the Mad Mosquito Emperor shot back towards Yi Xian and directly entered his body. Alright, Senior, don't worry. Junior will definitely treat it like an elder brother. Seeing that the Mad Mosquito Beast was willing to hand over his own prince to him and let him plant a slave imprint on him as a pet beast, Yi Xian's heart was completely shaken. Although he knew that the Mad Mosquito Emperor must have many secrets, from what he saw so far, the other party was indeed as it had said before. They were friends, not enemies, and there was no malicious intent. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately put the level 11 slave seal back into his sea of consciousness, took out another level 10 slave seal, raised his hand, and pressed it between the Mosquito Beast Emperor Xue Ben's forehead. Hiss! At this moment, the anger in the eyes of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Xue Ben, was almost about to materialize into a blood blade. He stared fixedly at Yi Xian and let out a sharp roar, causing the Mad Mosquito Emperor to sigh endlessly. However, this state quickly disappeared. As the level 10 slave seal was produced in the Mosquito Beast core in the Mosquito Beast Emperor's brain, the resentment in his eyes quickly disappeared. However, the murderous and crazy aura was still the same. The light in his eyes was also blood red, but when he looked at Yi Xian, there was no trace of resistance. It was obvious that the slave seal had taken effect, but the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Shui Ben, was still crazy. This kind of situation was within reason. Yi Xian wasn't surprised, but he felt that it was strange. After all, this was the first time he'd subdued a crazy existence. His madness has been deep in his bones for hundreds of years, so even if you planted the slave seal, this state of madness will not be removed. At this time, the voice of the Mad Mosquito Emperor sounded again, but compared to before, it is much better. This king has already released the suppression on him. Look, he is not moving, right? If it was in the past, even if it was this king, he would immediately rush up and fight to the death. At least now, because of the effect of your slave seal, he will take the initiative to control himself. But you have to be careful, this kind of control is also relative. I'm not saying that it's dangerous to you, but to others. It's already your beast pet. Furthermore, you've placed the legendary slave imprint on it, which is thousands of times more stable than the spiritual imprints left by ordinary demon experts. So, as long as his cultivation has not broken through the limit of the level 10 slave seal, he will not have any disloyalty to you. The kind of relative control I mentioned just now is only referring to people other than you. Because of the effect of your slave imprint, it usually has the ability to control itself. Although its eyes are still filled with killing intent, it won't make any impulsive actions. However, once you give it the order to attack, the craziness it has suppressed will erupt several times over. What I mean is, once you order him to attack someone, he will not rest until he is dead. So, if you do not have the intention to kill him, it is best not to use him. Otherwise, there will be no end to this. Senior, I understand what you mean. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. He knew that the Mad Mosquito Emperor still had another layer of meaning, and that was, once Yi Xian gave the order to attack, even if the opponent's cultivation far surpassed that of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Shui Ben, he would not hesitate at all. He would definitely fight to the death with the opponent, and it would be the kind that would kill him as soon as he attacked. In this way, if he really encountered a stronger existence, his safety would probably be. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He cupped his hands at the Mad Mosquito Emperor and said, "Senior, don't worry. I just said that in the future, I will treat him like an elder brother. This is my oath." Good, this emperor was not wrong about you. Although everything I did today was a gamble on the only chance, with your words, even if the final result is not satisfactory, this emperor will have no complaints. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor turned and left. This emperor cannot leave this place yet. Take him with you. Remember that he hid his cultivation and the bloodline of the Mosquito Beast Emperor. This kind of concealment technique is the bloodline talent of the Mosquito Beast Emperor. Apart from the Mosquito Beast Emperor, even a Grotto Heaven Realm expert cannot see through it. Chapter 2772. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation returned to the Black Mosquito Planet after the Mad Mosquito ruler left. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. The Mosquito Prince Shui Ben still had a ferocious and crazy aura around him. His body and torso were still in the form of a mosquito. Only his head with fiery red hair looked human, but the light in his eyes was blood red. He gave off the feeling of a terrifying beast, causing one's heart to palpitate inexplicably. Concealing his royal bloodline was a must. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. As for how far he should conceal his cultivation, Yi Xian was a little hesitant. The Mad Mosquito ruler had said before that the Mosquito royal family had an extremely powerful bloodline talent for concealment. If he intentionally concealed his cultivation, even Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses like the Demon King would not be able to see through his cultivation, let alone Origin Realm powerhouses like Swolfengtai and High Priestue Goulet. In that case, how to choose the degree of concealment of its cultivation would be very particular. If he was too weak, he would not attract attention. However, if he was in danger and needed to show his strength, he would probably attract even more suspicion if he displayed cultivation strength that exceeded his concealment level. Since Xue Ben was Yi Xian's pet beast on the surface in the future, it could be said that he would have more chances to act than Naboshin and Bachai. With that in mind, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and made a decision. He then gave the Mosquito Prince Xue Ben his first order using his mind power: conceal the Mosquito Royal bloodline. Conceal his cultivation from Origin Realm Rank 1 to Black Hole Realm Rank 1. Black Hole Realm Rank 1 was basically enough. Of course, Xue Ben could not casually make a move. Once he made a move, he would definitely kill his opponent. If they really fought, he would not care about concealing his cultivation. Even if his opponent was at the Origin Realm, he would definitely go all out. Under such circumstances, he would definitely reveal his Origin Realm cultivation. Therefore, Yi Xian would not let him make a move. Hence, more often than not, Yi Xian would have to solve a crisis or predicament by himself. As for the fact that he could subdue a Black Hole Realm Rank 1 ferocious mosquito from the Mosquito Planet, Yi Xian had already thought of a way to deal with it. On one hand, he was the Black Mountain Planet's seeded participant in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Saint Trial, so he was the most talented in using his mind power among all demon powerhouses on the planet. On the other hand, although Xue Ben's cultivation was strong, anyone could tell that he was in a crazy state. In this kind of situation, with Yi Xian's mental strength talent that surpassed that of ordinary devil cultivator experts, he might have a chance to subdue it. At most, he would have to rely on luck. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Xian was a proper demon. Now that the Mad Mosquito Prince had left a level 8 spiritual imprint in his spiritual source core, even the Demon King could not probe his spiritual source core. Since that was the case, there were no suspicious points left, so Yi Xian naturally had nothing to worry about. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xue Ben had already done everything according to Yi Xian's instructions. Its aura had indeed become that of a Black Hole Realm Level 1. The originally blood-red body of the mosquito beast had also turned back to its normal black color. Only the crazed blood-red glow in its eyes had not changed. Also, its head of blood-red unkempt hair was still the same. However, this was even better. One look and one would know that he was crazy. It had quite the effect of confusing him. In short, Yi Xian was very satisfied. Brother Xue Ben, I promised that I would treat you like an older brother. In private, I will address you as such, but in front of others, for the sake of the big picture, I hope you can forgive me. With that, Yi Xian clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Xue Ben. What he didn't notice was that in the instant he bent his waist and bowed, there seemed to be a trace of confusion in the depths of Xue Ben's blood-red eyes. It quickly flashed and quietly disappeared. After doing all this, Yi Xian waved his hand and put Xue Ben into the pet ring. He had bought the pet ring in the Black Mosquito Stars shop area with some demonic black crystals. This kind of bracelet could store living creatures as well. However, since the bracelet was refined as a pet space, the space inside was not large, only a little more than 100 cubic meters. The space would not be enough to store a pet that was slightly larger in size. Besides, this kind of bracelet did not use the perfect space folding technique. Otherwise, the space inside would not be so small. After all, this was a low-level storage item refined by the refiners of the demons. There was a difference between it and the higher-level items from the Heavenly Fate clan. The bracelet was made into a bracelet for ease of carrying. After refining this artifact, it could be stored inside one's body before a pet beast was stored inside. But once a pet beast was stored inside, it could only be worn around one's wrist. Of course, if the pet beast was already dead, it could still be stored inside one's body. As Shui Ben disappeared, he turned into a streak of black light and flashed into the pet ring on Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He activated the perfect vibration skill at once to hide his presence in energy. Then, he went back the way he came and soon dashed into the thick black atmosphere in the sky. It was also at this moment that the Mad Mosquito King stepped out from the void at the end of the giant tuna tree's crown. He gazed in the direction Yi Xian had left with hope in his eyes. He mumbled to himself, "You brat, you are my last hope. Don't give up halfway." The Black Mosquito Planet. In the small courtyard that was used to receive the 10 candidates in the eastern suburbs of the Black Mosquito City, outside the Holy Demon Ancestor Palace. At this moment, apart from Yi Xian, the other 9 candidates were all there. The only difference was that the son of the leader from the Black Roar Planet, the sissy Hao Fongfong, did not fit in with the other 8 people. He was leaning alone under a tree in the courtyard with a resentful and dissatisfied expression on his face. The other 8 candidates were gathered outside. Among them was a young demon with a jade-like face and a prideful expression. He was the only son of the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, Zhuo Fengtai. His name was Zhuo Liqing, and he was also the most likely candidate to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son this time. Not only did he have a good talent for mental power, but his cultivation had also reached the 9th stage of the satellite realm. He was about to reach the 4th stage of the demon realm, which was the planet realm. Apart from that, there was a powerful mosquito beast in the 7th stage of the galaxy realm, 4th stage, in the pet ring on his left wrist. Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, had personally entered the mosquito beast planet to capture it for him. It could be said that this powerful galaxy realm 4th stage mosquito beast pet was Zhuo Liqing's greatest reliance and pride. Because of this, when he heard a prospective holy child who took the initiative to look for him say that the buttock seller from planet Black Mountain dared to look down on his mosquito beast pet beast and made sarcastic remarks, Zhuo Liqing was immediately enraged and came here. Chapter 2773. Crush, Brother Zhuo, you weren't there at that time. Otherwise, if you saw Wuji's arrogant face, I'm afraid you would be furious on the spot. That's right. This brat obviously relied on selling his ass to win the favor of Xiong Haizi and obtain the qualification to enter the Black Mountain Planet Saints trial. To be honest, we're simply ashamed to be in the same group as him. However, this brat doesn't know how to keep a low profile. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a mosquito beast. The sissy gave him a satellite realm one, and it's fine if he doesn't want it. The most infuriating thing is that this brat actually took the initiative to ask whose mosquito pet is the most powerful among us before he said that he would catch one himself. That's because he didn't know. What's even worse is that we've already told Brother Zhuo that your mosquito pet is a top-notch creature in the 7th stage of the galaxy tier, yet this person still ridiculed you and said that we'll see later. He clearly has the intention of suppressing you, Brother Zhuo. What right does he have? Stop talking. The more you talk, the angrier you get. Which one of us isn't a prodigy of the younger generation of the Fiend Star? But today, I've been ridiculed by a despicable person who sells his ass. It's really unbearable to hold back this anger. In the small courtyard, the 7 prospective holy sons who harbored malicious intentions spoke one after another. As they spoke, they shook their heads and sighed endlessly. It could be said that they were speaking with both emotion and appearance. Not only did they cause the young master of the Black Mosquito Planet, Zhuo Liqing, who was surrounded by the 7 of them, to become increasingly gloomy, even Hao Fongfong, who was leaning against a small tree not far away by herself, was so angry that her face had turned pale. Sadly, there was no way to explain this. The more she tried to explain, the worse the result would be. Therefore, even though Hao Fongfong was angry, there was nothing she could do. This Zhuo has also heard of Zhang Wuji's despicable reputation recently. I originally thought that he was a wretched coward, but I didn't expect him to have some guts. After being provoked by the words of these few fellows, the anger in Zwolicing's heart clearly flared up. Although his tone was calm, there was a strong sense of indignation in his eyes. It just so happens that I have nothing to do these few days. Today, I will guard this place. I must see what is so special about this person. He actually dares to not even put me, Zwolicing, in his eyes. While they were talking, a figure had already descended from the black mosquito star's atmosphere towards the small courtyard like an arrow. As it gradually slowed down, the 9 prospective holy sons in the courtyard all saw the appearance of the person who had come. It was the person they were talking about. Zhang Wuji, it's only been half a day since you came back. You probably didn't manage to catch a suitable mosquito beast, right? It's okay, I'm still keeping it for you. Without waiting for Zwolicing and the others to react, Hao Fangfang immediately greeted Yi Xian, who had just landed on the side of the small courtyard. As she spoke, she pulled him and was about to walk into her room. This was clearly a bit of a cover-up. Yi Xian's gaze swept across the 8 people in the courtyard and saw that there was another unfamiliar face. It seemed that he was still surrounded by the other 7 people like stars surrounding the moon. He immediately understood. Considering that this person was the only son of the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, Zhuo Fengtai, and that he was now in his territory, Yi Xian was not afraid of him. He even disagreed with Hao Fangfang's words about accompanying the crown prince to study. However, there was really no need to have a direct confrontation with the other party. It would be disadvantageous to himself. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he followed Hao Fangfang's pulling and turned around to walk into his room to lie low for the time being. Stop. Unfortunately, the tree may wish for peace, but the wind would not stop. Yi Xian did not intend to cause any more trouble, but the other party obviously did not think so. Almost as soon as he took a step forward, a stern voice came from the center of the courtyard not far away. Yi Xian paused and turned around instinctively to look, only to see the unfamiliar young demon man walking over with a cold smile on his face. The other 7 people followed behind him with the same gloating expression on their faces. Zhang Wuji, right? I heard that you looked down on this was Black Mosquito pet beast. Is that true? Seeing that Yi Xian had stopped, the man's tone became sharper. It sounded like a question, but he had no intention of allowing Yi Xian to explain himself. He continued, if that's the case, I'm sure the mosquito pet beast you personally caught on the mosquito planet must be better than this was. We're all candidates of the Black Mosquito tribe. Why don't you let it out so we can broaden our horizons? However, this Zhuo will say this first. If you can't take out a mosquito pet beast that's better than this was pet beast, then what I said before will be considered as unwarranted humiliation. I'm afraid no one on this Black Mosquito planet would dare to do this. You'd better consider the consequences yourself. You must be mistaken. I don't know you, so where did the word humiliation come from? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, casually replied, then turned around and left. He was not interested in such a boring matter at all. Glib tongue. Since you can't take out a mosquito pet beast that's better than this was pet beast, then you'll have to pay for your words. Seeing that Yi Xian had turned to leave after replying casually, as if he didn't care about him at all, Zwolicing was instantly enraged. His voice was close to scolding, I don't care about a filthy dog like you, but you'll have to give my pet beast an explanation for what happened before. Go. Hiss, the word go sounded like a roar. With a wave of Zwolicing's hand, the Black Mosquito pet beast, which was at the 7th stage of the galaxy rank, was instantly summoned out without warning. In the next instant, there was a sharp hiss and a strong wind blew. A ferocious Black Mosquito pet beast that was almost 2 meters long was already pouncing toward Yi Xian's back. His raised forelimbs were black and shiny, revealing a metallic texture. There was even a hint of golden sharpness as he swallowed and spat it out. Like a black bolt of lightning, he swiftly pierced towards Yi Xian's back. This was clearly a sign that it was ready to kill. Zhang Wuji, watch out. On the side, Hao Fangfang was caught off guard. Seeing that the mosquito pet beast was approaching in an instant, her expression suddenly changed and she cried out in alarm. Roar! Almost at the same time, a beast's roar that was like a thunderclap suddenly exploded. Right behind Yi Xian, a black mosquito demon beast that was even larger than the other party appeared with a loud bang. This mosquito pet beast had even evolved a human head. It had a head full of disheveled red hair, and its aura was close to that of a demon. However, its eyes were blood red, as if they could see a solid blood red light. As soon as it appeared, a strong pressure surged out from its body. Even the space in the small courtyard seemed to be crushed, faintly vibrating with the sound of rolling thunder. Squeak! Following the appearance of this strange mosquito pet beast, Zuoliqing's black mosquito pet beast suddenly stopped moving without any delay. Its long mouthpart even let out a panicked squeak. In the end, it actually curled up its body and directly lay down on the ground of the courtyard, trembling and trembling. Chapter 2774. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Commander's killing intent. Yi Xian actually didn't want to expose Xue Ben so early. However, just now, when the mosquito beast attacked from behind, he clearly felt a strong sense of life and death approaching quickly. Then, he summoned Xue Ben from the beast bracelet. He had no choice but to do so. At this moment, although the killing intent in Yi Xian's heart had sprouted, he hadn't lost his rationality. He only summoned Xue Ben to resolve the crisis. He didn't have any intention of attacking. Therefore, when the opponent's black mosquito beast trembled and crawled on the ground, Yi Xian immediately thought of something again. He waved his hand and put Xue Ben back into the beast bracelet. Because the speed was so fast, whether it was Hao Fangfang and the others or Zuoliqing, they only felt a blur in front of their eyes. It seemed that a strange red-haired mosquito beast shook its body and then disappeared. They didn't even have time to clearly feel the cultivation realm aura emitted from Xue Ben's body. However, there was no doubt that it was extremely powerful. Otherwise, the moment its figure appeared, the void in this small courtyard wouldn't have seemed to be crushed. There was even a faint rumbling sound of thunder that could be heard. You dog, what did you do to my mosquito beast? In less than a breath's time, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Zuoliqing's expression changed continuously. He roared furiously as he activated the mind source core in his brain. As an invisible mental power gushed out of his brain, it rapidly fell on the black mosquito beast on the ground. The restriction in the beast core in the latter's brain was instantly activated. Screech! Great pain descended. The black mosquito beast on the ground raised its head and let out an incomparably shrill scream. The pair of hazy compound eyes on the mosquito beast seemed to burst out with a wisp of red light at this moment, revealing a murderous and bloody intent. Kill him. Kill him immediately. Otherwise, this young master will destroy you and make your beast core collapse and die. The moment the restriction in the mosquito beast's brain was activated, the expression on Zuoliqing's face instantly became ferocious. The original cold and arrogant calmness completely disappeared. As if he had gone berserk, he roared and raised his hand to point at Yi Xian. Screech! The power of the restriction from the beast core in its brain caused the black mosquito pet to go completely berserk. As the second mournful howl sounded out from its long mouth, the wings on the back of the black mosquito pet that was originally crawling on the ground violently trembled. Its body instantly arrived in front of Yi Xian as if it had teleported. Its black, cold, and sharp forelimbs were like sharp spears, aiming straight for the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Zuoliqing, you have gone too far. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. He roared and waved his hand. The blood ben, which he had just put away into the beast ring, instantly came out. The blood ben lifted its forelimbs in a seemingly slow and gentle manner. However, in the next second, the blood ben, without any suspense, pierced into the black mosquito pet's two huge compound eyes and into the depths of its skull. Wah! A sorrowful wail came out from the black mosquito pet's mouth. Then, as if it had lost all its bones, the black mosquito pet fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Killed in one blow. What was even more strange was that the blood ben's attack seemed to be just a gentle lift of its forelimbs. However, the black mosquito pet, which was at the 7th level of the galaxy state, did not even have a chance to dodge. In an instant, the blood ben's forelimbs pierced through its brain and it died on the spot. What? Rank 1 of the black hole state. That's impossible. It was not until then that Swoliching finally clearly captured the aura of the cultivation realm that the blood ben was emitting. He staggered back a few steps in a row. His expression changed in horror. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was visibly turning pale. The black mosquito pet was killed. The restriction that Swoliching left in the beast core and its brain instantly backfired. This was a sign that the black mosquito pet had suffered a serious internal injury. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. The other people in the courtyard, whether it was Hao Fangfang behind Yi Xian or the other 7 prospective saints behind Swoliching, were all in a daze at this moment. Their mouths were wide open and their eyes were fixed on Yi Xian's face. Their expressions changed rapidly, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, dozens of figures were rapidly approaching from the surroundings of the courtyard. Although the previous battle was short, whether it was the howl of Swoliching's black mosquito pet or the black hole realm aura that surged out of Shui Ben's body when he attacked, it was definitely not small. These demon dwellers experts who were rapidly approaching were obviously alarmed by this and swarmed over. In response, Yi Xian's eyebrows had just furrowed when an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the direction of the Black Mosquito City in the distance. It was like an invisible waterfall that streaked across the void, bringing with it a faint rumbling sound as it rapidly approached. Before the person arrived, his aura had completely enveloped the entire courtyard. Yi Xian only felt his entire body stiffen. From this moment on, he could not even move his fingers. Shui Ben, who was beside him, seemed to have felt a provocation. A bloody light flashed in his eyes and he turned his head to look. Yi Xian was greatly shocked. If he allowed Shui Ben to meet the eyes of Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, and if Shui Ben was provoked into a frenzy and went berserk, today's matter would be completely unsalvageable. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately activated the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness in his brain and sent an invisible and gentle spirit power to Shui Ben beside him. He did his best to comfort Shui Ben, and finally, the raging aura in his body gradually calmed down. Rank 1 Black Hole Realm. Who are you? How can you have such a black mosquito beast? It was also at this time that the aura from the Black Mosquito City in the distance had already descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged demon cultivator with a dignified face. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his facial features were rigid. His eyes were even more imposing. Even though he had deliberately restrained his cultivation aura, there was still an invisible pressure that exuded from him. Yi Xian only had to look at the other party for a moment before he suddenly felt his mind become sluggish and extremely uncomfortable. The aura of a rank 3 origin realm cultivator was indeed extraordinary. This person was the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Swoliching's father, Zhuo Fengtai. Great commander, I am Zhang Wuji. I just came from the Black Mountain Star today. I heard that those who participate in the Son of Saint trial need to bring along a black mosquito beast, so I immediately went to the Mosquito Star half a day ago. Forcefully suppressing the displeasure in his heart, Yi Xian calmly saluted Zhuo Fengtai and continued to reply in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This black hole realm mosquito beast was the harvest of this half a day. Speaking of which, it was luck. Although this beast's cultivation is strong and it seems to have developed a simple spiritual intelligence, there were many accidents during the process that caused it to fall into madness like a mad demon. I saw that there was a chance, so I lurked around and finally found an opportunity to shoot out a spirit seal to subdue it. Nonsense. Chapter 2775. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Shocked, Father, this person's origin is unknown. A mere meteor state cultivator dares to claim that he can tame a powerful black mosquito beast of the black hole state. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Moreover, this person instigated his mosquito beast to kill my black mosquito pet beast. We will not let this go. Seeing his father's arrival, the arrogance and malevolence on Swoliching's face once again appeared. With a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian. As he spoke, he turned around and shouted at the dozens of demon cultivator experts that had descended, "What are you all still standing there for? Quickly capture him and interrogate him." What a joke! Hearing this, Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Swoliching with disdain and said sarcastically, "You don't have the ability, but you don't have to judge others by your own standards. Do you think that others are so weak? This black mosquito was tamed by me personally. No one can doubt this. As for the matter of your black mosquito pet beast being killed, I was only defending myself. You attacked first for no reason and wanted to kill me. Can't I even resist? You were so arrogant and domineering before, but your skills were inferior. Now that your pet beast is dead, you are the young master of the black mosquito planet. Don't you think this is beneath your dignity?" These words sounded like sarcasm, but there was no hint of insinuating Zhuo Fengtai. The latter naturally heard it, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was so angry that he laughed, "Ha ha ha. What a sharp tongue. Fine, I will give you a chance today to avoid being criticized by others later on. As long as you can prove that this black mosquito beast was tamed by you personally, I will not pursue the matter before. However, since you want to prove it, it must be solid. It is useless to argue. Don't make a mistake on this point. Otherwise, you will be toying with me and you will not be able to escape the death penalty." "Great Commander, you are wrong." Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face remained neither servile nor overbearing. He said loudly, "This black hole state mosquito beast was tamed by me personally. This is the truth. How can you argue? Of course, for a mere meteor realm devil dweller, wanting to subdue such a supreme black realm vicious mosquito is, generally speaking, not very possible." Speaking of this, Yi Xian's words were said. Not only was he not nervous, he even chuckled. However, this is impossible in the eyes of others. But for me, it is really a simple matter. Let's not talk about the fact that this black mosquito demonic beast is only at rank 1 of the black hole realm. Even if it had reached the great perfection of rank 9 of the black hole realm or even beyond that, as long as I find the opportunity, it is. Of course, if this black mosquito demon beast's mind had not fallen into madness, I am afraid I would not have been able to wait for this opportunity. That is why I said that the reason why I was able to successfully tame this mosquito beast was indeed due to a lot of luck. These words were ambiguous and didn't provide any convincing evidence at all. However, Yi Xian spoke with such confidence. This strange scene immediately caused the expressions of the many devil cultivator experts in the courtyard to gradually become strange. Even the way Hao Fangfang looked at Yi Xian at this moment was completely different from before. There was a sense of confusion, as if she could not see through him. "After going around in circles, you don't seem to have taken out strong evidence to prove this matter. Zhang Wuji, don't challenge my patience." Zhuo Fengtai frowned. His face was already extremely impatient. He waved his hand and scolded, "I will give you 1 more minute. If there is no result, you will accept your fate. In that case, this kid can only speak the truth." However, this is a personal matter. I did not want to be too ostentatious and attract too much attention. Speaking of this, Yi Xian sighed and then continued, so, I hope that the chief commander will give an order for everyone present to not spread this news, so as not to cause unnecessary influence to this kid. Zhuo Fengtai frowned again, and the corner of his mouth slowly crept up. 1 minute is enough, that's right. My cultivation level is indeed too low. Even though I have mastered the spiritual prohibition branding method, under normal circumstances, it is basically impossible for me to tame a black hole realm mosquito beast. However, although my cultivation is weak, the level of my spiritual power is very high. Therefore, the spiritual restriction that I imprinted, even a black hole state black mosquito demon beast would not be able to escape. It would not be able to break free at all. Level of spiritual power. Zhuo Fengtai froze for a moment. What he had said made sense. Black hole-grade mosquito beasts were indeed very strong, but the level of their mind power wasn't the same. If one's mind power source core had undergone 3 transformations and evolved to level 4, then even a black hole-grade mosquito beast would have no choice but to submit obediently to a mental restriction created by level 4 mind power. However, in the entire black mosquito tribe, only one person had a level 4 mind source core. That person was the tribe's high priest, Hui Gulu. The kid in front of him actually wanted to use this to bluff his way out of this. He must have a death wish. As soon as he thought of this, Zhuo Fengtai's eyes glowed with a murderous glint. Does this mean that your spiritual source core has already evolved to level 4? Is that what you mean? Yi Xian shook his head. No, this kid's spiritual source core is not level 4, how dare you? How dare you make fun of me? I'm going to skin you alive today. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, Zhuo Fengtai suddenly shouted. He stood on the spot without moving, and even placed his hands behind his back. However, within his body, a gigantic claw print that was like a mountain range suddenly shot out. This was clearly an attack skill that used mental energy, and its aura was vigorous. The gigantic mental claw was like a curtain from the sky as it immediately covered Yi Xian's head with a rumbling sound. When they saw this, the strong demons around them all curled their lips and sneered. Zhuo Liqing grinned sinisterly, as if he could see Yi Xian being crushed by the spiritual claw mark in the next moment. He really enjoyed this kind of delightful feeling. In the face of all this, Yi Xian acted as if he didn't care at all. He still had a faint smile on his face as he calmly said, my spiritual source core is level 5. At the same time that Yi Xian blurted out the words 5th level, he directly activated the small source core in his sea of consciousness and spread his spiritual energy out of his body as much as possible. He believed that with Zhuo Fengtai's experience, he should be able to sense the 5th level of spiritual energy in an instant. What? This is Level 5 Mind Source Core. Chapter 2776. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation The Mysterious Huigul, a Level 5 Mind Power. How is that possible? Who exactly are you? Zhuo Fengtai's expression changed drastically when he sensed the unique aura of the Level 5 Mind Power emanating from Yi Xian's body. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the inkjet. Even though his cultivation base was at the 3rd level origin grade, Zhuo Fengtai's mind source core had only undergone 2 transformations and was only at the 3rd level. Even the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Huigul, was only at the 4th level. Actually, among the 10 great demonic tribes, the highest grade of mind source core was a 4th grade one. Basically, only the high priests of the various great tribes had a 4th grade mind source core. Only the Demon Emperor planet had a mind source core that had evolved to the 5th grade. Even on the Demonic Emperor planet, there weren't many people with level 5 mind source cores. Every one of them was a core member of the upper echelon of the entire demonic tribe. Even the Demon King's mind source core was only at the 7th level. Under the circumstances, a mere meteor-grade demon celestial had actually possessed a level 5 mind source core. This was like a bolt from the blue to Zhuo. He was dumbstruck by this news. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Zhuo was still unwilling to believe it. A sacred son with a level 5 mind source core would definitely pass the trial and officially become the sacred son of his tribe. There was also an 80% to 90% chance that this fellow had obtained some sort of mind power inheritance the first time he had entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. Among the 10 demon tribes, only the Black Knight tribe's holy son, who was the most powerful among the 9 demon tribes' holy sons, had inherited some kind of spiritual power when they first entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. This sacred son was known as the most gifted mind power inheritor among the younger generation of the demonic tribe. Even so, the sacred son of the Black Knight tribe only had a level 3 mind source core. However, this freak's mind source core had actually reached the terrifying level 5 mind source core. With it around, how could his only son, Zhuo, have the slightest chance of passing the trial and becoming the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the killing intent in Zhuo heart intensified to the extreme at this moment. He even had the urge to kill this damned guy on the spot before the news spread out and this damned guy in front of him attracted enough attention. The intensity of his killing intent was so intense that even Yi Xian, who was facing him, could clearly feel it. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He almost ordered Shui Ben, who was behind him, to use all of his strength to fight Zhuo. It was also at this moment, an extremely distant and empty voice suddenly came to the small courtyard. In an instant, it dispelled the endless killing intent in Zhuo heart. Zhang Wuji, come to the Saint Demon Ancestor Palace, this priest has something to say to you. The person who spoke was obviously the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei. Yi Xian immediately frowned and looked coldly at Zhuo in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he had already put Shui Ben behind him into the beast ring. Then, he cupped his hands at Zhuo, turned around, and ran toward the Saint Demon Ancestor Palace in the distance without saying anything. At this moment, an extremely strong and cold light burst out from Zhuo eyes. He tightly locked onto Yi Xian's back, full of unwillingness. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian turn around and leave unharmed, Zhuo, who had a blank expression, finally came back to his senses from the great shock. Immediately, a worried expression appeared on his face. Father, are we just going to let him go like this? My pets are all ready. That's enough, we'll talk about it when we get back. Zhuo sternly interrupted him, flicked his sleeves, and turned around to leave. After a short while, Yi Xian landed on the peak of a mountain only dozens of kilometers away from the small courtyard. He raised his head and looked at the majestic ancestral temple in front of him. Although the expression on his face was calm, in his heart, he was very worried. High Priest Hui Gulei had suddenly summoned him. At this moment, Yi Xian had no idea whether this was a good or bad thing. He was only at the first level of the meteor state, but the spirit source core in his brain had undergone 4 transformations and reached the terrifying 5th level. No matter how he speculated about this, there was a strong sense of strangeness in this matter. Zhuo was caught off guard, and considering his own interests, he didn't think too much about this point. However, as the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei was also very talented in spirit power. Moreover, his own spirit source core had reached the 4th level. Obviously, Hui Gulei knew better than anyone else how difficult it was for a spirit source core to evolve to the 5th level. At least, he himself had not reached that level yet. In that case, how could Yi Xian, a mere meteor state demon dweller ant, do this? It was impossible that Hui Gulei did not suspect anything. Although the Mad Mosquito Emperor had left a protective imprint condensed from a level 8 spirit power in the spirit source core in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, not to mention Hui Gulei, even the Demon Dweller Emperor would not be able to easily probe his Sea of Consciousness and source core. However, this matter was still too dangerous. What if the Mad Mosquito Emperor decided to kill Yi Xian instead of letting him go? With Xue Ben around, although Yi Xian would not be injured by Hui Gulei, his plan to enter the Demon Emperor planet Saint Devil Forbidden Grounds to search for the multi-pupil essence crystal would be completely ruined. Yi Xian was not willing to accept such an outcome. Because of this, although he had already arrived at the entrance of the Black Mosquito Tribe's Saint Devil Ancestor Palace, he was still somewhat hesitant. He deliberately slowed down his pace, but his mind was spinning rapidly, analyzing every detail and possible unexpected change in order to come up with a countermeasure. At that moment, the voice of the Black Mosquito Tribe's High Priest, Hui Gulei, suddenly rang out again. It was so close that it sounded like he was whispering into Yi Xian's ear. He seemed to have deliberately lowered his voice, revealing a mysterious aura. Don't be nervous. I called you here to discuss a deal. I don't care what secrets you have. I can even help you secure your position as the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son. In the future, if this priest can leave the Black Mosquito Tribe, you can even become the High Priest. I only have one request. This time, when you enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Grounds, help me bring something out. You can do it. Yi Xian was stunned, his face full of shock. Don't hesitate. You don't have a choice. If you don't agree, you will accidentally die on the way to the Demon Emperor planet. Suo Fengtai will not give up so easily. Only I can help you. Chapter 2777. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation setting off for the Devil Emperor planet. I'm only at level 1 of the Meteor Realm. Do I have the ability to bring out something that even you can't? After pondering for a while, Yi Xian replied in a low voice. He knew that Hui Gulei must be able to hear him. What he said was also true. Although Hui Gulei could only enter the forbidden land of Saint Devil of the Devil Emperor planet once every 100 years, he must have discovered the mysterious object long ago since he was so concerned about it. If he couldn't bring it out, Yi Xian would have no chance at all. Don't worry. You'll definitely be able to bring it out. And you'll definitely meet it. Hui Gulei's mysterious and empty voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears again, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. As for what it is, you don't need to know now. I'll give you a spiritual imprint. When you get close to it or it gets close to you, the spiritual imprint will sense it. At that time, you'll know the arrangements and instructions that I've left in the imprint. Alive? Yi Xian frowned again. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. Don't worry. There won't be any danger. Otherwise, if you die in there and you can't bring it out, I'll have to give myself away. Wouldn't that be a great loss? Now, you just need to give me a reply. Will you do it or not? If you agree, I don't need any guarantee from you. Besides the spiritual imprint, I'll give you a life-saving treasure. Although it can only be used once, it's enough to protect you from dying on the way to the Devil Emperor planet. If you don't want to disturb me, you can leave by yourself. Just pretend that I didn't look for you. But in 3 days, you'll leave for the Devil Emperor planet. Whether you can stay alive on the way will depend on your luck. Let me give you a word of warning. This priest knows that you must have quite a few secrets, but do not underestimate the abilities of an Origin Realm expert. This is especially true when that person once held a high position, one of the 10 great commanders of the Demonkin race. The means and foundation of an existence like that aren't something an ordinary Origin expert can compare to. Hearing these words, Yi Xian immediately fell into silence. After a long while, he nodded. I can agree to this. I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee that I'll help you bring out what you need. This is the spiritual imprint where I was just now. Apart from that, there is also a defensive talisman treasure, which is equivalent to the strongest power exerted by an expert with spiritual talent in the Origin Realm. It is enough to protect you on your way to the demonic Emperor planet. As these words rang out, 2 obscure rays of light shot out from the towering temple of the Saint Devil Ancestor Hall in front of him. Before Yi Xian could react, they had already entered the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, the two spiritual imprints didn't invade Yi Xian's sea of knowledge. They merely lingered outside his sea of knowledge, allowing him to immediately relax. In addition, High Priest Hue Gulei, who was in the temple of the Saint Demon Ancestor Hall, no longer made a sound. Yi Xian also didn't stay for long. After frowning, he turned around and flew towards the small courtyard. The demonic Emperor planet was a long way away. If an ordinary large starry sky battleship galloped at full speed, it would take at least a year to reach it. It was just a demon tribe's holy sun trial. If it took such a long time on the way, it would make people speechless. What's more, in this vast and boundless demon star field, although more than 90% of them were abandoned mineral stars, there were a large number of demonic beast stars on the long interstellar journey from the 10 surrounding tribes to the Demon Emperor planet in the Central Territory. Some of the demonic beast stars were even extremely dangerous. Even if a large starship just passed by them, it was possible to encounter a life and death crisis. It could be said that from the edge of the Demon Star Field to the Demon Emperor planet in the Central Territory, if it was just an ordinary interstellar journey with a large starship, not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but it would also be full of dangers along the way. Fortunately, the 10 demon tribes each had a star fortress that was sent to the front line of the human territory in the Third Universe as the base camp of the scouts. There was also a star fortress of the same level left on the main planet of each demon tribe. Generally, it was only used as a means of transportation when there were more people in the tribe who needed to go to the Demon Emperor planet. Even if this star fortress didn't have a natural wormhole, it could still perform space jumps. This way, it would greatly reduce the time spent on the way to the Demon Emperor planet. If they didn't care about the cost and performed extreme space jumps as much as possible, it would only take about 7 days to go from the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe to the Demon Emperor planet in the center of the Demon Star Field. This time, the Black Mosquito tribe purposely set off 3 days ahead of time. Yi Xian and the other holy sons of the Black Mosquito tribe were going to set off 10 days before the scheduled start of the tribe's holy sun trial. The star fortress left on the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe was called Fierce Mosquito. In terms of appearance, it was exactly the same as Black Mosquito. However, its internal structure was completely different. First of all, the lowest level of the 10,000 nets prison was omitted because this star fortress was reserved for internal use of the tribe. There was no need to set up an entire prison area. In fact, although the interior of Fierce Mosquito used the same perfect space folding technology as Black Mosquito, its internal space was only divided into 2 levels. The lower level was the engine area, the supply area, the power area, and so on. There were nearly 10,000 Demon Tribe experts operating on this level to ensure the normal operation of Fierce Mosquito. The upper level was a vast living area with a variety of dazzling buildings, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of Demon Tribe experts. Although the real protagonists of this trip to the Demon Emperor planet were only the 10 holy sons led by Yi Xian and Zuolicheng, in fact, in order to escort them safely to the Demon Emperor planet, there were nearly 20,000 Demon Tribe experts in charge of different duties in the star fortress of Fierce Mosquito. After returning from the Saint Demon Ancestor Temple of the Black Mosquito tribe, Yi Xian went to the small room assigned to him as soon as he returned to the courtyard. He did not step out for 3 whole days. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day, when a huge star fortress suddenly descended from the sky above the small courtyard, that Yi Xian opened his eyes and stepped out of the room. Then, with Hao Fangfang following behind him and nagging him with all kinds of questions, he jumped into the black light curtain channel of Fierce Mosquito without saying a word and entered the interior. As for the other 8 quasi-holy sons led by Zuolicheng, it was obvious that they had already entered. As soon as Yi Xian walked out of the black light screen, Zuolicheng and the others, who were far away in the central region of the ferocious mosquito ship, reflexively turned their heads to look at him. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes inexplicably froze. He clearly caught a strong sense of schadenfreude from Zuolicheng's eyes. Chapter 2778. Zhuofengtai's extravagance Wuji, you have to be careful. I think there's something wrong with Zhuoliqing. After stepping out of the black light membrane passage, Yi Xian swept a glance at Zhuoliqing and the others in the distance and sneered inwardly. He then turned around and walked towards the other side of the ferocious mosquito's upper layer. On this floor, apart from the central hall, there were many villas and cave mansions all around. It was easy to tell whether or not there was anyone living here. Yi Xian casually glanced around and saw that most of the mansions were empty. Thus, he casually picked one and stepped into the small courtyard of the villa. Hao Fangfang, who had been chattering non-stop behind him, seemed to want to follow in as well. However, Yi Xian stood still at the entrance of the small courtyard. He turned his head and glanced at Hao Fangfang. He said casually, "Young Master Hao, I'll be in seclusion for the next few days. I'm afraid I won't have time to chat with you, so..." Even a fool would be able to tell that Hao Fangfang didn't understand, but she deliberately played dumb. She actually grinned at Yi Xian and said happily, "That's great. Let's stay in the same room. You can go ahead with your closed-door training, and I'll help you keep watch, in case that Zhuoliqing sneaks up on you. Also, I've already called you fearless, why are you still calling me young Master Hao? You have to change the way you address me. Just call me Fang Fang from now on." In other words, this guy was planning to shamelessly stick to Yi Xian. In fact, that was exactly what Hao Fangfang did. As she spoke, she grinned and walked sideways past Yi Xian into the courtyard. She walked straight to the villa in the courtyard as if no one was there. Yi Xian frowned. He wanted to turn around and find another place to stay, but on second thought, although Hao Fangfang was a little annoying, she had a pretty good attitude when it came to Zhuoliqing. She had always stood up for Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, with Yi Xian's character, he really couldn't bear to be too harsh. Moreover, among the 10 candidates who went to the Demon Emperor Star for the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial, the other 8 had obviously formed an alliance. Although Yi Xian wasn't afraid of them, after entering the Demon Forbidden Land for the trial, it was necessary to have someone to look after him. Demon Emperor Star Translation After all, Yi Xian's editor, Xian, Yi Xian. He was the Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor. Thinking of this, Yi Xian still walked into the small courtyard in the end. At the same time, he casually sent a spiritual imprint into the courtyard door, causing it to close automatically. In the next 7 days, without Yi Xian's permission, the other devil cultivator experts wouldn't be able to enter without permission, unless they forcefully broke through the door. If that was the case, the commotion would be equivalent to a warning. At the same time, on the other side of the central plaza that was separated from Yi Xian's side, Zhuoliqing and the others quickly dispersed after Yi Xian chose a place to stay and entered. Each of them went to choose a villa that would sunset in the future. Of course, the villas chosen by these 8 fellows were all located in the same corner area. Not long after Zhuoliqing entered the villa he had chosen, a middle-aged devil cultivator ranker rushed over and paid him a visit. This man was called Zhuohongwu. He was the younger brother of Zhuofengtai, the commander of the Black Mosquito tribe. He was also Zhuoliqing's uncle. This time, the fierce mosquito bastion was under Zhuohongwu's control. In addition to sending the 10 candidates to the Demon Emperor Star, he also had some other business to take care of on the Demon Emperor Star. "Second uncle, is everything ready?" After closing the courtyard door and entering the villa, Zhuoliqing asked impatiently before Zhuohongwu could sit down, "What did my father do? Are you sure we can kill that kid? His mosquito pet is in the Black Hole Realm. Although you are also in the level 6 Black Hole Realm, that kid's spiritual source core has reached level 5. He must have mastered some skills to use spiritual power. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to deal with the 2 of them together. Look at how impatient you are. Don't you trust your father and I to do this?" Zhuohongwu's words sounded like he was reprimanding, but the expression on his face was clearly doting. As he spoke, He sat down on the animal skin sofa in the living room and continued, this time, in order to get rid of this brat, to avoid future worries, and at the same time, to shut up High Priest Grayskull's mouth, at least on the surface, we have to do it flawlessly. We can't let anyone see any big problems. Your father has really put in a lot of effort. Speaking of this, Hongwu paused for a moment, sighed faintly, and then said with emotion, speaking of which, that kid is really powerful. Even if he dies, he has to let us have a fierce mosquito and thousands of demon cultivators to accompany him. This kind of treatment, he is willing to die. What? Thousands of human demons with him. And we have to share the fierce mosquito bastion? Swoliching was shocked and his expression changed. Second uncle, isn't this a little too extravagant? Does that kid deserve it? Besides, without the fierce mosquito bastion, how are we going to get to the demonic emperor planet? Don't worry, I've prepared a large warship for transport. It's also a warship with perfect space folding technology, but it's not a bastion. From the outside, it looks about the same as a star-level warship with a length of 3,000 meters, but its interior space is very large. Even if more than half of the nearly 20,000 demons in the fierce mosquito bastion survive, this warship will be able to accommodate them. However, the original 7-day journey will have to be extended a little, but at most 2 or 3 days. Second uncle guarantees you will reach the demonic emperor planet within 10 days. As for the details, you don't have to ask. When the time comes, I'll let you know in advance. But these 2 days are not urgent. You wait patiently. After 3 days, it's almost time to act. After 3 days. Swoliching was startled and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Then he thought of something and his expression changed again. Second uncle, you don't want to provoke those void swallowers, do you? Heavens, that's too dangerous. If we don't handle it well, we'll all fall into that black hole star field. If not, how can we make that kid's death an accident that no one can hold accountable? A fierce light flashed in Hongwu's eyes. He got up and patted Swoliching on the shoulder as he spoke, then turned and walked out of the villa, at the same time, in Yi Xian's temporary residence villa. After entering the villa, Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang immediately confirmed their respective rooms. It just so happened that they were right next door. Yi Xian originally planned to directly enter the house to cultivate, but Hao Fangfang insisted on pulling him to sit down in the living room on the first floor of the villa. She continued to chatter, as if she had just received a shot of chicken blood. She was excited and kept asking about Shueben. Chapter 2779. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation and Unexpected Disaster, Void Swallowing Beast. What's that? Upon hearing that there was a demonic beast even more powerful than the black mosquito beast in the demonic star area, Yi Xian couldn't help but become interested. He immediately asked, is it a void-swallowing beast? No, it's far from it. Hao Fangfang immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. With a slightly proud expression, she explained in detail, void-swallowing beasts are rare. It is said that an adult void-swallowing beast is so large that it can directly devour ordinary small meteors. Moreover, they are born to feed on the star core origin at the core of a star, so they are extremely sensitive to the aura of the star core origin. However, the void-swallowing beast is an excellent pet beast to search for the star core origin. But in terms of devouring ability, compared to the void-swallowing beast, the void-swallowing beast is miles ahead. Void-swallowing beast, as its name suggests, is a ferocious space beast that can devour space. This ferocious space beast is rare even in the vast and boundless first universe. This is because once they gather in a certain number, their danger is simply sensational. Therefore, if the Tianji clan's fleet encounters a lone void-swallowing beast, they basically do their best to kill it on the spot. As I said earlier, this ferocious space beast's bloodline seems to contain a very mysterious innate ability, so they can even devour the void of the universe. Once a large number of void-swallowing beasts gather together, they are just like a group of super termites. However, termites usually devour buildings and forests, while void-swallowing beasts devour the void of the universe. Groups of void-swallowing beasts are rare, but our demonic star area happens to have a group of them. Oh, by the way, on our way to the demonic emperor planet, we will have to pass by the void-swallowing black hole star area. Thinking about it, it's quite dangerous. Yi Xian frowned and asked in confusion, void-swallowing black hole star area. What's that? It's a black hole. It said that it didn't exist tens of thousands of years ago. That place was a very normal part of the universe. Later on, some space-devouring beasts gathered there. They weren't discovered for a while, so as they multiplied, the entire race grew bigger and bigger. After tens of thousands of years, that entire star field was devoured by them, turning into a huge black hole. Furthermore, this black hole is still expanding. It's just that its territory is already very vast, so the expansion speed doesn't seem to be very fast. Black hole. A black hole that was eaten by a kind of space beast. This result was too unexpected. Yi Xian was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He had never thought that the infamous black hole in the universe could actually appear in such a bizarre way. It was forcefully eaten. That's right. That's why that star field is called the void-swallowing black hole star area. The entire star field is about a few light years in diameter. There's nothing inside, only space-devouring beasts. Although they won't rush out of the black hole, if you pass by nearby, you can faintly hear some beasts roaring and roaring. This void-swallowing black hole is also the most famous dangerous place in the entire demonic star area. You can't even see a single star on its edge. They've all been sucked in by the mysterious suction of the black hole and turned into nothingness. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian found an excuse and finally got rid of Hao Fangfang, who kept pestering him. He got up and went into his room. As soon as the door was closed, he was suddenly at peace. Although Yi Xian said that he was going into seclusion, in fact, what he wanted to do was to study the 2 spiritual marks left by the high priest Grizarella in his body. After sitting down cross-legged on the sofa, Yi Xian closed his eyes and looked inside himself. Soon, he saw the 2 spiritual marks in the periphery of his knowledge sea. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything special about them. The 2 marks were only the size of a thumb and were quietly floating there, but Yi Xian could clearly feel an extremely unsettling oppressive aura faintly emitting from the inside of the 2 marks. After all, they were carefully prepared by a supreme existence of the origin realm. Although they were small and unremarkable, the energy contained inside was obviously very terrifying. Grizarella didn't give any method to activate these 2 marks. He only said that one of them was gray and that once they reached the demonic Saint Forbidden Land, once the conditions were met, it would naturally react. As for the other black mark, he said that if Yi Xian encountered a life or death crisis, he should just throw it out. When that time came, this spiritual mark would automatically activate and instantly display a terrifying power equivalent to Grizarella's full-strength attack, helping him to survive the crisis. After looking at it for a while, Yi Xian tried to throw the 2 spiritual marks to the devouring system for identification. Unfortunately, the result was the same. Even the devouring system couldn't directly identify them, but it told Yi Xian that he could analyze them. Although he was a little tempted, Yi Xian hesitated for a while and eventually gave up on the idea. He didn't dare to casually let the devouring system analyze an object of unknown origin. It would be troublesome if it fell for it. After putting this matter aside, Yi Xian immediately took out a large amount of star core sources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system. He also gave the system a command to cooperate with the star-devouring beast's bloodline ability to absorb the star core sources in these star core crystals. Although he had just made a breakthrough not long ago, and it was a breakthrough that crossed an entire realm. However, after entering the second realm, the meteor realm, every small realm was obviously more difficult than before. The situation where he could casually devour a pile of star core sources to advance in realm would not happen again. Therefore, as long as he had time, Yi Xian would throw out some star core sources to absorb the star core sources. He would persevere and accumulate the star core sources in order to ensure the speed of his realm advancement. Time flew, and 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yi Xian had been in seclusion in his room, absorbing the star core sources. This time, he threw 3 cubic meters of star core sources to the devouring system, all of which were level 4 green star cores. If it was in the past, it would have been enough for him to advance in realm twice. However, this time, 3 cubic meters of level 4 green star core sources were completely absorbed in a short 3 days. Yi Xian didn't feel like he was about to break through at all. When he opened his eyes, Yi Xian smiled wryly and sighed. He got up, opened the door, and stepped out. It was also at this moment that a shocking change suddenly occurred without warning. Rumble, boom. Everything around him shook violently, as though it had been hit by a powerful earthquake. The entire ferocious mosquito bastion was on the verge of collapse, and it looked like it would fall apart at any moment. Before Yi Xian could react to what was happening, a shrill warning came from the bastion's central control center on the top floor of ferocious mosquito bastion. Warning. Chapter 2780. The mosquito disintegrates, screech. Screech. In the boundless void of the universe, a series of shrill and violent screams, which were as dense as a storm, were coming out from a huge black hole that was incomparably dark. This giant black hole was the infamous Devourer black hole of the Demonkin galaxy. As for the shrill screeches coming from it, it was obvious that they were coming from the Devourer beasts residing in the black hole. Not long ago, this giant black hole was incomparably quiet. Although 1 or 2 shrill screeches could be heard from it from time to time, it was completely different from the current terrifying scene. About 10 minutes ago, the Devourer beasts in the black hole were suddenly awakened by an extremely annoying frequency noise. At first they were able to restrain themselves, but in the next 10 minutes, as a giant bastion approached from the edge of the black hole, the frequency noise that the Devourer beasts were so disgusted with did not disappear. In fact, it became clearer and stronger. At this moment, when the bastion was about 100 miles from the edge of the black hole, the Devourer beasts in the black hole could not bear it any longer. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, a black nebula formed by countless Devourer beasts rushed out of the black hole like a shooting star. They angrily wrapped around the bastion that was passing by and began to madly devour it. It was a shocking sight. The surface of the bastion was 10,000 meters in diameter and was covered in a dense swarm of void beasts. It was like an elephant falling into a giant ant's nest. In a matter of seconds, it was covered in ants all over the bastion. In less than a minute, a series of explosions of varying degrees began to ring out from the interior of the bastion. The interior of the bastion was constructed using the perfect space folding technology that the Tianji clan had developed in the last few thousand years. The bastion's sturdy outer shell was the protective layer of its interior. Once the outer shell was damaged, the folded space inside would rapidly collapse and the bastion would disintegrate into nothingness. The Devourer beasts were able to devour even the void of the universe, so a small bastion was not a problem for them. At this moment, as more and more holes were gnawed away at the bastion's outer shell, the bastion began to shake violently. The explosions inside became more and more intense and frequent. This was clearly a sign that the folded space inside was unstable and the bastion was about to disintegrate at any time. Boom! Another minute passed, and then the sound of an earth-shattering explosion filled the atmosphere. Visible to the naked eye, the bastion's outer shell was riddled with holes. Finally, the bastion broke apart and disintegrated. The massive shockwave wreaked havoc across a vast expanse of the universe. The countless Devourer beasts that had been gnawing at the bastion were reduced to dust. A large amount of materials and debris poured out from the bastion's interior. Among these were a large number of demonkin warriors. Some were still alive, but they were terrified. As soon as they appeared, they turned tail and fled, wanting to leave this terrifying area as soon as possible. But even more were the corpses of demonkin. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Bzzz, a high-frequency hum, similar to the sound of a space oscillator, echoed through the sea of debris and debris. The hum came from a star-class battleship about 3,000 meters long. This battleship had appeared from the interior of the bastion when it collapsed. Now that the hum came from it, it was clear that it had activated its space warp function. Whoosh! An intense white light suddenly burst out, and in less than half an instant, it quickly condensed, and when it finally disappeared, the large star-level battleship that was originally wrapped in this white light also disappeared without a trace. It had already performed a space jump, and quietly disappeared in an instant. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the hull of the Dongshu shuttle suddenly shook violently. Caught off guard, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat in an instant. Just before this, when the bastion was shaking violently and about to disintegrate, Yi Xian and the panicked Hao Fangfang rushed to the central plaza of the bastion's top floor. There was a 3,000-meter-long star-class battleship there. There was a faint buzzing sound coming from inside the battleship. It was clear that it had activated its space jump function. As soon as the bastion collapsed, it would be able to activate the space jump and quickly escape. Because of this, almost all of the demonkin elites on the top floor of the bastion rushed to the battleship. Just as Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang approached, the energy shield of the battleship coincidentally and quietly propped up, blocking Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang outside the battleship. There was no way for them to enter. Along with them, there were also thousands of Devil Dweller experts. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly understood everything. It was clear that this seemingly unexpected commotion was the scheme of Zhuo Fengtai and Zhuo Liqing, and they had succeeded. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate to summon the Dongshu shuttle in his body. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered the inner cabin and was about to call out to Hao Fangfang, the entire bastion exploded with a boom and disintegrated. In the next instant, Zhuo Liqing's battleship activated the space jump and disappeared. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was concealed by the concealment matrix, but there were too many fragments of the bastion and wreckage around. There was also an innumerable number of void devourers. Although the Dongshu shuttle had concealed itself, it did not mean that it had truly disappeared. The violent tremors that came from the hull were caused by the frenzied attacks of the void devourers. Bastard! Son of a bitch! Fuck! Help! Just as Yi Xian was feeling apprehensive and unsure if the void hole shuttle would be able to withstand the frenzied encroachment of the void devouring beasts, an angry roar and cry for help suddenly sounded from a space not far away from the battleship. Hao Fangfang. At the moment of the destruction of the bastion, at least 90% of the demonkin elites who did not have time to enter the battleship died. Who would have thought that he was one of the lucky few survivors? This guy's luck was really extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian unconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. The scene he saw made his mouth open in surprise, and the expression on his face quickly became strange. Well, I take back what I just said. This guy's luck is not extraordinary, it's clearly bad luck. Chapter 2781. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Interstellar Adventurer. Seeing that Hao Fangfang was about to be brought into the black hole, Yi Xian hesitated. It was hard to decide whether to save her or not. Just as he was in a dilemma, a notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! Life-grade black hole discovered. Do you wish to explore it? Hint: if the exploration is successful, there is a chance to upgrade the Interstellar Traveler title. Interstellar Traveler. This title comes with a halo effect that can stabilize the universe to a certain extent, reducing the chances of encountering space rifts. Upgradable. Next level, Interstellar Adventurer. Interstellar Adventurer. This title comes with a halo effect. In addition to the original Interstellar Traveler title, there is an additional function of imprinting wormhole coordinates. The coordinates can be imprinted on any space in the universe, including black holes. Once the imprinting is successful, as long as the interstellar jump function of the next level title is activated within the same universe, you will be able to disregard the distance of the universe and arrive there instantly. Life-grade black hole. Interstellar Adventurer. As Yi Xian mulled over these words, he was immediately tempted. He already knew that the Interstellar Traveler title could be upgraded, but he had no idea how to upgrade it. He did not expect to coincidentally encounter this black hole at this moment, and coincidentally complete the activation conditions. There was no doubt about the choice. Yi Xian could not miss such an opportunity. Once he successfully completed the exploration of this so-called life-grade black hole, then when his Interstellar Traveler title was upgraded to Interstellar Adventurer, Yi Xian would have the ability to imprint wormhole coordinates in any space in the universe, including black holes. The only pity was that even if Yi Xian successfully upgraded to Interstellar Adventurer this time, he would still only be able to imprint wormhole coordinates. As for using it, he would have to wait until he upgraded the Interstellar Traveler title that came with the system in the future. Only then would he be able to use the interstellar jump function obtained from the next upgrade, and instantly arrive at the location of the imprinted coordinates from any space in the same universe, regardless of the distance. As for the current Yi Xian, he didn't even know what the next title after the Interstellar Adventurer was. I don't care anymore. I can't miss out on this kind of system ability. Within the same universe, I can teleport instantly regardless of distance. This is simply a super backdoor. It's cheating. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He gritted his teeth and immediately activated the Dongshu shuttle. It turned into an invisible streamer and rushed toward the black hole in front of him. At the same time, he also confirmed the exploration with the system. Soon, the Devouring system's notification sounded again. Ding! Black hole exploration mission activated. Time limit, 3 days. Requirement, find the void essence in the black hole of vitality before the deadline. It was only 3 days. Yi Xian's heart sank when he heard the notification. The system only gave him 3 days to explore such a vast black hole. Wasn't this too difficult? He didn't even know what the so-called Void Mother Marrow was. What was its form? He also had no idea why the system called this void-swallowing star hole a black hole. When he thought of this, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. But now was obviously not the time to think about it. With the Dongshu shuttle's extreme speed, the swarm of void-swallowing beasts carrying Hao Fangfang was already in front of him. If Yi Xian did not make a move, she would be forcibly dragged into the black hole by countless void-swallowing beasts in another 5 kilometers. Although Yi Xian would eventually enter the black hole, being inside a battleship and directly entering with his physical body were two completely different concepts. A black hole of vitality was still a black hole. If he fell into it with his physical body, even if he did not die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at Ba Chai beside him. Do you have the confidence to save that guy before he is dragged into the black hole? Although Li Mosquito had returned to the Black Mosquito ship, Ba Chai and Naboshin had been left behind in the Dongshu shuttle. As for why he did not look for Naboshin, the reason was very simple. He was only at rank 4 of the black hole realm, while Ba Chai was at peak rank 9. No problem. Ba Chai nodded, and without any nonsense, his figure flickered and directly escaped from the Dongshu shuttle. When he reappeared, he happened to be right above the insect cloud formed by the ladybug-like void-swallowing beasts. With a casual grab, he caught the panicking Hao Fangfang in his hand. At the same time, in the insect cloud below, a few black void-swallowing beasts jumped up instantly and bit at Ba Chai's legs, hanging firmly on his body. Although the latter was in pain, he did not dare to stay and directly teleported. In an instant, he was outside the Dongshu shuttle and was immediately welcomed in by Yi Xian. "Oh! Let go of me, help!" The next moment, Hao Fangfang's exaggerated and crazy roar sounded in the inner cabin of the Dongshu shuttle. This guy was obviously frightened and had not recovered in a hurry. Yi Xian frowned and immediately rolled his eyes. He snappily said, "All right, he still has 3 void-swallowing beasts hanging on his body, yet he didn't even howl. You didn't even lose a single hair on your body, what are you howling for?" "Aw. Wuji. I'm still alive. F***ck. Lewin is actually still alive. Where is this? Who are these 2 fellas? What's up with this guy? What's with 3 void-swallowing beasts hanging on him?" Hearing Yi Xian's voice, the crazily howling Hao Fangfang finally came back to his senses. He turned to look at his surroundings, and his face relaxed. Very quickly, Yi Xian was very familiar with the look of surprise, and he started to ask questions on the spot. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him. His gaze immediately shifted to the 3 void-swallowing beasts that were still hanging on Barakai's thighs. At the same time, the devouring system's notification sounded again. In such a short period of time, it was really frequent, and the content was always out of Yi Xian's expectations. Ding! Congratulations, host. Discovered Void Soldier Ladle, will you capture it? This time was no exception. Yi Xian was stunned. Void Soldier Ladle. Was it referring to the 3 fellas hanging on Bachai's body? They were clearly void-swallowing beasts, so how did they become Void Soldier Ladles? With this question in mind, Yi Xian directly activated his spiritual power, turning it into an invisible spiritual net, and wrapped it around the 3 void-swallowing beasts. Very quickly, the 3 void-swallowing beasts were wrapped in the spiritual net, and left Bachai's body. After tearing off a small piece of flesh, Yi Xian dragged them closer. Upon closer inspection, the Void Soldier Ladle, which the devouring system called the Void Soldier Ladle, looked exactly the same as a ladybug. The only difference was that it was slightly larger. It had a radius of about a foot and was completely black. Chapter 2782. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tracing the vine to get the melon. After some research, Yi Xian could not figure out anything, so he immediately sent a reply to the system. Since he could not see the names, he might as well let the devouring system absorb them into his body and appraise them. Soon, the 3 void soldier ladles that were wrapped in his spiritual power net disappeared without a trace. In the next instant, a notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have captured 3 void soldier ladles. Grade, 2 1-star soldier ladles, 1 2-star soldier ladle. Only then did Yi Xian realize that the 3 void soldier ladles that he had absorbed into his body and handed over to the devouring system for appraisal did indeed have different markings on their backs. They were extremely complicated, and at a glance, they looked like ferocious ghost faces. However, they were extremely dim. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian had overlooked them before. Although the system's appraisal results were not very detailed, and apart from giving out the grades of the 3 void soldier ladles, there was nothing else. However, Yi Xian did not give up and began to search the database attached to the devouring system. He directly used the void soldier ladles as the keywords to search. Generally speaking, as long as the devouring system had come into contact with an item or life form, even if the database attached to the system did not contain any information, it would immediately fill in the database after coming into contact with it for the first time. It was obviously the same this time. Yi Xian had his wish fulfilled and found the information that the system had just filled in the database. Because of this, he finally had a general understanding of the so-called void soldier ladles. Void soldier ladles, based on the number of markings on their backs, they are divided into 9 grades, from the lowest grade 1 soldier ladle to the highest grade 9-star ladle. This item is between a life form and a non-life form, and is an appendage of the Void Mother Marrow. It can devour the void of the universe and absorb it into its body, nourishing the Void Mother Marrow as the mother, causing it to grow stronger and evolve. After seeing this information, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. So these Void Soldier Ladles were actually just subsidiary products of the Void Mother Marrow. Although Yi Xian didn't find any information related to the shape or use of the Void Mother Marrow, he was certain of one thing. That was, since these void weapons all belonged to the so-called Void Mother Marrow, and even the unknown energy that they obtained from devouring the void of the universe was all fed back to the Void Mother Marrow one by one. In that case, Yi Xian only needed to follow the vines to find the Void Mother Marrow that they were attached to through these void weapons. It seemed that the 3-day time limit given by the system was more than enough. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately invigorated, and without further delay, he directly activated the Void Hole Shuttle. Like a meteor streaking across the void, it quickly plunged into the void-devouring black hole in front of him. In the next moment, boundless darkness rushed toward them. The environment where they could still see some faint stars in the distance had completely changed. There was not even a faint light source in all directions. As expected of a black hole, a mysterious place that could even devour light. In addition, this dark and boundless void-devouring black hole was obviously packed with a large number of Void Soldier Ladles. As soon as the Void Hole Shuttle rushed in, a series of dense crashing sounds rang out from outside the hull of the shuttle. Fortunately, this shuttle was not ordinary. It had previously fused with a wormhole shuttle, and this shuttle could even resist the void-crushing force produced by the wormhole jump. This characteristic had been perfectly integrated into the body of the Void Hole Shuttle. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, this shuttle should be able to withstand the nibbling force of these Void Soldier Ladles. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to immediately turn back and escape from this dark land of destruction as soon as possible. After a careful observation, the final result confirmed Yi Xian's guess, and immediately let his suspended heart return to his chest. Under the sudden reduction of pressure, Yi Xian activated the Void Hole Shuttle with all his strength, moving forward. At the same time, he also extended his divine sense outside the cabin, paying close attention to the general movements of the vast number of Void Soldier Ladles outside. After about half an hour of deduction and analysis, Yi Xian acutely sensed some faint signs, like the undercurrents in the depths of the ocean. If he did not focus and observe carefully, he would not be able to sense them at all. Although all the Void Soldier Ladles seemed to be in chaos, overall, they were moving in the same general direction. Yi Xian adjusted the direction of the Void Hole Shuttle and went straight ahead. "Wuji, are you looking for something? This is a void hole, there's nothing but void beasts here. Also, where did those 3 void beasts go? Previously, they were still wrapped in your spiritual power. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Also, what's the grade of this small private warship of yours? Not only can it resist the corrosive force of the void hole, it's not even afraid of the sharp teeth of the void-devouring beasts, and it even charged into their nest. You're awesome, brother. I find that I can't see through you anymore. You're like a distant and mysterious unknown nebula. You're full of inexplicable attraction. What if I fall too deep into it?" At this moment, Hao Fangfang, who had recovered from the shock, seemed to have completely recovered. Seeing that Yi Xian was still busy alone, as if he had forgotten about her existence, the other 2 guys with powerful and terrifying auras turned around and directly entered the other cabins. In order to show her presence, she twisted her waist and directly rubbed against Yi Xian, and began to chatter endlessly as if it was her nature. "Scram! If you say one more disgusting word, I'll immediately throw you out to feed the soldiers." Yi Xian frowned, goosebumps rising all over his body. He coldly glanced at Hao Fangmang and shouted in a low voice. Just as he finished speaking, Hao Fongfong, who was beside him, had already raised her hand to cover his thick lips and wide mouth. Her face was filled with astonishment, and her expression was exaggerated as she exclaimed in a coquettish tone, "Wow, my God, what a big beast egg! Could it be that the ancestor of these void-swallowing beasts is inside?" Her line of sight had clearly passed through the huge transparent crystal window at the bow of the Dongshu shuttle, and was cast to an extremely distant place in front of her. Yi Xian was startled, and subconsciously turned his head to look. Then, without any suspense, he too opened his mouth wide. In his line of sight, a shiny black object that was a size larger than the black mosquito bastion appeared in the endless darkness at the end of his line of sight. Although its size was like a small meteor, its shape was clearly a standard oval. At a glance, it really did look like a strange giant black egg. In the next instant, the notification of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Void source marrow discovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Exploration of the black hole of life completed. Title upgraded. Current title, Starry Sky Adventurer. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Starry Sky Adventurer's ability activated. Will you immediately brand the Starry Sky coordinates? Will you immediately collect the Void Source Marrow? Will you immediately capture the Starry Sky soldiers? Will you immediately? Chapter 2783. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Fusion with the Void Essence. This time, there were a lot of system notifications that suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. What was even more frightening was that the last sentence was followed by a series of questions, catching him off guard and causing him to be a little dazed. After a few moments, Yi Xian came to his senses. He wasn't in a hurry to respond since his mind was still in a mess and he hadn't sorted out his thoughts yet. After calming himself down, Yi Xian recalled the system prompts he'd heard one by one. After carefully analyzing them, his thoughts quickly became clear and clear. The first thing he could confirm was that the oval-shaped egg that was so black it shone in the depths of the black hole. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the void essence the system had mentioned. It was precisely because of its appearance that Yi Xian's mission to explore this black hole was unexpectedly completed in a short period of time. Right now, his system's subsidiary title had already been promoted from the previous Starry Sky Traveler to the current Starry Sky Adventurer. In other words, Yi Xian now had the ability to imprint the coordinates of the stars. However, he would have to check the unsealed information in the system to determine the specifics of how to do so. As for now, Yi Xian was most concerned about two problems. First, how was he supposed to collect this enormous black egg that was at least 10,000 meters in diameter and twice as fat as the black mosquito bastion? What was the void essence the system was talking about? What was the use of it after it was collected? Secondly, apart from the void mother marrow, what was the system's last question about whether or not to capture the void soldier ladle? Not only were these strange insects sharp-tongued, they could even eat through the void. Aside from their frightening destructive power, Yi Xian couldn't see any other advantage. If he really did capture them, just how to deal with them would be a headache. Yi Xian didn't even dare to move them into his undying world. They were clearly a nest of termites. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled. Then, he gave the order to the devouring system in his body a conditional search. This time, he limited the search to two keywords, the Void Mother Marrow and the Void Soldier Ladle. Yi Xian had already tried the same search command before he entered the black hole of life. However, he didn't obtain any information about the Void Mother at that time. Even the information about the Void Soldier Ladle wasn't detailed. And now, with the discovery of the Void Mother Marrow, the devouring system's internal database should have been filled with all sorts of relevant information at the first possible moment according to convention. The search results quickly came out. As Yi Xian expected, compared to the last time, the amount of information was much greater. Not only was the information related to the Void Mother Marrow no longer a blank, even the information related to the Void Soldier Ladle was more detailed. Yi Xian's heart relaxed slightly as he carefully reviewed it. He quickly understood everything. To put it simply, the so-called Void Marrow was actually a kind of energy crystal with an infinite density. It was formed from an infinite amount of the void of the universe after a high degree of compression. There was solid evidence for this. The vast black hole that Yi Xian was in was the result of the void space being eaten by countless void soldiers. The void essence in front of him was actually formed from the void space that had been eaten away. In other words, this entire vast space was equivalent to being compressed to the extreme and transformed into this black crystal in front of him. This was its essence. As for its use, it was the exact opposite. Through a certain special method, the void origin marrow could be transformed from its current extremely condensed state to an extremely expanded state. And the final result of this extreme expansion would be the birth of a new universe plane. Of course, its expansion effect could also be used as a supplementary power. For example, after Yi Xian's undying world obtained this void origin marrow and perfectly fused with it, one day in the future, when the void origin marrow shrank to its limit, it would expand to another extreme. At that time, Yi Xian's undying world would immediately leap into a new universe plane. All of this sounded very mysterious, but Yi Xian quickly understood after thinking about it for a while. This was clearly the Big Bang Theory. According to the Big Bang Theory, the entire universe was actually just a very, very small dot countless of years ago. Later on, this tiny dot underwent a violent explosion and began to expand rapidly, slowly giving birth to time, space, mass, and energy. From then on, small particles of matter gathered into a large mass of matter, slowly forming stars, galaxies, and even the current universe. However, as the universe grew larger and larger, the speed of its expansion would also become slower and slower. In the end, it would completely stop and decay. The extreme expansion of the Big Bang had come to an end. Following that, it would slowly shrink inwards, and finally, the entire universe would turn back into that tiny dot from before. Waiting for the next Big Bang. Repeating over and over again, an indestructible cycle. Of course, this void essence in front of them wasn't the product of the natural condensation of an entire universe plane. It was merely the condensation of the void of a small galaxy in the universe. Therefore, even if its body shrank to a tiny dot in the future and expanded explosively again, it definitely wouldn't be able to evolve into a complete universe plane. But at the very least, it would allow Yi Xian's undying world to grow to the size of an entire galaxy. That was enough. At the very least, before this, Yi Xian had never heard of anyone who could completely own an entire galaxy as if they had a personal magic treasure. From this point of view, the void essence in front of them could be considered a peerless treasure. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became excited. Even his breathing became hurried. Afraid that something might happen if he delayed, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to give the devouring system the order to forcefully grab it. A treasure of this grade and its size was so huge, and with Yi Xian's current cultivation realm, he was completely unable to move it. Only by using the devouring system to forcefully grab it would he have a chance of succeeding. Ding! Congratulations, host. Capture successful. Void source essence obtained. Do you want to immediately fuse it with your undying world? It succeeded just like that. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, and he immediately gave an affirmative reply, fuse now. Start at full speed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Start a fusion, progress unknown. This time, as the fusion officially started, the system notification didn't give a detailed progress. This was within Yi Xian's expectations. For such a great treasure to fuse with the entire undying world, it would be strange if the progress was fast. This matter could only be put aside for now. Chapter 2784. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 9-star Ladybird Emperor. At the far end of the black hole outside the battleship, at this moment, a vast and mighty army of void soldiers appeared silently. They were aggressive and filled with murderous intent. They had clearly locked onto the Dongshu shuttle's position and were charging towards it at extreme speed. That was not surprising. Although the Dongshu shuttle had activated its concealment array and was still in a concealed state, Yi Xian's devouring system had activated its forceful grabbing ability to grab the giant void essence crystal from the void, leaving some traces along the way. With how familiar the void soldiers were with the void essence crystal, they would definitely be able to sense even the tiniest bit of void essence energy and use it to quickly lock onto the Dongshu shuttle's position. The reason why Yi Xian was so shocked was not because the Dongshu shuttle was accidentally exposed in its concealed state. He realized the reason as soon as he thought about it. What truly shocked him was the void ladles that were surging towards him at this moment. As far as the eye could see, the densely packed void weapons had almost converged into a boundless black sea, surging with raging waves that poured down in torrents. There were definitely more than 1 million of them. Once they surged forward, this army that was like a raging wave would be able to instantly drown the entire void shuttle and crush it. The consequences were simply unimaginable. What was worse was that at the forefront of this million-strong army, there were clearly more than 10,000 giant ladybirds. These giant ladybirds were probably the commanders and leaders of the entire void soldiers, and the most inconspicuous among them was almost 2 meters tall. Yi Xian even saw a terrifying existence that was at least 12 meters tall and as large as a small mountain. This largest void soldier ladle was obviously unique. Behind it, even the most exaggerated soldier ladle commander was only around 7 to 8 meters tall. There was no way to compare them at all. One had to know that ordinary void soldiers were only a foot long. How did this giant that was suspected to be the emperor of the void soldiers grow to such an exaggerated extent? Just as Yi Xian was shocked by what he saw, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host. 9-star Void Ladybird Emperor discovered. Capture. Void Ladybird Emperor. As expected. Its body had grown to such a terrifying extent. It would be strange if it had not climbed to the position of the Emperor of the Void Soldiers. As for the so-called 9 stars, it should be referring to the number of faces on the back of this Void Ladybird Emperor. 1-star Void Soldiers were the weakest, and 9-star Void Soldiers were the peak of their bloodline. It was natural for them to be the Emperor of the Void Soldiers. At this moment, as Yi Xian's word, his Art Dragon Emperor Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Hao Fang, who was behind him, also realized the situation. Hao Fang, too, was. She also, after a few glances, she, and Hao Fang. Heavens! What the hell happened? Why did these guys come here directly? No. Even that shiny black egg is gone. Don't tell me it has something to do with you. How did you do it? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and return it the way you stole it. As soon as the giant egg disappeared, these guys immediately appeared. They are obviously here for the giant egg. Shut up. Yi Xian was annoyed. He opened his mouth and scolded her. This guy's nagging was really unbearable for most people. He even began to regret his impulsive decision to save this guy. Just shut up. Luan Jia has already reminded you. Hao Fang was so frightened by Yi Xian's sudden scolding that she almost trembled. Then, she pouted her wide mouth, her face full of grievance and resentment. While muttering, she turned around and walked to the rest area on the other side of the cabin. She was not just a sissy, she even had the temper of a young lady. Yi Xian smiled bitterly but did not pay any more attention to her. It was rare for him to have some peace and quiet. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Xian quickly made a decision. He immediately ordered the devouring system to forcibly seize the void core. Although time was short, the reason why Yi Xian made this decision was actually because he was familiar with it. With the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, if they immediately turned around, Yi Xian had at least an 80% chance of escaping the pursuit of the million-strong army behind them. But if they did that, Yi Xian would lose the opportunity to brand his first coordinates in this black hole. Before this, when he had unexpectedly discovered the Void Mother Marrow that resembled a giant egg and successfully completed the quest to upgrade his title, the system had given him a series of notifications at once, asking if he should immediately brand the celestial coordinates in the black hole of life. The coordinates could be branded anywhere, but the devouring system had specifically chosen this place. With Yi Xian's understanding of the system, there must be a reason for this. Apart from that, Yi Xian also had an extremely strong interest in this group of Void Core soldiers that could even devour the void of the universe. If he could subdue the entire army of Soldier Ladle like he subdued the 10 million black mosquitoes, with their insanely tough fangs and bodies, when he encountered a tough bone in the future, he could just release the army of Soldier Ladle. Even the most valiant existence would have a headache for a while. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly became excited. When his gaze once again swept towards the army of Void Core soldiers rolling in like a raging black wave, he inexplicably felt a sense of admiration in his heart. Unfortunately, before the joy in Yi Xian's eyes could fully spread, a basin of cold water suddenly poured from the top of his heart without warning. He was instantly stunned and completely dumbfounded. This basin of cold water was the sound of the system notification ringing in his mind. Ding! Forcible capture failed. Analysis result: target's bloodline level is too high. Unable to capture. Failed. These 3 words flashed in his mind. Only then did Yi Xian suddenly realize that he had indeed been a little too optimistic. The devouring system's forcible capture ability had always been restricted, but Yi Xian had never encountered a situation where his capture had failed. Over time, he had actually neglected this matter out of habit. Realizing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Since the bloodline of this Void Ladybird Emperor was too high, even after the devouring system tried to attack, the final result was that it was extremely certain that it was unable to capture these 4 words. Then this matter could only be dropped. Apart from the devouring system's forcible capture ability, Yi Xian really could not think of a better way to deal with this terrifying Void Core Empress. Chapter 2785. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Stealing the sky and swapping the sun. The Void Soldier Empress was different from the demons and demonic beasts. They did not have flesh and blood, and could not even be considered a true life form. Their bodies were actually just special energy crystals. They did not even have organs or brains, let alone a spirit source core. In other words, the slave seals that Yi Xian had previously used to subdue the demons and demonic beasts were completely useless against these Void Soldier Empress. The system could not forcibly seize them. Even the slave seals were ineffective. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to subdue this gigantic Void Ladybird Empress, his only choice was to use force to subdue it. But was that possible? Not to mention the strength of this Void Ladybird Empress, just its powerful body, which was as big as a small mountain, was formed by some special energy crystal, and Yi Xian was completely helpless against it. Barring any accidents, even if Ba Chai, who was at the 8th stage of the Black Hole Realm, and Xue Ben, who was even more terrifying, joined forces, they would not be able to shake this extremely tough and terrifying body. Furthermore, this Void Ladybird Empress was the supreme ruler of the entire Soldier Ladybird clan. How weak could her cultivation be? Not to mention, other than the Void Ladybird Emperor that Yi Xian had set his eyes on, there was an army of millions of soldiers behind him that was also surging over. Under such circumstances, as the forceful seizing ability of the devouring system failed, Yi Xian's plan of subduing this Void Ladybird Empress was basically hopeless. Just as Yi Xian was feeling disappointed, the devouring system's notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion of the void essence and the devouring system is on the right track. Resource sharing has been achieved. You have obtained 1 void essence crystal. Do you want to refine it immediately? Yi Xian was stunned at first when he heard this notification, but he quickly reacted. He felt that the pleasant surprise had come so quickly that he was about to faint from the impact. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ordered the devouring system to refine it immediately. After receiving his confirmation, the devouring system immediately started to refine it at full power. After a short 10 seconds, Yi Xian felt his sea of consciousness tremble slightly. After looking inside, he discovered that a black crystal the size of a soybean had appeared in his sea of consciousness out of nowhere. It must have been stuffed into his sea of consciousness by the devouring system after it had finished refining it. This should be the so-called void essence crystal empress that the system obtained from the void essence. Right now, the void essence crystal, after entering Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, it immediately flew into the air, and resonated with Yi Xian's. Of course, and the translation as translation, the C, as C, the translation C, and the emuin, as translation, translation, the translation, translation translation, translation, translation translation, nin translation 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 translation, translation 1 black and 1 purple, contrasting nicely with each other, inexplicably giving off a feeling of perfect harmony. The only difference was that the spirit source core was the storage center of Yi Xian's spirit source power. Even though it was quietly suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness without any movement, it still emitted an extremely strong spirit source power aura. As for the void essence crystal that was half a sea of consciousness away from it, the aura it emitted was extremely ethereal and illusory. Yi Xian could clearly feel the existence of this aura, but when he carefully sensed it, he couldn't catch anything. It was filled with a strange mystery that was unfathomable and untraceable. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian tried to extend a wisp of his spirit source power to the void essence crystal, which was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. However, he did not get any response. It was as if he was probing a stubborn rock. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian withdrew his spirit source power and tried again with his divine sense. However, the result was still the same. It seemed that although the aura emitted by this void essence crystal was mysterious and agile, it obviously did not have the ability to think independently. Instead, it was more like the aura of some kind of great Tao law was circulating. It was profound and unpredictable, mysterious and powerful. Yi Xian even suspected that this void essence crystal was the condensation of the core Tao law of the universe's void. If that was the case, its value would be immeasurable. With it, Yi Xian would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when he comprehended the great Tao of this starry sky universe in the future. However, these were all things for later. Now, he had just stepped into the starry sky world. Even his cultivation realm had broken through to the second starry sky realm before. He was far from qualified to comprehend the great Tao of this starry sky universe. However, the matter of the void Ladybird Empress, which was imminent, was the problem he was most concerned about at the moment. Whether or not he could successfully subdue her depended on the void essence crystal in front of him. It was Yi Xian's only hope. After all, the entire Void Soldier Ladybird clan was, to put it bluntly, a subsidiary product of the Void Essence's self-evolution process. Just like the Void Essence, they were not real-life forms. Even their act of swallowing the void of the universe should be a kind of instinct. Just like a computer program, after the instructions were set, the program would automatically operate in sequence. The aura of the Void Essence was equivalent to the core source code of a computer program to all the members of the Void Soldier Ladybird clan. No program, no matter how complex or powerful it was, could ever go against the core source code of its creation. Right now, as the Void Essence crystal slowly rotated in Yi Xian's knowledge sea and constantly emitted a mysterious and ethereal aura, Yi Xian clearly felt that he was a little different. It was a very faint change, unfathomable, but real. After all, this void essence crystal had already been successfully refined by him and entered his knowledge sea. It was basically one with Yi Xian, and there was no distinction between them. The Soldier Ladybird clan was originally a derivative of the void essence's evolution process. Facing Yi Xian, who had the aura of the void essence, even if they had the power to crush him, they would definitely not have the slightest intention of resisting. They were not intelligent life forms, and they could not even be considered real life forms. They did not have the ability to think and consciousness of their own. In the face of the aura of the void essence, the only thing they had was an instinctive obedience and obedience. In this way, he would be able to subdue all the soldiers without any effort, replace the void origin marrow, and take care of everything in an instant. This was obviously a blatant act of stealing the sky and swapping the sun. The key was that there was no suspense in the outcome. Just thinking about it was exciting enough. With this kind of slightly agitated anticipation, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly withdrew from his knowledge sea. When he turned his head to look, Naboshan and Ba Chai just so happened to walk out of their respective cabins. Clearly, it was also because they saw the surging army of 1,000,000 soldiers roaring in from the void in front of the ship. On their faces, there was an extremely obvious look of worry. Chapter 2786. The magnificent army has arrived. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with this. After all, this was a demon slave that he had subdued, so it was naturally different from that Hao Fong Fong. However, although Ba Chai and Bai Boss Han did not ask, Yi Xian did not dare to delay too much. The 1,000,000-strong army in the void ahead was getting closer and closer. Time was of the essence, and before he officially took action, he had to verify his conjecture one last time. With a thought, he immediately took out the 3 void soldier ladles that he had just put into his body and handed over to the devouring system to appraise. With a wave of his hand, they landed right in front of Yi Xian. The soldier ladle clan was not a living species and did not have self-consciousness. Everything they did could only be considered a kind of instinctive behavior. This included the devouring of the void. This included the fact that after being provoked by a special frequency that made them extremely uncomfortable, they could not bear the disturbance and rushed out of the black hole star field in anger and took the initiative to attack. Similarly, this vast star field that the devouring system called the black hole star field was like a home to all the soldier ladles of the entire clan. All existences that entered this black hole star field without permission would be instinctively viewed as intruders. Therefore, they attacked Ba Chai. This was actually a kind of instinct that drove them to attack Ba Chai. At this moment, this kind of instinct was displayed once again. The 3 void soldier ladles that were only a foot long and slightly smaller than a wash basin had just been released by Yi Xian from the undying world in his body. Before they even landed on the ground, they immediately pounced at Yi Xian with a shrill cry. Squeak! Squeak! Their voices were sharp and hoarse, like the screech of an owl. Their bodies were as black as ink, and even their eyes were the same. When Yi Xian looked at them, he inexplicably felt a strange feeling. What was even more shocking was that these 3 void soldier ladles were incomparably sharp, and even had sharp mouthparts that were suffused with a cold light, as well as 8 blade-like limbs. At this moment, the 3 void soldier ladles pounced at him at the same time. Their long and sharp mouthparts were already wide open like a pair of sharp scissors that were about to devour someone. Those blade-like limbs also swung fiercely, faintly emitting a faint sound of breaking through the air. This was enough to show their speed. Even the hard hull of ferocious Mosquito Star Field Fortress could not withstand the mouthparts and limbs of the void soldier ladles. Ba Chai was a supreme existence at the Great Perfection Black Hole realm, and he was a physique cultivator who specialized in physical physique. But even so, a few small pieces of flesh were still torn off by the 3 void soldier ladles as soon as they met. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, if he were to be struck by their mouthparts and mandibles, the result could be imagined. Because of this, after seeing this scene, Naboshan and Ba Chai, who were waiting quietly at the side, immediately changed their expressions. Their figures flashed at the same time, and they were about to attack. "Don't panic, I'm fine." Yi Xian was truly afraid that these two fellows would instantly kill the 3 void soldier ladles that were pouncing towards him. After all, they were supreme experts of the black hole realm, and the strongest of the 3 void soldier ladles was only a 2-star soldier ladle. They were definitely the weakest existence in the entire soldier ladle race. No matter how tough their bodies were, they could only be crushed in the face of absolute strength. And now, Yi Xian still had to rely on these 3 void soldier ladles to verify whether his previous speculation was correct. Therefore, when he realized that Ba Chai and Ba Chai were about to attack, he hurriedly waved his hand and stopped them without hesitation. Hearing this, Ba Chai and Ba Chai suddenly paused. Although they felt that this was a little inappropriate, as the demon slaves of Yi Xian, the two could not have the slightest doubt or resistance to any of his words. At the same time that he let out a light shout, the obscure and profound aura emitted by the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness silently spread out from his body under Yi Xian's deliberate activation. Although it was formless and immaterial, and was even difficult to sense, the 3 void weapons that were furiously pouncing towards Yi Xian were extremely sharp and caught in the first moment. Hiss! Hiss! Following a few short hissing sounds that were difficult to understand, the 3 void ladles that were pouncing towards Yi Xian and weren't more than 3 feet away actually seemed to have agreed with each other. Midway, they suddenly stopped and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Then, they crawled down. Not only did they retract their 8 blade-like limbs into their abdomens that were close to the floor of the cabin, even their strange triangular heads drooped down as much as possible. Their lowered eyebrows and obedient actions clearly revealed a strong sense of submission and obedience. Seeing this scene, Naboshan and Ba Chai, who were at the side, instantly opened their mouths wide. Their faces were filled with confusion. As for Hao Fangfang, who was resting on the other side of the cabin hall, it was as if she had suddenly seen a ghost. She exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my God! Even the ferocious void-swallowing beast is so scared. Wuji, can you tell me what you did to them?" In his words, there was clearly a strong sense of wretchedness. Yi Xian was speechless and wisely chose to ignore it, as if he didn't hear it at all. He turned his head and looked at Ba Chai and Ba Chai. "Ba Chai, stay here. Ba Chai and I will go out for a walk. If there are no accidents," speaking until here, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Following the flash of inspiration in his mind, the words in his mouth immediately came to a halt. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he directly escaped from the whole void shuttle. Just as his figure appeared in the black hole outside the shuttle, Ba Chai had already followed closely behind. Swish! As Yi Xian raised his hand and waved, the void hole shuttle instantly turned into a stream of light, carrying a faint sound of breaking through the air as it entered Yi Xian's body and was kept in his undying world. Ever since entering the black hole of life, in less than half a day, Yi Xian had already exposed many secrets in front of Hao Fangfang. This matter made Yi Xian feel slightly uneasy. And the 2 things he was going to do next, whether it was subduing the entire Void Soldier Legion or branding his own interstellar coordinates in this black hole star field, were extremely important secrets that absolutely could not be lost. Therefore, Hao Fangfang had to avoid it, and could only avoid it. Otherwise, it would be difficult for everyone in the future, so why bother? After doing all this, Yi Xian urged the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness to release its aura. His figure turned and took large strides forward, calmly facing the million void soldier legion in front of him. It was as if he was facing an army of thousands of people. He was as calm as a cool breeze. Chapter 2787. The big black horn comes out of nowhere. While he was enlightened, Ba Chai did not delay at all. He immediately caught up to Yi Xian, keeping a distance of only a few feet. He was on full alert. After all, there was no small number of void soldiers rumbling towards them. There were at least 1,000,000 of them. If an unforeseen event really occurred, then even he could only grit his teeth and do his best to protect Yi Xian while fleeing for his life. How could he dare to relax in the slightest? Rumble, screech. It was also at this moment that the Void Ladybird Empress, who was at least 1,000 li away from Yi Xian and Ba Chai, at the very front of the Void Ladybird Empress, whose body was as large as a mountain, suddenly let out a sharp howl without warning. Its might was so terrifying that even the entire expanse of black hole space was shaken. Instantly, numerous rumbling thunderclaps resounded, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they swept over. The expression of Ba Chai, who was following closely behind Yi Xian, instantly changed as he cried out involuntarily. This aura, could it be the power of the void? He's actually able to use the sound as a guide to instantly draw in the void energy within such a large area of black holes, transforming it into a cage that imperceptibly crushed down from all directions. With such a technique, even if it's not a divine ability, it's definitely not far from it. To be able to grasp the laws of space and draw upon the power of space, his cultivation is definitely not at the black hole realm. At the very least, he is at the origin. As these shocked cries rang out, the expression on Ba Chai's face rapidly changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before he finished speaking, his expression had already turned completely sinister. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he turned to look at Yi Xian. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This kind of divine ability that uses the power of the void to form a suppression is almost unbreakable. One can only use absolute strength to forcibly tear apart the prison formed by the power of the void. Right now, a large area of space within a radius of 1,000 miles has been stirred up, and the invisible power of space is rapidly condensing inwards. The closer it gets, the stronger its power becomes. If it gets closer, the entire extremely condensed space cage will become incomparably tight, and even the self-detonation of a black hole at the perfect stage of the ninth order will not be able to shake it in the slightest. So, while everything has just started, and the confinement barrier of the void cage is still far away, we have to attack the outside immediately. At least for now, the self-detonation of the black hole at the peak of level 9 should still work." In other words, he was clearly intending to self-destruct in order to protect Yi Xian and break out of the encirclement. Although Yi Xian felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, he did not hesitate to shake his head and reject Ba Chai's suggestion. At the same time, he turned to look at the army in the distance, his voice filled with unwillingness. "You can't sense them even though they're only 1,000 li away. The amount of mysterious aura that the marrow crystal emitted into my sea of consciousness is still too little. Since that's the case, we can only take the initiative to approach." While speaking, Yi Xian's figure had already rushed out, and his direction remained the same, heading straight towards the army of 1,000,000 soldiers. Swish! With a wave of his hand, a black light rushed out from Yi Xian's left wrist. Before it landed on the ground, it had already turned from black to red, and in the end, it turned into a ferocious and violent blood-colored mosquito beast. It was Shui Ben. How is this possible? Its cultivation aura is actually at the origin stage. Seeing this scene, Ba Chai, who was caught off guard, cried out in alarm again, his face full of shock. Although he knew that Yi Xian had a mosquito beast as a pet, he had always thought that its cultivation was only at the first level of the black hole realm. At this moment, the reason why Shui Ben had exposed its true cultivation as soon as it appeared was obviously the result of Yi Xian's impromptu instructions. "Ha ha ha, an origin realm expert, a black hole great perfection tier 9 expert, and my demonic blood star essence sword. If we still can't break through that void cage that has just begun to condense, then it's simply unreasonable." While raising his head and laughing loudly, Yi Xian's figure continued to move forward, with Shui Ben and Ba Chai following closely behind him. The master and servant trio moved at an extremely fast speed, and with the addition of the 1,000,000 soldiers on the other side, who had been following behind the invisible void cage barrier, the distance between the two sides was quickly shortened. Right now, they were only 100 kilometers away. Swish! Screech! It was also at this moment that Yi Xian waved his hand again, and the devil blood star tears sword that he kept in his undying world was instantly summoned, transforming into a blood-colored waterfall that shot into the sky. As the sword spun around in a lively and joyful manner, the demon blood sword spirit within it let out a ferocious howl, appearing very strange and inexplicable. However, the reason why Yi Xian summoned the Devil Blood Star Tears sword at this moment was actually not because of the Devil Blood sword spirit that was born in the sword. Instead, it was because during the fourth fusion of this sword, Yi Xian had chosen to fuse with a small and exquisite green chisel called the Barrier-Breaking Shuttle. This treasure had the miraculous effect of ignoring space, and had an extremely strong penetrating ability towards all kinds of array formations and barriers. After the fourth fusion was completed, all of these attributes were perfectly inherited by the Devil Blood Star Tears sword. The current situation was the best opportunity to test out its power. Just as the Devil Blood Star Tears sword was summoned by Yi Xian, transforming into a blood-colored waterfall that happily rushed into the sky amidst a violent howl, an unexpected change that caught Yi Xian off guard happened without any warning. Wang! At the same time, a black light that was so small that it was close to the tip of a needle silently shot out from Yi Xian's body as the strange sound rang out, expanding in the wind. As it whistled through the air, it had already traveled more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. It expanded into a black curved horn that was about a foot in diameter and a meter in length. Furthermore, it was obvious that it was still expanding crazily. Isn't this that big black horn? What's going on? Such a strange scene shocked Yi Xian on the spot, and he cried out involuntarily in shock. This was the mysterious giant horn that he had obtained not long ago from the depths of Black Mountain Star's Crying Soul Cave. Even the devouring system had not been able to identify its attributes and origin. Later on, Yi Xian had directly thrown it into the undying world in his body. And now, not only was this mysterious big black horn able to freely change its size, it was even able to easily rush out of the undying world. What was even stranger was that during this process, not only did Yi Xian not notice it at all, even the devouring system seemed to be completely unaware. Otherwise, the system's notification would have sounded a long time ago. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian's heart was filled with bewilderment, the big black horn that was whistling through the air at an extremely fast speed had already expanded to nearly 3 meters. Like a huge black arrow, it shot towards the sky. Following that, a loud thunderous explosion rang out. The invisible void cage barrier was effortlessly penetrated by it and completely collapsed. Chapter 2788. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Ferocious Might, whoosh, as the gigantic black weeping soul horn shot towards the ground at an extremely fast speed, the black holes along the way seemed to be torn apart, producing sharp and ear-piercing sounds. Furthermore, the sounds were becoming more and more hurried. This meant that the weeping soul horn's speed had actually been rapidly increasing all this time. This scene was different from the magnificent scene of the Void Ladybird Empress using the Law of the Void, which caused a large number of thunderous booms. It did not have the terrifying momentum. However, this sharp and strange sound of breaking through the air inexplicably gave people a sense of extreme danger that made them feel powerless to face it. At this moment, Yi Xian was even a little absent-minded. At this moment, he suddenly had an extremely strong intuition that the Void Ladybird Empress on the ground was really going to be doomed this time. It could not dodge the fierce momentum of this black weeping soul horn, nor could it withstand it. In short, it was doomed. Screech. Just as this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, a shrill screech sounded in front of him at the same time, resounding through a small area of the black hole void, revealing endless despair and sorrow. This shrill screech belonged to the Void Ladybird Empress, who had at least a supreme origin stage cultivation base and was as huge as a small hill. Yi Xian was immediately shocked. Although he did not have high hopes for the Void Ladybird Empress, and even intuitively believed that it would not be able to escape this time, the Void Ladybird Empress was still the supreme ruler of the entire Void Ladybird race. With its supreme cultivation base of at least the origin realm and its extremely tough energy crystal body, was there a need for it to be so weak in the face of the fierce attack from the black weeping soul horn that was whistling down from the sky? Not only did it not have the slightest intention to resist, but it did not even roar in anger. Although he let out a long howl, this howl was filled with despair, sorrow, and other emotions that were filled with a sense of decadence. There was actually not a trace of resistance in it. Everything was too strange. The Void Ladybird Empress did not show the attitude and reaction that a supreme existence of the origin realm should have. The feeling he gave off was that of a star core state ant facing the all-out attack of a black hole state supreme being. He had completely given up resistance and was left with nothing but despair. As the venerable ruler of the Void Ladle clan, this Void Ladle ruler should not be like this. At the very least, it should have some dignity as a ruler, right? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A shocking and unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. Could it be that the black weeping soul horn was so powerful that even an origin expert would be reduced to an ant before it? They would not be able to put up any resistance at all. In fact, they would not even dare to become enraged by it. If that was really the case, how terrifyingly powerful was the actual body of the black weeping soul horn? Immediately after, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the small black horn formed by a large number of weeping soul beasts that he had absorbed into the undying world in his body. Those weeping soul beasts were about the size of an ordinary monkey, but the small black horn they left behind was only the size of a thumb. According to this ratio, the original body of the black weeping soul horn was at least the size of a small meteor. In that case, it made sense to crush a supreme existence of the origin realm like an ant. Screech, just as Yi Xian's mind was racing, a long and mournful screech came from the black hole in front of him again. It still came from the mouth of the Void Ladle ruler, but this time, it was clearly more hair-raising, and there was a strong sense of death that made one's heart tremble. Yi Xian looked over, and his expression could not help but change again. The scene that he saw was indeed as his intuition had predicted. This Void Ladle ruler, who had a supreme cultivation of the origin realm, was indeed unable to withstand a single blow from the black weeping soul horn that shot down from the sky. At this moment, the mountain-like black crystal body of the Void Ladle ruler had been pierced by the black weeping soul horn from the middle of its back. Only about a foot of the black weeping soul horn was left outside the back of the ladle. The rest of the horn had pierced into the body of the Void Ladle ruler. This fellow's body was formed from a mysterious crystal that was repelled when the void of the universe condensed to the extreme. It was extremely hard, but under this black weeping soul horn, it was as soft as tofu. Just this point alone was enough to prove that this black weeping soul horn was extraordinary. At this moment, as the black weeping soul horn pierced into the Void Ladle ruler's back, the Void Ladle ruler let out an incomparably mournful scream, and soon stopped breathing. What was even more strange was that from this moment onwards, even its mountain-like black crystal body began to shrink rapidly. Moreover, the speed was very fast, and it was visible to the naked eye that it had shrunk by a large circle in an instant. The black weeping soul horn that had pierced into her body was clearly absorbing the energy from the Ladybird Empress's body. The latter's entire body was originally formed from pure black energy crystals, so it seemed that not even a single strand of hair would be left behind after the absorption was completed. The facts proved this point. In less than a minute, the mountain-like body of the Void Ladle ruler had completely disappeared. There was no doubt that the absorption of this black weeping soul horn was extremely terrifying. Not only was its absorption speed shocking, but it was also more efficient than Yi Xian's absorption of the illusory weeping soul beasts. After the latter's entire body was absorbed by Yi Xian, at least a small black horn was left behind. However, this Void Ladle ruler did not leave anything behind. As the enormous body of the Void Ladybird Empress was sucked dry, the black weeping soul horn appeared once again. After a slight tremble, it rose into the air again and flew toward the million-strong army that had stopped their charge due to the unexpected appearance of the black weeping soul horn. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. After the black weeping soul horn arrived above the army of millions in the blink of an eye, it actually stopped and circled around at an extremely fast speed. It gave people the feeling that it was choosing its next prey, but because there were too many choices, it did not know where to start at all for a moment. Below, as the black weeping soul horn rapidly circled and danced, the millions of void soldiers that were crowded together all began to tremble without exception. This was clearly a reaction of extreme fear. Chapter 2789. The system alarms continuously rang out. That person only floated there without moving at all, but Yi Xian was constantly being attacked. What a good shadow ambush. This skill was actually so powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian already understood why the leader wanted him to fight against this person. It was obvious that the leader had some understanding of Yi Xian's strength. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD, and this person was obviously the genius of the demon god's domain that was being paid attention to. The leader wanted to leave this difficult match to Yi Xian. If it was anyone else, unless they had some special detection method, they would only be courting death if they went up. This leader had once followed Yi Xian to battle. Perhaps he'd already seen through some clues about Yi Xian. Of course, it could also be because of Mimo's suggestion that he decided to make such an arrangement. Yi Xian continuously dodged on the stage, but the enemy's attacks didn't stop for even a moment. Even now, Yi Xian didn't even know what kind of attack the enemy was using. System, can you analyze the enemy's attack method and see what it is? Yi Xian said to the system as he dodged. This was because if he could figure out what kind of attack the enemy was using, then he would undoubtedly be able to come up with a plan to deal with it. Ding, system prompt, target data analysis in progress. Ding, analysis complete, target used the law of shadows. The law of shadows borrowed the power of shadows. It was incomparably strange. Moreover, every person who grasped the law of shadows would have their own comprehensions, allowing them to use some special abilities. Law of shadows. Yi Xian should have thought of the law of shadows a long time ago, because the name of this fellow's divine ability was called Shadow Attack. After knowing the power of the law his opponent used, Yi Xian began to silently observe as he dodged. There were many restrictions to the Shadow divine ability. Yi Xian believed that this person would definitely leave behind some flaws. Don't look at how powerful his current attacks are, he's definitely not invincible. Wei Xintian, test attack. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and the two god-slaughtering swords flew out at the same time. Boom! 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 The two god-slaughtering swords activated the god-slaying slash at the same time. That was the attack of 14 god slashes. Moreover, because the opponent was a demon god, it was an absolute critical hit. However, the result caused Yi Xian to be incomparably astonished. This was because these 14 attacks didn't injure the enemy in the slightest. At the same time these 14 attacks were unleashed, a faint defense appeared around the enemy. These defenses even blocked the deity slash. Was it the power of the law of shadows again? How could this be broken? Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. Suddenly, Yi Xian made a mistake in dodging and was struck by an invisible attack. His figure was instantly knocked back. However, Yi Xian quickly stabilized his figure. The law of shadows, could it be borrowing shadows? No, in this arena, there was no such thing as a shadow. Even if there was a shadow, it could only be an enemy or a shadow beside Yi Xian. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. That's right, it's the shadow. The law of shadows, the attack method should be the shadow. However, it's very likely that the enemy is controlling Yi Xian's shadow through some sort of mysterious law power. Why didn't Yi Xian notice the enemy's attack at all? That was because these attacks were launched by Yi Xian's shadow. In other words, Yi Xian was attacking himself. What a terrifying technique. This kind of supernatural power was simply impossible to guard against. If Yi Xian hadn't reacted in time, wouldn't he have been dragged to death by himself? The ability to control the opponent's shadow within the law of shadows. Since Yi Xian knew, then it was easy to say. Since he was attacking himself through his own shadow, then wouldn't it be fine as long as he didn't let his own shadow appear? Others might not be able to do it, but for Yi Xian, there were simply countless ways to do it. Actually, this fellow's greatest ability wasn't the law of shadows he had mastered, but his attacks. If he didn't see through them, he wouldn't be able to break them. And during battle, who could be like Yi Xian and still have the leisure to think about it? After understanding this principle, Yi Xian's entire body suddenly erupted with a powerful light. This was just a simple use of divine power. It was just gathering divine power around his body to form a halo of light. Of course, this didn't mean that there was no shadow. However, because of the barrier of divine power, the enemy couldn't use his mysterious power to control Yi Xian's shadow. Sure enough, following Yi Xian's actions, that person was clearly stunned. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. This was also a battle of this level, yet he dared to be in a daze. How could Yi Xian possibly have such a good opportunity? The arrow was knocked, but it was completed in an instant. In an instant, that person was sent flying. However, the enemy's body was surrounded by a shadow defense, so he didn't suffer too much damage. Human, you can actually understand the mysteries of my shadow attack. It seems like you will die today without a doubt. That person looked at Yi Xian with a slightly excited tone. After all, once this divine ability of his was seen through, it would be worthless. It could even be said that a low-level first-grade divine lord could make his divine ability ineffective by releasing his divine power. That person quickly rushed over and looked coldly at Yi Xian. Human brat, you forced me to do this. Then, I'll let you know what it means to be in endless darkness. Domain, eternal night. In an instant, whether it was his spiritual will or his eyes, Yi Xian lost the ability to see. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely in darkness. However, in the eyes of others, there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality around Yi Xian. The eternal night domain caused one to sink into absolute darkness forever. This guy actually had such a domain. It could be said that this kind of domain was not something a god king should have. Who exactly was he? Why did he have so many miraculous methods? However, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Yi Xian actually smiled. Yes, Yi Xian was smiling. He felt sad for his enemy's ignorance. Could it be that the enemy didn't know that Yi Xian relied on the system? Even if he sealed off his spiritual will, even if his eyes couldn't see anything, so what? Yi Xian had the system. Of course, it was impossible for the enemy to know about this. Re-1R, ding. System prompt, detected the power of the law that can be forcefully devoured. Does the host wish to choose to devour it? Devour. If that person were to find out that his ultimate move had actually become Yi Xian's method of increasing his strength, would he be angered to death? Forcefully devouring could directly devour the power of the law. That was how willful he was. Although the triggering conditions were uncontrollable, at least at the critical moment, he would not drop the ball. Chapter 2790. Law creatures. In an instant, an incomparably profound energy erupted from Yi Xian's body. 1357924. 6810 GGGGG. The others might not know about this power, but how could the enemy, who had also grasped the law of shadow, not know about it? At this moment, he was stunned. Impossible, how could you have grasped the law of shadow as well? That person looked at Yi Xian in fear. After all, the aura that Yi Xian had displayed before was completely unable to emit the law of shadow's aura. Most importantly, The aura of the Law of Shadow that Yi Xian had revealed was extremely similar to his aura, almost exactly the same. One had to know that the Law of Shadow was also a system of laws, but very few people had grasped it. Now that Yi Xian had not only grasped the Law of Shadow, but had also grasped a similar ability to him, how could he accept this? Eternal Night Domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he directly used this domain. This time, the devouring had allowed Yi Xian to make a huge profit. Ding, system prompt, host forcefully devouring has succeeded. Ding, congratulations to host for mastering the Law of Shadow. Ding, congratulations to host for mastering the Eternal Night Domain. Ding, congratulations to host for mastering the Shadow Control Divine ability. When he heard the system's notifications, it was already destined that the person in front of him was going to suffer a tragedy. As Yi Xian unleashed the Eternal Night Domain, that person instantly fell into his own domain. Unfortunately, this Eternal Night Domain was unleashed by Yi Xian, so he had no way of retrieving it. Perhaps, as long as he was given time, even if it was just a few minutes, he would be able to break it. But, how could Yi Xian give him so much time? Shadow Control, Shadow Ambush, Attack. As soon as Yi Xian gave the order, that person instantly felt the attack from his own shadow. So what if he knew? The enemy had no way to break through it, because he no longer had time. Just when the enemy was about to release his divine power to block the attack like Yi Xian's voice sounded out once again. Absolute Zero. In an instant, that person was frozen on the spot. Wei Tian, who was already on standby, directly controlled the two gods' slaughtering swords to attack. There was no suspense in killing him. In Absolute Zero, the enemy couldn't do anything at all, let alone resist. Ding, system notification, congratulations to host for killing the demon god's domain of the Dark Night King, 5th Prince. The host has devoured the 5th Prince's shadow body, and his level has increased. Ding, system notification, in view of the host's current situation, the level is automatically locked, the host can choose to open it at any time. Ding, system notification, the host has killed a special demon god, the 5th Prince of the Dark Night King. The reward is 3 random draws. Leveled up. Moreover, he even got a lottery. This time, Yi Xian was caught off guard. It seemed that he didn't devour the 5th Prince, nor did he say that he devoured any resources. Then, what exactly caused Yi Xian to level up? Ding, system notification, the 5th Prince of the Dark Night King is a special race, the Dark Night God Spirit race. This race does not have any physical bodies, and is a special race of laws. As for the body that people see, it is just a puppet, and the power of the laws that the host forcefully devours is the enemy's body. Law creatures. There was actually such a miraculous race. Yi Xian found it hard to understand the existence of such a race. In other words, they themselves were the power of a law. This was simply the best rations for Yi Xian to forcefully devour. Yi Xian even hoped that there would be more of these law races. However, the system also said that this was an extremely special race, which meant that their numbers were probably extremely low. No wonder there was such a generous reward this time. Not only was there an increase in level, there were also 3 lottery draws. That was because this fellow was simply a super rare existence. As Yi Xian devoured the law race, his puppet body naturally turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. At this moment, the people from the demon god's domain, including the experts who were acting as referees, all had expressions on their faces. Someone had actually killed the 5th Prince of the Dark Night. One had to know that the 5th Prince of the Dark Night was in existence with an immortal body. No matter if it was a person or an attack, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. But how did Yi Xian do it? Of course, Yi Xian himself was a bit confused. When he devoured the law, this guy was fine, but when the god's slaughtering sword killed him, he was considered dead. Logically speaking, he was a race of laws. In that case, he should have died when Yi Xian devoured the power of the laws. However, that wasn't the case. Instead, he waited until Wei Jintian killed him before he died. That's right, it's the divine deity. No matter what, this guy still has the divine deity. As long as the divine deity isn't destroyed, even if Yi Xian devours the laws, it won't pose a fatal threat to him. Therefore, the truly fatal attack was still Wei Jintian's attack. It was Wei Jintian's attack that shattered this person's divine deity and killed him. Re-1R, what a strange race, what a strange race. In the god realm, who knew how many other magical races like this existed? Yi Xian completely ignored the strange gazes of the people from the demon god's domain and directly returned to the Kunlun divine region. As for many people from the demon god's domain, they were still shocked by that fellow's death. From this, it could be seen just how popular that person was. This fifth prince could be said to be the biggest dark horse that the demon god's domain had prepared in the first-rank god-king realm. But now, the dark horse didn't even have the chance to display his abilities before he was killed by Yi Xian. This would naturally attract the attention of the people from the demon god's domain. The people from the demon god's domain, who didn't have any abnormalities when so many people were killed before, had their morale greatly damaged because of the fifth prince's death. As for Yi Xian, he was finally treated as their greatest enemy. The second round of battle ended very quickly. However, this time, the demon god's domain clearly had the upper hand, but it was tied by the Kunlun divine region. At this moment, both sides were left with 50 people. In other words, in this round, the Kunlun divine region had lost 34 people, while the enemy had lost 50 people. However, in this round, it was rare to see a seriously injured person who had been defeated without dying. Without a moment's rest, the third round began. However, it was clear that in this round, the enemy had already focused their attention on Yi Xian. Even while their leader was fighting, he was carefully observing Yi Xian. When Yi Xian went up on stage, the enemy actually sent out a guy with the title of warrior level. Moreover, he had a special physique strengthening divine ability, and he also grasped some kind of defensive power. It was obvious that he wanted to take the opportunity to observe Yi Xian. Chapter 2791. The final round. The power of the laws that Yi Xian grasped far exceeded the imagination of the people of the demon god's domain. Moreover, Yi Xian only used the law of devouring and the divine bow to directly kill his enemies. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. What could he observe? In the next few rounds, the enemies were obviously testing Yi Xian. The people who fought with Yi Xian weren't experts at all. Until the fifth round. When it came to the fifth round, there were still 6 people left in the demon god divine realm, while there were only 4 people in the Kunlun divine realm. After all, there was only one Yi Xian. Overall, in the battle between the lower first-grade god kings, in the end, the people of the demon god's domain had the advantage. Those who failed once would not have a second chance. After all, even if they survived, they would be heavily injured and would not have the ability to fight. 4 against 6, the people from the demon god's domain shamelessly proposed a free-for-all. The leader of Yi Xian's side wasn't stupid, so he naturally didn't agree. Re-1R. However, what Yi Xian never expected was that the enemy would actually use some sort of secret technique to directly use 3 people to replace the 3 people on Yi Xian's side. Injuries in exchange for death. A mutual destruction exchange. There were many pills and secret arts that could strengthen one's combat strength in a short period of time, and there were also some in the demon god's domain. However, even the lowest level god realm cultivator would not easily use it. This was because once one used this kind of pill or secret technique, it would be equivalent to destroying one's own future. This was also the main reason why there were almost no people in the god realm who used pills and secret techniques that could increase one's strength. But this time, the people from the demon god's domain used it. They directly selected 3 people and used some sort of secret technique that neither Yi Xian nor the people from the Kunlun divine domain knew about. At the cost of serious injuries, they exchanged for the last 3 people from the Kunlun divine domain. As a result, in the final round, Yi Xian had no choice but to face 3 people by himself. It was very obvious that these 3 people were the strongest experts that the demon god's domain had deliberately left behind. These 3 people had been kept by the demon god's domain until now, specifically to deal with Yi Xian. Such an action might be somewhat unreasonable and incomprehensible in the Kunlun divine domain. But in the demon god's domain, it was nothing at all. Everything was for the sake of victory. As long as they could obtain the final victory, the people of the demon god's domain would never care about what methods they used. Lord Law Envoy, are you confident? Otherwise, let's just give up. Suddenly, the leader said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This was the main god arena, and the leader actually said to give up. Did Yi Xian hear wrongly? What do you mean by that? Yi Xian asked the leader. Reporting to Lord Law Envoy, Lord Divine Master has said that if there is no chance of winning, then let you give up the battle. Lord Divine Master will pardon you. After all, you are a law envoy of our Kunlun divine domain, and your growth is limitless. There is no need for you to risk your life against these inferior first-grade god kings. Mi Mo actually said such words. Yi Xian was stunned. In Yi Xian's heart, although Mi Mo had always taken good care of him, in front of the interests of the Kunlun divine domain, Mi Mo was someone who could sacrifice anyone. Not to mention Yi Xian, even Mi Mo would choose to give up for the sake of the Kunlun divine domain. Could it be that Yi Xian was wrong? Actually, Mi Mo would also care about people. Otherwise, why would he say that if he couldn't win, he would let Yi Xian give up? Yi Xian didn't know, nor did he have any way of knowing. How could he guess Mi Mo's thoughts? But at the very least, Yi Xian was already very satisfied that Mi Mo could say such words. Who was Mi Mo? The divine master of the Kunlun divine domain could cause the deaths of hundreds of millions of people with just a single sentence. In the Kunlun divine domain, he had absolute authority and was also the #1 expert of the Kunlun divine domain. However, he took special care of Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wasn't satisfied, then he wouldn't be satisfied. No need, I'm willing to fight. Of course, if I really can't win, I'll choose to give up. Yi Xian said directly to the leader. Since Mi Mo sincerely treated Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would naturally use his own actions to prove that Mi Mo hadn't misjudged him. 5 eternal points was Yi Xian's trump card. In front of an absolute domain, none of these people were a match for Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. Yi Xian had plenty of choices. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the leader naturally didn't insist. After all, the main god arena was also incomparably important. If he could win, that would be the best choice. Yi Xian directly walked onto the stage. This time, he would face 3 super geniuses in succession. The 3 geniuses of the demon god's domain that had been chosen to deal with Yi Xian from the very beginning had died. Human brat, remember my name. The person who killed you is Gu Ku of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Yi Xian's first opponent stepped onto the stage. As soon as this person stepped onto the stage, he displayed incomparable confidence. Of course, he did indeed have the qualifications to be confident. This was because this fellow was actually a peerless genius with the title of sovereign-level first crown. Moreover, he had grasped a special law, the law of eternal life. The law of eternal life was an even rarer law power than the law of darkness, the law of time, and other laws. It could be said that if someone were to count the rarity of the laws, then the law of eternal life would at least be ranked in the top 100 rare laws. Mastering the law of eternal life was equivalent to mastering immortality. This kind of person, there was almost no power that could kill him, because the power of his law was immortal. At the same time, once one grasped this law, no matter what their aptitude was, they were already an absolute genius. This was because they had a lot of time. What others spent 10,000 years to do, he could spend 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. That was because he was immortal. To him, there was no need for him to pay attention to time. Of course, the law of immortality wasn't something that could be grasped so easily. It was impossible to achieve true immortality. The law of eternal life was almost invincible, but it wasn't absolutely invincible. Human brat, die. As soon as Goku stepped onto the stage, he attacked Yi Xian. He didn't use any strength, it was a pure physical attack. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and sent Goku flying. It could be said that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, Goku quickly got up and instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. No, not only did this guy have the law of eternal life, he also had the law of space. Every single one of Yi Xian's attacks was able to force him back, but this guy didn't care at all. In any case, he was immortal. Sometimes, he could even commit suicide and immediately recover to his peak state. What a scoundrel's law of eternal life. Coupled with the law of space, it was simply an extreme scoundrel. He could even grind his opponent to death. Chapter 2792. 2378. Unable to devour. Moreover, Goku's attack power was also quite strong. Because he had completely given up on defense, it could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Therefore, every attack could be said to be an all-out attack, and its power was naturally not weak. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. For a moment, Yi Xian was in a bit of a fluster. Encountering such a helpless combination of laws, it could be said that even those at a higher realm than him would be helpless. Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaughtering swords to circle around Yi Xian. It could be said that he was in a constant state of battle. This was because Goku's attack didn't even have the slightest bit of time. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Xian's entire body was surrounded by countless illusory attacks. Goku seemed to have completely surrounded Yi Xian. Damn it, this guy is too difficult to deal with. I can't go on like this. I have to think of a way to get out. In the beginning, Yi Xian continued to use his spiritual sense to control the 6-word incantation to kill Goku. But now, Yi Xian had already given up. Even if he killed this guy, it would be useless. Goku, who possessed the law of eternal life, wouldn't need too long to immediately revive and then attack Yi Xian in a full state. Therefore, Yi Xian was basically cooperating with the god-slaughtering sword to directly enter a defensive state. System, can I devour the law of eternal life? Yi Xian was rather envious of the law of eternal life. If Yi Xian had such a law, wouldn't he be invincible? Unfortunately, the system's answer disappointed Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Host currently does not have the conditions to forcefully devour the law of eternal life, so you cannot forcefully devour it. Of course, although he was a bit disappointed, Yi Xian had guessed that there would be such a result. After all, the law of eternal life was too rare. Obviously, forceful devouring wasn't omnipotent. Yi Xian had encountered all sorts of law powers before, but there weren't many that could forcefully devour them. Then system, if I want to forcefully devour this law of eternal life, what conditions do I need? Ding! System notification. If the host wants to forcefully devour the power of a rare law, he must already possess a similar power of law. At the same time, the proficiency of the target's law must also reach a certain level before he can activate the forceful devouring. So that's how it is. Perhaps for Yi Xian, he could find the so-called power of a law, but the proficiency of the law that the enemy possesses isn't something Yi Xian can control. Re-1R, however, this also indirectly showed how powerful and rare the law of eternal life was. Since there was no hope of forcefully devouring it, then Yi Xian could only think of a way to take care of this guy. System, analyze the weakness of the law of eternal life. I need an effective plan to deal with this guy. Ding, system prompt, the host's resources are insufficient, unable to analyze the plan. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He'd forgotten that he'd already emptied all of his resources. It seemed that he couldn't count on the system this time. Goku possessed the law of eternal life, so it was impossible to effectively kill him. Moreover, this fellow also possessed the law of space, so he was able to quickly launch attacks. It could be said that his attacks were simply endless. If Yi Xian ignored him, he would continue to attack Yi Xian. However, if Yi Xian killed this fellow, he would immediately revive and pounce on him. Control the extent of Goku's injuries and then make him lose the ability to fight. On the surface, this seemed to be a method, but Yi Xian had already tried it. It didn't work at all. This fellow didn't need to worry about death at all, so he would even use suicide to recover his strength. Therefore, restricting his movements was not a solution. Moreover, this was an arena battle. Even if Yi Xian used his spiritual sense to temporarily control him, it wouldn't be able to solve the problem. After all, even if he controlled him, it would be useless if he couldn't kill him. Permanent control seemed to be a way, but to permanently control Goku, because of Goku's special law ability, it actually required a terrifying 100 devouring points. Where would Yi Xian get 100 devouring points? This was 100 devouring points, not 100 faith points. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 100 devouring points was an astronomical figure for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was powerless to do anything. Therefore, the method of permanent control was not feasible at all. Then what other way was there? Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero could directly freeze Goku, but it could not be frozen forever. Once the time was up, this fellow would be able to jump around again. Therefore, Absolute Zero would not work. What should he do? How could he take care of this fellow? Could it be that Yi Xian could only use that move? Devouring space. That's right, this fellow's divine ability is special. He can't be killed or controlled. However, once Yi Xian absorbs him into the devouring space, no matter how many tricks he has, he won't be able to do anything about it. However, directly absorbing him into the devouring space would undoubtedly cause great damage to the devouring space. Yi Xian wasn't willing to let the devouring space be destroyed. After all, the last time the devouring space was damaged, it still hadn't completely recovered. Suddenly, a light flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Devouring space, Yi Xian ruled over everything. Possessing the power of a domain meant that he, Yi Xian, didn't have any fixed domains to use right now. However, if the people of the Demon God clan were able to create their own divine abilities, then why couldn't Yi Xian create something of his own? Eternal Night Domain. Suddenly, Yi Xian unleashed the Eternal Night Domain that he'd just devoured. With Goku's ability, he could indeed commit suicide and ask for help from the Eternal Night Domain. However, suicide was not a joke, so it was impossible for Goku to commit suicide for no reason. Yi Xian had enough time to carry out his plan. The Rule God Bow suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hands. What did Yi Xian want to do? Even if he used the Rule God Bow, he probably wouldn't be able to kill Goku. Then, what was the use of Yi Xian taking out the Rule God Bow? 6-word incantation, repeat. Duplicate word technique, copy the target. Yi Xian had once used this move and even obtained a law. However, this time, Yi Xian didn't do it for the law of devouring, because it was impossible for him to do so. However, a mirror image that also had the ability to revive infinitely could buy time for Yi Xian. What exactly was Yi Xian going to do? System, begin refining one of the 10 great ancient divine runes, the Luoyang puppet divine rune. He was actually going to refine one of the 10 great ancient divine runes. Chapter 2793. Yi Xian had accepted 2 missions at the same time. Now that he had completed the first mission, it was only natural for him to complete the second one. Although Lingbo Lake was called a lake, its surface area was extremely large, far exceeding that of a normal lake. All along, there had been nothing worth paying attention to at Lingbo Lake. However, a few years ago, a large number of fish species had mutated in this lake. The fish species in the realm of the gods all possessed a certain level of intelligence. Of course, the reason they were here to cultivate godhood was also because they wanted to cultivate godhood. However, for some unknown reason, the fish species in Lingbo Lake continued to mutate into demon gods. Moreover, it was not through conventional cultivation. Instead, it was through a mysterious force that forcibly increased their strength. Yi Xian had come here alone this time. He did not have any helpers by his side. In addition, there was no one around Lingbo Lake. It was impossible to say that there was no danger. However, Yi Xian would not give up. Since he had accepted the mission, he had to complete it. Yi Xian circled around Lingbo Lake, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that there is nothing noteworthy here? That shouldn't be the case. Since the training camp has issued a mission, there must be something strange. Only then would the training camp issue a mission. Then, where is the problem? Yi Xian frowned slightly. System, can you scan the surroundings? Yi Xian suddenly asked the system. After all, there were some things that Yi Xian could not do, but that did not mean that the system could not do either. Ding! System notification, scanning the surroundings. Ding! System notification, a hidden seal has been detected. Does the host wish to remove it? There was a seal. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had not found any traces of a seal. There did not seem to be anything special about the surroundings. He did not expect that there would be a seal here. What an exquisite concealment technique. It had actually managed to hide from Yi Xian's detection. Unfortunately, even so, it could not escape the system's detection. Remove it. Of course it's easy to remove. Yi Xian said to the system. His mission this time was to investigate Lingbo Lake. Since he had discovered something strange, he would not let it go. Ding! System notification, the seal has been successfully removed. In an instant, a strange little bridge appeared in front of Yi Xian. This small bridge was clearly connected to the center of the Lingbo Lake. It was strange because the bridge was made of a kind of plant that lived in the water. Something was strange. This time, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Yi Xian understood that there was a problem. Without hesitation, Yi Xian directly walked onto the small bridge. The small bridge wasn't too far away. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at a small island. There was actually a small island hidden on Lingbo Lake. To be honest, not to mention Yi Xian, no one in Mo Shang's training camp knew about it. However, when Yi Xian saw the residents on the island, he was slightly stunned. Murlocs. Murlocs were not rare. No matter what kind of creature they were, even plants, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to transform into humans. Therefore, there was nothing strange about the Murlocs. But what Yi Xian found strange was that there were many strong people among the Murlocs. The strongest one was even a mid-level god. Of course, the strangest thing was the Murlocs' behavior. It was as if they were being controlled by a mysterious power. There was no joy in them. Only death was left. All of the fishmen were doing their own things, and their most important task now was to build an altar. Although Yi Xian was rather far away, he was still able to clearly see the appearance of the altar. After all, the altar was huge. There was a statue of a divine beast on top of the altar. However, the statue was special. It had a human face. A human-faced beast. Yi Xian was puzzled. He did not understand what was going on here. What kind of secret was hidden here? It seemed that everything that Yi Xian had seen up until now had nothing to do with his mission. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses told him that he needed to carefully examine this place. It was likely that this human-faced beast had an extraordinary ability, and it was also hiding a huge secret. Who's there? Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a human voice. When Yi Xian looked over, he realized that there were already more than a dozen strong mermen rushing toward Yi Xian. These mermen were emitting black flames all over their bodies. Just from their appearance, Yi Xian knew that the secret he was looking for was here. Here, there were demonized mermaids, and there was a large number of them. No one would believe that there were no secrets here. Yi Xian did not want to start a conflict with these mermen. After all, once a conflict broke out, Yi Xian would be in constant trouble. When that happened, he might not even be able to keep his life, let alone investigate. However, these demonized mermen were Yi Xian's target. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. They were all mermen, but it was obvious that the demonized mermen did not treat other mermen as their own kind. They were unscrupulously suppressing their own kind. All of this was very strange. 1,000 beast sword servants. In an instant, Yi Xian also made his move. The 1,000 beast sword servants were summoned. However, before he could summon his divine mount, a powerful aura swept over him. That aura was so strong that even Yi Xian felt his hair stand on end. Retreat. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately retreated. However, the 1,000 beast sword servants rushed forward. Boom! Suppression. This was definitely suppression. Even if they did not summon their divine mount, the strength of the 1,000 beast sword servants was not to be underestimated. Unexpectedly, the moment the 1,000 beast sword servants appeared, they were immediately suppressed and killed. So strong. Just a moment ago, Yi Xian was still thinking about how to investigate this place. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's only thought was to escape. Too strong. That aura was too strong. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such a powerful being before. Following the small bridge from before, Yi Xian frantically retreated backwards. Behind him, a group of demonized mermen chased after him. Yi Xian did not even dare to look back. Run! He fled frantically. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would encounter such a powerful being on his first mission? It could be said that this was Yi Xian. If it had been anyone else on this mission, they would have died without a doubt unless they were extremely strong. Yi Xian fled for his life because he knew very well that if he did not leave, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2794. Yi Xian won another match, but he won by a fluke. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. It could be said that whether it was Yi Xian himself or the other spectators, they all felt that Yi Xian's victory this time wasn't because of his strength, but because of his luck. This was because everyone could tell that Yi Xian hadn't gained the upper hand this entire time. It was the enemy who gave Yi Xian the chance to win. Of course, no matter what, a win was a win. Even if it was luck, luck was also a part of one's strength. At this moment, Yi Xian was guarding the arena by himself. There was still one last battle left. The final battle would determine the final outcome of this arena. Obviously, that person from the demon god's domain wasn't going to give Yi Xian any time to rest. With a leap, that person had already arrived at the arena. Yi Xian silently looked at that person. Yi Xian could feel a powerful pressure from him. This person's body emitted a faint pressure of the laws, causing Yi Xian to understand that this person was definitely not ordinary. One had to know that they were only at the Divine King realm, and the power of the laws could at most be borrowed. However, this person was able to emit the pressure of the laws. Of course, no matter how strong he was, there was only death for him today. Because didn't Yi Xian leave the eternal domain behind for this moment? No matter how strong he was, Yi Xian would definitely crush him. That person walked onto the stage with an incomparably cold expression. He indifferently looked at Yi Xian and actually said, "I'll give you a chance. Understand it yourself." Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. This person was so confident, but he didn't know where his confidence came from. System, detect this person's strength. Ding, system notification, target, first grade sovereign level God King realm. Ding, warning, warning. Host, please pay attention, the target has a special divine ability. Divine ability blessing. What did that mean? However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care so much. This fellow had the title of sovereign level, so he was indeed very powerful. Moreover, the fact that he could emit the pressure of the laws already proved that he was extraordinary. But, so what? Is that so? In that case, I will return those words to you. You can kill yourself. Perhaps it will allow you to suffer less. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a faint smile as he spoke to that person. Human brat, you are very arrogant. Has no one ever told you that if you are too arrogant, you will die a miserable death? That person's face was still cold, but Yi Xian snorted disdainfully at his words. The current situation was that this fellow was arrogant, not Yi Xian. As he spoke, a black ball began to condense in that person's hand. However, lightning constantly flashed around the black ball. Devouring and lightning laws. He had actually perfectly fused the power of the two laws together to form a new attack method. Yi Xian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This person's methods were very powerful. Even though Yi Xian possessed many types of laws, he'd always used one type of law power as an attack method. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen someone like this who had fused two types of laws together to attack before. That person casually waved his hand and the ball abruptly charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no choice but to use the power of the law of space to continuously dodge. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. After all, with the speed of unlimited teleportation, he was able to travel 10,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, even with such a fast speed, Yi Xian still wasn't able to escape the black ball's attack. At this moment, Yi Xian could clearly feel the powerful attractive force coming from beside him. Yi Xian, who also possessed the law of devouring, naturally knew exactly what kind of power this was. In the distance, powerful bolts of heavenly lightning continuously bombarded him. In other words, once Yi Xian was pulled over by this attractive force, he would undoubtedly die. Stop struggling, human brat. Just obediently accept your death. You are not my match. The genius from the demon clan's god's domain said indifferently, as if everything was already under his control. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he didn't hesitate. Since he knew that he couldn't do anything to this person using conventional methods, why would he waste any more time? System, if I use 5 eternal points, I will activate the eternal domain. Ding. System notification, exchange successful. Following the system's words, a ray of light suddenly exploded out from Yi Xian's body. The light instantly spread out. Following that, a huge ball appeared in the arena. The ball was incomparably huge, and it directly included all the geniuses of the demon god's domain. Powerful energy instantly poured into Yi Xian's body. His various attributes increased by 100 times, causing Yi Xian to feel as if he already possessed the power to rule over everything. At the very least, it was impossible for this genius from the demon god's domain to threaten Yi Xian. The powerful attraction continued, but Yi Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and allowed his body to be attracted over. Heavenly lightning instantly surrounded Yi Xian and continuously bombarded him. The already powerful light caused Yi Xian to completely lose sight of his figure. A moment later, the genius from the demon god's domain actually said to the referee in the sky, "What? Aren't you guys going to judge the result?" The meaning behind these words was obvious. He was certain that Yi Xian had been killed by his lightning. However, none of the experts paid attention to him. Instead, they all looked at the center of the lightning with fear in their eyes. It was fear. These experts saw a scene that they couldn't understand. At this moment, Yi Xian was indeed being continuously attacked by countless bolts of lightning. Amongst these bolts of lightning, there were some that possessed the power to instantly kill a first-grade divine king. However, when all of the heavenly lightning struck Yi Xian's body, it didn't pose any threat at all. Defense. Yi Xian was already immune to lightning. No, it wasn't as simple as immunity. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and captured a bolt of heavenly lightning. Then, he watched and studied it with interest. He had actually forcefully captured the enemy's attack method in his hands. Moreover, he didn't care at all. What's wrong? When the genius from the demon god's domain saw the reactions of the judges, he naturally knew that something had happened. Thus, he subconsciously looked towards Yi Xian's position. However, what he saw next was an incomparably terrifying scene. The black ball he'd just thrown out was actually quickly restored by Yi Xian. Moreover, along with the restoration process, the genius from the demon god's domain could clearly feel that the black ball had completely escaped his control. A moment later, the black ball was already floating in Yi Xian's hand. As for Yi Xian, he was still studying it. Chapter 2795. After all, the strength Yi Xian had displayed was too shocking. The moment he made a move, he killed two of their companions in succession. In that case, would the next one be them? It's His Highness the Seventh Prince. We are His Highness the Seventh Prince's guards. A voice rang out, but it wasn't the one who had wanted to answer Yi Xian. The one who had rushed to answer was the one who had insisted on not revealing the secret. Yi Xian's lips curled as he looked at that person. Did I ask you a question? Boom! The god-slaying sword rushed over, and one after another sword light after another rushed over. If one strike didn't deal a critical hit, then what about 10? How could that person have expected that even though he had taken the initiative to answer, Yi Xian wouldn't let him go? Nor did he expect Yi Xian's attacks to be so strange and powerful. Pfft. Finally, a strike dealt a critical hit, heavily injuring that person. How could the god-tier mounts by his side let go of such a good opportunity? They all charged forward. Without a doubt, that person had no chance of survival. Grandmaster Yi, I'll speak. I'll speak right now. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I beg you, please don't kill me. The last person stared at Yi Xian in shock. Right now, he was only thinking about how to survive. He would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid when he saw his companions being dismembered by those god-tier beasts. They were Yi Lixiu's guards. Normally, they could bully the weak with ease, but when faced with a strong opponent, they didn't have the slightest bit of courage. You want to speak now? It's too late. I said before that whoever tells me what I want to know can live. Unfortunately, I already know what I want to know. So, you can go die now. The god-slaying sword and all the other god-tier mounts charged at that person. If that was the case, how could he possibly survive? Another kill. How long had it been since the four of them had jumped out and been killed by Yi Xian? QWPM, you said you wouldn't kill me. At the moment of the last person's death, there was still a longing for life in his eyes. What a pity. Since she cherished her life so much, why did she come looking for trouble with Yi Xian? Yi Xian did not devour their universe rings after collecting them. Resources were extremely useful to Yi Xian now. The four of them had been killed by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was still quite angry in his heart. Absolute defense wasn't something that could be obtained just because he said so. Not to mention the cooldown time, even the singularity wasn't that easy to find. It could be said that Yi Xian's absolute defense wouldn't be able to be used for a short period of time. This was definitely something that Yi Xian found hard to accept. Therefore, he needed resources to use the mirror image mystique. Otherwise, Yi Xian had no confidence in facing a sudden attack like this. Of course, it wasn't like Yi Xian didn't have any trump cards. For example, he hadn't used his Summon the World skill yet. This was because there was no opponent worthy of Yi Xian using all his strength. It would only take a little more time to break the chain restriction, but it wasn't impossible to break it. Soon, Yi Xian broke the chain restriction. However, Fian's figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Girl, not bad. Your life-saving methods are not bad. This makes me feel much more at ease. Yi Xian said with a smile. He did not blame Fian for not making a move because in Yi Xian's heart, he did not want Fian to protect him. Who knew that as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Fian would casually throw out 2 corpses. Young master, these 2 people were hiding in the dark. They wanted to take advantage of the 4 people attacking you to launch a sneak attack on you, so this little girl took care of them. Enemies hiding in the dark. Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had to thank Fian this time. One had to know that during the battle just now, there was a time when Yi Xian could be said to be completely defenseless. The 1,000 beast sword attendants, divine rank mounts, and god-slaying swords were all sent out. Yi Xian was practically defenseless and his invincible defense was on cooldown. If these 2 people had suddenly attacked Yi Xian at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What a good plan. What a good plan, one step after another. Unfortunately, they had still failed. Yi Xian casually took away the 2 Qingquan realms and suddenly had an idea. At this time, Yi Lixio did not know that the subordinates he had sent out had all been killed. He was still waiting for good news. In his heart, the trap he had set up was definitely enough to kill Yi Xian. It was definitely a perfect plan. However, all of a sudden, a voice sounded from outside. Your Highness, Grandmaster Yi requests an audience. Grandmaster Yi. Which Grandmaster Yi? Yi Lixio was taken aback. In his heart, Yi Xian had probably been killed long ago. So when he suddenly heard Grandmaster Yi, he didn't react in time. It's Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi. How could the guard know what his master was thinking? He actually answered honestly. The guard's words made Yi Lixio's hair stand on end. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That brat, shouldn't he have been killed by now? Why would he appear outside his tent? Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already charged in. Right now, there was no one in the alliance who didn't know Yi Xian. In their eyes, Yi Xian was definitely a mysterious expert. Moreover, they wouldn't dare look down on Yi Xian just because his cultivation base was low. So when Yi Xian charged in, the guards didn't dare to directly stop him. Yi Lixio. 7th Prince, haha, you've given me quite a generous gift. However, it's impolite not to reciprocate, so this time, I'll give you a gift as well. Yi Xian smiled as soon as he entered Yi Lixio's tent. That brilliant smile made Yi Lixio wonder what Yi Xian wanted to do. Could it be that those people didn't have time to attack? In Yi Lixio's heart, this was the only thing he could think of. After all, in his heart, killing Yi Xian was practically a foregone conclusion. However, when Yi Xian casually threw a bag of things in front of Yi Lixio instantly panicked. Because Yi Xian didn't even try to hide that thing. He didn't even need to open it to see what was inside. 6 heads. They were the 6 people Yi Lixio had sent out. Besides one peak heavenly god, the other 5 were all domain enlightened spirit gods. But how long had it been since they left? And now, their heads were thrown in front of Yi Lixio. Ha, since the 7th prince likes to give me gifts, then I won't mind. If you have any more gifts in the future, feel free to send them over. I, Yi Xian, will accept them all. Yi Xian clearly knew that Yi Lixio was the mastermind behind these people. However, Yi Xian didn't directly kill Yi Lixio. It wasn't because this was the camp of the Alliance, but because Yi Xian wanted to test whether Yi Lixio had any other companions. Chapter 2796. When the last shadow disappeared, Yi Xian had already been automatically teleported out. Ding! The host's bloodline has been successfully strengthened. Please note that the host's bloodline has been strengthened to the highest level and cannot be strengthened further before a breakthrough. Ding! The host's weakened state has ended. The host has regained his original divine power. Rank 1 Superior Heavenly God. Following the system's notification, Yi Xian finally emerged. In his hand, he was holding a mirror-like treasure. It seemed that this was mirror image fate. This was the thing that had trapped Yi Xian for so long. Yi Xian looked at the treasure in his hand but did not say anything. A teleportation array. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a teleportation array. To be honest, Yi Xian had seen countless teleportation arrays, but the one in front of him was undoubtedly the most familiar. Outside the ruins of the fortress, there was still endless slaughter and lingering thoughts. He was now at the core of the battlefield of the sovereigns. Originally, Yi Xian did not have much hope of leaving. He did not expect to be able to leave so easily. However, this teleportation array made Yi Xian very happy. Even Yi Xian did not know where the teleportation array led to. Without hesitation, Yi Xian stepped into the teleportation array. However, a strange scene occurred. Rays of light erupted from the teleportation array and locked onto Yi Xian, as if automatically searching for something. Yi Xian was stunned and became more and more alarmed. Could this be a directional memory teleportation array? I did not expect such a thing to actually exist. This teleportation array chain can remember all teleportations within a restricted area. No matter where you enter, if you want to leave, all you have to do is step into any one of the teleportation arrays and you can leave. Yi Xian had heard of such a thing before, but he had always thought it was a legend. He did not expect it to be true. Meanwhile, in Mo Shang Pavilion, the 5th Hall Master and everyone in the 5th Hall were waiting silently. Today was the last day of the deadline. Suddenly, a faint light came from the teleportation array. Didn't this light mean that someone was about to pass through the teleportation array? In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Could it be that Yi Xian had returned? The light swirled and a figure appeared. If it was not Yi Xian, who else could it be? Good boy, I knew you wouldn't die. Wang Tianjin strode over to Yi Xian and gave Yi Xian a vicious punch. However, there were tears in his eyes. What happened to you all? Yi Xian felt something tugged at his heartstrings. Isn't it all because of you, kid? Half a year ago, everyone who was able to return had already returned, but you were nowhere to be seen. For more than half a year, the sect wasn't willing to wait, but my father insisted. He even used the 5th Hall's resources to support the teleportation array, and to prevent the sect from closing, he brought us along to guard this place. Luckily, you're back, luckily you're back. Yi Xian was shocked. He even felt his nose slightly sour. Some words were easy to say, but it was not so easy to actually do it. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed. Master, you're so good to your disciple. It looks like your disciple will have to work harder in the future so that he can take care of you when you're old. It was as if it was the first joke, but only Yi Xian himself knew what kind of weight those words held. If Yi Xian had only felt a sense of belonging to the fifth hall before, then Yi Xian had already treated the fifth hall as his second home. To Yi Xian, his enemies had to be ruthlessly suppressed and destroyed. But Yi Xian would repay those who were good to him 100 times over. Because Yi Xian had the right to say that. Yi Xian's return surprised many people. Of course, Yi Xian was a disciple of the fifth hall. The others were only surprised and did not say much. Only the fifth hall held a grand celebration. However, before the celebration began, Yi Xian received a voice transmission talisman from his master's wife. It's for you. It was delivered a few months ago. It's from a little ant who claims to be your maid. She said that she had something urgent to tell you. But you didn't come out, so I kept it for you. Thank you, master's wife. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he directly crushed the sound transmission talisman. It was indeed Fian's voice. However, Fian's report shocked Yi Xian. Master Ye of Ling Xian Court wants me to tell you to be prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a huge change at Lingbo Lake in half a year. Moreover, they have no confidence in winning. Master Ye wants me to tell you that you must leave Lingbo Lake immediately. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. The message was short, but Yi Xian already understood what had happened. It could be said that Yi Xian's trip to the battlefield of the Masters of Gods this time was, strictly speaking, a waste of time. Apart from obtaining a mirror of unknown use, he obtained a remarkable ability that required a large amount of resources to activate. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had suffered a loss. However, he did not expect that there would be a huge change outside as soon as he came out. Lingbo Lake. Was it the ancient sword intent? Yi Xian had to obtain that thing, even though Yi Xian knew that it was extremely dangerous. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the battlefield of the Masters of Gods? Where was it? Yi Xian could be said to have already died once. Could it be that the ancient sword intent was stronger than the Lord God's space? Master's wife, disciple wants to leave for a while to deal with some matters. I know what you want to do, but I won't allow you to go. It's too dangerous there. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. It was not strange that his master's wife could guess what he wanted to do. However, why was she not allowing him to go? Master's wife, disciple has to go. That matter was caused by disciple, and disciple must take responsibility until the end. To be honest, Yi Xian was very timid in the fifth hall. The reason was simple, he had concerns. Otherwise, he would not need to ask his master's wife for instructions. However, for Yi Xian, concerns were not bindings. In any case, I won't agree. Even if you go to your master, it's useless. If I say that you're not allowed to go, then no one can let you leave. She was right. His master's wife's words were 100 times more effective than his master's. What should he do? Yi Xian was at a loss. However, as soon as his master's wife left, he saw his master sneak up to Yi Xian like a thief. Master, what are you doing? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want your master's wife to hear you? Here. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not know what his master gave him. What are you looking at? Do you think we're all fools? That little girl called Fian has come to our fifth hall several times in the past few months. Moreover, do you think we don't know about such a big matter? Chapter 2797. After all, the ones buried here, even the weakest, were all super experts of the inferior God Emperor realm. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Not to mention the God Emperor realm, even if anyone with divine deity fell, it would be very difficult for their corpse to be destroyed. Without tens of millions of years, the corpses of these experts would not be able to decay. Of course, there were some special things about this secret realm. Within this secret realm, there was a strange power of law everywhere. This power of law could be said to be of no use at all, because their only use was to speed up the speed of the corpses here. Of course, there were other things in the secret realm that would speed up the decay of corpses. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing on a circular platform. This was the reception platform. Those who used the token to enter the ancestral secret realm would all appear on a platform similar to the one beneath Yi Xian's feet. This was because this secret realm had no entrance or exit. If one wanted to enter, they could only use a teleportation token. If anyone were to accidentally lose their token, they would probably be trapped to death. Yi Xian didn't move. Instead, he silently stood on the reception platform and carefully observed his surroundings. Before entering this place, there was no map or any information about this secret realm. If Yi Xian wanted to investigate this place, he could only choose his own route. With this reception platform as the center, broken continents could be seen everywhere. Perhaps this secret realm used to have a complete continent, but it was divided into countless small pieces. Above these broken continents were the existences that Yi Xian needed to investigate this time. This was because some of the broken continents were the tombs chosen by the experts who entered. Not far in front of Yi Xian, there was a continent. On the continent, a magnificent palace stood towering. However, Yi Xian didn't have any intention of investigating. He was so close to the reception platform. If there was any inheritance, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it. Yi Xian didn't observe for too long because no matter how he observed, he couldn't see anything without experiencing it himself. With a leap, Yi Xian flew high into the air. Yi Xian didn't have any specific goal. Right now, he was just randomly choosing a direction. Pieces of broken continents retreated from Yi Xian's side. As for Yi Xian, he was also constantly choosing his target. Finally, a broken continent attracted Yi Xian's attention. On this broken continent, there were no palaces or anything like that. However, there was a strange and mysterious plant growing on it. One had to know that in this secret realm of the ancestral land, there wasn't even sunlight, yet there were plants. This was already somewhat strange. Yi Xian directly landed on the broken continent, then said to the system, scan this thing. I want to see what exactly it is. Ding. System prompt, scan successful. Target, ghost vine. Ding. System prompt, detected a special plant, ghost vine. Host can find the heart of the ghost vine and level up the 1,000 vines. Ding. System prompt, the ghost vine is formed from the divine power and laws of a fallen expert. It is said to be a plant, but it has an instinctive meaning. The initial judgment is that it is dangerous. Host, please pay attention. Danger. This was the ancestral land, the graveyard of countless experts. It would be strange if there wasn't any danger. However, he didn't expect that he'd discover something good that could be used to advance the 1,000 vines just as he arrived. In that case, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss it no matter what. The heart of the ghost vine. No matter what kind of existence it was, as long as he killed the ghost vine, he would be able to find it soon. Yi Xian pulled out the god-slaughtering sword. At the same time, he had Wei Jintian transform into a magic treasure. Afterwards, the two god-slaughtering swords circled around Yi Xian, on guard at all times. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the rule god bow and held it in his hand. 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant. Yi Xian directly summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant. He wanted to use the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant to test the strength of the ghost vine. Following Yi Xian's order, the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant summoned its divine rank mount and charged over without the slightest hesitation. Yi Xian stood on the spot and didn't make any unnecessary movements. Instead, he silently waited. The thousand-beast sword attendant led the divine rank mount and continuously charged forward. At this moment, these ghost vines seemed to be ordinary plants and had no reaction at all. Of course, the system notification said that the ghost vine was a dangerous existence. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't believe that this thing was that simple. Suddenly, a section of the ghost nether vine moved. Its speed was incomparably fast. Even though Yi Xian had completely enveloped the area with his spiritual will, he could only sense that the ghost vine had moved a little. However, he couldn't sense what it had done because its speed was simply too fast. However, in the blink of an eye, at least 10 divine rank mounts had already disappeared. Yi Xian immediately gathered his spiritual will there. A moment later, he discovered that the divine rank mounts had already been completely wrapped up by the ghost vine. This ghost vine was like a divine serpent that tightly wrapped around the arena lord's divine rank mount. A moment later, the divine rank mount was strangled to death. As for the upgraded mount, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. What a powerful defense! Yi Xian clearly saw that before a divine rank mount died, it fiercely bit the ghost vine. Unfortunately, it was useless. This nether ghost vine actually possessed an incomparably powerful defensive power. System, detect the strength of this ghost vine. How can its defense be so high? Ding. System prompt, detection successful. Host, please note that the nether ghost vine has a special ability. All of the nether ghost vines here are actually only one, and the nether ghost vine can, according to its own will, gather all of its branch power at any location. Yi Xian was slightly shocked in his heart. One had to know that in front of Yi Xian, the ghost vine filled every corner of this shattered continent. Even calling it a forest wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, he didn't expect that it was only one stalk. Super Devouring System. His special ability to condense energy also caused Yi Xian's eyes to light up at the same time that he was shocked. One had to know that, for example, Yi Xian's 1,000 vines. The defensive power and attack power of each vine were actually average, but if they could condense their power, then the increase in combat strength wouldn't be just a little bit. Whether it was used in a head-on battle or as a sneak attack, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Imagine Yi Xian using the 1,000 vines to fight an enemy. Originally, the 1,000 vines didn't seem to pose any threat at all, but when they got close to the enemy, they suddenly gathered their strength, causing one of the vines to suddenly possess an extremely powerful strength. Any enemy would probably be caught off guard. Good stuff. Good ability. Chapter 2798. If Enchanting had this ability, wouldn't it be incomparably powerful? 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, this wasn't the only surprise. Just as Yi Xian was observing this section of the ghost nether vine, dozens of different types of law energies suddenly attacked the god rank mount. These were dozens of different types of law energy. Could it be that this ghost vine had actually grasped dozens of types of law energy? System, what's going on? Why is the ghost vine able to grasp so many types of law energy? Ding, system prompt, the ghost vine has a special ability, devouring storage. Ding, the ghost vine will automatically capture the law energy that it can capture. Once it successfully captures it, it will store it and explode when needed. There was such an ability. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This ability was simply too strong. However, it was probably only suitable for rented land. After all, there could be super experts entering the rented land at any time and dying within. And what was the power of the laws? It was a special power that couldn't be explained clearly. Even a God Emperor stage super expert could only borrow the power of the laws. However, when they reached the main God Emperor stage and fell, the power of the laws that they borrowed might stay for a period of time, giving the ghost vine a chance to capture it. If it was anyone else, such as the enemies that Yi Xian had killed, how could they have allowed the power of the laws to remain? At the same time he fell, the power of the laws automatically disappeared. Therefore, not to mention the fact that Yi Xian could obtain this power, even if he did, it would be useless. However, from the looks of it, it would undoubtedly become an obstacle for Yi Xian to kill the ghost vine. Thousand Beast Feast. Yi Xian activated the ability of the Thousand Beast Feast, causing his ability to level up his mount to increase once again. Although Yi Xian didn't expect to be able to defeat the ghost vine with just the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the Divine Rank Mount, Yi Xian also hoped to be able to figure out the various abilities of the ghost vine through the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the Divine Rank Mount. The ghost vine continued to fight with the Divine Rank Mount, but it seemed like it was simply crushing it. Although the Divine Rank Mount continued to attack, even if they could destroy some of the ghost vines, it would still be futile. After all, there were simply too many ghost vines here. How much could a god-tier mount destroy? Suddenly, Yi Xian discovered a problem. The ghost vine that was destroyed by the Divine Rank Mount didn't seem to immediately grow back. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In the beginning, because of the 1,000 vines, Yi Xian thought that the ghost vine could grow indefinitely, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Flower God Sword Attendant. Yi Xian casually summoned the Flower God Sword Attendant. Previously, Yi Xian didn't summon the Flower God Sword Attendant because he felt that even if the Flower God Sword Attendant came out, it wouldn't be of much use. However, now that he saw that the ghost vine couldn't grow indefinitely, Yi Xian naturally changed his mind. Go, destroy as much as you want. Yi Xian ordered. Very quickly, all of the Divine Rank Mounts and the 100 Flowers Flower God began to wildly destroy. It wasn't just them. At this moment, Wei Zhentian also charged out with the 2 God Slaughtering Swords. Yi Xian pulled the Rule God Bao time and time again, and all of them shot out Devouring Law Divine Arrows. Yi Xian's current goal was extremely clear, and that was to destroy this ghost nether vine as much as possible, regardless of everything else. Divine Rank Mounts were constantly being killed. But at the same time, the ghost vine was constantly being cut off. Pieces of the ghost vine fell to the ground, and a moment later, it turned into black smoke and disappeared. Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to destroy to his heart's content. Even if the power of the ghost vine could be condensed, it was still condensed through his countless vines. At this moment, Yi Xian was continuously cutting off his vines. Didn't this mean that he was constantly weakening his strength? Although the Divine Rank Mount and the 100 Flowers Flower God were continuously disappearing, Yi Xian wasn't at a disadvantage. Finally, when the last Divine Rank Mount was killed, Yi Xian decisively withdrew from the battle. He was waiting for the cooldown to end. Then, a new wave of attacks would erupt. Yi Xian wanted to grind this 1,000 vine to death. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, finally, the vast majority of the ghost vine had been cleared out. At this moment, there were only a mere 100 or so ghost vines in front of Yi Xian. These ghost vines were no longer a threat to Yi Xian. At the same time, the so-called ghost vine's heart was finally revealed. It turned out that this ghost vine seemed to be able to condense energy. This so-called ghost nether vine heart was also distributed among all of the vines. As Yi Xian continued to kill, the power of the ghost nether vine heart could only continuously retreat to the remaining vines. Plants are plants after all. Unfortunately, although you possess such powerful strength, you are still just a ghost vine. You only have battle instincts, but you do not truly possess intelligence. Yi Xian indifferently looked at the ghost vine in front of him as he spoke in a soft voice. Even though he knew in his heart that the ghost vine couldn't hear what he was saying at all. Kill. With Yi Xian's order, the cooldown was over once again. Then, He summoned the Thousand-Beast Sword Attendant and the Flower God's Sword Attendant and charged forward with their divine rank mounts and the 100 Flowers Flower God. The two god-slaying swords did not fall behind either and charged forward as well. One by one, the serene ghost vines were cut off. Finally, when all the serene ghost vines disappeared, a dark green ball of light remained. That was the so-called serene ghost vine heart. 1,000 vines. Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Didn't he fight for so long to strengthen the 1,000 vines? Enchanting suddenly rushed over and absorbed the group in a moment. But unfortunately, he did not advance. That's right, it would be great if Enchanting could advance so easily. However, Yi Xian could clearly feel that Enchanting's strength had increased by a lot. Especially the current Enchanting, who already had the ability to condense energy, his power was naturally even greater. Asterisk, / equals Yi Xian didn't delay any longer. He stood up and once again charged into the distance in search of his next target. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that this ghost vine was only the lowest level of existence in the ancestral land. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a weed. Ranner, just a mere weed in the ancestral land, possessed such powerful strength that it blocked Yi Xian for more than half a month. Re-1R from this, it could be seen just how powerful this ancestral land was. Actually, Yi Xian was very clear that it was impossible to explore this ancestral land in one go. Chapter 2799. After leaving this shattered continent, Yi Xian quickly arrived at another shattered continent. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Ever since he left the first shattered continent, Yi Xian had always asked the system to maintain its detection state. And here, the system gave Yi Xian a hint. Re-1R ding, system prompt, detected a special material that can be used to repair the god-slaying armor, suggesting that the host collect it. Yes, it was the material to repair the god-slaying armor. Ever since Yi Xian obtained the god-slaying armor, it could only be stored in his universe ring because the damage to his chi was too great. However, he didn't expect that he would actually find the right materials this time. Yi Xian naturally didn't hesitate and quickly arrived at the top of the shattered continent. When Yi Xian saw the thing on the shattered continent, he couldn't help but be moved. Because in front of Yi Xian was a building that looked like an inverted pyramid. Yi Xian didn't know what this building was made of. However, there was a door at the very bottom. From this door onwards, the entire golden pagoda continued to enlarge. Yi Xian walked in and discovered that this door was actually an elevator. He only needed to control it with his spiritual will and then activate his divine power to rise upwards. This place was like a treasure trove. However, there wasn't anything down there. Even if there was, it had already been taken away. It wasn't until Yi Xian entered the 99th floor that he saw the first item. A box made of unknown wood. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly jumped down from the elevator. The box was extremely simple and didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, when Yi Xian tried to use his spiritual will to investigate the contents, he was shocked to discover that his spiritual will couldn't see what was inside at all. What exactly was this thing? Open. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still opened it. Of course, the necessary preparations were still necessary. After all, the other places on the 99th floor were incomparably empty. Only this box was placed at the intersection. Such a conspicuous position, yet no one took it away. No matter how he looked at it, it was abnormal. Yi Xian wielded the divine rule bow and retreated 100 steps. Wei Jintian controlled the two god-slaughtering swords and prepared to attack. Afterwards, Yi Xian summoned the Wanchuan sword attendant. The Wanchuan sword attendant didn't have much attack power, but his senses were extremely sharp. If there was any danger, he would be the first to feel the rescue. Therefore, it was most appropriate for him to open the box. However, when the Wanshuan sword attendant tried, he was shocked to find that he couldn't open it at all. Could it be that the Wanshuan sword attendant was too small and didn't have enough strength? Although this reason was somewhat laughable, Yi Xian could only think of it this way. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian summoned the withered bone sword attendant. In any case, the withered bone sword attendant had long since been eliminated. Yi Xian didn't know how long it had been since he'd used it to fight. Using it to open the box could be considered letting him out for a breather. However, the withered bone sword attendant was still unable to open the box. Damn it, what's so special about this box? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Megatron, destroy this box for me. Yi Xian directly gave the order. Megatron instantly moved, and the two god-slaughtering swords continuously slashed at the box. It was useless, it was useless. Even the god-slaughtering sword was unable to split open this mysterious box. This time, Yi Xian's interest was piqued. Without bothering to take too much, Yi Xian directly walked towards the box. Yi Xian put away the rule god bow, then extended his hand over. Suddenly, an incomparably violent suction force exploded out, and the divine power on Yi Xian's body surged into the box like a tide. Damn it, what's going on? Yi Xian was greatly shocked, but he couldn't do anything about it. System, quickly think of a way to solve this. Yi Xian could only call for help from the system. At this moment, other than thinking, Yi Xian couldn't move a single inch. Even his heartbeat had completely stopped. As for the divine power, it was constantly being sucked away by the box. Just what in the world was this damn chest? Why did it have such a strong attraction force? Ding! System prompt, detected that the host has been affected by an unknown situation and has suffered a severe loss of divine power, searching for a solution. Ding! System prompt, search failed. Activate emergency plan. Ding, resources successfully exchanged for divine power. It wasn't easy for Yi Xian to save up that little bit of resources, but at this moment, they were continuously transforming into divine power and being absorbed. That box was like a bottomless pit that continuously devoured Yi Xian's divine power. Ding! Resources exhausted. Activating the exchange of faith points for divine power. The resources were gone. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. At this moment, he wasn't able to react at all. He could only allow the box to continuously devour the divine power in his body. It had always been Yi Xian who devoured others. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be devoured. Most importantly, it was a box that had devoured him. The faith points quickly disappeared as countless amounts of divine power flowed into Yi Xian's body. However, it was quickly absorbed by the box. Ding! System prompt, faith points exhausted, it's over. This was the first time Yi Xian had such a feeling in his heart. However, before he could think too much about it, he felt that the box had actually focused its attention on the devouring space and was quickly absorbing divine power from the devouring space. Yi Xian's heart was incomparably sorrowful. Could it be that today, he was really going to be sucked dry by a box? He, Yi Xian, finally understood why no one would touch the box. It was because those who touched the box had already been sucked dry of their divine power. But what was this damned thing? Why did it appear here? Even if it appeared here, why was it so powerful? Yi Xian wanted to close his eyes, but unfortunately, he couldn't move. A large amount of divine power flowed out of the devouring space. Yi Xian could even feel that the plants and creatures inside were dispirited. Just how much divine power had this box devoured? Crack! Suddenly, there was a light sound, and then the box slowly opened. Could it be that he had devoured so much divine power just to open this box? If that was really the case, then wouldn't this box be too much? Suddenly, a ray of light flew towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian could feel that there seemed to be something above his head. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Ding! System notification, congratulations to host for accidentally discovering the ancient god Emperor's crown. Ding! The Emperor's crown has recognized the host's identity as the ancient god Emperor's successor. Chapter 2800. Lord God Emperor, in order to make it easier for our fire clan to observe everywhere, we have set up some organizations in many places. As for Mo Shang Pavilion, because Mo Shang Pavilion is a little special, we have increased our investment. That Ling Xian Pavilion is a force that was personally set up by the third clan leader of the Fire Clan to make it easier for us to investigate Mo Shang Pavilion. What? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the Ling Xian Pavilion was actually a member of the Fire Tribe. In other words, the Ling Xian Pavilion had been part of Yi Xian's force from the very beginning. Now, everything made sense. Why had the Ling Xian Pavilion given him a Pavilion Guardian Elder's clone? And why had he gone crazy when he found out that Yi Xian had given him an order? Because the Ling Xian Pavilion had belonged to Yi Xian in the first place. In other words, it belonged to the inheritor of the ancient god Emperor's inheritance. And he, Yi Xian, was the new god Emperor. In that case, wouldn't he be the master of the Ling Xian Pavilion? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry about the ancient lost clan. After all this fuss, Yi Xian had been under the protection of the Ling Xian Pavilion all this while. However, Yi Xian didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Happy. After all, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised that he had suddenly gained such a large force. Yi Xian's strength had also increased by a lot. Angry. Damn it. If he hadn't gone to the Ling Xian Pavilion, the people there would never have told Yi Xian the truth. Damn, there were so many good things in the Ling Xian Pavilion. If Yi Xian had used them directly, he would have broken through many levels by now. Alright, I understand. Yi Xian sat down speechlessly. Lord God Emperor, the third patriarch still has something to tell you. Go ahead and speak. I'm listening. Yes, Lord God Emperor. The Fire Tribe clansman suddenly knelt on the ground, making Yi Xian frown slightly. Then, he said, Lord God Emperor, the three clan leaders want me to tell you that the strength of the ancient era's lost clan is very limited, and the enemy we need to fight against is extremely strong. Ling Xian Pavilion is the strongest force in the Fire Clan, so this time, we can follow your orders. After all, some conflicts have already existed. However, this is only the first time. In the future, the Fire Division will not be able to obey your orders so directly. What? Yi Xian frowned the Divine Patriarch's explanation. Please use your strength. B. The third clan patriarch said that if Lord God Emperor wants to blame us, please wait until we destroy that powerful existence first. Yi Xian nodded and said, yes. You're right. I understand. Then we'll do as you say. However, we can't relax our investigation of Mo Shang Pavilion. We must find out the secrets of Mo Shang Pavilion. Yes, Lord God Emperor. Alright, there's nothing else. You can go about your business. Yi Xian waved his hand and dismissed the Divine Patriarch. Yi Xian smiled bitterly after the Divine Patriarch left. QWPM. Although the third patriarch's words were vague enough, Yi Xian understood the meaning behind them. Perhaps it was right to hide their strength. More importantly, the higher-ups of the Fire Tribe had not completely accepted Yi Xian. Because of their ancestral teachings and clan rules, they had no choice but to serve Yi Xian as their master. However, Yi Xian was too weak now. They would not completely submit to Yi Xian. To put it bluntly, the ancient lost tribe belonged to Yi Xian, but also did not belong to Yi Xian. After all, too many things had changed in the span of hundreds of millions of years. It was still unknown how loyal the ancient lost tribe was to Yi Xian. Perhaps they would follow Yi Xian without hesitation if he was strong enough. However, Yi Xian was not strong enough. Strength. Everything depended on strength. Sometimes, even if Yi Xian encountered a great opportunity, he would not be able to fully control it if he was not strong enough. For example, Ling Xian Pavilion could be called the ancient lost tribe. However, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his mentality. That was right. Why should he entrust everything to others? Yi Xian, was Yi Xian. He didn't have to rely on others for anything. It didn't matter if the ancient races were willing to obey him or not. However, Yi Xian's own strength had to increase. The next morning, Yi Xian appeared in a place he had never been before. Many people were stunned. The mission hall. In Mo Shang training camp, many people usually performed missions in exchange for points. However, Yi Xian had never been there before. This was Yi Xian's first time here. At this time, the situation at Ling Xian Pavilion had exploded to a new height. As for the people in the training camp, they had a new understanding of Yi Xian. It could be said that in the entire training camp, at least in the outer camp, no one dared to say no to Yi Xian. However, he clearly had great power and authority. Yet Yi Xian had come to Mo Shang training camp and was preparing to accept a mission today. The girl in charge of issuing missions was dumbfounded. It was not strange for anyone to come here, except for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's appearance caused him to be unable to react. Young Master Yi, may I ask what is the matter? Oh, I'm here to accept a mission. Can I take a look at the mission list? Yi Xian did not care about the gazes around him. They were not him, so how would they know about his affairs? The girl hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and placed all the missions in front of Yi Xian. The missions in Mo Shang training camp were divided into levels: easy, normal, difficult, and nightmare. These 4 levels represented 4 different types of missions with different levels of danger. Simple missions had an average casualty rate of almost 0. Normal missions had a casualty rate of 20%. Difficult missions had 50%. Nightmare missions had a casualty rate as high as 70%. Of course, according to the mission, the rewards would be different too. Moreover, every mission had a minimum realm requirement. Yi Xian did not have many choices. In fact, apart from the simple missions, there were only 2 difficult missions in front of him. Mission 1, a powerful divine beast appeared in Centauria Valley. Centauria Valley requested help from Mo Shang training camp to repel or kill that evil divine beast. The realm requirement was limited to mid-level celestial god. Chapter 2801. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly walked forward. Beside Yi Xian, 2 god-slaughtering swords continuously revolved around him, preparing to kill the fish that slipped through the net. On the outside, divine bone overlord ants that were controlled by their spiritual senses continuously created a corridor for Yi Xian. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian walked forward step by step. Beside him, battles continuously erupted. One divine bone overlord ant after another fell beside Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it didn't affect Yi Xian in the slightest. He didn't know how far he'd walked. After all, this place was like a maze, going around and around, causing Yi Xian to lose his direction. Fortunately, he finally walked out. At this moment, what stood in front of Yi Xian was an incomparably huge divine bone overlord ant, and this was the queen of the divine bone overlord ant. Ding! System notification, designated target, 3rd grade inferior god king realm. A divine ant of the inferior god king realm. As expected of the ancestral ground's secret realm, it seemed that anything that appeared was not rare. This queen was countless times larger than the other divine ants. The most important thing was her body. This queen was actually half human and half ant. System, what's going on? Could it be that this queen is about to evolve into a human? Ding! System notification, data analysis in progress. Ding! System notification, the target is a spirit god-type creature that accidentally mutated after the death of a god emperor who cultivated the ant ancestor's sacred art. Divine ability mutation. Yi Xian was stunned. Ever since he entered the progenitor realm, all sorts of strange and bizarre things had happened. However, this was only a mere third-grade inferior god-king realm. Yi Xian was already a fourth-grade inferior god-king, so how could he not be able to do anything? He didn't waste any more words and directly launched an attack. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, take me to block the entrance. Don't let the other divine ants come and cause trouble. With Yi Xian's order, 1,000 divine-level mounts and 100 flower gods suddenly appeared, sealing off all the intersections and fighting with the reinforcements of the divine ants. As for Yi Xian himself, he charged towards the queen ant, Wei Zhentian. Go! Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaughtering swords and charged towards the queen ant without any points. The 14 god slashes were suddenly unleashed. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. The violent power caused the queen ant to retreat several steps, but she wasn't injured in the slightest. The power of the deity slash had only caused the ant to retreat a few steps. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Wasn't this defensive power a little too great? Swish swish, a strange sound wave came out from the queen ant's mouth. It was obvious that Yi Xian's actions had angered the queen ant. The sound waves quickly reverberated in this layer of space. Countless divine ants immediately became incomparably irritable and fearless as they charged forward. One after another, the divine rank mounts were drowned by the divine ants. These divine ants had gone crazy. Feast of 1,000 Beasts. Since Yi Xian had activated the 1,000 Beast Feast, he didn't have the time to support the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant. Thus, he could only hope that the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant would be able to last a little longer. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you, you evil creature. Yi Xian pulled open the Rule Divine Bow, and one Rule Divine Arrow after another flew towards the queen ant. A powerful ray of light suddenly flashed out from the queen's body, directly blocking most of the law arrows. However, there was still a portion of the law arrows that hit the queen, but it was useless. Even Yi Xian's most proficient arrow of the law of devouring couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to the queen. How was this possible? Yi Xian frowned. He'd finally met an enemy who was clearly at a lower cultivation level than him, yet he couldn't do anything to them. Absolute Zero. Yi Xian once again released his ultimate move. Absolute Zero was able to freeze the queen ant. When Yi Xian released Absolute Zero, the queen ant didn't have time to dodge at all, so she was directly frozen. However, after being frozen, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian's god-slaughtering sword attacked at the same time. They were shocked to discover that it was useless. It was the armor on his body. It was the armor-like layer of skin on the queen ant's body that was actually able to withstand all of Yi Xian's attacks, including the god-slaughtering sword. How was he supposed to fight? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. His attack was useless against him, so how was he supposed to play? Even after being hit by Absolute Zero, no matter how Yi Xian attacked, he couldn't break through his outer shell. How could he kill him? Yi Xian's figure explosively retreated. At the same time, he was already rapidly thinking in his heart. It was very obvious that the special material detected by the system was probably the queen ant's outer shell. This was because such a strong outer shell was indeed qualified to repair the god-slaughtering armor. However, if he wanted to obtain this outer shell, then Yi Xian would undoubtedly have to kill this queen ant. What was he going to do? The power of the laws was almost useless against it. The god-slaughtering sword was so sharp, yet it couldn't break through his outer shell. Then, what could Yi Xian count on now? Spiritual sense control. No, this Queen Ant's spiritual force is much stronger than Yi Xian's. Yi Xian isn't able to control the Queen Ant at all. Then, what other methods did he have? Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He thought of a feasible method. Mighty heaven shaking, magic treasure form. Following Yi Xian's order, the god-slaughtering sword automatically returned to Yi Xian's hand, and Wei Zhentian also rapidly changed. 1, 2. Finally, in the third form, Yi Xian found what he wanted. This was a strange sledgehammer, but it had one ability, and that was to grow bigger. Moreover, there were no other additional effects. If it was in the past, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have even glanced at this thing. But today, Yi Xian was waiting for such a blunt weapon. The laws were infinite, and the armor was ineffective. Then, what about the blunt weapon? Grow bigger. In the next moment, the large hammer instantly grew larger, and Yi Xian directly swung it down with his sledgehammer. Absolute zero. In fact, Yi Xian even restricted the Queen Ant's movements and continued to smash it. Once, twice, 3 times, Yi Xian didn't even know how many times he'd smashed it. However, under Yi Xian's berserk attacks, the Queen Ant was finally smashed to death. It wasn't that the Queen Ant didn't resist, but being smashed down by such a blunt weapon one after another, what could he do to defend against it? Under absolute zero, the Queen Ant couldn't even make the slightest movement. She could only be smashed to death. At this moment, if one looked from the outside, the Queen Ant didn't seem to have changed at all. However, after being smashed countless times by the giant hammer, even the Queen Ant's divine deity had been smashed to pieces, let alone anything else. Yi Xian lightly smiled. With a wave of his hand, he directly absorbed the Queen Ant's corpse into his devouring space. After all, this Queen Ant was used to repair the god-slaying armor. Chapter 2802. After all, the Ant Queen had only cultivated a tough outer shell. She did not cultivate everything in her body to be as tough as it was. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. This time, Yi Xian killing the Queen Ant could be said to be a coincidence, but the main reason was that Yi Xian had grasped the Queen Ant's true weakness. At this moment, the defensive line formed by the 1,000-beast sword attendants and the god-rank mounts could no longer hold on and was directly broken through. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. With a flash, he activated his infinite teleportation and instantly arrived at the elevator. The reason why he had to go in step by step was because Yi Xian wanted to find what he needed. At this moment, since he'd obtained the item, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't delay any longer. A moment later, Yi Xian arrived outside, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he prepared to repair the god-slaughtering armor first. System, I have the materials. Let's start forging. Ding, system notification, forging begins. Ding, system notification, god-slaughtering armor has been successfully repaired. Currently, the damage is 50%. Host can already use it. Since he could already use it, Yi Xian wouldn't waste it. He directly put on the god-slaughtering armor. After being forged by the system, the appearance of the god-slaughtering armor had greatly changed. A few ribbons of divine power automatically spread out and revolved around Yi Xian, adding to his sense of mystery. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the god-slaughtering armor. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue carefully observing the god-slaughtering armor, countless divine ants chased after him from the inverted horn golden tower. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately leaped up, quickly leaving this place. That's right, after Yi Xian killed the queen of these divine ants, it would be strange if they didn't go berserk. In the ancestral land, Yi Xian didn't have any goals. He only casually explored. Next, Yi Xian found some materials that were useful to him. There was no time limit in the ancestor realm. As long as you could stay inside, you could stay for as long as you wanted. This was because the ancestor realm was only rewarded to super geniuses who had made outstanding contributions to the divine realm. Therefore, there were relatively few people who were qualified to enter. Of course, it was impossible to stay in the ancestor realm forever. Even if you could endure the loneliness of the ancestor realm, the powerful corrosive power and the various powerful existences that could be seen everywhere would force you to retreat. Yi Xian relied on the system's prompts to avoid danger time and time again. Even though he knew that there was something good ahead, as long as the system gave a warning, Yi Xian would decisively give up. In any case, there wasn't anyone here to fight with him, so there was no need for Yi Xian to provoke those powerful existences for the sake of a treasure. Rather than that, he might as well find a few more treasures that were slightly inferior. However, sometimes, plans couldn't keep up with changes. At this moment, Yi Xian was stumped by the choice in front of him. Ding! System prompt, special material detected, Calamity Universe Crystal Core. Ding! System prompt, the Calamity Universe Crystal Core can be used by the system to strengthen various sword attendants. At the same time, if the host swallows it himself, he can also obtain special attributes. Ding! Warning, warning, a powerful divine beast has been detected. Sword intent, host, leave immediately. The series of system prompts directly caused Yi Xian to hesitate. Calamity Universe Crystal Core. It was another type of crystal core that Yi Xian had never heard of before. In fact, Yi Xian's sword attendant did indeed feel a bit weak, but he hadn't found a suitable material to strengthen it, so Yi Xian had no other choice. But now, there was such a strengthening technique in front of Yi Xian that could be used to strengthen his sword attendant. However, if he wanted to obtain the materials, he had to defeat that divine beast. Moreover, it was a divine beast that the system had alerted him of. How to choose? For a moment, Yi Xian was in a dilemma. This time, Yi Xian had no choice but to think carefully. After all, something like the Calamity God Crystal could be said to be something that could only be encountered by chance. Once he succeeded, then Yi Xian would make a huge profit. But at the same time, if he failed, then Yi Xian would have no choice but to activate the token and leave. This ancestor realm wasn't something that could be entered just because one wanted to. Only by obtaining the token from me you would one have the qualifications to enter. Therefore, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the next time he wanted to enter. If he failed, then Yi Xian didn't know how many resources he would have to miss. Should he go to the Shattered Continent at this moment? Yi Xian gritted his teeth. In the end, he still decided to enter. Yi Xian was going to take a gamble. After making up his mind, Yi Xian directly landed on the Shattered Continent. In an instant, a powerful force locked onto Yi Xian. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host has been locked onto by a powerful divine beast. Yi Xian released his divine will in an attempt to find the divine beast's location. Very quickly, Yi Xian discovered him. This was an extremely strange divine beast. This was because this divine beast only had 1 foot but 5 hands. Its eyes were all over its body, but it didn't have a mouth or a nose. Instead, it had an ear. The strangest thing was that its ear was actually its mouth. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such a strange divine beast before. System, detect what exactly is this thing? Ding! System notification, target, Divine Resentment Beast. Divine Resentment Beast, if a God Emperor expert was unwilling to die, there would be a chance of forming such a divine beast. Their appearances were randomly generated, but they had one thing in common, and that was that they were able to inherit a special ability or law of the fallen God Emperor. The divine resentment beast would give birth to different personalities based on the final regret of the fallen god emperor. The resentment contained within the divine resentment beast that Yi Xian was facing right now was actually loneliness. When the god emperor had fallen, although he had voluntarily come to the ancestral land, he hadn't died immediately. Instead, he had lived here for 1,000 years. 1,000 years had caused the god emperor's heart to be incomparably lonely. Thus, when he finally fell, the only obsession in his heart was that he hoped for someone to accompany him. And this obsession had transformed into this divine resentment beast. What it wanted to do the most was to make everyone who entered his territory stay behind and accompany him forever. The divine resentment beasts all had one thing in common, and that was that they were unwilling to leave their original place of residence, which was this broken continent. It could be said that no divine beast in the ancestral land would easily leave their territory, and this divine resentment beast was even more extreme. It could be said that the vast majority of divine resentment beasts had never left the shattered continent where they were born. This divine resentment beast's greatest resentment was that it wanted someone to accompany it forever. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly descended. He didn't hesitate at all as his aura locked onto Yi Xian. As soon as Yi Xian landed on the ground, he felt slightly regretful. That was because the divine resentment beast was a grade 1 mid-godly king. Chapter 2803. Inextricable. It would be extremely difficult to defeat this divine resentment beast. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to summon the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the Flower God Sword Attendant. This was because Yi Xian knew that summoning them wouldn't be of much use. Now, it was up to him to see what kind of powerful methods a divine resentment beast had. It could be said that if the divine ability or law he inherited was a little stronger, then Yi Xian wouldn't have any chance and would be forced to use the token to teleport immediately. However, how could Yi Xian bear to leave? The god slaughtering sword was pulled out, and Yi Xian was quickly thinking of a countermeasure. There were many buildings on this shattered continent. It was obvious that his original owner had made this place very beautiful, but it was also because it was too unique that it showed the unwillingness in this person's heart. Yi Xian didn't know why this person died, but he knew that even if this person died, he would still be filled with unwillingness. Unfortunately, even if it was so beautiful, what could it do? In the ancestral land, there was no sunlight, no life, nothing. No matter how beautiful it was, it would only be appreciated by one person alone. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't observing this to guess what that person was thinking before he died. Yi Xian just wanted to see if he could use the terrain to his advantage. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was disappointed. There was nothing here. Yi Xian silently observed his surroundings. The divine resentment beast was also silently observing Yi Xian. Moreover, although he completely locked onto Yi Xian, as long as Yi Xian didn't make a move, he wouldn't attack Yi Xian. After Yi Xian carefully examined his surroundings, he finally gave up on the idea of borrowing the terrain. It seemed that this time, he could only force his way through. If he could kill this divine resentment beast, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain a large amount of benefits. However, once he failed, there would be nothing left. Whoosh! Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Jingtian instantly transformed and controlled the two god-slaughtering swords to charge towards the divine resentment beast. Perfect hit. However, Yi Xian wasn't happy at all. This was because the god-slaughtering sword had directly passed through the divine resentment beast's body without causing the slightest bit of damage to it. Yi Xian frowned. This guy was actually immune to physical damage. God slash. In an instant, Wei Jingtian controlled the two god-slaughtering swords to unleash the god slash. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. All of them hit the mark. This time, there was indeed a reaction, but the effect wasn't as good as expected. The god-slaying slash sliced the divine resentment beast into several pieces, but in the blink of an eye, it actually fused back together. Damn it! A divine rule bow immediately appeared in Yi Xian's hand, and he shot out an arrow without hesitation. This time, Yi Xian used a divine talisman. This divine talisman's attack method was fire. In an instant, the divine talisman exploded, and a huge ball of flame surrounded the divine resentment beast. However, when the flames extinguished, Yi Xian was shocked to discover that it still had no effect. Yi Xian launched 3 attacks in a row. The first 2 attacks were directly ignored by the divine resentment beast, but the third time, it finally angered the divine resentment beast. The divine resentment beast suddenly moved, and one of its hands rapidly grew longer and larger, instantly arriving beside Yi Xian. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Yi Xian was actually sent flying by a single punch. Fortunately, with the protection of the god-slaying armor, Yi Xian didn't suffer too much damage. However, this punch also allowed Yi Xian to witness the power of the divine soul beast. It could be said that Yi Xian had no way of defending against it. This won't do. This won't do. Yi Xian doesn't want to stay here, or directly leave. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian charged over once more. He activated the infinite blink technique, and at the same time, he activated the eternal night domain. Although Yi Xian didn't know if the eternal night domain could trap the divine soul beast, he could only try. Afterwards, Yi Xian attacked with another absolute zero. All of this would depend on the effect of absolute zero. It was unknown if the divine soul beast was careless, or if it was really affected by the eternal night domain. In short, absolute zero had actually trapped the divine soul beast. A good chance. Yi Xian suddenly moved, and the divine rule bow in his hand pulled the bowstring without the slightest hesitation. Devouring Law Divine Arrow. When the time comes, Yi Xian would like to see if he can recondense this fellow's body into an unknown void. However, as soon as Yi Xian shot his first arrow, he saw that cracks had already begun to appear on absolute zero. This was absolute zero. Could it be that this guy could actually break free from it? Yi Xian didn't have time to think. He pulled the bowstring as fast as he could. One after another, the Devouring Law Divine arrows charged towards the divine resentment beast. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A black vortex appeared. Yi Xian could clearly see that the divine resentment beast was constantly being sucked away by the black gas. So it turned out that this guy's original body was actually this black gas. Although he seemed to be a physical entity on the surface, that was only because he was too condensed. Although the divine resentment beast still managed to break free from absolute zero's control in the end, several black vortexes had already formed around it. Yi Xian intentionally spread these Devouring Law Divine arrows around the divine resentment beast. At this moment, those vortexes were constantly devouring the black aura of the divine resentment beast. Although the size of the divine resentment beast hadn't shrunk, it could be seen that its body wasn't as solid as before. Ding! System notification: the designated target's cultivation level has dropped. Currently, the inferior 9th grade God King realm. Losing that black aura could actually cause the divine resentment beast's cultivation level to drop. Yi Xian was slightly astonished. This was something he'd never encountered before. Of course, no matter what the reason was, as long as the divine resentment beast's strength was weakened, it would be a good thing for Yi Xian. However, it seemed that Yi Xian wasn't a match for an inferior 9th grade God King at all. Yi Xian didn't have any trump cards left, so he only had conventional attacks. Fortunately, the Devouring Law Divine arrow was still effective against this guy. Absolute zero. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and attacked at absolute zero again. Since absolute zero and the Devouring Law Divine arrow could effectively weaken this fellow, then Yi Xian naturally wouldn't give up on using this method. Bang! Suddenly, the divine resentment beast's body suddenly expanded. At the same time, its 5 hands simultaneously attacked Yi Xian. It was obvious that Yi Xian had angered him. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xian was continuously hit. If it wasn't for the protection of the god-slaying armor, this combo would have been enough to take his life. This guy wasn't affected by the Eternal Night domain at all. The first time he was able to trap him with absolute zero, it was because he didn't care about Yi Xian at all. At this moment, once he was enraged, the success rate of absolute zero would obviously drop. Fortunately, he would occasionally be able to hit it. Blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. This guy was truly too difficult to deal with. Apart from using the Devouring Law Divine Arrow, Yi Xian actually couldn't find any other way to deal with him. This battle directly became a test of perseverance. Either Yi Xian was able to weaken the Divine Resentment Beast to its lowest level and kill it, or Yi Xian would be trapped by the Divine Resentment Beast. Chapter 2804 2392 God Seal Clan. The only thing that Yi Xian found strange was that this fellow didn't use any special abilities at all. It was actually just a pure physical attack. According to the system's introduction, the Divine Resentment Beast could inherit a divine ability or special law power from a fallen god emperor. However, he didn't expect that the Divine Resentment Beast that Yi Xian was facing didn't have one at all. Of course, even if that was the case, it would still be extremely difficult for Yi Xian to clean it up. If he really did inherit a special ability, then Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to hold on a long time ago. The battle lasted for an entire 7 days. During these 7 days, Yi Xian relied on the defense of the god-slaughtering armor to forcefully resist the Divine Resentment Beast's attacks. Afterwards, he continuously searched for opportunities to activate Absolute Zero and then used the Devouring Law Divine Sword to continuously weaken the Divine Resentment Beast. Finally, on the 7th day, Yi Xian successfully annihilated this fellow with the Devouring Law Divine Arrow. In the Ancestor Realm, there was actually no concept of time. After all, other than those ghost flames, there were no other sources of light. After defeating this Divine Resentment Beast, it was finally time to reap the rewards. When Yi Xian saw the Calamity Crystal Core, he hesitated in his heart. Just who should he give this Calamity Crystal to? The system had notified him that it could be used to strengthen the sword attendant, or it could be used to devour himself. It could be said that these two choices each had their own benefits. For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't make up his mind, so he temporarily put it away. He planned to make his choice after leaving the Ancestor Realm. Time flew by. Very quickly, 30 years had passed. In these 30 years, nothing had happened within the 9 directions 60,000 realms, and the main god battlefield had also fallen into a stalemate. The great powers of the 9 directions divine domain all knew that Yi Xian had made a great contribution in the main god arena and had been rewarded by the divine master to enter the Ancestor Realm to search for treasures. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble at this time. After all, when Yi Xian left, it was equivalent to the Divine Master personally helping to supervise the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Yi Zhong's development was also progressing step by step. Although it was 30 years, in reality, for the God realm, there wasn't much of a difference between 30 years and 3 years. On this day, Yi Xian finally came out. He was in a sorry state, but his face was filled with ecstasy. This was because after Yi Xian dealt with the Divine Resentment Beast, he immediately encountered the remnant will of a god emperor. Moreover, the system notified him that he could subdue it into a Dharma idol. The special ability of the 10,000 Venerables bloodline was the 10,000 Venerables, and that Dharma idol could actually be subdued into one of the 10,000 Venerables. How could Yi Xian let it go? In these 30 years, Yi Xian had continuously searched the Ancestor Realm. However, the remnant will of a god emperor was extremely rare, so he had only subdued 3 Dharma idols and fused them into his 10,000 sovereign bloodline. There was a cooldown time for the use of the Dharma idol, but Yi Xian obtaining 3 Dharma idols at once was equivalent to obtaining 3 trump cards. How could he not be excited? In addition, Yi Xian discovered quite a few resources while searching for the remnant will. In these 30 years, Yi Xian hadn't increased his cultivation at all. However, the resources he'd obtained were enough to make him incomparably happy. On this day, when Yi Xian came out of the ancestor realm, no one noticed him. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly rushed back to Yizhong. However, before arriving at Yizhong, Yi Xian first encountered Fei Yan. To be more precise, when Yi Xian was rushing, Fei Yan appeared behind him out of thin air. "Young master, you're out." Fei Yan smiled as she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian wasn't the slightest bit surprised that Fei Yan was able to appear by Yi Xian's side out of thin air. However, at this moment, he was clearly heading back to Yizhong, so why did Fei Yan come over earlier? Therefore, Yi Xian also smiled and said, "Could it be that something happened to the 960,000 realms? Why did you come to find me in advance?" "Young master, please be at ease. Everything is fine in the 960,000 realms. This little girl came here in advance because she wanted young master to move to our clan's residence first so that young master can make arrangements. So that's how it is. Alright, lead the way." Before Yi Xian participated in the main god arena, Fei Yan had gone to look for his clansmen. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Of course, Fei Yan had already brought his clansmen over. In reality, Fei Yan's clansmen and the Divine Talisman clan's Xian tribe were currently living together. Because of the special nature of the two clans, they had set up a mysterious formation. Even in the 960,000 realms, very few people knew their location. However, many of the people from the Divine Talisman clan had already joined the Yi sect. Because of this, they would have a reasonable reason to go out and train. Yi Xian was the sect master of the Yi sect and also the honorary grand elder of the Profound clan. Naturally, the Profound sect didn't have any objections to joining the Yi sect. However, it was difficult for Fei Yan's clansmen to make arrangements. In reality, Fei Yan's clansmen were not simple either. Fei Yan's clansmen were actually the powerful and mysterious God Seal clan. In the God realm, many people knew about the legends of the God Seal clan. However, most of the God Seal clan members had already fallen in the ancient times, and the remaining God Seal clan members were being used by various forces, constantly decreasing. Currently, there were not many survivors of the God Seal clan. Fei Yan's clansmen only numbered around 3,000, but they could already be considered one of the larger tribes of the God Seal clan. Without a doubt, the God Seal clan was a spirit god clan, but the innate talent of this clan was a seal. This was an incomparably powerful power. Moreover, there was no need to cultivate at all. As long as one was a member of the God Seal clan, they could automatically learn it. They called it the Life Seal. Once the Life Seal was activated, any living being within a designated area would instantly lose a certain amount of lifespan and cultivation. This was the terror of the God Seal clan. Their innate talent was enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless people. However, the innate talent of the God Seal clan was the art of sealing. Sealing was also a mysterious sub-profession. It was similar to the professions of the God Talisman Masters, Array Masters, and Artifact Masters. However, the job of a sealer was not to take someone's life, but to seal them. The God Seal clan possessed many unique sealing techniques, and the most well-known one was their one-word God sealing lattice. In other words, with a single sentence, they could seal an expert's godhead, rendering them unable to use even half of their god force. This was the terror of the God Seal clan. Many years ago, Fei Yan's clansmen were taken care of by Yi Xian's chief master, the ancient god emperor. After that, they found a secret place to recuperate. However, after the mysterious fall of the ancient god emperor, just like the other powers that relied on the ancient god emperor, Fei Yan's clansmen were also wiped out. This time, when Yi Xian rose once more, they naturally came to seek refuge without any hesitation. In their hearts, even though Yi Xian was only a provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 realms, his future achievements definitely wouldn't be limited to just this little bit. When Yi Xian arrived at the gathering place of the Divine Talisman clan and the God Seal clan, Yi Xian didn't expect that the two clans would get along so well. They even teamed up to create a sealing divine talisman. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care what they did. This time, Yi Xian prepared to bring the two clans into the Yi sect. Yi Zong had his own secret realm. Yi Xian's meaning was very simple. He wanted to give the two clans a separate secret realm. This way, they'd be even safer. After all, the Yi sect was Yi Xian's lair, so the safety factor was naturally much greater. Chapter 2805. Of course, many changes could happen in the span of 30 years. Of course, there would be many changes in the span of 30 years. Even though it would not affect the entire Kunlun God region and the Master God battlefield too much, there would still be some small movements within the 9 directions 60,000 realms. As soon as Yi Xian returned to the Yi sect, someone reported to him that a mysterious force had been pouring into the 9 directions 60,000 realms for the past 10 years. This force seized large amounts of rare resources, ores, various secret realms, snatched devouring beasts, occupied the border areas, and even directly robbed small sects and so on. Before Yi Xian left, he specifically told him to carefully observe the internal situation. Thus, when the information was gathered, Yi Xian understood who was causing trouble. If it wasn't that exterminated organization, who else could it be? This organization was really persistent. As long as they could find an opportunity, they would not let it go. This organization would always think of ways to increase their strength. However, the exterminated clan that Yi Xian felt was incomparably powerful was no different from bandits in Yi Xian's eyes. Yi Xian replied. The first thing Director Yi did was to prepare to deal with this exterminated organization. At the very least, he would make the exterminated organization disappear quietly in the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Pass down the order. Have all the sects in the 9 directions 60,000 realms prepare. In 10 days, the entire realm will move together and kill these ants for me. Yi Xian gave the order. As the supreme ruler of the 9 directions 60,000 realms, he had the right to mobilize the power of the entire 9 directions 60,000 realms for his own use. Following Yi Xian's order, countless sects, clans, cities, and other forces quickly moved out. This was because Yi Xian had promised that rewards and punishments would be carried out according to the military merit system. Naturally, he would receive the support of all the forces. The military merit system had been in place for 30 years, and many people and forces had obtained a lot of benefits from it. Then, at this moment, the operation within the 9 directions 60,000 realms would be able to obtain military merit. No one would refuse such a good thing. 10 days later, an army of over 30,000 people set off from the Yi sect. Of course, there were even more people moving at the same time, so many that it was difficult for Yi Xian to count them all. From hundreds of thousands to a few hundred people, all of the forces sent out their teams, hoping to obtain some benefits from this operation. Organization annihilation. Ever since Yi Xian entered the God realm, the organization that had been troubling him. This time, Yi Xian wanted to teach them a lesson. Countless experts set out, and one by one, the strongholds of the destroyed organizations were pulled out. Of course, there might not be any organizations that were destroyed, but as long as they had a bad record, they would all be wiped out this time. The 30,000 people that Yi Xian brought with him were the so-called headquarters. One had to know that these 30,000 people were all experts at the Divine Lord realm or above. A portion of them were experts sent by the various powers, and the other portion were soldiers that Yi Xian had exchanged from the ancient zither space through the military subsystem. A large group of valiant soldiers charged straight into their target, the Heaven-Sealing Mountain. The Heaven-Sealing Mountain was a huge mountain range, and there were many divine beasts here. At the same time, the environment was very harsh, so very few people would come here. However, it was also because of this that the organization was chosen as the headquarters. The headquarters of the entire 9 directions 60,000 realms. Organization Annihilation thought that hiding here and carrying out their plan was perfect, but they didn't know that Yi Xian had long since viewed them as a thorn in his side. They thought that Yi Xian was a trusted regional governor, so he didn't have as much control over the entire 9 directions 60,000 realms as the other regional governors did. However, they underestimated Yi Xian's methods and also underestimated Divine Master Mi Yu's support for Yi Xian. In the past 30 years, Yi Xian clearly wasn't here, but because of his previous arrangements and Mi Yu's strong support, the entire 9 directions 60,000 realms had already submitted to him. Lord Regional Governor, this is the place. According to our intelligence, the headquarters of those people is here. Resources are constantly being plundered from the various realms, and according to the information we have, they will all be sent to this heaven-sealing mountain. A guide said to Yi Xian. He was in charge of tracking this matter, so he had a relatively clear grasp of the information regarding the destruction of the organization. Alright, I understand. Take 20,000 people and surround this place. Don't let go of any of the important intersections. I'll personally bring people in. Yes, Lord Regional Governor. Since Yi Xian wanted to uproot the entire organization here, he naturally wouldn't let a single one of them go. 20,000 people seemed to be a lot. However, it also depended on the cultivation of these 20,000 people. The 20,000 people with the lowest cultivation level were not weak. After arranging everything, Yi Xian brought the remaining 10,000 people into the heaven-sealing mountain. Obviously, the organization also knew that a great calamity was about to befall them. However, they didn't have the chance to leave even if they wanted to, so they set up countless defenses in hopes of stopping Yi Xian's footsteps. Not long after Yi Xian entered the heaven-sealing mountain, he was attacked. Over 100,000 totem beasts, under the cooperation of hundreds of thousands of members of the organization, directly attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they were so weak. Yi Xian waved his hand and 5,000 experts moved out. It didn't take long for the hundreds of thousands of people to be wiped out. Just these ants wanted to stop Yi Xian. It seemed that destroying the organization was too naive. As he advanced, Yi Xian's goal was incomparably clear. He wanted to directly find the headquarters of the organization. This was the headquarters of the organization, so it was naturally impossible to say that there were no experts guarding it. In reality, this place was guarded by the 4 great heavenly kings. The so-called 4 great heavenly kings were not bad. They were actually 4 Divine Emperor Realm experts. Divine Emperor Realm powerhouses were indeed strong, but it was a pity that they had to fight against the entire 9-fold 60,000 realm. This time, Yi Xian brought a total of 30 Divine Emperor Realm experts. This was because Yi Xian already knew the true strength of this place, so he didn't recruit any more experts. If Yi Xian was willing, not to mention 30 Divine Emperor experts, even 30 godly venerable experts wouldn't be impossible to gather. In the 9 directions 60,000 realms, the leaders of the large forces were basically all godly venerable experts. As long as Yi Xian gave them some benefits, these people would definitely come immediately. The benefits that Yi Xian needed to give were actually just official positions. Of course, at the moment, there was no need for Yi Xian to use those people. Just the Divine Emperor experts were enough. The army advanced extremely quickly. In just a few days, they had already arrived at the headquarters of the organization that was destroyed. Who are you waiting for? Why did you attack my sect extermination? A Divine Emperor stage organization extermination Heavenly King led his men to block in front of Yi Xian and loudly asked him.
Chapter 23-27. Master, this is a mental attack. It's an attack from a third-step expert. Lin Fei seemed to have lost control of his body. The opponent's attack was too terrifying, and he had no chance to defend himself. His head felt like it was going to explode. Bang! Lin Fei smashed into a white bone mountain, and the entire white bone mountain collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins. This kid is a little strange. He's only at the giant realm, but he can actually barge in. No matter how you defend yourself, in the end, you'll still fall into my hands. A sinister laugh came from a mountain of bones. Shortly after, the mountain moved, and a white skeleton walked out. 2 soul fires floated in its empty eyes. Its figure flashed, and it arrived above the ruins of bones, looking for the kid's body. Found it. In the white bone ruins, the boy's physical body appeared in front of the skeletons. There was a hint of joy in his voice. Hee, I've waited for so long, and I can finally possess a body and leave this damned place. Ha! The skeleton man arrived above the body. He was very confident in his previous attack, especially in a situation where there was no warning. Even if there were 100 of him, he would be finished. Possess! The 2 soul fires in the skeleton man's eyes left the skeleton and turned into one, heading straight for the body above the ruins. As long as he possessed the body, he could leave this place. You've been tricked. Just as he was about to possess the body, a terrifying killing intent attacked him. A blood word appeared in the sky and crushed the soul fire. The soul fire let out a painful cry, and a third of the originally large soul fire dissipated. Brat, how dare you trick me? The soul fire roared, and he once again used mental rush. This was his killing move, and ordinary people couldn't block it. Mental Pierce was also a special great Dao. Its grade wasn't very high, but it was very powerful. It was hard to defend against, and if one wasn't careful, one would fall into the opponent's trap. Against this kind of mental pierce, there was basically no treasure that could block it, unless it was a special mental treasure. Unfortunately, this time, the opponent had encountered Lin Fei, a fellow that couldn't be judged by his eyes. Another bloody word blasted out. That ball of soul fire was startled. The first attack was because it had been caught off guard. However, the second attack was at the second step, so it was more or less startling. Empty net. The soul fire did not evade. Instead, it activated its mental energy once again and bound the power of the bloody words, preventing them from erupting. Brat, I have to admit that you are very powerful. I like such a body very much. When the time comes, everything you have will belong to me, ha! The spiritual force pierced into the space between Lin Fei's eyebrows once again. After using his spiritual force 3 times in a row, his soul flame had clearly become much dimmer than before. This time, he attacked out of rage. He believed that this body wouldn't be able to withstand his spiritual force piercing. Now was the best time to possess a body. This was also the preconceived idea of any expert, especially when facing a little guy in the giant realm. When the soul fire tried to possess him again, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. His aura immediately soared to the 4th step. The soul fire exploded on the spot. The power dispersed the soul fire like a gale, and miserable cries echoed continuously. The attack of a guy at the 3rd step is really ferocious. Fortunately, I used the destiny energy to construct a blockade. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably today. Lin Fei crawled out of the ruins, his face slightly pale. Little devil, where did that guy go? He had been ambushed and almost died. Lin Fei was very angry. His opponent had made him lose 2 bloody words, and he had also been attacked by a 4th step expert. Under such circumstances, a 3rd step attack couldn't hurt him at all. The materialization of his mental energy was very terrifying. Little devil was also very angry. Don't worry, master. This time, he has nowhere to hide. He has no chance. There won't be a second chance. Lin Fei and Little Devil were very angry. There was no aura of life in this place, so they subconsciously thought that there wouldn't be any living people. They didn't expect that there would be someone proficient in mental energy. It could be considered a kind of extension of life. Zhou couldn't wait any longer, and Lin Fei was hit. Master, he is on your left, on the 7th skeleton. Lin Fei was very shocked when he received this information from Little Devil. There was a scattered skeleton there, and it was not very complete. It was hard to suspect that the other party was attached to it. Chase. Lin Fei pretended to chase forward. He didn't look at the skeleton at all, and his actions made it seem like he was going to chase. He knew that this powerful concealment ability was the other party's greatest trump card. According to Little Devil's analysis, the other party's soul fire was different from the physical body. Any damage would take a long time to recover. If he couldn't kill him in one attack, it would be troublesome to find him later. Lin Fei planned to make a feint. "Brat, you are still too inexperienced. I lost my physical body and preserved my mental energy, which is the perfect counter to mental energy. Don't even think about finding me." The other party was clenching his teeth in anger at this brat. A little brat had actually caused him to suffer such a huge setback. His vitality was greatly injured, and if he wanted to recover, he would need at least a few hundred years. This setback was a bit too big. After seeing the other party leave, the other party secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't been discovered, he had ways to deal with this brat. "Found you!" A thunderclap sounded in the clear sky and exploded beside the skeleton. Lin Fei returned again and punched the skeleton. This was the most basic attack, but it couldn't withstand the explosive power of the fourth step. In the face of this power, even the most ordinary move could erupt with a fierce power that could destroy heaven and earth. How did he find me? The other party's mind went blank. He hadn't expected that he would be exposed. "I've been exposed." In the next second, a terrifying power crushed the body of the soul fire. The soul fire, which had consumed a lot of energy, was now on the verge of collapse. It seemed like any random attack would completely disintegrate it. To put it bluntly, it was like the clouds in the sky had scattered. The attack of Lin Fei's punch caused the soul fire to howl. It was a tragic sight. "Continue to hide." Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the tottering soul fire. When he released his origin energy, the soul fire began to evaporate. A ferocious face appeared on the soul fire and roared at Lin Fei. "Brats, stop. I told you to stop." Lin Fei was unmoved. "Ha ha. But stop. You bastard. If you continue, I'm done for." The soul fire kept struggling and gradually became transparent. Chapter 23-28. The soul fire started to turn dim, and it was about to become transparent, which scared the other half to death. "Brats, stop." The man's face showed a trace of despair, and at the same time, he became extremely violent. "Do you know what you are doing? You are offending a great super expert. If the expert is angry, he will make your whole family bleed, and you will never be able to reincarnate." Lin Fei's face sank slightly. You are about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. You don't know what's good for you." As he increased the power output, the soul fire started to shake violently, and its colors started to become transparent. It screamed, "I am a super expert, and you still dare to, it hurts, stop, stop." Lin Fei clearly realized that this guy should be a wily old fox. To deal with such a person, he should be heavy-handed, and he had to make the other party remember. The torture continued. The soul fire became smaller and smaller, and its color became translucent. The other party's screams gradually became weak. Under such torture, it would be strange if the other party could still hold on. "Is this the attitude you use to beg?" Lin Fei said coldly. He felt that it was about time. Lin Fei said. The soul fire didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid of its threat at all. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill it. It was a top expert, and even if time passed, it was still a super expert. Today, it actually failed because of a brat. It was completely unimaginable. Until the other party spoke, it had a glimmer of hope, and a thought appeared in its mind, maybe I don't have to die. "Little brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Can you stop first?" Waiting for the other party's power to increase, and the pain was like hovering between life and death. If it was a physical body, it would be fine, but now that it was a pure spiritual body, the torture it enjoyed would increase, and its sensitivity would increase infinitely. The pain would also become extremely terrifying. "Senior, Uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneak attacked you, and I shouldn't have threatened you. I beg you, please stop." Finally, the person chose to lower his head. At this point, it didn't matter what he could or couldn't say. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would completely disappear and lose all of his past glory. And here I thought you would continue being arrogant. Didn't you just say you wanted to wipe out my entire sect? If you have the guts, then continue. Lin Fei said coolly. Wasn't that just a misunderstanding? Little brother is so young, so you must have come from a powerful family. How could I threaten you? You also know that once a person loses his temper, he won't speak properly. That person gasped for breath. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate such a person. This guy was able to leave behind a complete spirit body, so he was at least a fourth-step expert. Lin Fei wouldn't give up so easily. Little devil, how's the analysis going? It's best to immediately think of a way to control him. Lin Fei really couldn't bear to let this living map exist. Soon. Lin Fei was relieved. Misunderstanding? You really know how to talk. If my father hadn't given me a few treasures, maybe I would have fallen into your trap. How do you think you should compensate me for my loss? Lin Fei said fiercely. If you can't tell me, then don't even think about living. These words undoubtedly made the other party happy. This kid doesn't seem to have seen through this daddy's background. He should be a newbie, but the family behind him isn't small. It's really my bad luck to have such a treasure to protect me. However, being a thief seems to be an opportunity. Qi Lin was his name. Now that this name was mentioned, only a few people knew about it. But in the past, kid, you're torturing me like this. Just wait for your bad luck. Although he couldn't successfully possess this body, and the consumption was too great, Qi Lin didn't mind killing this kid. This place wasn't easy to come to, even if the other party had a powerful family behind him. Once he reached that place, Qi Lin's heart flashed with a trace of a smile. Little brother, as long as you let me go, I can take you to my old nest. There are all kinds of treasures collected in my old nest. Little brother, if you like something, just take it. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. The little devil also followed up. Master, this guy's mood is fluctuating. He must have thought of a bad idea and wants Master to walk into a trap. However, he won't have the chance. Master, you might as well follow him and take a look. Perhaps there will be some good harvest. Lin Fei indeed had this idea. Previously, he was still wondering why there was nothing in the central area except some corpses. Perhaps everything was done by this guy. Nest. You're very smart. Lin Fei laughed. This young master is happy and will naturally let you go. If you have any other ideas, this young master doesn't mind pinching you to death on the spot. You better not play any tricks. Little brother, my vitality is greatly injured now. My life and death are not in your hands. Even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare. Lead the way. Lin Fei grabbed the soul fire. At the same time, he secretly used his own energy to seal the surroundings. All of this was completed in an instant. Qi Lin didn't even notice that there was a seal outside. Qi Lin didn't know about this. He was very confident in that place. No matter who entered, if they didn't have him to lead the way, they would inevitably die. Relying on his familiarity with that place, he believed that he could regain his freedom once more. At the same time, he could also watch those unlucky fellows die. If their corpses were preserved well, he could still walk around with his flesh and blood. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He constantly learned about the central area from the other party. In order to make the other party believe in him, Qi Lin mixed truth and lies together. Most of them were true. In any case, he didn't believe that the other party could escape his calculations. The range of the White Bones Mountain was very large. According to the other party, this place had been condensed by someone in the past. And in the depths of the White Bones Mountain, there was a graveyard that those powerhouses had opened for those corpses. Those corpses that could be found in this graveyard were all people with great backgrounds. After hearing this, Lin Fei was greatly shocked. There was actually a powerhouse who had opened a graveyard. Lin Fei firmly believed this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only collected a single dragon corpse. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he hadn't used his own energy for nothing. Under Qi Lin's intentional flattery, Lin Fei roughly understood the situation. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to that place. The surrounding White Bones Mountain began to lessen. Brat, it's almost time for you to die. Without that treasure, let's see how you can resist. When Qi Lin saw a place in front of him, he laughed in his heart. That place was a trap left behind during the Great Battle. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the other party's movements. Although he couldn't see it through the soul fire, don't forget the powerful ability of the system, as well as Qi Lin's changes, he was the first to know. Master, it's done. I have a way to control this guy. The little devil sent good news. This guy's mood fluctuated greatly just now. He was very excited. Something that could make him so excited must be related to Master. Let me carefully scan him. Maybe I can gain something. Chapter 23-29. I knew this guy wasn't honest. As expected of a guy who could survive all this time, he's full of dirty tricks. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. From the beginning, he didn't believe this guy. Plotting to kill him, dream on. Qi Lin's thoughts were very beautiful. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, the killing move nearby would have been enough to kill him. He remembered this place very clearly. Once this guy got hit, it would definitely be very interesting. Qi Lin thought happily. He didn't think that the opponent could discover the location of the trap. As for being discovered by the opponent before, it was purely a coincidence. Qi Lin kept telling himself that this guy didn't have the ability to see through everything. While the beautiful thoughts were still reverberating in his mind, the intense pain was like lightning. The opponent's voice sounded in his ear. I knew you weren't honest. You wanted to set a trap to kill me. I'll kill you first. Boundless pain engulfed him. Under the torture of being magnified countless times, the color of the soul fire became fainter and fainter. Qi Lin's consciousness also began to fall into endless darkness. Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. In the face of death, Qi Lin didn't dare to think about how the opponent could discover that killing trap. Now, he only wanted to survive. It was such a simple matter. If you don't want to die, release your spiritual power. The voice came again. Qi Lin's expression changed. No one knew better than him what would happen if he released his spiritual power. Without waiting for him to think, boundless pain continued to spread. Death was infinitely close. Looks like you'd better die. No, I'm willing. Qi Lin shouted. He didn't dare to guarantee that the opponent wouldn't really kill him. He couldn't afford to gamble. Qi Lin released his spiritual power. The opponent's big hand withdrew its power. He seemed to have returned from hell. As soon as he opened his spiritual force, a tyrannical destructive force rushed into his spiritual sea. Before he could defend himself, that destructive force automatically arranged itself into a special mark. With a flash of light, it disappeared from his spiritual sea. However, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a force controlling him. Qi Lin knew it. He was being controlled by someone. Moreover, it was a very overbearing restriction. Before Qi Lin could curse, pain came from the depths of his spiritual sea. A huge phantom appeared, and it was Lin Fei's appearance. It held a long whip in its hand and lashed out. The long whip struck the spiritual sea, and Qi Lin let out miserable cries, each cry more miserable than the last. More than 100 lashes fell. Qi Lin's soul fire had almost turned into nothingness. There was no doubt that a few more lashes would be enough for him to completely vanish into thin air. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. Stop hitting me. Lin Fei was very clear that to deal with this kind of person, he needed to give them a fatal threat. The long whip and even the phantom that the other party had condensed in his spiritual sea were all the work of the little fiend. Every time he whipped Qi Lin, the little fiend would carry out a perfect calculation. Not too much, not too little, just enough to put Qi Lin on the edge of death. That kind of feeling of death was enough to make a person collapse, let alone once or twice. Qi Lin had experienced several life and death crises. Even if he had a temper, he didn't have one. That was why Qi Lin said those words. He had no choice but to lower his head. The most frightening thing was that the other party had researched the imprint that could control his spiritual power. Even in the past, that was a secret that couldn't be passed down. Now, it had fallen into the hands of this young boy. Don't you think you should say something? Lin Fei released his soul fire, not worried that the other party would escape. He only needed a thought, or even a trace of malice towards him, and the other party wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, the current Qi Lin simply couldn't withstand any torment. My name is Qi Lin, and I'm now Young Master's man. I'll do whatever Young Master tells me to do. I won't dare to play any tricks. Qi Lin transformed into a small person and said respectfully, I don't care whether you're called Qi Lin or not. From now on, you'll have to obediently return it, and I won't treat you unfairly. It all depends on what you do next. Lin Fei didn't care what the other party thought. As long as the other party did his job well, the Central 100 Library's books would be very useful. He didn't deny this point. Young Master, there's a killing intent left behind by a sixth-step expert during the Great War. It hasn't dissipated even now. I just wanted to use this killing intent to deal with Young Master. I hope Young Master can forgive me. Qi Lin accepted his fate. The other party's imprint was very mysterious, and he couldn't find it in the depths of his spiritual sea. It wasn't any of the restrictions he had seen so far. A sixth-step expert? Isn't it said that the strongest is only at the fifth step? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. In the entire sacred world, the strongest was only at the third step. As for the fourth step, there were definitely some. As for how many, no one knew, but there wouldn't be many. It could be counted on one hand. Now that there was a sixth-step expert, Lin Fei was truly shocked. Qi Lin coldly snorted, Fifth step? What is that? Before Qi Lin could continue, he felt a whip in the depths of his spiritual sea. Qi Lin realized that he had said something wrong. That it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. To deal with a person like Qi Lin, Lin Fei felt that he had to deal with him slowly. After a long time, he would be 100% obedient. It seems that you should be someone who survived the Great War back then. Tell me about it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. This place was really not easy to enter. Now that everyone had gone to the Void Flame's secret realm, who would come here? Besides, even if they really came, he wouldn't be worried. Qi Lin seemed to recall something and simply said, Back then, I was actually a fourth-step expert. The story was actually very simple. Back then, there had been a great war in the Wild Continent. In fact, it had been caused by ninth-step experts trying to break through to the Supreme Realm, which had caused a great war that had affected the entire continent. Qi Lin had been a core member of a sect back then, and he had just entered. He had been sent to the battlefield, and his body had been destroyed in the battle. He had been confined to a small area. The reason was very simple. In those years, there were monstrous killing intents left by experts everywhere. Qi Lin was lucky because he had mastered a special Dao. His body had been destroyed, but a small part of his mental strength had survived. This was also the reason why Qi Lin had wanted to seize Lin Fei's body. In the end, he had suffered a huge setback because of him. From Qi Lin's words, it was far clearer than the records. It was as if this area in front of him was the place where countless experts had fought bloody battles. A great war between ninth-step experts had destroyed a continent. It was indeed more terrifying than imagined. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of it. It turned out that the highest realm was the ninth step. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Fei now felt that fourth-step experts were infinitely powerful, let alone ninth-step experts. It was no wonder that they had caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 23:30. A ninth-step expert. From a distance, Lin Fei really wanted to know what happened after that. Qi Lin shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. It's not easy to take that last step. In other words, the ninth-step expert didn't succeed. In other words, you don't have any experts outside. Lin Fei was prejudiced by his first impression and forgot one thing. They were all trapped here. How could they talk about leaving, let alone knowing the situation outside? Therefore, he briefly told him about the events in the sacred world, including some things about the judgment organization. Young Master, those who didn't succeed at the ninth step are not willing to have an invincible existence above their heads. After listening, Qi Lin sighed. I didn't expect the glorious wild continent to become a broken world composed of fragments. If I'm not wrong, The judgment organization that young master mentioned should be the subordinates of a ninth-step expert. That's why they can easily suppress a fifth-step expert. Lin Fei frowned slightly. That's not right. After that war, didn't the ninth-step expert fall? Will the subordinates of those experts still follow them after a long time? At the beginning, Lin Fei really didn't think about the specific origin of the judgment organization. After hearing Qi Lin's words, he really thought of some things and quite agreed with Qi Lin's words. Young master, every expert of the ninth step is a supreme existence. They can almost be said to be immortal. The great battle in the past only caused great damage to their vitality. It won't take their lives, but it will take a long time for them to recover. Qi Lin said. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Fei thought it through. It seemed that this was the explanation. Lin Fei talked about the prophecy of a certain expert. Qi Lin's face changed greatly. Are you sure it was left by a certain expert? And then he fell? I can't guarantee this. It's something that has been circulating in the upper echelons of the sacred world. It should be true. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. He had never seen this kind of thing. He had never heard of it. It's true. It must be true. Qi Lin shouted and was quickly whipped. Young master, you don't know. Back in the day, the Wildland continent's most powerful divination grandmaster was a ninth-step existence. His combat prowess was average, but no one dared to offend him. He was an expert in divination and could distort space and time to see the future. He was extremely terrifying and was known as the #1 divination grandmaster. Lin Fei didn't expect that the expert who made the prediction would have such an amazing ability. Looks like it's true. Coming from such an expert, the possibility of the other party's prophecy was very high. Lin Fei then asked a few more questions, and Qi Lin answered in detail. Little devil, quickly scan this killing intent trap and see if you can remove it. Lin Fei quickly shifted his gaze. It was not easy for him to discover this kind of killing intent trap. If he did not get it out, it would be too much of a pity. Qi Lin did not dare to ask. The other party was young, but he acted decisively. One really could not judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the other party would have such means? By the way, let me ask you, how many similar killing intent traps are there in this place? Qi Lin was obviously startled. Not many. As time passes, the power of the killing intent traps will weaken, and in the end, they will be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Come out. Lin Fei had just casually asked. A huge amount of energy came out, and his 5 fingers shrouded down. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying killing intent shot out. Not bad, a 4th-step attack. The killing intent trap was invisible and colorless, but it was very clear in Lin Fei's eyes. He forcefully dug it out from the void, and with a squeeze of his hand, the killing intent trap turned into an energy ball. The energy ball was the size of a fist, but it emitted a terrifying aura. What a terrifying method. He can actually use the killing intent trap for his own use. Qi Lin was shocked. Although it was only a 4th-step attack, in fact, it contained the infinite killing intent left by a powerhouse. It was extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it, they would definitely be unlucky. Even Qi Lin himself did not have the ability to take it away. Qi Lin completely understood that the other party was unlucky to have encountered such a guy. Moreover, the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He could not understand how a giant realm powerhouse could burst out with such strength. This question really puzzled him. Lin Fei was not putting on a show for Qi Lin. It was not easy to find such a killing intent trap, and its power was extraordinary. According to the little devil's evaluation, this killing intent trap was completely comparable to the attack of a 4th-step powerhouse. The terrifying killing intent contained in it was a bit stronger than the attack of an ordinary 4th-step powerhouse. Continue to lead the way. After taking a powerful killing intent, he more or less made up for some of his losses. After understanding that the judgment organization was made up of 9th-step powerhouses, Lin Fei felt that he had to have more trump cards in his hands. Along the way, Lin Fei took 3 killing intents. 2 of them were only 1st-step attacks, and the other was a 2nd-step attack. In his opinion, mosquito meat was also meat, and he could not let it go. Young master, the entrance is in the White Bones Mountain in front. Qi Lin pointed to a White Bones Mountain not far away. This White Bones Mountain was no different from the ones he had seen before. At least, in Lin Fei's eyes, there was no difference. When they arrived at the White Bones Mountain, Lin Fei realized that it was extraordinary. If it was not for someone leading the way, who would have known that there was another secret hidden in the White Bones Mountain? Young master, go in from this place. Inside is an alternate space created by a ninth-step powerhouse. It is very stable. Qi Lin pointed to a location. The little devil's scanning ability fell on this place, and sure enough, it found something special. There was no spatial fluctuation in this place, and even using divine sense was useless. This was a special alternate space. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he threw a combat emperor in to understand the situation inside. Everything was as said, the alternate space was very quiet, and there was no danger. Let's go. Lin Fei brought Qi Lin to the alternate space of the White Bones Mountain. In the alternate space, there was a violent energy impact. Fortunately, this energy seemed to be limited by the power of some powerhouses, and it was limited to a certain area. Lin Fei's current position was considered good, and there was not much danger. This is the Green Bull Demon King of the variant human race. He was an 8th-step powerhouse in the past, and he was very powerful. He could face 6 8th-step powerhouses of the human race alone. Not far away, there was a huge green bull, which was very eye-catching in Lin Fei's eyes. The corpse of an 8th-step powerhouse. I'm going to be rich this time. Lin Fei was very excited. If he only needed to modify it, it would definitely be a nightmare for his enemies. He immediately tried to use the system to collect it. Ding! The power of the item exceeds the collection range, it cannot be collected. Chapter 23:31. Can't be collected? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Isn't the system invincible? Why can't it collect a corpse? Lin Fei was not willing to give up on the perfect corpse of an outsider king. With some modifications, it would become a powerful existence, a trump card for him to move about freely in the saint's world. Master, this corpse is still intact. It was sealed by a special power. Moreover, I don't know if there's a formation in this strange space that prevents the flow of time. Master, it's impossible for you to collect this corpse now. The imp's words were a huge blow to him. In that case, I can only collect corpses at step 4 or step 5 by relying on the system, right? Yes, if Master can accumulate more energy, it is not impossible to collect it. But at present, I do not approve of Master using this method. Lin Fei wasn't hot-blooded. He had to collect the corpse. Without the origin energy, the consequences would be too severe. He tried several corpses in a row, but the result was the same. Lin Fei completely gave up. Just as the little devil said, the corpses in the different space were all arranged with a very powerful array formation. It was not something that could be broken in a short time. Even if Lin Fei had the system to calculate, it would take a long time and consume a huge amount of origin energy. This kind of high-density calculation and analysis could not be stopped in a short time. There are more than 1,300 experts in this alternate space, and they were all top existences on the wild continent. Don't look down on them just because some of them are at the 8th step. In reality, every one of them is a top expert who is qualified to fight against a 9th step expert. Their dermic Dao is also top. Lin Fei did not have the ability to collect these corpses, they were all perfectly protected. Young master, my nest is over there. Follow me. Soon, the two of them broke into a restricted area with corpses. Boundless pressure swept over, but Qi Lin easily led Lin Fei away from the pressure and came to a cave under the corpses. Young master, I spent 10,000 years to create this place. No one knows of its existence other than me. Lin Fei could feel a trace of pressure. It was not very obvious, but it could easily conceal his aura. He rejoiced in his heart. If he really hid in a place like this, it would be very troublesome. The cave abode wasn't very big, but Lin Fei was able to notice the differences in the cave abode. Master, these are some of the good things I've collected. On the other side of the cave, Qi Lin said proudly, From today onwards, all of these belong to this young master. Lin Fei said in an extremely tyrannical manner. He looked at the row of treasures that were laid out in a row. Although these treasures looked tattered, they contained a terrifying might within them. Needless to say, these were treasures that were infamous back in the days. These treasures were not bad, but Lin Fei was not interested in them. With a flash of inspiration, Zhang Xian took out the heavenly blood seal. Ever since he had more experts by his side, he had kept this treasure by his side. Endless Devourer. The blood sky seal's quality had long since reached the level of a giant-level treasure, but it was definitely not an easy task to raise it to the next level. Young master, there seems to be the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura in these treasures. Your eyesight is not bad. There is indeed the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura. Lin Fei said. Qi Lin was surprised. Although the Yellow Springs cult leader was not the strongest existence, he was still an 8th step expert. His temperament was eccentric, and he hovered between the righteous and evil paths. He had never been welcomed by others. Lin Fei activated the heavenly blood seal, and the endless devour began. The pile of treasures was swallowed by the heavenly blood seal. In a short time, the heavenly blood seal had swallowed all the treasures. Almost all of them were tattered, leaving behind a few. The heavenly blood seal needed time to refine the treasures it had swallowed, but Lin Fei didn't mind. In any case, he would improve as much as he could. It would be a waste to leave them there. Young master, these are some of the better treasures we found in the past. Qi Lin took out the treasures from another location. The first one was a millstone-like object. It was green in color, but now its color was a little dim. This is a treasure that belonged to one of the Fortune Gate's ancestors. According to rumors, it was one of the Fortune Gate's greatest treasures, but it was heavily injured by an 8th step expert. Lin Fei had heard of the Fortune Gate before. One of the Holy World's top 10 cultivation techniques was called the indestructible fortune art. Once cultivated to a certain level, one would become immortal and indestructible. It was a terrifying technique. No way, there's such a thing. Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Good luck. Lin Fei picked up the millstone-like object. Immediately, a terrifying pressure swept over him. After a long time, the pressure was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Lin Fei easily dealt with it. There is an independent space in the depths of the millstone-like object, and there is a powerful force guarding it. I suspect that if I can defeat that force, I might have a chance to obtain the indestructible fortune art. Even if it's not the complete one, it's still a secret. Everyone in the Holy World knew how powerful this cultivation technique was, and it had always been a secret. There were even rumors that the reason why the Fortune Gate could not rise to the top was because the cultivation technique was incomplete. This rumor had never been verified, and now, Lin Fei understood that the rumors might be true. It was precisely because the Fortune Gate lacked a complete cultivation technique that they were unable to take another step forward. Lin Fei did not plan to investigate the millstone-like object now. He put it away in the system space, where no one would be able to sense it, and there was no need to worry about the Fortune Gate's experts coming after him. Even if he did not get anything else today, even if there was only this treasure, it was already a great harvest for Lin Fei. Qi Lin's other treasures could not be compared to the millstone-like object, but they were still pretty good. Lin Fei kept all of them. After touring Qi Lin's lair, Lin Fei felt that he couldn't just leave like this. He needed to search for some weaker skeletons. He had no intention of taking the corpses, but he could still modify the skeletons. Even if they were just cannon fodder, at least they could still attack. There were no skeletons in this alternate dimension. It was just as Qi Lin had said. Basically, they were all the most powerful existences of their time. They were famous people who would tremble with just a stomp of their feet. As for the expert who had attacked the unknown alternate space, it was unknown. It had to be at least a 9th step expert. Ordinary experts couldn't do it. Young master, the strongest skeletons you mentioned should be in these places. They didn't have time to protect them, and their bodies have already rotted away. Chapter 23:32. Outside the Sealed World. A group of people quietly arrived at the Sealed World. Through the Sealed City, they arrived at the Realm Wall battlefield. Moreover, They were heading in the same direction. Elder He, the place we are heading to is the core of the battlefield. Back then, our ancestors' elders should have fallen on this battlefield. The leader was a green-clothed man with a solemn expression. He nodded his head. As long as there is a 70% chance, we can't let it go. The sect needs that thing. The expression of the people behind him turned serious. Everything was for the sect. Central Region, White Bone Mountain. Lin Fei released 1,000,000 War Emperor experts and began to collect the skeletons on the plains. As long as they met the criteria, they would all be collected. I've finally broken through 100. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was sitting on a white bone mountain. Hearing the little devil's words, he finally revealed a smile. This was the 10th day of collecting skeletons. How inefficient! 100 skeletons, after some transformation, had all reached the second step realm. To Lin Fei, this was a great harvest. Moreover, there was Qi Lin, who was once a 4th step expert, by his side. In the past 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had been studying the millstone and learning about the wasteland continent from back then. Qi Lin told him everything he knew. Lin Fei knew more and more information and had a clear understanding of the wasteland continent from back then. On the 15th day, 130 corpses. During this period, his luck was not bad. He had obtained the corpses of 3 third step experts, which were well preserved. Master, someone has come in. Lin Fei lazily lay on the white bone mountain as he heard the little devil's reminder. It can't be, someone's coming? Lin Fei jumped up and opened the system. The scene changed and a group of 8 people appeared in his field of vision. The green-clothed man in the lead was at the peak of the 3rd step, and the 7 people behind him were all at the 1st step realm. This powerful lineup was somewhat shocking. His mind immediately turned, guessing the reason why they had come here. They should be here to look for something. Lin Fei thought quickly. After all, this place was the site of a great battle back then. Some 7th and 8th step experts had fallen here, so it was normal for them to come here to look for something. Young master, someone is coming in. Qi Lin quickly sensed it. His realm was no longer there, but the intuition of a powerhouse was still there. In particular, the spiritual great path that he had grasped was not an ordinary great path. I know. Lin Fei said faintly, go and warn them that they must leave this place immediately. Qi Lin's strength wasn't as good as before, so he braced himself and said, young master, the strongest among them is a peak 3rd step expert. I'm afraid I won't be their match if I go up like this. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't, I'll whip you to death. With Lin Fei's threat, Qi Lin had no choice but to go. He wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, but what he feared the most was the endless pain of the whip, especially when it was magnified countless times. It was simply a lifelong nightmare. Qi Lin was quite smart. His mental power quietly sneaked over and launched an attack in an instant. Mental Pierce. This kind of attack was unexpected and resulted in heavy casualties. Of the 7 first step experts, 5 were severely injured on the spot, and the other 2 were killed. The green-robed elder, he staggered as he blocked the attack. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Come out. The green-robed elder, he realized that he had encountered an expert. He released his 3rd step strength, and the surroundings turned into a lightning zone. Bolts of lightning struck down, and arcs of light flickered. Qi Lin suffered on the spot. With just a mental body, every strike from the lightning caused great damage to Qi Lin. His color also started to weaken, and he blocked all escape routes. When Qi Lin appeared, elder, he was very surprised, but he immediately revealed a smile. So it's a mental body. There really is such a thing. My luck is pretty good. The rumored mental body really exists. If he hadn't seen it in secret, elder, he wouldn't have been able to guess what it was. Come over here. Elder, he grabbed at Qi Lin, and the lightning that filled the sky surrounded him, forming a cage that firmly sealed Qi Lin inside. Every time Qi Lin charged, he was blocked by the lightning. Serves you right for being unlucky. My Thunderlight Great Tao is innately the nemesis of mental bodies like you. If you were at your peak, I would admit that I'm inferior. Now, I'm afraid you can't even use 10% of your original strength. You have nowhere to run. Elder, he laughed. The lightning kept compressing, limiting Qilin's range of escape. Young master, save me. Qilin begged for help like a hoodlum. Lin Fei had been observing. When the other party burst out with the Thunder Light Great Dao, he knew that he was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he had mastered the Thunder Light Great Dao. Thunder had a terrifying destructive ability, and third-step experts of the same level were no match for him. Seeing that Qilin was about to be killed, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let the other party succeed. It was not easy to find a living fourth-step expert. In the future, if he could capture a person with a powerful mental body, he could easily create a fourth-step expert. Go! Lin Fei flicked his finger, activating a powerful strike that pierced through the air at the elder. His heart sank when he heard that. This kind of mental body actually had a master. That was not good, and the young master might be a tyrannical expert. You're dead. Once the young master makes a move, you won't be able to escape. Qilin shouted. He suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and he raised his head to look. Not good, a fourth-step expert is attacking me. In the void, a thick finger suddenly stabbed out. His hair stood on end, and he quickly activated his most precious treasure to block the other party's finger. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We are from the Fortune Gate. The giant finger pierced through the air, stirring up winds and scudding clouds. A huge hole was torn in the great path of thunder. The lightning collapsed, and the treasures in front of it exploded into pieces. Boundless might enveloped He in an instant, drowning him under the finger. He exploded on the spot, his flesh a bloody mess. Fortune Gate? Lin Fei was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that the Fortune Gate would come. Could it be that they are looking for that millstone? To obtain the complete indestructible fortune art of the 10 great cultivation techniques? That must be it. Unfortunately, that person won't be able to live. Lin Fei regretted attacking too fiercely, but soon, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He actually didn't die? How is this possible? The attack of a fourth-step expert was incomparably terrifying, and Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. It was amazing that someone had actually withstood it. The original place was razed to the ground by the finger. In the center of the ruins, a strange energy was injected into the void, and he appeared once again. His face was abnormally pale. Chapter 23:34. P.S. The content of the previous chapter is new, you can read it if you click on it again. I had a stomachache yesterday, so I couldn't update it. After dealing with Hishan, Lin Fei realized that the World Wall battlefield was going to become a treasure hunting ground for some big forces, which made him very unhappy. Fortunately, he had received the news in advance, and after some consideration he came up with a countermeasure. First, continue to modify the first and second step destruction skeletons. The destruction skeletons were naturally modified skeletons with a fixed will, acting as cannon fodder. Second, set up a new formation. Outside the center of the World Wall battlefield, he set up a powerful formation. Even if they came, they could only return empty-handed. 10 billion formations and restrictions. Lin Fei spent a large amount of destiny points and combined them with the formations and restrictions that he had deciphered before. He managed to deduce a set of 10 billion formations and restrictions. This set of formations was amazing. From Qilin's words, Lin Fei learned about the division of formations and restrictions. The division was very simple and not very complicated. It was calculated by quantity. Elementary array formation, 100 million inner Dao array formation restrictions. Mid-grade formations, 1 billion formations. Advanced formations, 5 billion formations and restrictions. Grandmaster array formation, 10 billion array formations. Grandmaster array formation, 100 billion array formations. Divine array formation, trillion array formations and restrictions. The basic formations were not difficult, but the difficulty of the mid-grade and low-grade formations was 10 times higher, not to mention the later formations. Lin Fei had set up a Grandmaster formation, which contained 10 billion formations. It was not easy to break it, unless the other side sent out experts and used violent methods to deal with it. After setting up 10 billion formations, Lin Fei was relieved. He was not worried that someone could break in. At the same time, he arranged for destruction warriors to hide in the periphery. In a short time, Lin Fei had set up an iron fortress around the world wall battlefield. Even if a fourth-step expert came, they would not be able to break through the formations easily. Once he was free, Lin Fei took out the grinding stone. Huang Xiaolong had mastered 7 stages of the Fortune Gates cultivation technique, which made him realize how extraordinary the fortune art was. As long as one cultivated to the 6th stage, the Fortune Gates people would possess the ability of immortality. There was a heaven-defying treasure in the Fortune Gate called the Fortune Pool. It was a very powerful treasure. The Fortune Gates elders would hang their condensed grand daos inside the Fortune Pool. As long as the Fortune Pool was not destroyed, they would not die and would be able to recover in an instant. The Fortune Gate had never been defeated, and the Fortune Gate's role could not be overlooked. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this kind of cultivation method, which was equivalent to full resurrection, could become one of the top 10 cultivation methods. Lin Fei planned to release the sealed space within the millstone. He found out from Hishan that the treasure in his hand was called the Good Fortune Disc, and it was one of the ultimate treasures that possessed unimaginable might. Open! Lin Fei opened the space between his eyebrows, and his divine sense entered the millstone. Inside the millstone, there were layers of powerful formations, and there were at least 100 billion of them. The strength of a treasure was also related to the arrangement of spirit formations and restrictions within it. The more spirit formations and restrictions it contained, the stronger the treasure would be. Passing through the layers of formations, Lin Fei easily arrived at the bottom of the millstone. With the system's analysis, Lin Fei was certain that the 100 billion formations did not hinder him. Here, Lin Fei saw a black bead at the bottom of the millstone, but there were no formations around it. Thinking about it, there were 100 billion formations in front of him. If it was someone else, they might not be able to enter even if they spent 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The existence of this bead was very safe. The cultivation method's chant is on the black bead. Lin Fei couldn't help feeling suspicious. Whether it was real or not, Lin Fei decided to give it a try. His divine sense turned into a giant hand and grabbed the black bead. Swish! When the divine sense giant hand got close to the black bead, the originally motionless black bead suddenly emitted a destructive light. A powerful suction force directly sucked Lin Fei's divine sense into the bead. The inside of the black pearl was not empty. Instead, there was a huge green lotus flower growing inside. Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After learning the Fortune Gate's 10 great cultivation methods, Lin Fei had learned that the Fortune Gate was able to stand tall in this world because of a single lotus. This lotus was called the Lotus of Fortune, and it was a unique existence between heaven and earth. The Lotus of Fortune in front of him was not the Lotus of Fortune at its peak. It had 8 petals, and as its name suggested, it was a grade 8 Lotus of Fortune. Every layer of the Lotus of Fortune was condensed into a chant. That elder is really smart. He condensed his lifetime's worth of cultivation methods on the Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei was in a good mood as he focused on the 8th layer's chant. Compared to the first 7 layers, the 8th layer was on a completely different level. What a good cultivation technique! As expected of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Life and indestructibility. So from the 8th level onwards, this cultivation technique can absorb all the life essence within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, reaching the realm of indestructibility. What a tyrannical ability to plunder and devour! Lin Fei was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a tyrannical cultivation method. This cultivation method is equivalent to having 2 lives no matter where it is placed. It also says that if one's cultivation is lower than the others, they can use the devouring ability. Even if it is a super expert, if they don't die after the first time, they will definitely die the second time. After obtaining the cultivation method, Lin Fei transferred it to the system. Going back and forth, the 8th layer of the cultivation method that required deep comprehension was instantly grasped by him. The 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune allowed one to absorb life essence. With Lin Fei's current cultivation, he could only absorb life essence once a day. In order to test the power of this cultivation method, Lin Fei came to the netherworld's small sacred world and entered a forest. As soon as he circulated the 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune, the towering trees in his field of vision withered, and endless life essence entered his body. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he had eaten honey, very comfortable. So cool. The 10,000 li radius around Lin Fei turned into a dangerous place without any life aura, and this was because he had deliberately limited the absorption range. Master, do you want to store this life essence? Can I store it? Of course you can. The little demoness said, that fortune ancestor is indeed a powerful guy. To be able to create such a cultivation method, he is worthy of being an overlord. If this kind of person doesn't die, Master will definitely face a powerful enemy in the future. Lin Fei did not deny this point. Hee, who cares if he dies or not? I still have several hundred years to prepare. When the time comes, who knows who will kill who? Chapter 23:35. Nether Realm. Lin Fei returned to the Nether Realm after setting up the World Barrier battlefield. Lin Fei did not hesitate to clean up the forces that had been secretly causing trouble. In less than 10 days, there was no longer any noise in the Nether Realm. All that was left was Lin Fei's voice. After taking complete control of the Nether Realm, Lin Fei began to ignore the spatial transmission array. His target was naturally Heaven Wasteland domain. Unknowingly, he had secretly taken control of 2 small sacred domains. Every day, Lin Fei could obtain a lot of origin energy units. This was because the fragments of the last 2 small sacred domains were relatively small and could not produce much origin energy. Lin Fei was very envious of the top 10 small sacred domains. For the time being, Lin Fei would not go against them. The exploration of the ethereal flame secret realm lasted for a year. In the end, the 5 top forces removed the transmission array. Those who could come out alive had a great harvest, and their wealth had become rich. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Even if the other party had turned off the teleportation formation, he could still locate it through Little Devil. He was prepared to find the Void Flame secret realm, where there was still a powerhouse trying to resurrect. Fortune Gate. The creator of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Although the Fortune Gate's prestige was not as good as it was in the past, it was still a first-rate force with a 4th step expert. He-Shan returned without any results and was criticized by some elders. If it was any other time, he might have argued, but it was different now. He was not a Fortune Gate member, so he did not defend himself. In the end, He-Shan was labeled as incompetent. His authority in the Fortune Gate shrank, and his influence in the Fortune Gate became negligible. Their Fortune Gate is really full of experts. Unknowingly, a restriction array was set up in He-Shan's courtyard, which could isolate all auras. Lin Fei was sitting on his seat, sipping on a cup. He-Shan was indeed angry at those people's faces. He had only lost some people, but they gritted their teeth and refused to let it go. It was quite a bitterly disappointing matter. Everything went according to Master's plan. They didn't suspect anything at all. He-Shan relaxed. Following a powerful master might not be a bad thing. Their internal strife is what I like to see the most. A powerful sect usually collapses because of a power struggle. This is beneficial to us secretly controlling the Fortune Gate. Lin Fei was interested in the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong secretly arranged a space transmission array. With the Little Devil's powerful concealment ability, there was no need to worry about being detected. Entering and exiting the Fortune Gate was as easy as entering an uninhabited land. I wonder what Master plans to do next. Lin Fei chuckled. You've said it before, the Fortune Gate is divided into 3 factions. What if a 4th force emerges to fight for control of the Fortune Gate? He-Shan didn't understand. No, there are only 3 forces inside the Fortune Gate, the eldest young master, the 2nd young master, and the deputy chief. How could you forget yourself? Lin Fei pointed at He-Shan. Master, you must be joking. With my strength, I can be considered as one of the top characters in the Fortune Gate. Wanting to subdue them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Heartwarming shook his head. Isn't that simple? You just need to be stronger than them. Lin Fei tossed out a chant. This is the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art. As long as you learn it, they naturally won't be able to do anything to you. Heartwarming was dumbfounded. He wondered if he had misheard. The 8th level of the sex cultivation technique was for him to learn? I can learn it the 8th stage? Why not? Lin Fei said, you are one of my people. As long as you do your job well, in the future you will be the good fortune Holy Lord. Don't you have confidence in yourself? I do, I definitely do. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the eyes of others, the Fortune Palace was a mystical existence, but he didn't place much importance on it. After all, it was only average and he didn't rely on it. As the Fortune Gate was fighting for power, Lin Fei decided to support Heartwarming. Once he grasped the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art, his strength would rise by leaps and bounds. Even the strongest master in the Fortune Gate would be helpless against him. Before Lin Fei left, he gave Heartwarming some purification equipment to purify the source energy. In the holy world controlled by the Fortune Gate, it was ranked in the top 10. After Lin Fei arranged for Heartwarming to establish a new mountain within the Fortune Gate, he no longer paid attention to the holy world. Instead, he set his sights on the 31st ranked Flying Stone world. Of the 5 top powerhouses, 2 had died and the other 3 were severely wounded. They would need time to recover. Others might not be able to see this, but Lin Fei was well aware of it. In any case, the holy world would fall into chaos in the future. Lin Fei planned to accumulate his strength ahead of time. Only when the entire holy world was in chaos could he fish in troubled waters. The Flying Stone world was his first target. The Flying Stone world was controlled by a family surnamed Tai, and the patriarch was Tai Haoqing. He was a 3rd-step powerhouse and originally came from one of the small saint worlds. Afterwards, he came out to fight for the small saint worlds and successfully moved into Flying Stone world. In a short period of time, the family's strength rapidly expanded. Those that needed to be subdued had already been subdued, and the rest only needed to quietly develop. Tai Haoqing was very satisfied with his current development. For better or worse, he had become an independent family and successfully controlled a small saint world with countless resources. The future of his family was limitless. After waiting for such a long time, the Tai family had finally obtained what they wanted. For this day, they had waited for countless years. Boom! Tai Haoqing was sitting in a pavilion by the lake, drinking tea and enjoying a rare moment of contentment. A terrifying and tyrannical aura swept through the entire Flying Stone world. Tai Haoqing's seat was the first to bear the brunt. The entire pavilion collapsed with a loud bang, and dust flew everywhere. Who is it? Such terrifying power. It's at least the aura of a 4th-step powerhouse. Tai Haoqing could not care less about his sorry state. He was shocked, and his body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. For a moment, he could not move. If I were you, you'd stay still or you'd die. A black figure walked out of the lake, and with every step, he appeared in front of Tai Haoqing. You are the leader of the Avengers. When Tai Haoqing heard this voice, he did not think much of it at first. Then, a familiar voice appeared in his mind, and he was instantly scared out of his wits. He had actually encountered the leader of the Avengers. This was a fellow who dared to slap the faces of the 5 top forces in public and came out unscathed. Since you know me, then it couldn't be better. The black figure sat down. Don't worry, I have no interest in your Flying Stone world. Tai Haoqing was a 3rd-step powerhouse, but compared to the leader of the Avengers, he was far inferior. The power in the other party's hands could easily cause great damage to the Tai family. Leader, if you have anything, just tell me. Tai Haoqing was not willing to offend such a mysterious person. It was fine to lower his head temporarily. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He kept telling himself this in his heart. Chapter 23:36. Just when everyone felt that the holy world was about to face a new situation, the controlling faction of the Flying Stone world, the Tai family, launched a sneak attack on a dark and windy night. They annihilated the local factions and occupied an important mining area on the 30th layer of the small saint world. The entire holy world was shocked. Many of the upper echelons knew that the chaotic clouds world was secretly controlled by the myriad sun world, one of the 5 major factions. That mining area was very heavily guarded. No one had expected the Tai family to occupy it. Although the small saint world had been ranked and many factions had left the stage of history, that was not the case in reality. Those that were ranked at the top still had influence and could not be wiped out so easily. As for those that were ranked at the bottom, they had secretly sided with a powerful faction. Otherwise, they would have a headache dealing with all sorts of tricks in the dark. The chaotic clouds world was like this. Compared to other factions, the ruler of the chaotic clouds world came from the Wan family. It could be said that it was because of the Wan family that they could easily take control of the chaotic clouds world. This time, the Tai family suddenly attacked. No one expected them to be so bold as to occupy an important mining area in one night. The chaotic clouds world immediately organized a counterattack to teach the Tai family a deep lesson. The overall strength of the Tai family was inferior to the chaotic clouds world. After all, the chaotic clouds world had the backing of the Wan family. They could deal with whoever they wanted. The result was unexpected. Not only had the Tai family blocked the chaotic cloud realm's counterattack, but they had also defeated them. They had even killed the leader of a second-step expert. That was not all. The Tai family had been attacking continuously for several days, seizing important resources and suppressing the chaotic cloud realm's controlling forces. After losing several supreme experts and 1/3 of the resources of the chaotic clouds world were taken away, the ruler of the chaotic clouds world had no choice but to complain to the Wan family. Another reason was to ask for reinforcements. Once the experts of the Wan family attacked, the Tai family definitely could not stop them. Everyone knew that the strongest expert of the Tai family was only a 3rd-step expert. They were not even at their peak. Tai Haoqing had to surrender when the Wan family came. There were many factions secretly watching the Flying Stone world. Offending the Wan family would not end well. They might even have a chance to occupy a territory in the Flying Stone world. Everything was as everyone had expected. The Wan family had sent out a 3rd-step expert. He wasn't at the peak, but he was famous enough that no one could ignore him. This expert from the Wan family led his men to the Tai family's territory. Tai Haoqing led his men to fight. Just as everyone thought that Tai Haoqing was going to be defeated, his helpers erupted with shocking strength. The 3 of them joined forces and killed a 3rd-step expert from the Wan family. The remaining people were all killed. The entire Saints world was thrown into an uproar. Had Tai Haoqing taken the wrong medicine? How could he dare to kill the people of the Wan family? What happened next was even simpler. The Wan clan was enraged and sent out their experts again. They were much stronger than the last time and swore to destroy the Flying Stone world's Tai clan in one fell swoop. This time, Tai Haoqing once again defeated the experts of the Wan clan. Other than a few who managed to escape, the rest were all killed. Tai Haoqing became famous once more. After losing 2 unparalleled experts in a row, even if the Wan clan was wealthy, they would still lose some strength. What infuriated them even more was that Tai Haoqing had publicly declared that the Tai clan would welcome the Wan clan at any time. Tai Haoqing changed and revealed a domineering and mysterious expert beside him. Many people guessed that someone might be supporting Tai Haoqing. Just as everyone thought that the Wan clan was unwilling to take this lying down, the Wan clan didn't attack again. Instead, the 2 sides started bickering. No matter how they looked at it, something seemed wrong. Just as everyone was feeling doubtful, a rumor spread through the Saints world. No one knew where it came from. However, while everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but have other thoughts. The rumor pointed to the 5 top forces. In less than half a day, the entire Saints world knew about this. The 5 top forces had been heavily injured in the Void Flame's secret realm. Among them, the Wan clan and Sacred Lord Luo Xing of the Blackwater world had both died on the spot. The other 3 had used secret techniques to escape and needed a long time to recover. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it caused an uproar in the Saints world. If the news was true, perhaps the situation in the Saints' world would change. The positions of the 5 top forces. After the news spread through the Saints' world, the Luo clan of the Blackwater world and the Wan clan of the Myriad Sun world announced that the news outside was false and that everyone shouldn't take it seriously. Otherwise, they would fall into the others' trap. There were still some people who didn't take what the Luo clan and the Wan clan said seriously. From the matter of Tai Haoqing fighting against the Wan clan, there were still some clues. The matter of whether the strongest sacred lords of the 5 top forces were injured continued to ferment. Immediately send a group of people to probe the Luo clan. No matter what, we must know whether that person has really died or not. In a dark secret room, an azure-clothed person summoned his trusted aide. After whispering in his ear, the trusted aide left and summoned more people. Activate the spies in the Luo clan and the Wan clan. It doesn't matter even if their whereabouts are exposed. We must confirm the truth of this matter. The azure-clothed person continued to order. Very soon, the secret room quieted down. As long as we confirm the truth of the news, the positions of the 5 small sacred worlds will change. Similar things continued to happen in the dark. After the news spread out, there was a commotion in the 5 small sacred worlds. If the strongest sacred lord had died or been severely injured, it would be a huge matter. The lower forces wouldn't be able to suppress it at all. Yen clan. Yen Zixing's face was pale. At this moment he was clearly very angry. His roar echoed in the secret room. It must be that Avengers Alliance leader who spread the news. Apart from him, no one else knows about this. After returning from the Void Flame's secret realm, Yen Zixing had been healing his injuries. He had paid a huge price that time. He had almost died in that stone room. Luo Xing and Wan Taijun had been killed in one move. He remembered it clearly. In these days, Yen Zixing had been making arrangements for the Yen clan to prevent the news from spreading. If it really did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. He didn't expect it to still spread in the end. Yen Zixing knew that the Luo clan and the Wan clan were fighting fiercely. Once the news spread, it would be a big problem for the 2 clans. Yen Zixing was very angry with that Avengers Alliance leader. A piece of news had caused their 5 top clans to fall into a huge trouble. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. What puzzled him the most was that even now, they had never seen the Alliance leader's true appearance. It was not a good thing for such a mysterious person to remain hidden in the Saints' world. Instead, he was like a venomous snake in the darkness. No one knew when he would leap out and bite you. Father, are the rumors true? Yen Zi frowned slightly. This was the first time she came here. Her elder brother didn't come. Little Z, you are the smartest one in the clan. What do you think that alliance leader wants to do? Yen Zixing didn't dare to spread the news of him being injured. The competition within the clan was also very intense. Although Yen Zixing had the most authority, the people of the other clans were also eyeing him. They might make a move at any time. Chapter 2337. Yen Zixing valued his daughter very much. His eldest son paled in comparison to his daughter. They were not on the same level, be it in terms of methods or the way they handled things. Fishing in troubled waters. Yen Zixing nodded. That alliance leader is so vicious. Once the news gets out, the entire sacred world will be shaken. We will also have to face the probing and pressure from all the major forces. From the moment he left, Yen Zixing knew that this day would come. No matter who had such a good card, they would not hide it. They would play it out directly. However, he did not expect this day to come so soon. Father, don't be sad. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Yen family. Yen Zi did not think so. I feel that the entire sacred world will definitely change after this incident. Our Yen family can also use this opportunity to expand our strength. A strange look flashed across Yen Zi's eyes. Even Yen Zixing did not notice it. A good thing. Yen Zixing knew that his daughter had her own thoughts, but he did not think of it that way. Tell me about it. Yen Zi began to analyze. Father, our 5 great clans control the 5 largest small sacred worlds. In the past many years, our 5 clans have always maintained a common strategy against outsiders. In reality, that's because we can't destroy each other. But this time, our chance has come. The Blackwater world has lost Luo Xing, and the Myriad Sun world has lost Wan Taijun. Soon, those direct descendants will come out to fight for power. Every time we fight for power, we lose our internal forces. Our Yen family is different. If Lin Fei was here, he would be very surprised. This Lady Yen Zi was far more powerful than he had imagined. She could see the benefits of the sacred world with just a few words. Back in his room, a figure appeared out of nowhere and sat in front of Yen Zi. Master! No one knew that Yen Zi had a powerful master. To be able to enter the heavily guarded Wan family so easily, one had to be at the peak of the third step at the very least. To not be detected by the experts of the Wan family, one had to have unfathomable strength. I didn't expect the sacred world to be in chaos so soon. Your elder brother probably can't hold back anymore. The black figure said calmly. And that Avengers Alliance leader. Just one move is enough to ignite everyone's ambition. Yen Zi sat down. Master, my elder brother will definitely be bewitched by someone. Who knows, he might cause trouble. That's fine too. It'll save me a lot of trouble. That alliance leader, on the other hand, is worth paying attention to. The moment he makes a move, the entire Saint world will be thrown into chaos. The black figure laughed. Little Z, the alliance master said he's capable, but he's just trying to fish in troubled waters. As long as he dares to show himself, the 5 top forces will fight him to the death. He can only hide in the dark forever. Yen Zi was very clear about her master's words. She knew that whatever she said would not be too far off the mark. Master, you're knowledgeable. Don't you know the origins of this alliance leader? Yen Zi also wanted to know when such an expert had appeared in the Saints' world. That alliance leader is very mysterious. That day, I personally went to investigate. Unfortunately, the alliance leader did a good job and didn't leave any traces. However, from the side, I can tell that this alliance leader is definitely one of the best in terms of concealment techniques. This kind of person can't be found unless he reveals his whereabouts. The black figure said in a deep voice, Little Z, you don't have to worry. Now is the time for you to show your abilities. The Saint world is in chaos, and it's also your chance. More than 10 days later, the 5 top forces were being probed by various forces. They sent out second-step experts right from the start. Moreover, they were the best among them. They were used to test the authenticity of the news. At the same time, the spies in the 5 top forces began to move and spread the news. Among them, the Luo family and the Wan family spread the most news. They also began to fight internally for power. The authenticity of the news was gradually torn apart piece by piece. Everyone was finally sure that the news was true. The forces under the Luo family and the Wan family began to move. The few powerful forces ranked below the 5th began to take action against the Luo family and the Wan family. As for the Xie family, the Yen family, and the Bai family, no one dared to make a move for the time being. In just 1 month, the Luo family and the Wan family suffered all kinds of attacks. The territories in their hands kept shrinking, and they lost control of the small sacred worlds that they controlled. Without the 2 strongest sacred lords, it was really difficult for ordinary third-step experts to suppress the forces outside. The 5th and 3rd ranked small sacred worlds, which were rich in resources, were in chaos. The small sacred worlds controlled by the other 2 big families also began to be in chaos. Everyone wanted to take a big bite out of them. Ever since a few third-step experts took the risk to break into the Luo family and the Wan family and defeated the experts of the 2 families, everyone realized that the mountain at the top was gone. Although they couldn't swallow the Luo family and the Wan family, they at least found out that the Luo family and the Wan family were no longer the overlords. As the mastermind behind all this, Lin Fei just sat and watched the situation develop without doing anything. The sacred world began to fall into chaos. The territories controlled by the Luo family and the Wan family were the first to be in chaos. One by one, the small sacred worlds left the Luo family and the Wan family. The 2 big families had a strong foundation, but without their strongest experts, it was good enough for them to defend their own territories. The chaos continued to spread. The forces that were originally dissatisfied with the ranking of the small sacred worlds began to secretly take action. Even if they couldn't control a small sacred world, they wanted to control an area and plant a nail in it. All the major forces and sects worked together. The large-scale upheaval spread across the entire Saints world. Even the Netherworld and Heaven Wasteland worlds that Lin Fei controlled were affected, but they were suppressed very soon. Everyone had witnessed what he was capable of. Lin Fei still made a big move this time. He mobilized the Destruction Warriors and carried out a violent massacre. He wiped out all the restless fellows and finally made everyone feel a terrifying chill. For a time, no one dared to enter the two small sacred worlds. The Heaven Wasteland domain announced that it had joined the Nether domain. This was like throwing a small stone into the chaotic sacred world, causing ripples. No one was interested in the two insignificant small sacred worlds. Only when the small sacred worlds had a high ranking and abundant resources could they cultivate quickly. No one had any objections to Tion taking over the Heaven Wasteland domain. Chapter 2338. The sacred world was in chaos for 50 years. Ever since the sacred lords of the 5 top forces were heavily injured and killed, a chain reaction occurred in the sacred world, and chaos spread across the entire sacred world. 3 years after the chaos of the sacred world, the little sacred worlds ranked 6th to 15th secretly teamed up to fight against the 5 forces. Since they were caught off guard, the 5 peak forces were heavily injured. 3 peak sacred lords took action at the critical moment and barely managed to suppress the combined forces, but they also showed signs of being heavily injured. 5 years after the chaos, the entire sacred world was in chaos. First, the small saint worlds controlled by the 5 top forces broke away and formed their own factions. Whoever broke away today would break away tomorrow, and it didn't stop. Afterward, the 5 top forces started to pull back their forces and gave up their territory. They pulled back their defenses and tried to stabilize the only small saint world in their hands. The Luo family and the Wan family had internal conflicts, and they fought for power. 4 years later, the entire small saint world was split into 2. Both sides kept arguing and fighting, forming a stalemate. The Blackwater world and 10,000 Sun world were completely crippled, and they didn't have the time to care about the outside world. 10 years later, the Small Saint World Alliance was formed to fight against the Yama's Death World, the Yen Huang World, and the Breaking Wave World. The 3 top forces couldn't stop them and could only watch as the alliance succeeded. Ever since the battle 3 years ago, the 3 sacred lords chose to go into seclusion to heal their injuries, and their influence started to weaken. 30 years later, the Sacred World Alliance's influence was like the sun in the sky. At the same time, several sacred lords reached the peak of the 3rd step and cultivated secret techniques, which greatly increased their strength. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. The day has finally arrived. In the air of the wild sacred mountain, a figure descended in the air. A terrifying demonic black wind blew past him, but the black-robed figure didn't move at all. "Go in." The black-robed figure waved his hand, and a tunnel appeared, and the person walked in. Void Flame's secret realm, I'm here again. Standing in the secret realm, Lin Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. 50 years have passed, and it's time for the harvest. The Void Flame's secret realm was the same as it was in the past. There were spatial cracks everywhere, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into it and perish somewhere else. At this moment, in front of Lin Fei, there was nothing to fear from the spatial cracks. If there were any experts here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. In these 50 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased extremely quickly, reaching a terrifying level. Over the past 50 years, he had barely made a move. His strength kept increasing. He was at the early stage of the giant realm, but now he was at the late stage of the giant realm. His aura became more stable, like an endless mountain. Nothing has changed. After passing through the dangerous place, Lin Fei easily arrived at the entrance of the cave, just like in the past. At the entrance of the stone room, the densely packed array formations were still exerting their remaining power. Almost none. In 2 hours at most, the person in the sarcophagus will be resurrected. At that time, The other party's strength will be at its lowest and weakest. It will be the best time for Master to make a move. The little devil smirked. If you meet Master, no matter if you are an expert or not, you are doomed to be unlucky. In the past 50 years, Lin Fei had not relaxed his monitoring of the skeleton in the sarcophagus. Until now, the skeleton in the sarcophagus had regrown flesh and blood, and the great Tao Yuan heart had merged into one. The day of awakening was not far away. For this day, Lin Fei had waited for 50 years. Lin Fei let the little devil hide his aura and sat outside. His physical body was clearly visible, but it was as if it did not exist. The system's shielding ability was so powerful. 2 hours passed in a flash. Crack, crack, crack. In the stone room, the sarcophagus cracked. Cracks spread all over the sarcophagus, and the cracks grew larger and larger. In less than a moment, the sarcophagus completely cracked, and a pile of gravel appeared on the ground. The person who was originally lying on the sarcophagus opened his eyes without warning. A terrifying gaze, cold and fierce, cut open countless holes in the void. The astral wind whistled, and the array formation's restrictions shattered. Countless years have passed, and I have finally returned. After this person stood up, he looked very young. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be around 20 years old. His body was like warm jade, and the fierce light between his eyebrows vaguely showed that this person was definitely a tyrannical existence in the past. Master, the opportunity is here. Lin Fei had been keeping his thoughts in check. From the moment the other party had awakened and opened his eyes, he knew that this person was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse of that era. If not for the system concealing his aura, the other party would definitely have noticed him right away. Lin Fei, who had not made a move for 50 years, finally made a strong move. In the next second, he appeared above the stone room, folded his hands, and pressed down. Blood Sky Seal. With a loud bang, the entire void collapsed. The blue light on the Wenyu prince's body surged, forming a protective barrier that blocked the other party's attack. Lin Fei's Blood Sky Seal was blocked by a tyrannical and terrifying power, and it was difficult for him to move forward. He realized that the other party's strength was deep and terrifying. The Wenyu prince was furious. His cold eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. You dare to attack me? Tell me which old ghost sent you here. 2 rays of cold light shot out from between Lin Fei's eyebrows. He knew that the other party would be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent, to be able to determine life and death with a glance. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Master, his energy is running low. This is his strongest attack. As long as Master can block it, his combat strength will fall limitlessly. When Lin Fei came, he had calculated in advance that the other party's first attack should be the most terrifying. The Blood Sky Seal attack was nothing more than a test. If it succeeded, it would be best, but if it didn't, it was fine. Destruction Warrior, block it. Lin Fei retreated, and the Destruction Warrior blocked in front of him. The cold light pierced through the Destruction Warrior's body, and the incomparably hard bones were completely shattered, turning into powder. Master, this guy's Tao should be decomposition, and it belongs to a very powerful type of Tao. 1 Destruction Warrior, 2 Destruction Warriors, 3 Destruction Warriors. The 2 rays of cold light were extremely terrifying, surpassing any attack that Lin Fei had seen before, reaching the level of determining life and death with a glance. There is still 70% power left. 60% power. 30% power. The power of the cold light continued to weaken, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people would die countless times, and Lin Fei also experienced the crisis of life and death. After the power weakened, Lin Fei punched out with the power of a 4th step expert, without any Tao attribute, and shattered the 2 rays of cold light. Eat my fist. Chapter 2339. Young Master Wenyu's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. He was indeed qualified to say this. Back in the day, he was also an overlord, and a 4th step expert was nothing to him. Lin Fei punched out domineeringly. A disc flashed above his opponent's head, and the terrifying Endless Plunder was instantly activated. The attacks from the front and back were completed in an instant. Young Master Wenyu stretched out his jade-white finger and pointed at Lin Fei's fist. A terrifying force surged, and Lin Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hand became a bloody mess. Creations plunder Great Tao? Young Master Wenyu was surprised. Aside from that person, no one could match this terrifying plunder ability. Back in the day, that person was one of the peerless experts that he could not afford to offend. Scram! If he was at his peak, young Master Wenyu would not care and could kill his opponent with one finger. However, it was different now. He had just fused his Great Tao and was at his weakest. He could only use less than 5% of his strength. With a roar, the entire stone room collapsed on the spot, including the cave abode. The two of them were exposed in the void of the wild sacred mountain. The disc was still hovering in the sky, unmoved. Many second-step experts appeared around young Master Wenyu. At the same time, there were more than 100 third-step experts who attacked together. In addition, every time Lin Fei pushed the power of a fourth-step expert to the limit, Qi Lin was also a fourth-step expert and had recovered a portion of his power. His Great Tao spirit was like a long sword that kept stabbing at young Master Wenyu. One after another, he forced young Master Wenyu to defend, which put a lot of pressure on him. Boy, your arrangement is not bad. I am not that easy to deal with. Young Master Wenyu's Great Tao protected his body. Before the attacks could get close, they were immediately shattered. He looked invincible, but in reality, that was not the case. The energy in his body was constantly being consumed, and he could not last for too long. Great Tao decomposition. Young Master Wenyu hesitated. He had never thought that he would be ambushed as soon as he appeared. Furthermore, it was an insect-like character who caused him so much trouble. Young Master Wenyu cultivated in the decomposition Great Tao, which was an extremely powerful Great Tao. According to its quality, it could be classified as a 5th-grade Great Tao, and it could decompose all matter. The blue ripples spread out with young Master Wenyu as the center. As the blue ripples spread, everything that was covered by the blue ripples disintegrated into nothingness. The second-step destruction warriors that had been besieging him were disintegrated until there was nothing left. Start data analysis. Name it decomposition. What young Master Wenyu didn't know was that the moment he used his Great Tao, the invisible surveillance immediately began to analyze the data and create a document. If young Master Wenyu knew about this, he would probably regret it. You fell for it. Using the power of the Great Tao once consumed a lot of young Master Wenyu. The surrounding destruction warriors were all disintegrated. Young Noble Wenyu's figure rapidly retreated, escaping into the void. A faint feeling told him that if he continued to stay, there would be trouble. As soon as he entered the void, young Master Wenyu was ejected. You actually set up a great restrictive array around us, sealing off the void. What a good method. Lin Fei had indeed set up a large formation around them. It's too late to realize it now. Lin Fei waved his hand again, releasing the destruction warriors, the disc, and Qi Lin's mental attacks. Wave after wave, he continuously consumed his opponent's energy. Aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, continue. Let's see who consumes who. After another wave of decomposition, young Master Wenyu's face turned cold with a trace of paleness. He realized that he had encountered a big problem. What was worse was that he was not at his peak strength. He couldn't display the true power of the Great Tao. With his current Great Tao primordial heart, the power he could display was at most 4th-step power. Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? Young Master Wenyu tried to kill his opponent several times, but his opponent seemed to have eyes. The traps he set up were not effective, and instead, they were a waste of energy. Submit to me or die. Lin Fei was constantly monitoring his opponent through the system. All of young Master Wenyu's information was being monitored, including the specific data of his energy consumption. This was equivalent to exposing everything to Lin Fei. In such a battle, young Master Wenyu was at a complete disadvantage. You're courting death. Young Master Wenyu was an overlord who had cultivated a 5th-grade Great Tao. In the past, he was one of the top experts. It had always been others who submitted to him, but when had he ever submitted to someone else? In a rage, young Master Wenyu attacked again and again, destroying wave after wave of destruction warriors. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. His opponent's reaction was too fast. Young Master Wenyu began to panic at this shameless method of fighting. What? You don't have enough energy. That's right, in order to fuse with the Great Tao Primordial Heart, you've used up almost all of your energy. You barely managed to preserve a portion of it, and in order to deal with me, you've used up a large amount of energy. You're now an arrow at the end of its flight. Hua hua hua. Cracks appeared on young Master Wenyu's jade-like skin. His blood essence was being plundered by the treasures above. If it wasn't for the Great Tao Primordial Body, he would have long since collapsed. After activating the Great Tao Primordial Body without enough energy, young Master Wenyu's life essence began to leak out. The Great Tao Primordial Body seemed like a simple move, but in reality, it consumed a lot of energy. Constantly maintaining the Great Tao Primordial Body was not a small burden. Let me guess, how long can you keep this up? An incense stick of time is too long. Maybe a few dozen breaths? Lin Fei continued to attack. In order to deal with this fellow, he was throwing caution to the wind. 50 years of accumulation was also an enormous amount. In the chaos of the holy world, Lin Fei had successfully taken advantage of the chaos. He had secretly set up equipment in every small holy world to plunder the source energy. They themselves were in endless trouble, so they had no time to pay attention to it. Lin Fei had really succeeded in taking advantage of the chaos. Young Master Wenyu's heart shook. Only he knew how long he could last. Now that he had been exposed, he was truly shocked. Even in the past, no one would have been able to see through it. Could it be that this fellow condensed to support Great Tao, the kind used to investigate the other party's information? Young Master Wenyu thought as he attacked. His current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Did I say I was right? In order to deal with this fellow, Lin Fei had prepared for a long time. Everything was under his control. In just a little bit more time, young Master Wenyu would fall into his hands. His mood improved. Brat, you are indeed strong, but don't push me too far. I would rather die than submit to you. Instead, I will drag you down with me. Young Master Wenyu was completely anxious. As long as you let me leave, I can promise you one thing. Even if I have to ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, I will help you accomplish it. Chapter 2340. Then you can try and see who will die first. Lin Fei lightly said. The attack continued. Young Master Wenyu was completely flustered. An unnatural expression flashed across his face. After surviving with so much difficulty, no one was willing to die like this. He was the same. Bastard brat, you are too hateful. If this continues, there is a high chance that I will die. Why don't I lure him into giving up and take advantage of him being unprepared? Young Master Wenyu's thoughts moved. Perhaps this would be an opportunity. Stop, I surrender. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up, young Master Wenyu had no other choice. After being trapped in an array formation, his great Tao of decompositions might have been weakened. If this continued, he would be the one to suffer. This brat really had a heart of stone. Drink this. Lin Fei stared at the other party. The other party's resistance had actually been calculated by the system. It could be said that from the very beginning, young Master Wenyu had fallen into a situation of certain defeat. Brat, don't go too far. Young Master Wenyu coldly snorted. Then you can continue. Let's see how long you can last. Lin Fei's counterattack was very sharp. Let's see if you drink it or not. If you don't drink it, you can choose to die. Young Master Wenyu's heart turned into anger from shame, but he didn't care. Humph, in this world, there are only a few things that can control me. This brat is too naive. Moreover, when the wild continent was destroyed, those few things had long since disappeared without a trace. He can forget about obtaining them. You win, I will drink it. Young Master Wenyu sneered in his heart. Once he calmed down, it would be the other party's death. At that time, he would torture him until he hovered between life and death. Lin Fei also laughed in his heart. Humph, you will lose for sure. A tube of medicine was thrown over, landing in front of young Master Wenyu. Young Master Wenyu's powerful divine sense swept over it and found that it was a very ordinary liquid. He felt even more disdain in his heart, truly naive, wanting to use poison to control me, huh? After young master when you saw through the medicine, he didn't directly drink it. Instead, he persisted for several breaths of time. In the eyes of others, he seemed to be hesitating. Keep pretending, keep pretending. When he couldn't hold on any longer, Prince when you drank the potion. Lin Fei's attack stopped, and the disc left. The surrounding destruction warriors were recalled, and Qi Lin returned to his side. Finally, just as young master when you let out a sigh of relief, an endless pain came from the depths of his sea of consciousness. The liquid that seemed to be decomposing rapidly grew and multiplied in his sea of consciousness. Oh no, I've been tricked. It's too powerful. Lin Fei was filled with emotions. In order to control the other party, it took a total of 8 days. In the end, the special creature from the depths of the universe won. In the end, young master when you was still controlled. His sea of consciousness was controlled by the puppet worm. Even the core of his sea of consciousness was occupied by the puppet worm. The other party was utterly defeated. You win. Young master when you was completely speechless. After 8 days of resisting the torture, when Yu Gongzi had experienced the terror of the young. This was the first time he knew that there was such a heaven-defying existence in this world. Actually, if you had continued to persevere that day, you would still have lost in the end. Lin Fei said indifferently, because your great Tao body protection already has a weakness in my eyes. Lin Fei waved his hand and pointed. A strange energy shot out from his fingertip. The void was rapidly decomposed. Young master when you was shocked. This is great Tao decomposition. You actually mastered it. How is this possible? No one understood this aura better than him. Great Tao decomposition. The great Tao that he had cultivated for his entire life was now displayed by a second person. This was definitely a shocking thing. The higher the level of the great Tao, the more difficult it was to cultivate it. It required a lot of luck. No, your great Tao decomposition is wrong. Good eyesight. Lin Fei smiled and said, this is not the complete great Tao decomposition, but it is about 50% of your great Tao decomposition. Before long, I will be able to completely grasp your great Tao decomposition. When the time comes, I will use your great Tao decomposition to deal with you. Do you think that your great Tao protective body will be able to withstand it? Young master when you was like a deflated balloon. He opened his mouth but was unable to speak. Lin Fei smiled. In these 50 years, the only thing that was worth Lin Fei's interest was the job analysis simulation. In order to complete this new attribute, he spent a full 3 years to complete the task. Now it seemed that this attribute function was very useful. All along, how to display great Tao attacks had always been Lin Fei's shortcoming. Using origin energy to activate an attack, it could not be transformed into a great Tao attack. Only by combining it with the great Tao could his combat strength truly increase. Savage Sacred Mountain, inside a cave dwelling. Young master Wen Yu was completely convinced. He considered himself unlucky to have encountered such a monster. Even in the past, anyone would be shocked. To be able to secretly learn someone else's great Tao, even if it was only 30% to 40%, was something to be proud of. Moreover, the other party meant that he had a 100% success rate. This kind of ability could only be described as monstrous. After young master Wen Yu was convinced, he answered everything Lin Fei asked, including his origin, background, and so on. He did not hide anything, and at the same time, he described the great battle in the past. Compared to Qi Lin, Ouyang Ba knew more secrets than him. Ouyang Ba's status was very high. Before he died, he was already a 7th-step expert. With the great Tao in his hands, he quickly made a name for himself. After the great battle affected the entire continent, Ouyang Ba made preparations in advance, just in case. Fortunately, he obtained some unknown secret techniques and was resurrected successfully. His strength was greatly reduced, and he could barely display the combat strength of a 4th-step expert. Ouyang Ba was unlucky to have encountered Lin Fei, who was waiting for him. When this matter was mentioned, he felt extremely depressed. What the hell is this? Prophecy? That should be the work of the top prophecy master in the savage land. Lin Fei asked about the prophecy again. Ouyang obviously knew more about it, and immediately said that it was the work of the top prophecy master. The top prophecy master, could it be that old man Qianji? Qi Lin's eyes were filled with admiration. Master, old man Qianji is the top prophecy master in the Savage Land. He is proficient in all kinds of predictions and has never failed. The top prophecy master, a few simple words proved his identity. He was a top existence in the continent. If such a person was released, the possibility of his prophecy coming true would be very high. In that case, they will really be resurrected. So what? The Savage Land will no longer exist, and only the sacred world formed by the broken worlds will be left. Lin Fei said. Ouyang said, Old man Qianji is the top prophecy master in the world. The prophecy he left behind must be reasonable. Perhaps, it is not impossible for the Savage Land to reappear. For example, the savage sacred mountain under us has never been broken. Lin Fei was deep in thought. Maybe it really makes sense. A month later, in the same cave abode on the savage sacred mountain. Chapter 2341. Great Tao, Decomposition. Lin Fei was not in the unparalleled realm. Instead, he had mastered a complete 5th grade Great Tao, causing his strength to skyrocket. Ouyang and Qi Lin could only say, what a crazy master. No one had ever been able to learn another person's great path from another person's hands. How talented was that? Of course, they did not know that Lin Fei had spent a large amount of heaven points to analyze and replicate a complete great path. They simply thought that he had grasped a powerful talent. Perhaps not many people in the sacred world knew about it. However, people from Ouyang and Qi Lin's era knew how important talent was, especially talent skills. However, all powerful races were born with the ability to activate their innate skills. By relying on their innate skills, their cultivation would be smooth sailing. For example, the innate skills retentive memory, seeing through the essence, eyes of illusion, and so on. Both of them thought that their master had activated a powerful talent skill. For example, replication? Such talent skills were extremely rare, as if they did not exist. If someone said that it was impossible for replication to exist, the two of them would definitely beat the crap out of the other party. After mastering Great Tao Decomposition perfectly, Lin Fei had a ready-made mentor. Master, Great Tao Protection is actually a skill that only experts in the 4th step can master perfectly. Although experts in the 3rd step can condense a Great Tao, in order to master it perfectly, one has to reach the 4th step of Great Tao. Ouyang began to guide him. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei did not return to the Invincible Palace. With someone guiding him, it was much faster. Within an hour, Lin Fei had mastered Great Tao Protection. Great Tao Decomposition formed an absolute space around him. Any matter that entered would be instantly decomposed. Lin Fei did not have a Great Tao origin heart, so it did not affect him from performing Great Tao Decomposition. Every time he performed it, it would consume a huge amount of destiny points and origin energy. Great Tao Protection is just a defensive technique for unparalleled experts. To improve your strength, you have to cultivate Great Tao skills to increase the level of your Great Tao. First move, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Ouyang began to teach Lin Fei the moves. Although the names of the moves were ordinary, after using them, their power would increase imperceptibly. Among the moves given by Ouyang there were long-range attacks and close-range attacks. All of them were extremely terrifying. Lin Fei learned very quickly. The system was constantly analyzing the moves. In less than a day, he had grasped all the moves and executed them to the point of perfection. No one could have imagined that he had done this in just a day. After returning to the Invincible Palace from the wild sacred mountain, Lin Fei heard a shocking piece of news before he could sit down. Sacred Lord Blood Prison, Sacred Lord Yan Zixing, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang have all broken through to the 4th step within 3 days? When Lin Fei saw the news from the spy, he was indeed a little surprised. Back then, they had returned with heavy injuries. In 50 years, not only had they recovered from their injuries, but their strength had also risen to the 4th step. Their improvement was extraordinary. The alliance of small saints is going to be unlucky. When the bad news of the 5 top forces spread and the alliance of small saints was established, both sides had become a thorn in each other's side. In the past 50 years, both sides had been fighting incessantly, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Unparalleled experts had also fallen. Now that the 3 of them had reached the 4th step, the first thing they would do would be to seek revenge. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The 3 of them have advanced, but they won't be able to do much. The quality of their Great Tao is too low. They are either Grade 7 or Grade 8 Great Tao. Once you use your Grade 5 Great Tao, they won't be able to resist at all, Qi Lin said flatteringly. Ouyang Ba was expressionless. 3 mere 4th step experts were nothing to him. Their strength had not recovered yet. With just his Grade 5 Great Tao, he could easily injure them and kill them. After the turmoil in the sacred world, Lin Fei was not afraid of those people. The warriors of destruction from the center of the world wall battlefield had become his powerful trump card. At the very least, they could fight to a draw. Now that he had mastered a Grade 5 Great Tao, he was even less afraid. The sacred world is getting more and more interesting. In the past few days in the sacred world, the news that the 3 divine lords had advanced to the 4th step spread everywhere. The Yama's Massacre Realm, the Yanhuang Realm, and the Broken Wave Realm, the 3 small saints realms, had all undergone a large-scale internal cleansing. Those forces that had been pretending to obey but secretly opposed were eliminated overnight. Many experts had been purged, including some unparalleled experts. The 3 divine lords used such a ruthless method to tell those forces. They were back. In the past 50 years, the 5 top forces had not had a good time. Their territory had shrunk and their reputation was not as great as before. The younger generation only knew about the alliance of small saints, but they did not know about the 5 top forces. After the internal cleansing, the 3 divine lords took action again. The 3 of them divided the Blackwater Realm and the Myriad Sun Realm, and their forces increased greatly. In the past few years, the Blackwater Realm and the Myriad Sun Realm had been struggling, so it was only natural that they would be annexed. When the news spread, the sacred world was in an uproar again. These 2 small saints' realms had been occupied by various forces, and they had been taken out overnight. Smart people immediately realized that the 3 divine lords were taking revenge on the alliance of small saints' realms. Ever since the alliance of small saints' realms had been established, its reputation had reached its peak. It had suppressed the 5 top forces and taken over their territories. Its strength had increased greatly, and it would launch attacks from time to time. The 3 divine lords had advanced to the 4th step, and the pressure on the alliance of small saints' realms had increased greatly. Alliance leader, what should we do now? They are coming at us aggressively. With the strength of the alliance of small saints' realms, we might not be able to resist them. The 4th step is too strong. I heard that several experts at the 3rd step were killed within 30 moves. It's too terrifying. Why don't we join forces with the other small saints' realms to deal with the 3 divine lords together? The alliance of small saints' realms was in a mess. In the meeting hall, the unparalleled experts of status had lost their arrogance. They were arguing just like in the market outside. Shut up. A fierce murderous aura engulfed the entire conference hall like a dark cloud, exploding in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. Everyone stopped and looked at the gray-clothed man at the top. He was the alliance leader of the alliance of small saints' realms, 7 Evil Divine Lord, who was ranked 6th in the small saint realm. 7 Evil Divine Lord had established the alliance of small saints' realms with strong means. In 50 years, the strength of the alliance of small saints' realms had increased more than 10 times. 7 Evil Divine Lord's prestige had become stronger and stronger, and the entire alliance of small saints' realms had almost become the law of the land under 7 Evil Divine Lords' command. There had been several alliance elders who were dissatisfied with him, but they had died quietly when they went out. It was widely rumored that 7 Evil Divine Lord had taken the initiative to kill them. Shui Yu and the others have advanced to the 4th step, but they are not invincible. I have secretly contacted several experts from the alien races. As long as they dare to appear, they will definitely die without a burial place. The elders of the Alliance of Sacred Lords in the meeting hall were all delighted. Although they did not like the experts from the alien races, they had to stop the attacks of the three divine lords. The Alliance of Small Saints realms could stand firm and fight against the three divine lords. Chapter 2342. In the vast and boundless starry sky, a gigantic flying beast with no end in sight appeared, blotting out the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. Its gigantic wings soared into the sky, and terrifying shockwaves pulverized the starry sky one after another, leaving behind shattered spatial cracks. This was an ancient starry sky green swan whose strength had reached the 5th step. It was born as a first-step expert, and its talent was speed. It was one of the few fastest birds in the world. This kind of fast bird was invincible at the same level. Even if it was a level higher, unless it was a special great path, it would still be helpless. On the back of the primordial starry sky blue swan, there was an area the size of a plane. At this moment, there were more than a dozen of these energy light clusters exuding a terrifying aura. They were incomparably overbearing. Deacon Lee, the barbarian continent, was destroyed by that person. Although it later condensed a small world, it was no longer as glorious as before. Why are we going to this place this time? A ball of purple energy said disdainfully. Yes, we are also curious. A broken world that has been abandoned for many years, why do we still need to go there? That place has lost its source of energy, and cultivating to the 5th step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If any of us went there, we would be able to suppress that world. A white ball of energy coldly said. The other balls of energy fluctuated. The person called Deacon Lee was dressed in green and was sitting cross-legged on the blue swan's back. His aura was not strong, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, like a sharp longsword. Once the longsword was drawn, it would decide the life and death of others. All of you are geniuses with first-class talents. You are the best in the world, and your futures are limitless. Deacon Lee's voice was like a great bell, and his words were like mountains. However, it does not mean that all of you can reach that realm. This time, sending you to the broken world is actually a mission given to you by the higher-ups. Whoever can collect enough Great Path Primordial Heart in the broken world will be able to enter that place, obtain the strongest inheritance, represent judgment, and qualify to enter the Capital Institute. The dozen or so balls of energy fluctuated greatly, and they seemed extremely excited. Deacon Lee, I have a question. The Great Path Primordial Heart can only be condensed after reaching the 5th step. There are only a few people in that broken world now. Even if we kill them, we won't be able to get many Great Path Primordial Hearts. Someone raised a question, and it was also a question from a dozen or so balls of energy. Deacon Lee smiled and said, The incomplete world is not as good as it was in the past, but don't forget, in that battle, countless experts died and were injured. Among them, some experts secretly used heaven-defying methods, trying to resurrect themselves in the future. So this is your chance, a chance to increase your strength. The sacred world didn't know that the people from Judgment were far away. After taking over the Blackwater world and the 10,000 Sun world, the strength of the three great sacred lords had increased greatly. In just a few days, the three great sacred lords descended above the seven-fiend world where the Alliance of Small Sacred Realms was located. With a loud rumble, the three sacred lords descended upon the seven evil realm. They did not hide their powerful auras at all. The great path appeared behind them, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying waves of air swept towards the Alliance of Small Saints. The experts of the Alliance of Small Saints immediately felt a huge pressure. The air seemed to be compressed, creating a feeling of suffocation. They had to circulate their great Tao with all their might to barely resist the pressure of the three sacred lords. Too powerful. There's only one level of difference, but why are the auras of the three sacred lords so strong? The difference is like the difference between the sky and the earth. In the past, the pressure that the three sacred lords gave off wasn't this strong, and they had some confidence in dealing with them. But now, I don't have any confidence at all. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, get the hell out here. Sacred Lord Bai Lang harumphed coldly, and balls of water containing a thick aura of the great Tao rained down on the alliance of small saints. After a series of explosions, the arrays around the alliance of small saints were torn apart, and countless experts were killed or injured. After 50 years, they could finally hold their heads up high. As long as they killed Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the other Sacred Lords, the sacred world would once again return to their control, and they would truly rule over the 33 small saints. Sacred Lord Bai Lang's attack was shocking. He wanted to force Sacred Lord Seven Fiend out unless the other was willing to give up on the alliance of small saints. This move was extremely vicious. He's out. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and a strong power of the great Tao opened up the sky and blocked the attacks of the rain. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend also appeared not far away from the three Sacred Lords. At the same time, surges of powerful Sacred Lord auras shot out from the alliance of small saints. A while later, more than 50 third-step experts stood behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend. Many of them had reached the peak and were only a step away from the fourth step. They could break through at any moment. The three Sacred Lords were very calm while facing more than 50 third-step experts. Sacred Lord Blood Prison stepped forward and released a limitless pressure. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you were really good 50 years ago. You gathered all the forces to steal food from the tiger's mouth. You didn't think that this day would come so soon, did you? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and the 53rd step experts behind him also used their great Tao to block the pressure from the fourth step experts. The winner is the king, and the loser is the thief. It doesn't matter what method I used, only the results. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to kick you guys out of the three small saints worlds in 50 years. Instead, you guys managed to reach the fourth step and stand above us. This sacred is very regretful. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, today is the day you die. Are you going to kill yourself, or are we going to do it ourselves? Yan Zixing hated Sacred Lord Seven Fiend very much. Back then, some of the genius disciples of the Yen family had been killed by the alliance of small saints. Kill yourself? Do you think you're a ninth step expert? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed. Just because you guys have reached the fourth step doesn't mean that there aren't other fourth step experts in this world. Thornlika, go greet them. A huge ripple came from heaven and earth as a passageway opened in the void. A terrifying pressure came from the other end of the passageway. Then, an expert wearing a golden beast hide walked out of the passageway. Three Saint Lords, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Sacred Lord Blood Prison's eyebrows furrowed. Barbarian Laika, you've also reached the fourth step. There's still me. A huge commotion appeared in the air as a scorching aura swept over. Heaven and earth were covered in flames, and it was as if they had arrived in a kingdom of fire. Everyone felt the temperature rise, and their blood started to evaporate. They all circulated their great Tao to block it. Fire Tribe, Thorn. A flaming person descended from the sky and released a terrifying scorching aura. Chapter 2343. The Flame Tribe's Thorn and the Barbarian Laika were both foreign race experts and fourth step experts at the same time. The originally weak small saint world now had the support of two fourth step experts and had the strength to fight against three sacred lords. At the very least, it would be a draw. No matter how strong a fourth step expert was, it would be very difficult for them to fight against a group of third step experts. After all, the three sacred lords' great Taos weren't very high. They were either grade 7 or grade 8. It was hard to determine the victor of this battle. So, it's you guys. I didn't expect you to reach the fourth step after escaping back then. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sneered. Do you think that you can fight against us with just the two of you and a group of third step experts? Who said that there are only two of us? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed as his aura erupted. His third step aura rose to the aura of a fourth step expert. He was a true fourth step expert now. In a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain, this sacred refined half of the great Tao origin heart and successfully reached the fourth step. Are you surprised? Now that it's 3 against 3, you have no chance of winning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other two were curious as to why Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had invited Thorn and Laika. It turned out that he was a fourth-step expert. No wonder he could invite them. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you're very capable. You reached the fourth step without anyone knowing. You want to completely control the small Saint World Alliance and even unify the entire sacred world, right? A cold light flashed in Yan Zixing's eyes. Hearing what Yan Zixing said, the expressions of the third-step experts standing behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend changed. They didn't care about Sacred Lord Seven Fiend controlling the small Saint World Alliance as long as it didn't affect their interests. However, if Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wanted to unify the small Saint World, he would touch their bottom line. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was smart. Everyone, don't listen to Yan Zixing's nonsense. Do you think it's possible for a fourth-step expert to suppress a group of third-step experts? However, Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others are different. 3 fourth-step experts can completely suppress us. They are our enemies, and the sacred world doesn't need to be unified. Everyone's expressions returned to normal. A few words had changed their minds. A single fourth-step expert was very powerful, and it was very difficult to suppress them. It was normal for both sides to be injured. The 3 sacred lords were different. Fellow Taoist Seven Fiend, we have so many people on our side. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's kill them first. Laika had the temperament of a barbarian. His wild aura soared into the heavens. Destroy them. Thorn waved his hand, and flames filled the sky. Space was unable to endure the high temperature and began to split apart. Black holes appeared, and astral winds howled. Attack! Seven Fiend Holy Lord was also worried that his people would be persuaded. He wanted to defeat them first. The great Tao behind him surged forward. It's starting, Qi Lin said. Somewhere else, Lin Fei, Qi Lin, and Ouyang Ba were enjoying the show. At most, it'll be a draw, Ouyang Ba said calmly after taking a look. This kind of fight is just like playing house. Lin Fei laughed. Ouyang, not everyone is like you, condensing a 5th grade Great Tao. After mastering the decomposition of 5th grade Great Tao, Lin Fei started to compare their Great Tao. Just like the difference in grades, there was a huge difference in power. There was actually no difference between a grade 8 and a grade 9 Great Tao. The quality of Seven Fiend Holy Lord and the others' Great Tao was not high. The best was grade 8 and the others were grade 9. When they used their Great Tao, it was very rough. After all, the sacred world was not the wasteland continent of the past. There was a complete set of cultivation techniques, and they had the guidance of ancestors. Now, everyone was just testing the waters, so it was normal for them to have rough control. After observing for a while, Lin Fei was not interested. With his strength, a grade 5 Great Tao could completely suppress them. It might be difficult to kill them, but it was easy to injure them. The 6 fourth-step experts fought, and the sky and earth shook. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air. Seven Fiend Holy Lord escaped into the void to fight. If this continued, the Seven Fiend domain would be completely destroyed, and then it would become a wasteland. Overall, Seven Fiend Holy Lord's side was very strong. Apart from the 3 fourth-step experts, there was also a group of third-step experts. Their Great Tao attacks were slightly weaker, but they could still affect the 3 Holy Lords. This time, the 3 Holy Lords were too arrogant. If they had brought third-step experts, it would have been much better. It would not have been like this, where it was very tiring. Holy Lord Bai Lang, what do you think of this punch? Caught off guard, Holy Lord Bai Lang was sent flying by Seven Fiend Holy Lord's punch. Lightning Toxic Dragon Drill. Seven Fiend Holy Lord followed up with another attack. His Great Tao turned into a long black spear. With a turn of his arm, the frequency of heaven and earth formed a line, and a terrifying killer move was executed from Seven Fiend Holy Lord's hand. This move was very strong. Seven Fiend Holy Lord had obtained it from a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. It was very powerful. Holy Lord Bai Lang had not advanced for long, so he did not have many powerful killer moves. Seven Fiend Holy Lord's spear pierced through his opponent and destroyed one of his arms. Holy Lord Bai Lang was severely injured. I have to help them. Now that Holy Lord Bai Lang was injured, his strength was affected, and the 3 Holy Lords were at a disadvantage. If this continued, They would definitely lose and might even die. Lin Fei decided to help the three holy lords. They couldn't just die like this. He didn't want his sacred world to be controlled by the small Saint World Alliance. The pressure on Yan Zixing and company increased dramatically, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang was pushed back. Three holy lords, today is the day you die. Thorns circulated his flames, and flaming giants walked out and surrounded Sacred Lord Blood Prison. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao of Blood Sea was greatly affected. Under the influence of the Tao of Fire, Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao started to evaporate, and his strength was affected as well. Sacred Lord Bai Lang, you can go down now. Seven Fiend Holy Lord used another lightning toxic dragon drill. This move was extremely weird and hard to defend against, which was why Sacred Lord Bai Lang was hit. The tip of the spear stabbed towards Sacred Lord Bai Lang's forehead, and an aura of death rose from Sacred Lord Bai Lang's heart. His great Tao protection was instantly destroyed. Death also arrived at this instant. What's the point? A light sigh sounded in everyone's ears. Two fingers grabbed the spear an inch away from Sacred Lord Bai Lang's forehead, and the terrifying power was devoured by a blue light. In just an instant, the spear formed from Tao completely melted in front of him. The smile on Seven Fiend Holy Lord's face froze, and a part of his Tao started to tremble. This was something that had never happened before. Who are you? Seven Fiend Holy Lord's heart ached after losing a part of his Tao. The person in black that had just appeared made him wary. Alliance leader of the Avengers. The person in black said. Seven Fiend Holy Lord's pupils contracted as if he had been hit in the head. Unease appeared in his heart. The alliance leader of the Avengers that had disappeared for 50 years had appeared at this moment. Chapter 23:44. Why do we have to listen to you? Thorn sneered. He wanted to oust the three holy lords from their positions. How could he be willing to be stopped? That's right, the three holy lords aren't qualified to control the small saint world. You want us to let them go with just one sentence? Unless you are stronger than us. Laika followed up. Seven Fiend Holy Lord had heard about the Avengers Alliance Master. Back then, he had caused a huge commotion in Yanhuang City. Even the five holy lords were helpless. The news had spread 50 years ago. Later, it was speculated that the one who spread the news was the Avengers Alliance Master. If it wasn't for this mysterious person, no one would know that the five holy lords were injured or even died. Blood Prison Holy Lord and the other two holy lords had strange expressions. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they wouldn't be in such trouble. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they would have been able to control the small saint world, and the forces they relied on wouldn't have rebelled. Just as they were about to lose, the Avengers Alliance Master appeared once again and stood on their side. This was truly shocking. The three holy lords had complicated emotions. They knew that if this continued, they would lose without a doubt. However, they couldn't bring themselves to thank the Avengers Alliance Master. It could be said that the Avengers Alliance Master was their greatest enemy. You two from the foreign races are really arrogant. Then take one of my moves. Back then, the foreign races didn't dare to behave atrociously in the wild continent. Now, you two don't have the qualifications to behave atrociously in the sacred world. A cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. In the sky, a giant palm appeared without any warning. As soon as the palm appeared, it covered the sky and covered the sun. The entire sky was covered, and a huge pressure shrouded them. Thorn and Laika didn't think much of the palm. Wanting to defeat them with just one hand was too simple. They were the two strongest fourth-step experts of the foreign races. The two of them activated their Grand Tao. Barbarian Thorn punched the sky with a powerful aura. The Berserk aura seemed like it was going to pierce through the giant palm. Laika activated his Grand Tao of Fire. A flame giant appeared with a long flame saber and slashed at the giant palm. The saber radiance was as bright as the sun. Seven Fiend Holy Lord didn't make a move. If Thorn and Laika fight, they can test the strength of the Alliance Master. Seven Fiendish Holy Lord wasn't that afraid of the Avengers Alliance leader. A person who hid in the dark all the time had limited achievements, so there was no need to worry about him. The strength of the two experts from the foreign races was still very strong. Seven Fiend Divine Lord would have a hard time dealing with any one of them in a one-on-one situation. He didn't believe that the Alliance Master had the ability to fight two of them at once. It would be a pretty good thing if he could even fight to a draw. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company all had different thoughts. They subconsciously hoped that the Alliance leader of the Avengers would be able to block the attacks of the two non-human experts. Without the two non-human experts, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wasn't much. With their strength, they could easily kill him. Without Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, the others wouldn't be able to take a single blow. At this moment, their thoughts were the same. The giant hand slowly pressed down. Thorn and Lyca's attacks rushed up, but they stopped before they could even get close to the giant hand. They couldn't advance an inch and started to disintegrate into nothingness in front of everyone's shocked eyes. With a loud explosion, the giant hand pressed down. Thorn and Lyca circulated their grand daos to the limit, but they were still unable to block the terrifying power of the giant hand. With a loud explosion, the two non-human experts were smashed deep into the ground. Too strong. Even the grand daos have been disintegrated. This is an invincible attack. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, Sacred Lord Blood Prison, and company all took in a cold breath. Just now, they had clearly seen that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as it entered the range of the palm, it would be disintegrated into nothingness. What a terrifying attack. A grand dao that was even higher than theirs. The Sacred Lords didn't dare to make a sound. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face turned pale. Feeling it at such a close distance, he realized just how terrifying the power of the Grand Dao was. How can he be so strong? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend lost his voice. The other party had injured two of the fourth experts with a single palm. He didn't attack again, and the giant hand disappeared. Traces of the power of the Grand Dao continuously stimulated them. The sacred world isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. If you come to the sacred world again, I will definitely kill you. Thorn and Lyca came out of the ground with pale faces. The power of the Grand Dao around them was much weaker. At this moment, they didn't dare to say another word and turned to leave the Seven Fiend world. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. They had been defeated in one move. Just how strong was the other party? Their Grand Dao attacks were strong, but compared to the other parties, they were on a completely different level. Sacred Lord Blood Prison felt the other party leave and finally revealed a happy expression. With the non-human experts gone, the scales of victory were tilted towards their side. He cupped his hands towards the sky and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for helping out. We three Sacred Lords are extremely grateful." Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face sank. Was he trying to rope in the Avengers Alliance Leader? Things weren't looking good. The three Sacred Lords took the initiative to thank the mysterious Avengers Alliance Leader. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, at the very least, the Avengers Alliance Leader had helped them greatly. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. Avengers Alliance Leader, I think this is a misunderstanding. Those two non-human experts weren't invited by me, they were greedy for the resources of the sacred world. After the two non-human experts left, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend seemed to have lost both his arms. He no longer had the strength to fight against the three Sacred Lords. If the Avengers Alliance Leader continued to support the three Sacred Lords, then he would really be done for. The small Saint World Alliance behind him would also become a thing of the past. You are guilty of colluding with the non-human experts. A cold voice sounded from the sky again. However, the sacred world isn't the wasteland continent of the past. If you continue to fight, the heavens and earth will collapse. The sacred world won't be able to withstand your torment. Let's just stop here. The sacred world needs peace. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, also felt that he was being hypocritical. If it wasn't for the chaos of the sacred world, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the chaos and accumulate a large amount of origin energy. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never felt that the other party's voice was so pleasant to listen to. He hurriedly followed. Alliance Leader is right. The sacred world has been in chaos for such a long time and indeed needs peace. The Seven Fiend World Alliance and the Small Saint World Alliance will fully support Alliance leaders' words. When the three Sacred Lords heard this, they cursed the other party for being shameless. At the same time, they couldn't understand why the Avengers Alliance leader would let Sacred Lord Seven Fiend go. The two non-human experts weren't a match for the other party. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other two Sacred Lords didn't have any confidence either. The quality of the Great Tao was higher than theirs. It was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. We are willing to stop. Chapter 23:45. A battle that wasn't a life and death battle ended just like that. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned out that there was still an expert in the sacred world that suppressed 6 fourth-step experts by himself. The Avengers Alliance Master's strength spread across the sacred world. At the same time, some people pushed the Avengers Alliance Master to the position of the number 1 expert. Just how strong was he to be able to suppress 6 Sacred Lords? Lin Fei had become the number 1 expert by pretending to be the Avengers Alliance Master. Of course, this would happen later. Lin Fei suppressed 2 non-human experts with his strength, giving Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the 3 Sacred Lords a deep and terrifying impression. They knew that it would be difficult to deal with Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, so they might as well leave a good impression in case the Avengers Alliance Master had other thoughts. The battle ended just like that. The 3 saints also returned to their respective small saint worlds as soon as possible. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions, and they even felt a bit regretful. They had almost been killed by someone. What do you guys think the Avengers Alliance Master wants to do? Sacred Lord Bai Lang asked with a frown. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Yan Zixing were at a loss. 50 years had passed, and they still couldn't see what the other party was thinking. Under normal circumstances, if the other party really wanted to do something in the sacred world, he would have made a move 20 to 30 years ago. There was no need to wait until now. Today was a chance, so why did he give it up? The Avengers Alliance Master is far more mysterious than we imagined. We still can't see what he's planning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sighed. We can only take it one step at a time. Yan Zixing's eyes flashed coldly. However, we can't let Thorn and Leica go. We must teach them a lesson. Terrifying killing intent shot out of the 3 Sacred Lords' eyes. If the non-human experts hadn't interfered, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The 2 of them were the main culprits. They had to teach them a lesson no matter what. Does this count as me controlling the sacred world now? Lin Fei's goal was to prevent them from disturbing the balance of the sacred world. As long as this balance was maintained, he could continuously absorb the origin energy without anyone noticing. Using such a method to increase his strength and replicate the Great Tao, if news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was even to the extent that some old monsters would make a move against him. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei used the chaos of the Saints' world to conceal the ripples of origin energy in the surroundings. No matter who it was, no one would be able to link it to this. Congratulations, Master, the entire sacred world is in your hands. Qi Lin said flatteringly. Once Master's Great Tao is revealed, who dares to challenge him? Even if there are more than 10 of them, Master will still be able to suppress them. Ouyang Ba added. When he mentioned the Great Tao, his face was filled with pride. In the past, when the barbarian continent was filled with experts, Ouyang Ba was also an overlord. Because of the tyrannical energy of the Great Tao, many people were unable to break through the defense of the Great Tao. This special Great Tao was too terrifying. It's best for the Saints' world to maintain the current situation for now. I believe that after this, they'll all settle down and stop fighting each other so easily. I can finally relax for a while. Lin Fei did not like the chaos of war in the sacred world, and he disliked being controlled by others even more. Peace returned to the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers also became the top expert in the sacred world. All kinds of rumors spread, and in a short time, all the information about the leader of the Avengers was dug out. The 3 great sacred lords and the others did not say anything about this. At least for now, the leader of the Avengers fully deserved to be the top expert. He had mastered a tyrannical Great Tao, so he had a very obvious advantage. As the leader of the Avengers rose in the sacred world and became the top expert, the sacred world entered a period of peace. Although there were small-scale battles between the alliance of small sacred realms and the three great sacred lords from time to time, it was generally very peaceful. 3 months later, a shocking piece of news came from the foreign races outside the sacred world. The three great sacred lords had joined forces to deal with 2 fourth-step experts from the foreign races, but they were injured and fled back to their lair in the sacred world. This caused a huge uproar. In the beginning, everyone did not believe it was true. The foreign races were not as good as they used to be. It was already quite incredible that they could produce 2 fourth-step experts. When the 3 great sacred lords joined forces to attack, everyone thought it would be a piece of cake. In the end, there was an unforeseen event. The 3 great sacred lords fled back to their lair with serious injuries. Just when everyone thought it was impossible, the 2 experts from the foreign races said that they would welcome the 3 great sacred lords as guests at any time. The news reached Lin Fei's ears immediately. The foreign races have fourth-step experts? Lin Fei was not interested in the foreign races. Ever since he had learned about their existence, he had not tried to understand them. The foreign races outside the civilization could not achieve anything great. Master, it's hard to say. Maybe the foreign races have some trump cards. Qilin said. For Master, it's fine as long as they don't enter the sacred world. No matter how much trouble they cause, they won't be able to do anything. Lin Fei had the same thought. Outside the sacred world, the foreign races outside the civilization. These foreign races occupied a very small continent. They did not build cities and always maintained a tribal way of living. However, the strength of the foreign races was obviously several times stronger than that of the human race. Because it was a foreign land outside the civilization, the foreign races that lived here needed to face tyrannical vicious beasts and constantly temper their strength. In life and death battles, the strength of the foreign races could not be underestimated. Now, in a forbidden area of the foreign races were shrouded by a terrifying Great Tao's power. The previously injured Thorn and Leica were sitting cross-legged on a blood-colored stone. Traces of blood-colored power entered their bodies, and their complexions became more and more rosy. Thank you, Ancestor, for your reward. The 2 opened their eyes and looked at the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on another stone with reverence. This white-haired old man was very old. His body was full of wrinkles, but his complexion was very rosy and his eyes were very spirited. If anyone ignored this white-haired old man, they would be the unlucky one. I didn't expect that in the declining sacred world, there would still be someone like the Avengers Alliance Master who grasped a powerful Great Tao. The white-haired old man sighed. Luckily, the 2 of you were able to return. The foreign races cannot be without you. Facing the white-haired old man in front of them, the 2 of them had a very proper attitude. Even now, they still couldn't forget the scene of Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company killing their way over. Originally, their injuries hadn't healed yet, and as time passed, they were defeated. At the critical moment, the Ancestor appeared and forced them back in 3 moves. The only regret was that he wasn't able to keep them here. Ancestor, the Avengers Alliance Master is very strong. We suspect that he cultivates a grade 6 Great Tao at the very least. Our attacks can't affect him at all. Chapter 2346. Ever since the 3 Saint Lords returned from the alien world, they hadn't appeared for 100 years. With the number 1 expert in the sacred world, the sacred world maintained a rare peace. In the past 100 years, everyone guessed that the number 1 expert would control the sacred world, but it didn't happen. Since then, the number 1 expert, the Avengers, had never appeared again. After 100 years, he only left behind a shadow of a legend. In the endless starry sky outside the sacred world, a huge bird flew through the starry sky. Large areas of the starry sky collapsed. The uninhabited continent didn't even last for a second before it was smashed and finally stopped. We're here. The starry sky blue lawn stopped in the starry sky. From a distance, it looked like a mountain that covered the sky. The dozen or so energy balls were very eye-catching. Deacon Lee stood up and released an invisible aura. The dozen or so energy balls felt a great pressure. According to the map, it will take about 5 or 6 days to reach the sacred world. You guys go there by yourselves. As for how to get the Great Tao Origin Heart, there is no need for me to say it. You all know it. The higher-ups have calculated that after 300 or 400 years, those experts will be resurrected. The dozen or so energy balls broke through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Deacon Lee looked at the starry sky. You are all geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Don't disappoint me. The alien world. Since the beginning of the alien race's inheritance, the alien world was the alien world. It never had a complete name. Ever since that battle, Laika and Thorn had basically stayed in the foreign race's world and hadn't left at all. They had constantly increased their strength in hopes that one day, they would be able to kill their way into the holy world and take the lives of the 3 holy lords. There was also the Avengers Alliance Master, whose whereabouts were always unknown. If it weren't for that person, the holy world would have long since fallen into their hands, and the power of the foreign race would have reached its peak. In the past 100 years, the 2 alien race experts had been cultivating and going into closed-door training. Noon of this day, a terrifying aura shrouded the sky of the alien world. In front of this aura, the alien race experts felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if the other party could kill them with a single thought. This intense feeling kept rising from the bottom of their hearts. Who dares to cause trouble in the alien world? One after the other, 2 sharp auras soared into the sky. As the protectors of the alien world, Laika and Thorn were the first to come out. 2 terrifying attacks tore apart the other party's aura, allowing the experts from the foreign races to catch a breather. 4th Step Realm, 8th Grade Great Tao. What a piece of trash. A cold snort came from above the 2 of them. A huge finger shot through the air. No one knew where it came from, but it heavily hit the 2 of them. An unimaginably terrifying force pressed down on them, and they were immediately sent flying into a mountain. They were on the verge of death. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the Alliance Master has taken action? The 2 of them were on the verge of death. They were 4th step experts, but they couldn't even take one move from this person. They felt extremely sullen, and a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. To be able to heavily injure them in one move, how terrifying was the person who came? Your Excellency, aren't you being too vicious and merciless? This is the outsider's world. How can you? Another tyrannical and terrifying aura shot into the sky. Halfway through his words, a finger stabbed down from the void. You half-dead old thing, scram to the side. A massive boom rang out, and the towering aura was suppressed by an even more powerful force. The entire forbidden region of the outsider world was shaken. Too weak, too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The voice in the void was filled with endless disappointment. Laika and Thorn revealed frightened expressions. The old ancestor wasn't this person's opponent and was suppressed by a single finger. This person's strength was unfathomable. The 2 of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom. From today onwards, the 3 of you belong to this young master. A powerful force attacked them. Laika, Thorn, and even the old ancestor were pulled over by a young man. They were thrown together, and the other party's icy voice echoed in their ears. Your strength is too weak. You can consider yourselves lucky. I don't need trash by my side, otherwise how could I compete with those people? The young man's body was shrouded by the power of the Great Tao, so his appearance couldn't be seen. The only thing they could feel was his arrogance. Laika, Thorn, and even the old ancestor didn't turn around for a moment. Once they did, they were overwhelmed with shock. A mysterious person had easily defeated them, and now there was more than one such powerhouse. Could it be that the holy world was going to change? The assassin world. Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I want to control. There was an underground world outside the holy world. Normally, very few people would come to this place, but in this underground world, there was a terrifying power, the assassin world. The assassin world was overseen by a 4th step powerhouse who had broken through 50 years ago. If this was a normal time, the master of the assassin world, Black, might make a move against the holy world. But what happened 50 years ago mercilessly told Black that with his strength alone, he was far from being able to strut around in the holy world. From then on, Black gave up on the idea of being a hegemon. With the mysterious number 1 expert above his head, who knew when he would come looking for him? It was better to be a local tyrant in his own territory. Black cultivated in the secret room as usual. After 50 years, his strength had stabilized. Sometimes he would turn into a black room, and sometimes he would turn into a human. He kept changing back and forth. This was one of Black's powerful Daos. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates the 6th grade Great Dao. This Great Dao is not bad. Without any warning, a sound came from the secret room. Black's expression changed, and the black room surged out, covering the entire secret room. Get out. A bright light, like the dawn before darkness, appeared. The black fog that covered the sky seemed to have met its nemesis. It kept evaporating and dissipating, and a series of groans came from the black fog. Stop. Black was so scared that his scalp went numb. After returning to his human form, his face was full of horror. He cultivated a 6th grade Great Dao, and he did not have to worry about facing the 3 great divine lords and the others. He did not expect to be suppressed by a mysterious person today. Black did not need to doubt that the other party's strength was so strong that he could not compete with him. Sir, your strength is impressive. If there is anything you need, just tell me. I will definitely complete it for you. Black lowered his head, having no intention of fighting back at all. Someone who could target his Great Dao must be a Great Dao above his own. A Great Dao countered a Great Dao, and his strength would be reduced by more than half. Black had no chance at all, so he might as well just admit defeat. You are very smart. The person smiled and said, I have taken a fancy to your assassin world, and I can even help you advance to the 5th step. Black knelt on one knee without hesitation. Black greets young master. Chapter 2347. Master, several places in the sacred world have detected a powerful force that exceeds the strength of a 4th step expert. It is suspected that some experts have invaded the sacred world. Nether Realm, Wild Sacred Mountain, in a cave abode. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, suddenly heard the little fiend's reminder. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. If I burst out with the power of a 4th step expert, wouldn't that be equal to the power of a 5th step expert? Ever since Lin Fei had shown his strength 100 years ago, he had become the top expert in the sacred world. He did not care much about it as he felt a sense of accomplishment for using a mysterious identity to deal with the sacred world. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had basically stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the origin energy and search for experts who were trying to resurrect. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. There were very few people like Ouyang Ba. According to Ouyang Ba, there were many hidden spaces and secret realms in the wild sacred mountain. Perhaps they were all hiding in those secret realms. Lin Fei tried to find the secret realm, but these secret realms were not ordinary. At the same time, they were closed. It was not easy to detect their specific location. Over the past few decades, Lin Fei hadn't gained anything. Those spatial secret realms were tightly hidden. It wasn't that he hadn't discovered any secret realms during this period, but they had long been destroyed by others. There was no value in them at all. Lin Fei could only give up on the idea of searching for them. However, it did not mean that he had given up on searching. Instead, he made arrangements. No matter when, as long as there was a spatial fluctuation in the wild sacred mountain, the little devil would know immediately. He would definitely be one step ahead of others and would not be afraid of being occupied. Yes, according to the force that erupted, it is indeed at the 5th step realm, said the little devil. According to my analysis, Master's enemies should have a new backer. Lin Fei had not done anything in the past 100 years, but he had actually gained complete control over the Saints' world. He was not particularly interested in the territory, resources, and authority that other people had. Compared to origin energy, they were nothing. They were nothing. They were all unpresentable. Could it be that those experts from back then have returned, or Lin Fei furrowed his brows. If they're really being controlled by someone, I'm afraid those people will come looking for me. I have to make some arrangements. Unable to guess their origins, Lin Fei realized that the sacred world would no longer be peaceful. Master, we've overlooked a certain force. That mysterious judgment, organization. There's an 80% chance that these people are from that force. Imp said. The little devil had a strong analytical ability, so there was an 80% chance that he was from judgment. Judgment? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If there was anyone who had the opportunity to send such a strong person, it would be the Judgment Organization. Even though the Judgment Organization had disappeared for such a long time and was almost forgotten by people, no one really believed that the Judgment Organization had disappeared. It was very likely that they were hiding from the world. Hey, someone is looking for Song Xingtian. Through the connection between them, Lin Fei immediately sensed the movements on the other side. Turn on the surveillance. Be careful. The image on the system changed to a palace in Heaven Wasteland domain. A tyrannical power was wreaking havoc, but it was perfectly controlled in a very small area, indicating that this person had an extremely deep grasp of his own strength. This person is very strong. Just this aura alone has reached the peak of the fourth step. His great Tao power is also extremely terrifying. Are they big shots who want to control the sacred world? Lin Fei was suspicious. In the palace, the Song Xingtian brothers were both third-step experts. In the past 100 years, they had progressed extremely quickly. However, in front of the person who had come, just the terrifying pressure of the great Tao made it hard for them to breathe. You people of the sacred world are really weak. I haven't even made a move yet, but you can't stand it. How disappointing. In the original position of the City Lord, there was a ball of red energy. One could vaguely see the figure inside. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you live, or you die. The Song Xingtian brothers relied on Lin Fei to control a small sacred world and restore the former glory of the Zhong clan. They had never had any thoughts of betrayal. They knew very well that without Di Tian's help, they most likely would not have reached this step today. Facing the tyrannical person in front of them, the Song Xingtian brothers hesitated. One side was death, the other was life. This was the most difficult choice in a person's life. Once they made the choice, it would be a betrayal. The Zhong clan disdained to do such a thing. If they chose to die, the glory of the Zhong clan would never return, and they would forever become smoke in history. Why are you willing to choose to die? In the City Lord's position, the ball of energy revealed a faint trace of dissatisfaction. Song Xingtian did things in an open and above-board manner. The thing he was most unwilling to do was to betray. Even if Di Tian did not ask the Zhong clan to do anything in these 100 years, Song Xingtian had always insisted that he was one of Di Tian's people. Without Di Tian behind him, even if he controlled the Heaven Wasteland domain, without a strong backing, he would not be able to stop the surrounding people from spying on him. Song Xingtian, agree to that guy. There's nothing for me to worry about. When Song Xingtian could not make a decision, a familiar voice sounded in the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, Song Xingtian was also a powerful guy, and did not reveal any strange expression. He believed that as long as he revealed a trace of strange expression, the mysterious person would definitely be able to see it. Sir, it's not impossible for us to rely on you, but do you have the confidence to face the siege from the invincible palace of the Nether Domain? Song Xingtian said hesitantly. Haha, that's a good idea. That's great, I've never been stingy to my own people. As long as you work for me, a mere invincible palace and the Nether Domain are nothing. I might as well tell you, I'm from the mysterious Judgment Organization in your eyes. Do you think the forces of the sacred world can go against judgment? The unlimited arrogance of the words directly caused the hearts of the two brothers, Song Xingtian, to tremble. On the other side, after hearing these words, Lin Fei finally confirmed that the mysterious judgment had finally made a move. They had arranged for young disciples to control an overlord of the sacred world the moment they arrived. I didn't expect it to really be them. But what exactly is their goal? Lin Fei frowned. We're willing to be your subordinates. Sung Shengtian said after struggling for a while. The younger brother beside him had always followed his older brother. Little did he know that at this moment, Sung Shengtian was also very shocked. That Di Tian's strength was so terrifying, and the people from the Judgment Organization actually did not notice it at all. How strong was that person? Sung Shengtian secretly rejoiced that he did not rely on the other party right from the start. Otherwise, if he offended Di Tian, there would be no place for him in the sacred world. Chapter 2348. The Judgment Organization. Lin Fei heard it clearly. The power that had disappeared for a long time had appeared once again. They had sent a powerful member of the younger generation to oversee it, and there were many similar people. Lin Fei connected the dots and confirmed that it was the work of the Judgment Organization. In the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the person from the Judgment Organization had never noticed that he was being monitored. After receiving the Sung Shengtian brothers' surrender, he began to understand all the information from the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers? The #1 expert in the sacred world? The massive energy knew all the information about the sacred world, such as the distribution of power. However, when it heard about the leader of the Avengers, it had some doubts. To be able to single-handedly suppress several fourth-step experts, his strength was indeed impressive. What the other party was most concerned about was the mysterious origin of the leader of the Avengers. Until now, no one knew his true identity. It was as if he had never appeared before. Alright, from now on, the only thing you need to do is to collect information for me. Everything about? The massive energy said unhurriedly and threw out 2 elixirs. These are grade 5 Dao pills. They contain a rich and special energy. As long as you refine them, you will be able to smoothly advance to the 5th step realm. The Sung Shengtian brothers were shocked by these words. 1 elixir could advance from the 3rd step to the 5th step realm? It was too terrifying. The other party's aura disappeared in front of the 2 of them. Sung Shengtian could no longer sense the existence of the other party, but he did not think that the other party had left. He had just changed his way of existence. Big brother, are we dreaming? For a moment, Sung Shengtian wondered if he was dreaming. The 2 grade 5 Dao pills floating in front of him told them that it was not a dream. We are not dreaming. That person is indeed very powerful. We just need to do as he says. Sung Shengtian was not naive enough to think that they were dreaming. They could not afford to offend such an expert. They could not afford to offend Di Tian either. Could they not see that the other party had not sensed it? This was the most terrifying thing. Sung Shengtian did not want to tell his brother. He was the only one who knew. Scanning the 5th grade Dao core, in the dark, Lin Fei activated the scanning function. It was analyzed and tested. Ding! Level 5 Dao pill, a special type of pill. It contains the power of the Great Dao and can help increase one's strength. It is a one-time consumable. Ding! Do you want to replicate? Lin Fei had been paying attention the moment the other party took out the pill. The Judgment Organization is so high and mighty. They have mastered such a method to increase their strength. Now they have taken out a grade 5 Dao pill. Perhaps, above this, there is a grade 6 Dao pill, or even a grade 7 Dao pill. Lin Fei thought to himself. Copy! Ding! 1/10 of the energy unit will be consumed to replicate the tier 5 Dao pill. Replication begins, estimated to end in 3 days. 1/10 of the consumption, Lin Fei's heart ached. This consumes too much energy. 1/10 of the origin energy was indeed a huge consumption, reaching a terrifying figure. Master, the effects of the grade 5 Dao core replicated by the system are more than 5 times that of an ordinary grade 5 Dao core. That's why it consumed so many units of origin energy. 5 times? Lin Fei's heart did not ache so much anymore. A 5 times increase was still understandable. Sung Shengtian, this pill is not bad. You can take it. From now on, don't contact me. Do whatever you want, lest you get exposed. Lin Fei sent a thought over and ended the call. Although the other party did not know that he was being monitored, Lin Fei still had to be careful, lest he was discovered. At that time, he would be the bird that stuck out. Lin Fei ended the call with Sung Shengtian. He had been paying attention to the situation after taking the pill. He had to admit that the other party's grade 5 Dao core was very powerful. Within a few days after taking it, the two brothers, Song Shengtian, had advanced to the 4th step and mastered the Great Dao body protection. The speed of their advancement did not stop. It was still slowly increasing. It seemed that they could really advance to the 5th step. After some observation, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of grade 5 Dao cores. They were good stuff. If not for the arrival of the Judgment Organization, Lin Fei really did not know that there was such a good thing. From the tip of the iceberg, he could see how powerful the Judgment Organization was. A group of mysterious people came to the sacred world. Lin Fei did not manage to grasp all of them. He barely knew that there were 10 of them in the sacred world. He did not know if there were more outside. Lin Fei believed that there were. He could also guess their purpose. Perhaps it was for those who were preparing to resurrect in the near future. After the people from the Judgment Organization came and secretly controlled them, they disappeared. In fact, they were hidden in the depths of the small sacred world. If not for the powerful system, it would be difficult to find them. There's another one? Just when Lin Fei thought that the people from the Judgment Organization would not find him, they came. Sealed World, Invincible Palace. A young man from the Judgment Organization came. Sealed World that could suppress people's strength. He did not manage to suppress the other party's strength and broke into Invincible Palace just like that. Lin Fei usually stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the drifting origin energy. However, he also arranged for an expert to keep watch. That was Ouyang Ba. His great Dao decomposition could decompose everything. He was enough to keep watch. The netherworld was guarded by Qi Lin. The powerful mind was also a rare great Dao, and its attacks were more incisive. This young man from the Judgment Organization wanted to control Invincible Palace as soon as he arrived. However, he was attacked by Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Ba used his powerful great Dao and caught him off guard. With his powerful decomposition ability, no matter could escape from decomposition. Ouyang Ba was still very confident. Although he was only at step 4, he could make up for all his flaws with his strong advantage. This young man from the Judgment Organization was quite shocked. A great Dao of this level was also a very amazing great Dao in the Judgment Organization. He did not expect it to appear in the sealed world. The two of them fought. The great Dao that Ouyang Ba was proud of failed to defeat his opponent for the first time. Instead, his opponent left. Ouyang Ba told Lin Fei immediately, "It's not good to be too famous." Lin Fei did not come back. He turned on the projection and complained in his heart. "Master, did you say that they are the genius disciples of the Judgment Organization?" Ouyang Ba raised his head in surprise. "Yes, there's more than one person like him. There are at least 10 of them." Ouyang Ba lost his cool. Chapter 2349. His opponent was trying to subdue him. Furthermore, he was in his own territory. Lin Fei set up a surveillance camera and found the footage of his battle with Ouyang Ba. It's indeed an impressive treasure. Lin Fei noticed that the young expert from the judgment team had mastered the Wind Dao and was an expert in speed. At the same time, when combined with the treasures in his hands, he weakened the power of the Great Dao disintegration. A 100% attack would be weakened by at least 50%. This was definitely one of the most frightening things to do. If that guy didn't have the treasure, he would not stand a chance against me. Ouyang Ba was unwilling to admit defeat. "It's my first time seeing such a treasure. If my strength recovers to the 5th step, he would not be able to stop me with his treasure." "Have you heard of Dao pills?" Lin Fei asked all of a sudden. Ouyang Ba wore a confused look. He soon recalled something and said in astonishment, "Master, do you have a Dao pill?" Rumor had it that it was a special pill that could be used to break through to the next realm. Back when the wild holy continent was at its peak, Dao pills were extremely rare. It was said that Dao pills were refined using the great Dao Yuan heart. I'm not sure if it's true or not. A trace of understanding flashed in Lin Fei's heart. Perhaps, Dao pills are really refined using the great Dao essence heart. The person who came up with such a method is not simple. Not yet. Lin Fei said, "I'm not sure about it in the future." Ouyang Ba pondered, Master, as long as I can reach the 5th step, I'll be able to defeat any expert from the judgment team in a one-on-one battle. After the young expert from the judgment team disappeared, no one in the sacred world knew about it. During this period, there was a huge change. 3 days later, Lin Fei finally received the good news that the 5th grade Dao pill had bin successfully replicated. Ever since Sung Shengtian and Ouyang Ba consumed the pill, they had broken through their bottlenecks and reached the 4th step. Lin Fei was shocked when he found out about it. With such a pill, it was not difficult to control the authorities of the sacred world. In the face of threats and increasing one's strength, no matter who it was, they all knew how to choose. So this is a 5th grade Dao pill? In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, Lin Fei took out the pill. This was a green medicinal pill that exuded an ancient aura. The moment it was taken out, a thick aura of the great Dao spread out. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set up a formation to isolate all auras. Otherwise, just this aura alone would definitely attract the attention of others. Lin Fei did not believe that he was alone in the wild sacred mountain. This is indeed an extraordinary pill. It contains such terrifying energy. No wonder it can improve one's strength so easily. No one can resist it. Lin Fei sighed. If they knew that they contributed a method to increase their strength to me, their faces would probably turn black. Lin Fei was in a very good mood after spending 1/10 of his energy to replicate a 5th grade Dao pill. Furthermore, it was a pill that had been increased by 5 times. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. It melted in his mouth and a strong energy swept through his body, as if it wanted to explode Lin Fei's body. What a tyrannical medicinal effect! Lin Fei was shocked. He used Tianming's energy to suppress it. Fortunately, Tianming's energy was incomparably huge. Furthermore, he was not afraid of consumption. After suppressing the energy, all that was left was to slowly refine it. This refinement took Lin Fei an entire month to completely refine the special energy in his body. Unparalleled realm, 3rd step small realm. In a short month, Lin Fei broke through the bottleneck and successfully became a peerless expert. After Lin Fei successfully advanced to the unparalleled realm, he finally condensed a great Dao in his body. It was not an ordinary great Dao, but one of the rarer great Dao in the space series. It was not an active attack type, but an auxiliary great Dao called spatial nihility. The space great Dao was a huge great Dao. It contained all kinds of small Daos. The one that Lin Fei condensed was an auxiliary great Dao called spatial nihility. It was actually a kind of passive defense. It formed a space collapse around Lin Fei. No attack would be able to touch Lin Fei's body. This great Dao defense was not inferior to the invincible defense and the body of 10,000 curses. As long as he did not encounter a powerful expert, he would be invincible with this great Dao. Lin Fei did not only have this great Dao. At the same time, he had mastered another great Dao, decomposition. One for attack and one for defense. His strength had increased several times. Great Dao protection! Lin Fei shouted. The great Dao protection that could be used at the 4th step was easily used. The surrounding space collapsed as if it had turned into nothingness. In this nothingness, Lin Fei's body seemed to have left this layer of space. It was folded by countless layers of space. Compared to the previous space bloodline, the power of the great Dao was above. In the future, when I copy a wind attribute speed great Dao, it will be perfect. Others might only be able to master one great Dao in their lifetime. However, this was not the case for Lin Fei. With the existence of the system, he could control a large number of great Dao. He could switch and use them without any trouble. It was perfect. That's right. I have to copy Qi Lin's mind great Dao. This is also a good attack method. Lin Fei thought to himself. Little devil, if I continue to use the grade 5 Dao pill, will I be able to successfully break through to the 5th step? Theoretically, 1/10 of the consumption was still very painful for Lin Fei. That's right. I will copy 2 ordinary grade 5 Dao pills. It should not use much origin energy. This is very economical. It is only about 1/3 of your elixir. Lin Fei could still accept it. After the elixir was copied, Lin Fei left the wild sacred mountain. He first went to the Netherworld Palace and called Qi Lin over. He copied Qi Lin's mind Great Dao and left behind a grade 5 Dao pill. Qi Lin was shocked. "That's great, Master. With this, I might be able to restore my strength to the 5th step. My mind power attack will also be more powerful. I can easily affect any experts below the 5th step." This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. He had spent 1/3 of his origin energy. Ouyang Ba of the Invincible Palace was shocked when he saw that Lin Fei had advanced to the 3rd step of the Martial Dao realm. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? After knowing that Lin Fei had consumed a 5th grade Dao pill, he was so shocked that he was almost speechless. "This is for you. The people from the Judgment Organization are coming aggressively. Your strength is still not enough. You have to improve." Chapter 2350. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the movements in the Holy World, the entire Holy World was strangely calm. It was as if a storm was brewing and could erupt at any time. In the dark, all the forces were restraining their subordinates, and there were no more local battles. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. To any cultivator, 10 years was a very short period of time. It was the same for the Holy World. Everyone thought that the Holy World would calm down and a new era would slowly begin. Holy Lord Blood Prison, Holy Lord Yan Zixing, and Holy Lord Bai Lang all advanced to the 5th step in less than a month. The entire Holy World was shocked. The first to advance to the 5th step was Holy Lord Blood Prison. The Yama's death domain was filled with a sea of blood, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the Holy World. All the top experts in the Holy World, whether they were in seclusion or not, stopped and looked at the Yama's death domain. After a long time, a 5th step expert was finally born in the Holy World. There was a huge gap between the 5th step and the 4th step. Just when everyone thought that a new era would begin in the Holy World, Yan Zixing from the Yan Huang world advanced to the 5th step. Once again, everyone was shaken. Shocking news came one after another. In less than a month, the 3 Holy Lords had all advanced to the 5th step and displayed terrifying strength. A huge pressure shrouded the small Saint World Alliance. Holy Lord Seven Fiend didn't disappoint. After the 3 Holy Lords advanced, he followed closely and successfully advanced to the 5th step. Originally, it was difficult for 5th step experts to appear in the Holy World. As the 3 Holy Lords began to advance, they appeared one after another like mushrooms after the rain, stimulating everyone. Many people cried tears of joy and thought that a new era had begun in the Holy World. The 3rd step, the 4th step, and the 5th step were no longer out of reach. When the news that 2 experts from the alien world had advanced to the 5th step spread, it was undoubtedly more convincing. The future cultivation era had begun. One by one, they advanced to the 5th step successfully. The situation in the Holy World immediately changed. The original 3rd step masters of the small saint world started to have a headache and secretly sought refuge with the 5th step experts. They didn't want to be massacred. With the appearance of the 5th step experts, everyone's strength increased greatly. Especially with the 5th step experts, ordinary 3rd step and 4th step experts were no longer a deterrent. They felt great pressure in front of the 5th step experts and didn't dare to have any temper. Nether Realm. After the situation in the Holy World began to change, Divine Lord Seven Fiend came with him. He wanted to subdue the Netherworld and make it a part of his power. In the past, he might have been afraid of Tion, but now, he was a 5th step expert. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. A mere small sacred world without a 5th step expert was a piece of cake for him. Tion, I've taken a liking to your Netherworld realm. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand it over so that you don't have to suffer. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend said arrogantly. Ever since he joined the mysterious person, his strength had increased greatly. After confirming that the other party was from the Judgment Organization, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord no longer had any desire to compete. He just wanted to complete his mission. He wanted to hug the other party's thigh tightly. Back then, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord had used his full strength and Lin Fan had nearly killed him with one finger. Now, he didn't have any temper at all and was completely convinced. As soon as Sacred Lord Seven Fiendish spoke, The aura of the fifth step crushed toward Nether Palace. The pressure was like 10,000 mountains that made it hard for everyone to breathe. The fifth step was so terrifying. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, this is the Nether Realm. Who allowed you to be so arrogant? A disdainful snort came from the Nether Palace. As soon as he said that, an invisible force surged over. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's eyes were filled with fear. His body shook, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was injured in one move. Scram! There was a thunderous explosion. The subordinates that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had brought were all experts, but they all fell from the sky. In an instant, only Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was left. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was completely terrified. Why hadn't he thought of this? The Nether Realm also had hidden experts. He had taught them a deep lesson right from the start. An ordinary Great Tao dares to be arrogant in the Nether Palace. Qi Lin laughed coldly in a secret room in the depths of the Nether Palace. 10 years had passed, and he had returned to the fifth step. His use of the mental energy Great Tao had reached an extremely deep level. The mental energy Great Tao was untraceable and the hardest to block. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never investigated it before. He had suffered a huge loss. I believe that after this, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and those people won't dare to act rashly. There is a fifth step expert in the Nether Realm. The news that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a huge loss in the Nether Realm spread throughout the Holy World. Everyone was shocked. Tion had secretly created a fifth step expert and avoided the eyes and ears of many people. His methods were impressive, and he had dug a big hole. In the end, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was unlucky. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a loss in the Nether Realm. The people in the secret of the Holy World re-evaluated Tion. He had a fifth step expert in such a short time. Who knew how many fifth step experts he had by his side? The Nether Realm and the Sealed World had become powerful forces that couldn't be offended. While everyone was shocked by Tion, shocking news came from another small saint world. It turned out that a fifth step expert had appeared in the Curse Palace. Cursed Juan had become a fifth step expert and overturned the small saint world. He had destroyed the original force and taken control of a small saint world. This was a sensational news. Cursed Juan, who had become a fifth step expert, used a powerful curse Tao, and his combat power was extremely powerful. A fourth step expert was defeated in less than 3 moves. The situation in the Holy World changed very quickly. Some unknown forces broke through realms without any warning and reached unimaginable realms, blinding everyone. While the storm was raging outside, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He stepped into the endless starry sky. He had something very important to do. Not long ago, Little Fiend had monitored a trace of spatial fluctuations in a mystic realm and suspected that there was a mystic realm there. There might be experts trying to resurrect there. 10 years. Lin Fei figured out some of the ins and outs. The Great Tao origin heart in the mystic realm might be what they were after. Thus, Lin Fei came to try his luck and see if he could use this opportunity to obtain the Great Tao origin heart. 10 years had passed since he had taken the Grade 5 Tao pills. Lin Fei's realm had improved very quickly, and he had now reached the 6th step. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Fei didn't need to comprehend anything. He took the Grade 5 Tao pills one by one and kept accumulating, breaking through to the 6th step. This cultivation speed was considered fast even in the Judgment Organization. No one could keep taking Grade 5 Tao pills. Lin Fei could keep replicating them, and the effect was 5 times that of ordinary pills. It wasn't difficult for him to reach the 6th step. Chapter 2351. Lin Fei was basically monitoring the inside and outside of the sacred world. He could even record the slightest spatial fluctuation. Could be said that there was really nothing in the sacred world that Lin Fei didn't know. On an uninhabited continent outside the starry sky, Lin Fei made a few spatial translocations and arrived at the place where the spatial fluctuation was generated. This is it. This spatial fluctuation was very obscure. If not for the system recording it, it would be very difficult to discover it. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, just a slight fluctuation would suffice. Open! Lin Fei raised his hand and pressed it in the void. The great Tao decomposition rampaged and shattered all concealment. A spatial entrance appeared. No matter could stop the power of the great Tao decomposition. Scan! Lin Fei was used to using the system to scan. If he used the system to scan, he wouldn't miss any suspicious places. If he used his divine senses, the effect would be much worse. Master, you are in luck. In the center of this uninhabited mystic realm, there is a fluctuation of life aura. There is a complete great Tao essence heart. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. After a few decades, he finally found another great Tao essence heart. This time, he could study it properly. After locking onto the location, Lin Fei moved over and came to the center of the mystic realm. This mystic realm seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There was no life in it. He didn't let his guard down because of this. Good technique. I might not even be able to discover it with my divine senses. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above an uninhabited pile of rocks. If it wasn't for the little fiend, there wouldn't be any mistakes. He was about to suspect that he was in the wrong place because there wasn't any aura leaking out. Come out! He advanced to the 6th step. Lin Fei grabbed down with one hand. The power of the great Tao decomposition spread out. All the rocks and even the ground were decomposed into nothingness. A huge pit appeared. The array formations and restrictions all collapsed in front of the powerful great Tao decomposition. A huge cave abode appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The violent destruction continued. Everything in the cave abode. All turned into nothingness in front of the great Tao decomposition. A huge green coffin appeared. The coffin was covered with array formations and restrictions, isolating all auras from leaking out. One palm. Lin Fei shattered all the formations and restrictions. He opened the lid, and a black great Tao origin heart appeared. When this great path essence heart appeared, Lin Fei's eyes felt as if they had encountered something terrifying, feeling a trace of pain. It was as if he continued to look, he would be hurt by the bright light. What a domineering great Tao origin heart. This person must have been an extremely powerful expert when he was alive. I only took a glance at it, and my eyes were torn apart. The pain was unbearable, as if they were about to shatter. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. His great path surrounded him. When he looked at his great path primordial heart again, it was not as sharp as before. However, there were still traces of power that cut through the great Tao's protection. This should be a type of metal grand Tao, and it contains a terrifying sharp aura. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an overbearing sharp aura. Lin Fei felt that his great Tao decomposition was very impressive. Compared to the great Tao in front of him, it didn't seem to have any advantage. This feeling was very strange, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Come out. Lin Fei realized the extraordinariness of the great path essence heart. He activated his spiritual grand Tao and condensed a large hand. As he reached out, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to fall into the world in his palm. Bush, bush, bush. As the spiritual hand approached, the great path essence heart shot out countless sharp sword chi. The spiritual hand that ordinary people couldn't break was easily pierced through by the sword chi. The entire hand was like a sieve, and finally collapsed in the void. Sword chi, this is sword chi. The sword chi that shot out finally made Lin Fei realize what it was. There was actually such a sharp sword chi in the world that could pierce through his spiritual hand. No wonder his eyes hurt when he stared at it. It was that invisible sword chi that was causing trouble. This is definitely a high-grade great path essence heart. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect there to be a 5th-grade great path essence heart here. And it's a metal grand Tao that focuses on attack. This is great. In the void, laughter came. A green jade hand reached out, trying to grab the great path essence heart on the copper coffin. Trying to snatch it? Lin Fei was furious. A high-grade great path essence heart had great research value. Someone actually dared to snatch it in front of him. Did they really think he didn't exist? How dare you, sir? Who allowed you to take it? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed at a place in the void as fast as lightning. He slashed at the green jade hand that reached out, and sparks flew everywhere. This blade came fast and ferociously. Coupled with the power of the Great Path Disintegration, anything in front of this blade would be overshadowed. An unexpected scene appeared. The tyrannical Great Path Disintegration met its match this time. The green jade hand seemed to be disintegrating, but it still stubbornly resisted. Traces of power burst out, and actually blocked the attack of the Great Path Disintegration, maintaining the undefeated situation. A voice came from the void. I didn't expect there to be another expert. You are probably not from the Judgment Hall. There is no great path of the Judgment Hall like yours. Unfortunately, you met me. The green jade hand shook, and in the dazzling green light, it shook off Lin Fei's attack. Once again, it grabbed at the Great Path Essence heart on the copper coffin, displaying its extraordinary strength. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met a worthy opponent. Ever since he cultivated 3 great paths, the experts in the sacred world had become so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. Today, he had met an expert from the Judgment Hall, and he wanted to compete with him. Come out! Lin Fei shouted. A huge whirlpool appeared in the center of his body. The terrifying power of disintegration spread out, forming a forbidden zone around him. Although the green jade hand was strong, it could not withstand this kind of attack. In the disintegration, it turned into nothingness. The power of the Great Path Essence heart rapidly weakened, and the power of the sword chi was not as strong as before. Good chance. Lin Fei did not plan to use his hands to grab the Great Path Essence heart. He did not doubt that if he really used his hands to grab it, his body would be riddled with holes by the Great Path Essence heart. Capture. Although he could not use his hands, it did not mean that he could not use them. Once the system was activated, everything in the surrounding area could be captured. The Great Path Essence heart struggled instinctively. The sword chi was like rain. If it was a normal Great Path, it would have been pierced through. However, the Great Path decomposition was different. It was not that easy to break. When the system began to capture the Great Path Essence heart, the green jade hand reached in again. Compared to the last time, the hand was covered with a layer of scale-like substance, blocking most of the power of the Great Path decomposition. You are not bad. I didn't expect someone to be able to force me to use this in such a backward place. The green jade hand was fast, but it was still not as fast as the system. The moment the green jade hand grabbed the Great Path Essence heart, it was as if it had disappeared from the world, leaving no trace of its aura. The green jade hand grabbed thin air. Chapter 2352. Lin Fei had collected the Great Tao Origin Heart at lightning speed, giving the other party a huge shock. In the end, he had failed. The Great Path Origin Heart disappeared. Bastard, hand over the Great Path Origin Heart. An angry voice came from the void. The green jade hand attacked again. Compared to the last time, the attack was much sharper. An invisible sense of danger enveloped the area. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had not used the power of the Great Path. It was purely an instinctive attack. Come and get it yourself if you can. After Lin Fei knew how extraordinary the Great Path Origin Heart was, he naturally would not hand it over. Even if his opponent was from the Judgment Organization, he would not be intimidated. Moreover, Lin Fei really wanted to see how strong his opponent was against an expert from the Judgment Organization. Such arrogance! How dare you! When the green jade hand was about to approach, it split into 2, then into 4. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of green jade hands. The real and fake hands were indistinguishable. Master, the green jade hand in front of you is real. Lin Fei used his hand as a blade again and slashed at the green jade hand closest to him. Sparks flew again, and the power was weakened again. If one slash doesn't work, again. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let it go? His origin energy surged, and every saber strike landed on the green jade-like hand. This kind of continuous attack was not something anyone could handle. Spirit Rush. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Lin Fei activated the Great Path of Spirit. The boundless Great Path of Spirit rushed towards a certain direction. A muffled groan came from the void, and a green figure fell out. The opponent was injured. From the beginning, Lin Fei had been looking for the opponent's traces. The Great Path of Spirit used a spirit rush to force the opponent out. I didn't expect you to cultivate two great paths. A place like the sacred world actually produced a talent like you. The azure-clothed person's bright eyes flashed with shock. Unfortunately, your attacks are too ordinary. The azure-clothed person knew very well what kind of place the sacred world was. This was a place abandoned by the Judgment Organization. The continent had collapsed, and the origin energy was no longer complete. It was extremely difficult to produce one or two experts. This was also why the higher-ups had arranged for them to come here. No one could threaten their lives. But today, there was someone who could affect their lives. The tyrannical power of disintegrating matter, if placed on their side, would definitely be an honored guest of the various powers. In the face of the great Tao of decomposition with great destructive power, only one would appear every 1,000 or even several thousand years. Both of them would receive the attention of the Judgment Tribunal. The green-clothed man threw down a sentence. Now I'll let you experience what a real attack is. As soon as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei and slapped toward Lin Fei's chest. I forgot to tell you that my great way is the ultimate speed. This was the first extreme speed that Lin Fei had encountered. It was indeed fast. Invincible defense and body of 10,000 curses were instantly activated. Still, a tyrannical and terrifying force landed on his body. The huge force directly sent Lin Fei flying. Not bad defense, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. The azure-clothed man's movements were beyond the range of Lin Fei's spiritual sense. He basically could not see any traces. He only felt the opponent's punches land on his body one after another. The great Tao body protection was shattered after a few hits. When one's speed reached a certain level, experts of the same level would not be a match for him. Lin Fei could not resist the opponent's attack now. The moment the great Tao body protection was shattered, the opponent's fists landed on his body. Furthermore, it was not just one punch. Hundreds of fist marks landed on his body, almost causing his body to explode. Powerful. He is indeed powerful. This was the first time Lin Fei had been in such a sorry state. With the invincible defense, the body of incantations, and the great Tao body protection, Lin Fei looked like he was in a sorry state, but he was not seriously injured. However, he also realized that the people from the Judgment Organization were tyrannical and terrifying. The fourth step and fifth step experts in the sacred world would definitely lose if they encountered this azure-clothed man. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that the opponent had underestimated him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to snatch the great Tao origin heart. In front of me, your attacks are too slow. Since you snatched my great Tao origin heart, let me strip it from your body. Only on my body can your great Tao decomposition shine. Lin Fei kept moving through space, but he was still one step slower than the opponent. Just as he had said, in the same realm, the opponent was the king of speed. The difference was that the opponent could attack once and the opponent could attack 100 times. This was the situation that Lin Fei was facing now. Have you calculated the opponent's movement traces? Lin Fei could only adopt a defensive stance. The great Tao decomposition unfolded and formed a forbidden zone. However, the azure-clothed man had a treasure that could greatly resist the attack. The destructive power of the great Tao decomposition was infinitely suppressed. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not alone. He had the little devil and the powerful system. So what if it was the ultimate speed? Almost there. Just a little more. Lin Fei continued to resist. Even so, his destiny energy and origin energy were being consumed very quickly. Moreover, it was the fastest in history. The opponent's attack was too overbearing. Not everyone wanted to meet this kind of enemy, especially when his methods were restricted by the opponent. Lin Fei became more and more serious about the mysterious trial organization. Did they recruit all the geniuses? Unbeknownst to him, the azure-clothed man was also very shocked. This was the first time he met someone who could resist his attack. In the outside world, almost no one could last for such a long time. Even if you can resist, so what? So what if you have grasped the spiritual great Tao? You can only say that you are unlucky to meet me. Who asked me to control the ultimate speed? In every realm, I am invincible. The azure-clothed man pushed his speed to the limit. Alright, I have calculated the opponent's movement data. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the little devil sent good news. That's great. Help me figure out my next attack and movement route. Lin Fei had not felt so sullen in a long time. It was the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He basically couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. Fortunately, he was different from ordinary people. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. Not to mention standing here. It's here. The opponent's next position appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Blade. Capturing the opponent's position in advance, the spiritual great Tao quickly penetrated. At the same time, a blade slashed at the position of the azure-clothed man. The spiritual great Tao couldn't be used because the opponent was constantly moving and could avoid being captured by the spiritual great Tao. But this time, the opponent was obviously going to be disappointed. The azure-clothed man felt his body tremble. A look of shock appeared on his face. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered yet. A blade light slashed over, forcing him to put his hands together to block the opponent's blade. He can actually discover my position. Chapter 2353. The man in green didn't think that Lin Fan could see his position. Ever since he condensed his extreme speed, every time he advanced, he would be invincible among those of the same realm. Even if he met someone with a higher realm than him, he would still be invincible. It must be a fluke. The man in green told himself that no one would be able to pinpoint his position in advance. Lin Fan was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It was just once. There won't be a second time. The man in green changed his position again. His body was pierced by his spirit once more. Even if there was a treasure to reduce the power, it was still very uncomfortable. Following closely, another saber slashed over. I was hit again. The man in green changed his position again. Without exception, he was hit again. Impossible. This was the first time the cyan-clothed man had encountered such a strange situation. As he lost his advantage in speed, the other party's attacks landed on him every time, forcing him to be unable to get close to the other party. He was completely blocked outside. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, the man in green's face was a bit pale. He was about to collapse. He couldn't understand why his extreme speed would lose its effect. Lin Fan was able to hit him every time. Unable to display his speed advantage, the man in green felt very sullen. Dealing with Lin Fan had become a joke. How did you find out where I was? The man in green pulled away and didn't attack anymore. He wasn't in a good state. If he continued, it would just be pointless. Do you think I will tell you? Lin Fei smiled. The man in green was startled. He thought about it and realized that it was true. Why would Lin Fan tell him? This was his secret. If he told him, how would Lin Fan suppress him? You are strong today. Let's wait and see. Next time, you might not be able to break my speed so easily. The man in green was unwilling, but he knew that if he continued, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his effort, he might as well leave now. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He is really straightforward. He said no and he left. Such a person isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei's face turned solemn. Such a straightforward person was the hardest to deal with. Although the man in green left, Lin Fei didn't relax. Little Devil had been monitoring him. After confirming that the man had left, Lin Fei left. At the same time, he concealed his aura. Is that person the legendary leader of the Avengers? The azure-clothed man stood on an uninhabited mountain peak, revealing a trace of doubt. If it weren't for him, the Saints' world would be far more extraordinary than I imagined. There's actually someone with this ability. The azure-clothed man had been in the Saints' world for a very long time now. He had always been searching for the Heart of Ways. He had used a treasure to find the Heart of Ways in the past, but he never thought that it would be snatched away right before his eyes due to underestimating it. He returned empty-handed in the end. I wonder what their expressions will be like now that the greatest expert of the Saints' world has appeared. Perhaps it'll be extremely interesting. Ha! The azure-clothed man turned around and left. Lin Fei returned to the wild Sacred Mountains cave dwelling. Along the way, Lin Fei had been very careful, concealing his aura and erasing all traces. After exchanging blows with the azure-clothed man, Lin Fei realized something. The experts of the judgment hidden in the sacred world should not be weaker than this azure-clothed man. It should be said that all of them were geniuses. If a prodigy was already this strong, then the others were even more obvious. Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. If it wasn't for the little fiend calculating the opponent's position, he would definitely be the one who lost. This point, Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. That azure-clothed man should be at the 6th step. If he advances by another minor realm, even if the little fiend can calculate the opponent's position, my attack speed will not be able to keep up, and my ability to restrict the opponent will be greatly weakened. Then, it will really be difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no longer thinking about this matter. He arranged an array formation around the cave mansion, isolating the aura from leaking out. For safety's sake, he ordered the little fiend to shield it and monitor the cave mansion's surroundings. Lin Fei didn't want to do it again. The battle with the azure-clothed man had consumed 20% of his origin energy and 40% of his heavenly mandate energy. Fortunately, he had snatched the Heart of Ways this time. In comparison, it was still very worthwhile. The Heart of Ways was taken out, and sharp sword chi burst out. Lin Fei was already prepared. The great Tao decomposition formed a forbidden zone. Although the sword chi was powerful, it was instinctive and had limited power. It was easy to suppress it. Seeing the Heart of Ways activate the sword chi to shoot randomly, Lin Fei's eyes also felt a stinging pain. Little fiend, analyze and replicate. Lin Fei couldn't miss such a high-level great Tao. He had to master it. With the existence of the system, he didn't need to worry about having too many great Tao. It was just a matter of switching. It will take about 10 days. Lin Fei could wait for 10 days. However, 10 days wasn't long. It could be done in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, Lin Fei opened his eyes. The little fiend had sent good news. The Heart of Ways had been replicated, and there was a complete great Tao in the system space. Even through the system space, Lin Fei could still feel the sharp sword chi. It was indestructible, as if it could destroy everything in the world. It was comparable to the great Tao decomposition. Great, another great Tao is in my hands. It's a 5th grade great Tao. Its power must be extraordinary. The great Tao decomposition was very powerful. With another sharp great Tao, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Refine, grasp. Lin Fei directly grasped it. With the existence of the system, it was very easy for Lin Fei to refine the great Tao. A stream of light entered his body. Lin Fei's entire body released traces of sharp aura. They were like sword chi that shot through the void. The array restriction was also shot through by the sword chi. Fortunately, the little fiend kept repairing and setting up layers upon layers of arrangements. It didn't leak out. Done. Not long after, when Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he shot out 2 sharp sword chi that tore through the void. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. Ordinary people would feel a stabbing pain in their eyes if they looked at him. Those who were weaker would be blinded on the spot. A branch of the great Tao under the metal attribute, the Tao of benefits. After completely refining it, Lin Fei knew the name. At the same time, the memories contained in the Heart of Ways were controlled by Lin Fei. Relying on the powerful ability of the system, he erased the consciousness of the Heart of Ways, leaving behind pure memory fragments. Lin Fei knew the origin of the Heart of Ways. The previous owner was an 8th-step expert in the wild continent. Relying on the Tao of benefits, he was at the top among 8th-step experts. I originally planned to master the use of the Tao of benefits, but it seems that I don't need to anymore. Some of the sword techniques left inside can come in handy. This was the benefit of completely refining it. Chapter 2354. 4th and 5th step experts appeared one after another. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the peaceful sacred world, causing a huge ripple. The era where third-step experts dominated was gradually gone. A fourth-step expert was enough to suppress them, let alone a fifth-step expert. That was an unreachable position. They could deal with them with one hand. The sacred world was only so big. There were only so many small saint worlds. As some people advanced, the situation began to change. The three great sacred lords, who had always maintained a cooperative relationship, began to crack, and they began to fight for control of the sacred world. In less than a year, the three great sacred lords had fought several times. The tyrannical strength of fifth-step experts quickly roped in a large number of forces, and their influence expanded rapidly. In the next short period of 150 years, there were constant battles in the sacred world. One force after another was swallowed, and it almost never stopped. All the forces, big and small, sought refuge with the powerful sacred lords. 150 years later, the forces of the sacred world became a situation where several forces fought for supremacy. The first force, Yama's Death Domain. The second force, Yen Huang World. The third force, Wave-Breaking Domain. The fourth force, Seven Fiends Domain. The fifth force, Foreign Race Tribe. 150 years later, there were only 14 powerful forces left in the sacred world. These 14 forces controlled the 33 small saint worlds of the sacred world. The other forces, including the sacred lords, either sought refuge with them or disappeared from the sacred world. Now, there were only 14 powerful factions left. Among them, the 5 major factions were the most powerful. Each faction had at least one fifth-step expert overseeing it. After dividing the forces, the 14 forces remained united and did not make a move. The sacred world entered a temporary period of peace. Although it was peaceful, the saints' world was filled with a large number of spies. They filled the entire saints' world. At the same time, there was an uninhabited continent below space. Spies would appear in places where no one would normally appear. Even they could not understand the reason behind this. They constantly repeated the same thing. On an uninhabited continent, the entire continent was filled with ravines, and there was no sign of life. I don't know what the higher-ups are doing. Why did they send us to such a place? Be careful with your words, kid. Don't say such things. The higher-ups want us to keep it to ourselves. If someone hears it, everyone will be in trouble. On the continent, 2 figures landed in the sky above a desolate valley, one after the other. Uncle Lee, I was just joking. A slightly childish young man said with a hollow laugh. Alas, we've come here for nothing again. There shouldn't be any special activity in this place. Another middle-aged man shook his head after looking around, appearing very disappointed. The 2 of them were sent here by the higher-ups. Their mission was very simple. They were to search for some special places on the continent. At the same time, the higher-ups would bestow them with treasures to examine them. Uncle Lee, it's better to check if it's clean. If there's nothing, we'll change places. Uncle Lee took out a treasure that looked like a disc. He activated his Heaven's Will energy, and the disc released a special energy that spread out with them at the center. Just when the 2 of them thought that they had made a wasted trip, a slight vibration came from the disc without any warning. Something good. Hurry up. This was the first time the 2 of them had met, and their faces lit up with joy. Once they discovered the commotion and reported it, it would be a great merit, and the reward would be very generous, enough to make people salivate. It's here. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the location. As they got closer, the vibration of the disc became more intense. Above a lake on the uninhabited continent, the 2 of them were very excited, as they had finally made a great contribution. Uncle Lee, it seems to be under the lake. Is there a treasure buried under it? The middle-aged man, Uncle Lee, was very excited. He knew that almost everyone in the sacred world was looking for it outside. This was something that had never happened before. You'd better not think about it. Uncle Lee was very knowledgeable, and he knew very well that he should not be curious about this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Before he finished speaking, the lake under him moved even though there was no wind. The lake turned into a human face, which opened its mouth and swallowed the 2 of them. Even though the 2 of them had the strength of a first-step expert, They were still very weak in front of this human face. Everything happened too quickly. Uncle Lee and the young man did not even notice that they were eaten by the human face. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the entire lake moved, and a blue-clothed man walked out of the water. The lake water turned into a water dragon, which appeared under the blue-clothed man's feet. There was not a single drop of water left in the huge lake. However, the bottom of the lake was covered with bones. "I'm back." The blue-clothed man looked at the sky, and an ancient aura filled the entire continent. In the endless starry sky, Deacon Lee, who had been sitting cross-legged on the blue lawn in the starry sky, slowly opened his eyes. "It's finally starting. It's a little earlier than the higher-ups predicted." Deacon Lee had never left since he sent the geniuses of the trial hall here. He only needed to bring them back at the end. I don't know how many of those experts from the wasteland continent will return. In order to arrange this, the higher-ups have put in a lot of effort. Deacon Lee closed his eyes once again. It's finally here. Those experts are starting to return. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. It's time to exercise. Don't disappoint me. In some dangerous places in the sacred world, groups of energy woke up one after another. They revealed a look of joy, and then closed their eyes again, waiting for those experts to return. Master, on an uninhabited continent, there is a fluctuation of the great Tao primordial heart. In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, a black-robed man sat cross-legged on a stone platform. Sharp sword chi revolved around him, and anyone who saw him would feel terrified. The black-robed man opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes pierced through the void. Turn the surveillance screen. It was a plan that took nearly 200 years. Lin Fei controlled every movement in the sacred world, and there was almost nothing that he couldn't know. The secret actions of those forces were all monitored. When the screen turned, Lin Fei seemed to be at the scene. He could clearly see the conversation between Uncle Lee and the young man, until they came to the sky above the lake water turned into a human face, swallowed them, and then the blue-clothed man appeared. Those fallen experts are starting to return. With just a glance, Lin Fei felt an ancient aura from the other party. The strength of the fifth step. Controlling the power of water. Lin Fei quickly analyzed and realized that the returning experts were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Chapter 2355. Damn, are you sure? An 8-step expert? Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. 150 years ago, in order to seize the great Tao primordial heart, he had fought with the azure-clothed man and realized how powerful the people of the Judgment Organization were. Now, an 8th-step expert had appeared. What kind of joke was this? I'm not mistaken. It is indeed an 8th-step expert. He should be escorting the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Turn around. The scene changed again, and an endless starry sky appeared. This bird. The huge bird that covered the sky gave Lin Fei a great shock. When he looked at the bird's realm, it made him feel ashamed. Many people might not be able to reach the height of the bird even if they cultivated for a lifetime. That was not all. On the back of the unknown bird sat a middle-aged man. He did not release any great Tao, but he gave people a shocking feeling that they could not surpass him. So far, the middle-aged man on the back of the bird was the most powerful person Lin Fei had ever seen. The Judgment Organization controlled the sacred world for a reason. It was just a figure, but Lin Fei felt immense pressure. However, it was only pressure. In the past 150 years, no one had improved faster than him. He had continuously taken Tier 5 Tao pills, but the effects were weak. He could not take them for 150 years. Lin Fei was now a 7th-step expert. With the grade 5 Tao pills, Lin Fei had taken a step forward. However, compared to the person on the back of the bird, he was still lacking. After years of cultivation, he had a deep understanding of the great Tao. It was difficult to defeat someone with a gap of a small realm. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. An 8th-step expert acted as a healer. The Judgment Organization was rich and overbearing, and ordinary people could not compare. The sacred world has become a testing ground for them. The return of those experts must be related to the arrangements of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei understood the cause and effect. Decades ago, Lin Fei had a guess, but he was not sure. After seeing the 8th step expert on the back of the big bird, Lin Fei was sure that the holy world seemed to have become a testing ground. The cyan-clothed man he had fought before should be a genius of the Judgment Organization or a disciple with a bright future. Continue to monitor that guy. It's best to be careful. With such an 8th step expert around, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had to keep an eye on him at all times. He believed that that person wouldn't make a move. She was here to be a nanny and be responsible for his safety. It won't be easy to kill them. Luckily, I didn't arrogantly attack them when I reached the 7th step. If I really did, this person would definitely attack. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he did not act rashly that day. Who would have thought that there was a hidden expert of the Judgment Organization in the distant space outside the sacred world? Knowing that the enemy's nanny was overseeing the starry sky, Lin Fei knew that it would be troublesome to kill them and take the Dao core from them. Since 20 years ago, Lin Fei no longer took the Tier 5 Dao pill because it was no longer effective. He was able to reach the 7th step because the quality of the Tier 5 Dao pill was several times better than ordinary ones. This was the main reason why Lin Fei could advance. After the Tier 5 Dao pill lost its effect, Lin Fei wanted to find a higher quality Dao pill. Even if it was just one, he could rely on the system to replicate it. Now, he had to put this idea aside for the time being. The Judgment Organization could arrange for an 8th step expert to come over and keep watch, so they wouldn't pretend that a genius was killed. Once it was a matter of life and death, the 8th step expert would definitely make a move. Lin Fei planned to continue watching. The resurrection of the blue-clothed man from the uninhabited continents seemed to open the door to the resurrection of experts. After that day, there were constant movements in the uninhabited continents and even some mystic realms. Anyone who had reached the 1st step could clearly sense the huge movements. The sacred world was in an uproar. The prophecy has come true. Those experts have resurrected and returned. The sacred world is going to change. The patriarch is coming back. Some of the forces in the sacred world sensed something was up. After all, this was not a small matter. Instead, it was a big matter that no one could ignore. The prophecy had come true. The experts that had fallen in the battle on the wild continent had actually resurrected and returned. This was definitely a shocking matter for everyone. It could be said that the forces in the sacred world were basically the ones that had survived after the wild continent had shattered. Some forces were starting to become restless. Perhaps there were experts from their ancestors among the returning experts. From everyone's point of view, it was time to bring glory to their families. While everyone was waiting, a shocking piece of news spread. Yama's Death Domain's Sacred Lord Blood Prison and his subordinates had killed a newly resurrected 4th step expert on an uninhabited continent and seized his great Dao origin heart. Everyone was dumbfounded when the news spread. The resurrected expert had been killed? Was Sacred Lord Blood Prison this strong? While everyone was still in shock, a piece of explosive news spread. Sacred Lord Yen Zixing had also led a group of people to kill a 4th step expert. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. The experts from back then had been killed? The great Dao origin heart had been taken as well? After Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Yen Zixing started to kill the resurrected expert, the other forces also started to take action against the resurrected expert. At the same time, in the distant space, there was a giant bird that was about the same size as the starry sky green one. Its speed was also extremely fast, and it silently approached the sacred world. The back of the bird was like a plane, and 5 experts with powerful auras sat on it. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. One of them was at the 8th step, and the rest were at the 7th step. This was a very powerful lineup. Elder, the fallen experts have started to resurrect. The judgment's plan has come true. 4 of the 5 people looked at one of the gray-clothed men. The person in gray seemed to be very old, and his face was covered in scars. He looked very fierce and fierce. I didn't think that they would actually succeed. The person in gray said coldly. We're going to the sacred world this time to secretly support some forces and use them to fight against the judgment. We can't let them achieve their goal. Elder, they were the ones who started the wild continent back then. In the end, the wild continent was destroyed, and the sacred world that was rebuilt became a weak existence. Now, they want to obtain the great Tao origin heart of those people and raise them into disciples so that they can join the empire. We must stop this. Chapter 2356. The commotion in the sacred world grew. The prophecy left behind in the past had come true. Some fallen experts had been resurrected, blinding everyone. It turned out that there was a chance of resurrection when one cultivated to an extremely high realm. The return of the experts caused quite a commotion, but they were also besieged by the factions in the sacred world. The newly resurrected experts were not as strong as they had been in the past, so they were besieged. The craziest ones were the 5 major factions, who besieged the resurrected experts. Often, the resurrected experts would be killed before they could accumulate much strength, and their great Tao origin heart would be taken away. This situation lasted for a whole month. In the first month, the resurrected experts suffered heavy losses. They were besieged and killed before they could make a sound. There was no chance for them to make a comeback. In the second month, there was a huge commotion in a secret realm. A blood-colored power soared into the sky, immediately attracting the attacks of 7 or 8 factions. They tried to destroy the blood-colored power and seize its great Tao origin heart. A shocking scene appeared. The blood-colored power was extremely powerful as soon as it was resurrected. A sea of blood surged into the sky, causing the 7 or 8 factions to retreat. I'm the Yellow Springs Sect Master. I'm not someone you can covet. The blood-colored power was the famous Yellow Springs Sect Master. The Yellow Springs Sect Master controlled everyone's blood and killed a large number of people from the inside out. He calmly escaped the pursuit of a group of people, leaving behind an elegant figure. The sacred world was in an uproar, and the legend of the Yellow Springs Sect Master was brought up. I didn't expect the Yellow Springs Sect Master to be alive. It said, the Yellow Springs Sect Master was an 8th-step expert at his peak. The Yellow Springs Sect Master seems to cultivate the bloodthirsty Great Tao. It's a 6th-grade Great Tao, infinitely close to a 5th-grade Great Tao. There was more and more information about the Yellow Springs Sect Master. Those who didn't know about the Yellow Springs Sect Master were shocked. Everyone realized why the Yellow Springs Sect Master was so powerful. It turned out that he cultivated the bloodthirsty Great Tao, which specialized in devouring people's blood. If a person lost all their blood, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. This was the Yellow Springs Sect Master's trump card. The appearance of the Yellow Springs Sect Master made everyone realize that the powerful experts of the past were resurrected. What should they do? A few days later, a small sacred world in the Saints' world was attacked by the Yellow Springs Sect Lord. He devoured the lives of several 100,000 people in an entire city, recovering his strength to the 6th step. On this day, when the Yellow Springs hierarch was wreaking havoc, he was attacked by 7 or 8 experts through the air. They heavily injured him, but it was a pity that he still managed to escape. The Yellow Spring hierarch had not only mastered the great Tao of bloodlust, but he had also cultivated a powerful escape technique called the blood escape technique. He could mix the real with the fake and the fake with the real. No one could tell the difference. Even though the Yellow Spring Sect Master had escaped, everyone noticed it for the first time. So, it turned out that the sacred world was still hiding such an expert. The aura of his attack from a distance was suffocating. 14 forces? In a remote place, the red-robed Yellow Spring cult master was digesting all the information he had devoured. His face was not as rosy as before. Judgment Organization, what a great plan. The Yellow Spring cult master looked like a middle-aged man, but he was furious. In the battle back then, no one had gained the upper hand. Instead, they had all fallen into the opponent's trap. After the city was bathed in blood, those who attacked me must be from the Judgment Organization. Using our great Tao primordial heart to increase their strength is indeed a good plan. I won't let you get away with it so easily. Boom, boom. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's location was attacked by several experts. Yellow Spring Sect Master, you're quite fast. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. Hand over your great Tao primordial heart obediently. 8 people came out of the void and locked 8 positions, blocking the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. At the same time, 8 tyrannical Great Tao locked onto the Yellow Spring Sect Master. You guys are so fast. The Yellow Spring Sect Master snorted coldly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Yellow Spring Sect Master, if we don't move quickly and let you continue to devour, it won't be easy for us to deal with you. Your bloodthirsty Great Tao is to drink human blood. Once you lose your chi and blood, your combat strength will plummet. Back then, you relied on this move to become famous in the wildland. Everyone knows about it. Everyone, let's attack together. A grade 6 Great Tao is still worth our time. The 8 people did not dare to underestimate the Yellow Spring Sect Master, even though he was only at the 6th step. After all, he had been famous for a long time, so no one dared to look down on him. The 8 genius experts of the Judgment Organization attacked like lightning, not giving the Yellow Spring Sect Master any chance. The bloodthirsty Great Tao was a well-known Great Tao in the Judgment Organization. In the past, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had dominated the wildland and was infamous. Experts of the same level were no match for him. Apart from some 8th-step experts with special Great Taos, the rest were defeated by him. This time, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had met his match. All of them were very talented. After joining forces, they sealed the sky and locked the ground, cutting off the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. As soon as they attacked, the Yellow Spring Sect Master was defeated. The bloodthirsty Great Tao, which he was best at, lost its effect. It turned out that the 8 people were wearing a set of armor, which blocked the bloodthirsty Great Tao's devouring ability. Now that he had lost his greatest support, coupled with the fact that he didn't have any treasures in hand, his strength was greatly affected. These should be the experts of the Judgment Organization who sneaked into the sacred world. On an unknown continent, the scene of the 8 experts of the Judgment Organization besieging the Yellow Spring Sect Master fell into someone's eyes. The azure-clothed man did not appear. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, Lin Fei knew that his heavenly blood seal contained a treasure belonging to the Yellow Spring Sect Master. After completely refining it, it still reacted. A grade 6 Great Tao, the bloodthirsty Great Tao. No wonder they are so interested. I'm afraid they have been waiting for this day for a long time. Since the expert's resurrection, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress of the matter. He was not very interested in the Great Tao primordial heart. Lin Fei was very interested in the Yellow Spring Sect Master. If he could learn some more secret information from the Yellow Spring Sect Master, it would be quite a good thing. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, he entered Lin Fei's vision. The entire sacred world was under his control. No one knew the Yellow Spring Sect Master's whereabouts better than him. I'm going to lose. I wonder what trick the Yellow Spring Sect Master will use this time. This feeling of control was very good. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. In any case, the people of the Judgment Organization would always be a big trouble. Chapter 2357. Although the Netherworld Sect Master was powerful, he could not withstand the siege of tigers and wolves. Most importantly, his strength was not at its peak. Therefore, the Netherworld Sect Master was unlucky. The bloodthirst Great Tao could not exert its power and was suppressed by the opponent. Soon, the Netherworld Sect Master was covered in wounds, and the energy supporting the bloodthirst Great Tao was consumed rapidly. Just as the Netherworld Sect Master was about to use the blood escape again, the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were attacking him stopped for a moment. Their movements began to slow down, and they all fell to the ground. Gravity. A terrifying gravitational force pressed down on them. The Netherworld Sect Master heard a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time. I didn't expect you to help me. The Netherworld Sect Master looked at the void with complicated emotions. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We all have a common enemy. If you die in their hands, we will have one less expert on our side. In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation, and a black-robed man appeared. Even through his clothes, One could see that the black-robed man was burly like a mountain, full of a heavy aura. The black-robed man looked at the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were suppressed by gravity. Help me tell your superiors that what happened back then will not end like this. The Judgment Realm must pay the price. A hand stretched out, a pitch-black palm pressing down, and with a huge rumbling sound, the 8 geniuses on the ground all fled into the ground. Let's go! The black-robed man and the Netherworld sect master tore the void and disappeared. When they left, 8 people rushed out from underground. Right now, they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Even though they had some understanding of the experts that had fallen back then and had made some preparations, they didn't expect to still meet their match. That person should be Chen Junshan from back then. He cultivated the gravity Great Tao and is very terrifying. He is indeed powerful. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. They are all my prey. The few people snorted and left one after another. A bloodthirst Great Tao and a gravity Great Tao. How interesting. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the whole process. As the expert who used gravity appeared and crushed the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm, Lin Fei was shocked. He did not know about this expert. He realized that the system's monitoring of the sacred world was not perfect, and there were loopholes. Chen Junshan. Although there was a great distance between them, Lin Fei could still sense the terrifying gravity that the other party had exerted. No matter how the 8 geniuses tried to resist, their physical bodies were unable to withstand the crushing gravity that came from the other party. Lin Fei did not doubt that Chen Junshan would have killed them if not for the 8th step expert in the cosmos. From some of their words, Lin Fei obtained some clues. The war on the wild continent back then might have been orchestrated by the Judgment Organization behind the scenes. Previously, Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was established later, but now it seemed that it was clearly someone else's arrangement. In the short span of a month, those resurrected powerhouses had become their spoils of war. One by one, their Great Tao origin hearts were taken away. Lin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this method of collecting. He said, "Good plan." The sacred realm was huge. There were many uninhabited continents near the Saints' world. When the war on the wild continent had broken out, the large and small continents outside had also been affected. It could be said that a fire at the city gate brought disaster to the fish in the moat. Countless continents had been destroyed. Therefore, there were now many uninhabited continents. Some continents even had traces left behind by some powerhouses after the war had broken out, which had turned into killing intents. This place should be safe. The black-robed Chen Junshan brought the Netherworld sect master to an uninhabited continent and sneaked into a broken mystic realm. I didn't expect that we would have to hide here and there now. The Netherworld sect master's eyes revealed a trace of regret and unwillingness. The black-robed man was the Chen Junshan that the Judgment Organization's elite had mentioned. He sat cross-legged on a rock and said, "It seems that you are all so old. You are starting to recall the past and become sentimental." The Netherworld sect master said angrily, "Nonsense. Don't think that I will thank you just because you saved me. Even if you didn't come, I could still leave." Chen Junshan said with a smile, "You are powerful. Why didn't you kill them? You made them look like stray dogs that were being chased by them. I advise you to hurry up and recover from your injuries if you have time. Who knows when those elite geniuses will attack?" The Netherworld sect master was very angry. He knew that if it wasn't for Chen Junshan's help, he would have definitely died. His Great Tao origin heart would have been taken away and become someone else's wedding dress. It is easier said than done to recover from injuries and restore strength. The Netherworld sect master was unwilling. "If I have a Tao pill, it won't take long for me to restore my original strength." A trace of despair flashed in Chen Junshan's eyes. Tao pill is easier said than done. Back then, the Judgment Organization's scheme caused our wasteland continent to suffer a crushing defeat. Why would they leave a Tao pill for us to restore our strength? As long as we don't restore our strength, those people from the Judgment Organization will always be a threat to us. The two of them sighed subconsciously. Tao pills were not easy to obtain. Kill the elite geniuses of the Judgment Organization? Who could guarantee that without the Judgment Organization's elites, They would definitely suffer a thunderous blow if they made a move. Seniors, why worry about Dao pills? If you don't have anything else, I happen to have it. Suddenly, a voice exploded in their ears. Both Chen Junshan and the Netherworld Sect Master were shocked. Someone had actually quietly approached them, and their expressions turned ugly. Who is it? Chen Junshan activated the Great Path of Gravity, and the area around him became a special zone. Even if it was a powerhouse, their strength would be suppressed infinitely within this Great Path domain. But this time, Chen Junshan's Great Tao of Gravity lost its effect. There was no one. The Great Tao of Gravity did not find the other party's whereabouts. Seniors, why do you have to do this? If I wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't even need to speak to you. I only need to inform the people of the Judgment Organization. The two thought about it and felt that it made sense. Now, these elites were no longer as prominent as they were in the past. Instead, they had become dogs in the water. Not to mention the Netherworld Sect Master. Even Chen Junshan had been ambushed several times after his resurrection and almost died. Since you are looking for us, why don't you show yourself? Hiding your head and tail is not a hero. The Netherworld Sect Master said sinisterly. It's because I am worried that the two of you will attack me. My small arms and legs may not be a match for you. There were no fluctuations in the space. A black-robed man wearing a mask appeared and looked at them with a smile. I am the Avengers Alliance Master. Chen Junshan and the Netherworld Sect Master had not been resurrected for a long time, so they knew about the current changes in the sacred world. They especially knew that the top expert was called the Avengers Alliance Master. You are the Avengers Alliance Master, the top expert in the sacred world. Chen Junshan has heard of this person. He is the top expert in the sacred world. He was once suspected to be a fourth-step expert or even a fifth-step expert. Now, it seemed that his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 2358. Be it Chen Junshan or the Yellow Spring sect leader, neither of them felt good. Back then, they had fought for it. In the end, they had lost to the Judgment Organization. They would never forget that day. After being resurrected, they were still pawns of the other party. No one hated the Judgment Organization more than they did. Why should I believe you? The Yellow Springs sect leader said angrily. Just because of your words? That's ridiculous. Do you know what a Dao pill is? Have you seen it? Being chased by a group of juniors, the Yellow Springs sect leader retorted. Chen Junshan did not say anything, seemingly waiting for the other party to answer. Who didn't want a Dao pill? They were well aware of the importance of a Dao pill. If they had a Dao pill, they could recover a portion of their strength in a short period of time. I don't have a high-grade Dao pill, but I do have a 5th-grade Dao pill. Lin Fei could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took out a 5th-grade Dao pill. Once the seal was undone, the aura of a Dao pill spread. This was naturally an ordinary 5th-grade Dao pill. It really is a 5th-grade Dao pill. The Yellow Springs sect leader's expression immediately changed, revealing a look of joy. Other Dao pills might be good, but they were far inferior to a 5th-grade Dao pill. Because this was the most suitable Dao pill, it was easier to refine. Chen Junshan was also moved. If not for the lack of Dao pills, would he be chased by juniors and live a life of peril? This was not the life that Chen Junshan wanted. He wanted to break free. Vengeance, if we want a 5th-grade Dao pill, what price do we have to pay? Chen Junshan hit the nail on the head. Snatch? The two did not have the confidence. The other party could follow them silently. It was not as simple as they thought. The sacred world was full of enemies. There was almost no place to hide. The Vengeance Alliance leader in front of them was not easy to offend. It's simple. I don't need anything else. I just need a trace of pure Dao power from the two of you, and I can give you 10 5th-grade Dao pills each. To be able to make Lin Fei come. Actually, it was for the other party's Dao, which was more valuable. That's impossible. The Yellow Springs sect leader reacted subconsciously. This was a part of the Great Dao's power that had been stripped off. There was no consciousness at all, and it was completely blank. No one was willing to hand it over. Who knew what the other party would do? Lin Fei smiled and said, Seniors, I only want a sliver of your great Dao power. Do you think it will affect you? If we weren't on the same side, I can guarantee that no one would be willing to give you a grade 5 Dao pill for free. The two of them were shocked and speechless. Old Ghost Jun Shan, do you think we should agree? The Yellow Springs cult master grew worried. Do you think we have a choice? As he said, it's just stripping away a trace of the Great Way's power. It won't affect us at all. As for what his purpose is, we don't have to worry about it. What we need to do now is to restore our strength. Qin Junshan got to the point. Strength. That was their key. Without strength, he might be killed at any time. We promise you. Qin Junshan made a choice. They could afford to pay such a small price. In front of him, Qin Junshan and the cult master of the Netherworld extracted a trace of pure Great Tao from the Great Tao. They did not carry any imprint, and they were clean and swift. Grade 5 Tao pill, keep it well. They gave it straightforwardly, so Lin Fei naturally gave it straightforwardly. The value of this thing was not as great as the value of these two traces of pure Great Tao. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master were indeed worried that the other party would go back on his word. In the end, they had worked hard for nothing. The blow was very big. Your Excellency Vengeance, you are very straightforward. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Chen Junshan kept the grade 5 Dao pill and finally smiled. To have someone provide them with grade 5 Dao pills, and he just realized that the quality of the grade 5 Dao pills was very good. Back then, it was also a very top grade one. Don't look at the difference between an ordinary grade 5 Dao pill and a top grade 5 Dao pill. In fact, the effect was like heaven and earth. If they knew that there was an enhanced grade 5 Dao pill, they would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, they did not know. I think we can cooperate on another matter. Lin Fei suddenly said, I am very interested in the Great Tao. If you can help me get more Great Tao power, I don't need a lot each time, just a trace will do. I will pay you 10 grade 5 Dao pills. Of course, only people of your level are worth it. I believe you will be able to see the benefits. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master immediately realized that this was an opportunity, a chance to recover their strength. They were not the only ones who had returned. Don't look at how they were being chased by the younger generation. They were the ones who were not being chased. They believed that they would be very willing to cooperate. Can you be more specific? Lin Fei explained briefly. According to the levels of the Great Tao, each level was a few grade 5 Dao pills, all the way to the grade 5 Dao pill. When Lin Fei finished explaining, the two's eyes lit up. Even if they suppressed 1 or 2 pills, it would still be a huge harvest. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master did not know the real background of the other party for the time being. They were very grateful that the other party was willing to help them. The Judgment Organization was aggressive. The Sacred Realm had become their chessboard and they had become their pawns. Those who could help them at this time, no matter what their motives were at least on their side. This time, Lin Fei did not chat with them for too long. They needed to do it step by step. If they were impatient, they would not be able to eat hot tofu. We have not truly failed yet. As long as we get enough grade 5 Dao pills, even if we cannot fully recover our strength, those bastards of the Judgment Organization will not be able to take advantage of us. A chill flashed in Qin Junshan's eyes. Now, let's find a place to cultivate. It is best if we go together. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization are not easy to deal with. If they are blocked, we will be in big trouble. That's a good idea. The Yellow Springs cult master did not want to cultivate alone. If they were besieged again, they might not have the chance to leave. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization would not let them go easily. The two left the Mystic Realm and decided to find another place to cultivate. If those geniuses of the Judgment Organization know that they have recovered their strength, and not just 1 or 2 of them, they will probably have a headache. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. The reason the Judgment Organization could bully them was because they could not recover their strength. Once they recovered more than half of their strength, they would be like ferocious tigers coming out of their cages. In a one-on-one or one-on-two situation, they would no longer have any advantage. This was the confidence of the veteran experts. Chapter 2359. Lin Fei didn't know about the influence of giving the 5th grade Dao core to Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs sect leader obtained the rank 5 Dao core and spent a month absorbing and refining it. Their strength increased greatly, and they attacked a minor sacred world in the sacred world. They killed the big boss of the minor sacred world, and even fought against a genius who was secretly in charge of the trial. They suppressed him and almost killed him. This was quite a big commotion. The genius of the Judgment Division couldn't take this lying down. He swore to kill the two to tell the resurrected experts that they were all pawns in the sacred world. The geniuses of the Judgment Division fought with Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch again. There were fewer people than last time. Only 5 attacked the two. The result was unexpected. They lost. Chen Juanha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch's strength increased greatly. The Great Tao of Gravity and the Great Tao of Bloodlust suppressed the 5 of them. In the end, they couldn't stop them. Chen Juanha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch defeated the geniuses of the Judgment Division. The aftermath was not small. The experts who were chased by the major forces in the sacred world chose to join Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch after hearing the news. They saw hope after defeating the geniuses of the Judgment Division. In a short time, Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch had many experts around them. After discussing, they established a force to recruit the resurrected experts in the sacred world. The sacred world had one more force, the Anti-Judgment Alliance. Everyone could tell from the name of the organization that they were going to fight the Judgment Organization to the end, and it was the kind of organization that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. The people in the sacred world also learned of the existence of the Judgment Division for the first time. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. These rumors basically discredited the Judgment Division. For example, the chaos of the Wasteland continent back then was actually a conspiracy of the Judgment Division to overthrow the Wasteland continent, and the Judgment Division was the mastermind. All kinds of rumors against the Judgment Division spread everywhere. Although the local forces of the sacred world had submitted, they still remembered the chaos of the Wasteland continent. If it hadn't been for the collapse of the continent, it wasn't impossible to cultivate to the unparalleled realm. Everyone began to feel resentment towards the Judgment Organization, especially some rumors that accused the Judgment Organization of secretly manipulating the sacred world and so on. All of these were spread by people. For a moment, the Judgment Division was at the heart of the storm. All of this. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know. After obtaining the 2 great Daos, he immediately went to the cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. After almost 200 years of preparation, this place had long since become an impregnable fortress. Even if the prodigies of the Judgment Organization were to come, they wouldn't be able to barge in a short time. This place was safer than any other. 1 month later, Lin Fei duplicated the Bloodthirst Great Tao and the Gravity Great Tao. If Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring sect leader knew about this, they would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. For the sake of a 5th grade Tao pill, this loss was huge and completely irreparable. No one knew that Lin Fei only needed a trace of the energy of a great Tao to replicate a great Tao and use it for himself. Gravity. The Gravity Great Tao enveloped the cave abode. Under the cover of the Gravity Great Tao, the gravity was as heavy as a mountain, incomparably heavy. Any expert's physical body was an inseparable part of their body. As long as they had a physical body, they would be affected by the Gravity Great Tao. The Gravity Great Tao is really amazing, specifically targeting the physical body. No wonder the Judgment Division's geniuses suffered a loss before the Gravity Great Tao. Lin Fei released the Destruction Warrior. Even without a physical body, it was immediately restricted, unable to move. Without even needing to make a move, the Destruction Warrior had already lost the ability to fight. First step, second step, third step. Lin Fei took them out to experiment. The results were the same. Before the Gravity Great Tao, he was in an invincible position. Bloodthirst Great Tao. After the Gravity Great Tao was replaced, the Bloodthirst Great Tao followed suit. This frightening plundering ability was no less than the Fortune Gate's treasure, possessing frightening plundering ability. Blood essence was one of the essences of a person. It was normal for the Yellow Spring sect leader to have such a fierce reputation. However, there is still a flaw in the rotation. Lin Fei currently possessed 5 types of Great Daos. It would be an abnormal thing for anyone else, but for him, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I have to think of a way. For the first time, Lin Fei had a headache. Having too many Daos was also troublesome. Little devil, come up with a feasible method immediately. After refining the Great Dao, Lin Fei once again began to plan for the 5 Great Dao, trying to find the best method. It would be best if the power of the Great Dao could be increased. The little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei's expectations. In 5 days' time, he came up with a feasible method. During this time, he eliminated countless methods. Fusion. Lin Fei was confused. There's such a thing as fusion? Why haven't I heard of it before? The little devil rolled his eyes. That's because you don't know. Do you know that Deacon Lee in space? He should have gone through the fusion. The aura he exudes is terrifying. Even if Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring sect leader join forces, they won't be his opponent. Lin Fei blinked. Then why didn't you tell me about this before? Aren't you afraid that I would make a move on that guy? I know Master's temper very well. I guarantee you won't come knocking on my door. Lin Fei said. Then I'm convinced. No wonder I felt that guy was terrifying when I first saw him. So, he has mastered a new power. Have you studied the power obtained after the fusion? Profound. The little devil said. After the fusion of 2 Daos, the power grasped is the profound power. That Deacon Lee should have a rank 1 profound power. Then, how to fuse them? I don't know anything about it. Any one of the 5 Daos was powerful, and it was troublesome to use them back and forth. In the eyes of experts, it was a flaw. Lin Fei did not want to leave any flaws. The fusion of Daos, Lin Fei had learned something new. It's not difficult to fuse them. I just need to consume energy. As for the profound power obtained from the fusion, it depends on luck. Lin Fei had advanced to the 7th step, but he knew it himself. The realm was illusory, and strength was the real deal. Profound power obtained from the fusion? Lin Fei wanted to give it a try. He opened the system and began the fusion. All Lin Fei had to do was to use his destiny power. Each fusion would consume 100 million destiny points. The first time, failure. The second time, failure. The third time, failure. 10 failures, 50 failures, 98 failures, 150 failures, 200 failures. Lin Fei was numb. What a scam. Fortunately, Lin Fei was rich now. The consumption of 100 million energy was not a big deal. Chapter 2360. 387th time. Lin Fei was about to go numb when he finally heard the system's voice. Fusion successful. The path of fusion is really not easy. Lin Fei wasn't a fool to know that he had fused nearly 400 times in total. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people. He had relied on the system to fuse more than 300 times before succeeding. This showed how difficult this path was. After fusing 5 Great Daos, Lin Fei soon discovered that the original 5 Great Daos had disappeared, leaving only 1 Great Dao. Lin Fei's heart stirred. An unfamiliar Great Dao aura surrounded him. It was on a completely different level from the previous Great Daos, giving off an even more terrifying feeling. So this is level 1 fusion. As soon as this Great Dao appeared, a dangerous aura filled the air. If the previous Great Daos were like hungry wolves, then level 1 fusion would be like a ferocious tiger, a very ferocious kind. Lin Fei himself could feel the power of the level 1 fusion. It was a brand new power that he had never seen before. By the way, do you know what my level 1 fusion is called? Lin Fei was very confused. If Lin Fei's words were to spread, many people would probably be dumbfounded. Not knowing about the fusion power would definitely make them laugh their heads off. You can actually call it level 1 fusion power. Moreover, it's the fusion of 5 Great Daos. If Master wants to fuse level 2, he has to fuse all 5 Great Daos and then fuse them together. Lin Fei gave it a try. He sent a palm strike into the air, and a huge explosion rang out. The original formation seemed incredibly weak in front of this palm strike. The immortal's cave was split open, and boundless demonic black wind howled. What a terrifying attack! In order to set up the cave abode, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. He didn't expect that it would be so easily swept away by level 1 fusion power. It was definitely unimaginably terrifying. The demonic black winds howled, but before they could even get close to Lin Fei, they were completely melted by the terrifying power. Little devil, use the system's numbers to calculate how much my current strength can match up to. Lin Fei wanted a comprehensive understanding. Create a database. Begin analysis and calculation. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was looking forward to this. His combat strength could be calculated using numbers. Data establishment successful. Master's current battle power can be regarded as 10 million battle power. Lin Fei frowned. That doesn't seem right. That's not how the data was divided. The little devil rolled her eyes. Master, are you the same as you are now? It was completely different. The data analysis will also change. Only by doing so will we be able to better classify your strength. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. The bigger the number, the better. It had to be in line with himself. Deacon Lee in the starry sky, what is his combat power? Lin Fei wanted to know Deacon Lee's level of strength. Deacon Lee's combat power should be around 5 million. Lin Fei blinked. That can't be. Didn't you say at the start that he was dangerous? Why is it only 5 million? His fusion can't be compared to Master's at all. Master, you have fused 5 great Daos. That guy has fused 2 great Daos at most, and his grade isn't high either. Ha, so I am so awesome. Originally, he thought that 10 million battle power was nothing. But now, it seems that he is very awesome. Then what was my previous battle power? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Must I say it? The little devil was humorous. Of course, Master's previous battle power was 2 million. Lin Fei was still shocked. No wonder, one with 2 million battle power and the other with 5 million battle power, it's a complete crushing. No matter how many people go, they will be destroyed. After fusing 5 great Daos, his combat power soared from 2 million to 10 million. Then it seems that I can do something else. After his battle power reached 10 million, Lin Fei can do a lot of things. In the starry sky. The starry sky blue Luan stopped in the starry sky. This aura, Deacon Lee, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes without warning. A trace of fear flashed across his face. This is a rare thing. How can there be such a terrifying aura in the sacred world? This is clearly a fusion of great Daos. Could it be that those people have fused great Daos? Deacon Lee stood up, completely not calm. Impossible, fusing great Daos is difficult to reach the sky. Who can successfully fuse in a place like the sacred world? Could it be that those people have come? Deacon Lee is very clear about how powerful a powerhouse who has fused great Daos is. Even if 2 ordinary great Daos are fused, their strength will immediately increase. It's okay, this elder has fused 2 great Daos. Even if the other party has fused great Daos, they will not dare to act rashly. No one dares to go against the judgment. In another place, a few people also stopped. Elder, the situation is not right. This aura seems to be. The leader stopped, and a trace of horror flashed across his face. Fusion power, this is the aura after fusing great Daos. Could it be that someone in the sacred world has successfully fused the power of great Daos? They are not people of ordinary forces. No one knows better than them the difference between great Daos that have fused and non-fused great Daos. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth, a naked power crushing. Elder, could it be that someone else intervened? If there is really a fusion powerhouse, even if it is a first-stage fusion powerhouse, it is an existence that cannot be ignored. Lin Fei did not know that after he slightly displayed the power of fusion, it would cause such a big movement. The cave residence in the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, but Lin Fei did not care at all. It is all thanks to the Netherworld sect leader and Qin Junshin's great Daos. It turns out that after the great Daos fuse, the power is so terrifying that it can increase my data from 2 million to 10 million. Master, you can finally show your power. Why don't we go to the nearest place, catch a genius from the Judgment Organization, and interrogate him? The little devil waved his small steel fork. That's what I was thinking, huh? Lin Fei did not know much about higher-level things, but he knew about the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Even if he did it himself, that Deacon Li would not dare to do anything. After taking this step, Lin Fei was really unfathomable. 5 great Daos fused and failed more than 300 times. Ordinary people could not do it. Anyone who knew would be dumbfounded. The demonized black wind of the wild sacred mountain was no longer a threat at this time. In these 200 years, although the wild sacred mountain was not completely under control, 1/3 of the area was under surveillance. Coincidentally, there was a genius from the Judgment Organization hiding in the wild sacred mountain and opened up a cave residence. Unfortunately, no matter how well he did, he could not escape from the comprehensive surveillance of the little devil. After a while, Lin Fei came to the sky above a mountain peak and grabbed the void with one hand. Chapter 2361. Lin Fei, who was standing in the demonized black wind, casually grabbed with his hand. All the restrictions and formations seemed to have disappeared, and he reached the person sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. Yi Lung was a genius disciple of the Judgment Organization. He was now a 6th-step expert and had mastered a grade 6 great path. He was extremely powerful. Ever since they failed to ambush the Netherworld cult master and Chenjunshan some time ago, Yi Lung had been recuperating in the cave abode, thinking about where the problem lay. Regardless of whether it was the Netherworld cult master or Chenjunshan, after they were resurrected, it was impossible for their powers to return to their peak. It would even be difficult for them to return to half of what they had been back then. In the previous encirclement, they had displayed half of their powers. Their great Tao had worked together and caught them off guard. Yi Lung's injuries were not light. Who is it? Yi Lung, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of danger enveloped him, and he was greatly shocked. He was the one who found this place and no one knew about it. Could it be the Netherworld Hierarch and the others? Without waiting for Yi Lung to make the right choice, a hand reached into the cavern abode, and all the matrices that he had set up collapsed. Yi Lung was shocked, and he quickly retaliated. He soared into the sky and blasted out over 100 punches. Every punch contained the power of the Great Path. However, this time he had met his match. All of his attacks were unable to stop this hand. The other party grabbed lightly, and an unimaginably terrifying power enveloped his body. Yi Lung was shocked to discover that the power of the Great Path was suppressed, and his entire body was lifted up by the other party. This power! Yi Lung was still in a daze. Then he saw a person standing in the void. The genius of the Judgment Organization is indeed not bad. Your fist technique is not bad either. Lin Fei had to admit that the other party was very powerful. According to the analysis of the Little Devil's data, the strength of this genius from the Judgment Organization had reached an astonishing 7 million battle power. This kind of combat power was very powerful. If Lin Fei wanted to suppress them at that time, he would need a certain amount of time. Who the hell are you? Yi Lung was very calm, but he was shocked inside. Since when did an expert like this appear in the Saints' world? There did not seem to be any in the past. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Avengers, the #1 expert in the sacred world according to your information. Yi Lung's heart skipped a beat. That's impossible. You can't possibly be that powerful. This place is too conspicuous. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Lin Fei carried Yi Lung and used spatial movement, arriving in a secret realm. He sliced at a tall mountain with one hand, and a platform appeared. Lin Fei casually tossed Yi Lung onto the platform. Don't have any other thoughts. A large hand slammed down. Yi Lung's small movement was only halfway through when he was slapped so hard that he vomited blood. The power of the Great Path in his body was extremely chaotic, and he was almost unable to condense it. You are a first transition fusion expert. Yi Lung had clearly seen a first transition fusion expert before, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. Even his eyes turned pale, as if he had never thought that a first transition fusion expert would appear in this place. I only used less than half of my strength just now. You should understand. Yi Ling came from a big place and was very clear about the power of a rank 1 fusion expert. With his strength, even if he encountered a 7-step expert, the other party would not be able to defeat him. Only a rank 1 fusion expert could cause him to vomit blood and be seriously injured with just one palm strike. What do you want me to do? Lin Fei smiled. I'm very interested in the Judgment Organization. Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything. I believe that as a proud son of heaven of the Judgment Organization, you should know many secrets. I hope you don't miss out on anything. If I'm not happy, I can't guarantee that I won't poke you to death. Facing a suspected first transition fusion expert, Yi Lung had to put away his pride. Yi Lung was not like those people who would stubbornly resist to the end after losing. He understood very well what he could not disobey, especially when he was facing such an expert. Lin Fei learned many secrets from Yi Lung. As long as he was interested in something, he would make Yi Lung tell him in detail, such as why he came to the sacred world and why he wanted to obtain the Great Path Origin Heart. For the first time, Lin Fei learned about the origins of the Judgment Organization from Yi Lung. It was far greater and more shocking than he had imagined. According to Yi Lung, the Judgment Organization was not a small force. Instead, they controlled hundreds of continents that were similar to the sacred world. The Judgment Organization was not like what Ouyang Ba had said. It was a force that was formed after the Wasteland continent was destroyed. It had been passed down for countless years and had many experts. Lin Fei also knew that the Judgment Organization, which was filled with experts, wasn't the strongest. It was only one of the powers in this empire. Above the Judgment Organization, there was actually a vast and powerful empire. It could be said that Lin Fei was also one of the citizens of this empire. This news was definitely shocking. Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was the strongest force. No one expected that there was another empire, and an extremely powerful one at that. The Judgment Organization could barely be considered as a first-rate force in the empire. It was too terrifying. After Lin Fei finished asking about the Judgment Organization and the empire behind them, he had a comprehensive understanding of them. They were a huge existence. I've already told you everything. How do you plan to deal with me? Yi Lung was fearful of the alliance leader of the Avengers. He did not think that the alliance leader would kill him. Attendant Li was just outside in the starry sky. If the alliance leader wanted to kill him, Attendant Li would definitely act. If one offended the Judgment Organization, even a first transition fusion expert would become a stray dog. The Judgment Organization had the confidence to do so. You're quite confident. Lin Fei had merged 5 great Daos and became a first transition fusion expert. In this region of the sacred world, he was undoubtedly the #1 expert. Seeing that you're tactful, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die or you work for me. A genius of the Judgment Organization was qualified to enter the empire and be conferred the title of king. Lin Fei really did not want to kill such a talent. It was better to make the best use of him. A hint of anger flashed in Yi Lung's eyes. Yi Lung had no intention of relying on someone he did not know. He had the Judgment Organization behind him. They were the overlords of hundreds of worlds. His own clan was also a first-rate clan. That's a pity. Lin Fei slammed his palm down and Yi Lung was smashed into a pile of mud. Only the great Tao primordial heart remained intact. Lin Fei didn't mind sending a self-righteous person on his way. Before Yi Lung died, a sealing force erupted from his body. However, it was easily broken by Lin Fei. That should be the imprint left behind by Attendant Li. It can withstand at least 3 attacks from an expert. The moment Yi Lung died, the imprint's power erupted. Attendant Li, who was outside the starry sky, sensed it. His expression changed drastically. He disappeared from Yi Lung's back, his face filled with anger. How dare you kill a genius of the Judgment Organization leader? In the sky above the savage sacred mountain, the space was torn apart. After a few teleportations, he entered the secret realm. Attendant Li saw a black-robed man. With a flick of his slender fingers, over 10 streams of energy shot out. Chapter 2362. Deacon Li brought a group of geniuses to the sacred world. Not only was he here to lead the way, but he was also here to watch over the place and ensure that no accidents happened to the geniuses. The geniuses that could come along were all valued by the Judgment Organization. Each of them had a strong background. Now, the kid from the Yi clan was killed. The moment his imprint was broken, Deacon Li knew what had happened. The kid from the Yi clan had encountered an expert. Deacon Li passed through space and broke into the secret realm. He attacked without saying anything. Deacon Li didn't know how to explain the death of a genius from the Yi clan. The sacred world was a second-rate world. It was ranked at the bottom among all the continents of the Judgment Organization. Under such circumstances, Yi Leng was still killed. Deacon Li felt ashamed. Those people from the Judgment Organization would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make things difficult for him. Deacon Li attacked with lightning speed, not giving the opponent any chance to resist. With Deacon Li's 5 million battle power, no one could escape from his casual grab, even if the opponent was very strong. But this time, Deacon Li was wrong. Just as Deacon Li made his move, an unexpected scene appeared. The opponent's palm appeared in front of him. His hand. Deacon Li was sent flying, smashing through several mountains before finally crashing into a huge mountain. First-rank fusion power. No, this is at least a second-rank fusion power. In the ruins, Deacon Li's mouth was wide open. He didn't dare to believe what had just happened. He was a first-rank fusion expert, yet he was sent flying with a single slap. Come out! This thought flashed through Deacon Li's mind. He was sent flying again. His body was instantly hit by hundreds of attacks. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Complete defeat. Deacon Li didn't even have the ability to resist. As soon as the opponent's power came out, he couldn't mobilize the power in his body. He was completely suppressed by the opponent's power. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, I am an elder of the Judgment Organization. Do you really want to go against the Judgment Organization? Deacon Li couldn't move. The energy in his body was disrupted. He couldn't condense it. He had less than 10% of his strength left. Let me introduce myself. I am the #1 expert in the sacred world, the leader of the Avengers. You trespassed into my territory, yet you have the nerve to mention the name of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei kicked Deacon Li, sending him flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood. Deacon Li had never seen anyone in the territory of the Judgment Division who wasn't afraid of the Judgment Division. Could it be that he didn't know how powerful the Judgment Division was? The only thing I know is that your life is now in my hands. Do you think it's useful to bring up the Judgment Organization? Lin Fei grabbed Deacon Li and lifted him up. What you need now is to be obedient. The battle between Lin Fei and Deacon Li was completely one-sided. With a battle power of 5 million and 10 million, Lin Fei had a profound experience. It was a huge increase in quantity, and the opponent's attack could not tear his defense. Lin Fei carried Deacon Li and barged into a mystic realm. He was prepared to interrogate Deacon Li. He knew more than Yi Leng. After Lin Fei left, a few people broke into the secret realm where the battle had taken place. It's here. Li Guangming's aura. He's not here anymore. Could it be that it's over? As soon as they entered, they found traces of battle. The shattered mountains were the best proof. The leader frowned slightly. We're a step too late. Li Guangming seems to have lost. That person is more powerful than we thought. The leader's face flashed with a hint of uneasiness. How is that possible? Li Guangming has fused 2 great Daos and is a first-profession fusion expert. His battle power has reached 5 million. Who can defeat him? The sacred world is the world that the Judgment Organization doesn't care about the most. Back then, the forces of the Wasteland continent tried to join forces to fight against the Judgment Organization, but they were suppressed by the higher-ups of the Judgment Organization. After that, they set up a trap for them. To be able to defeat Li Guangming, his strength must be at least at the peak of the first-profession fusion expert. That's a battle power of 8 million. I can't be wrong. Look here, this is Li Guangming's remaining aura. As an old opponent, I can't be wrong. The leader said solemnly. We made the right decision to come here. Next, we should get in touch with this mysterious expert. It's best if we can rope him to our side. Lin Fei did not know that someone had followed the trail. In a certain secret realm, Lin Fei used violent means. At first, Li Guangming was stubborn, but later on he couldn't hold back in the face of Lin Fei's violent means and spilled everything he knew. During that time, Li Guangming tried to lie. With Little Devil watching from the side, any changes could be detected. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Fei, and his strength was suppressed. Li Guangming suffered a lot. If it wasn't for Lin Fei restraining his strength, he would have died after being beaten up. From Yi Leng, Lin Fei learned many secrets of the Judgment Organization, including the shadow of the empire behind them. This time, Li Guangming could only explain to Yi Leng one by one. Li Guangming was afraid. To be able to defeat him so easily, the other party might have surpassed the first profession fusion expert and reached the second profession fusion expert level. That was something that Li Guangming could not fight against. Lin Fei also knew about the fusion expert. He explained in more detail than Yi Leng, and Li Guangming told him everything he knew. The first profession fusion expert has a maximum combat power of 8 million? Lin Fei's face was unmoved, but his mind started to think. I didn't expect the strength calculation to be the same as the data established by Little Devil. This is very surprising. You use data to divide combat power? What is this? Lin Fei sneered. How can there be such a calculation in this world? Li Guangming wanted to ridicule the other party, but when he thought of the other party's violent means, he immediately felt numb. He really didn't dare to show a mocking expression, and could only say, Alliance Master Fu, I really didn't lie to you. Using data to divide combat power is actually the establishment of the empire. As for why it is divided by data, we don't really know. I reckon that only a few people know. It has been passed down for too long. Empire? Lin Fei moved slightly. Then, about this first profession fusion expert, tell me in detail. Who asked a country bumpkin like me to not understand? I believe that Deacon Li will be happy to explain the origin of it. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Li Guangming regretted in his heart. Why did he come to the sacred world? Why did he meet a guy who didn't know anything, and who was much stronger than him? He was considered a first-class expert in the Judgment Organization, but he actually suffered a big loss in the sacred world. The first profession is actually the fusion of great Daos. The first fusion is considered a first profession fusion. Once the two great Daos successfully fuse and become a first profession fusion expert, you can go to the branch palace established by the empire to be tested. The more Lin Fei listened, the more shocked he became. Chapter 2363. Expeditionary Empire. The empire that Li Guangming spoke of was a very powerful empire. At the same time, it used data to calculate, and there was also the theory of integrating experts. Lin Fei felt as though a whole new world had opened up in front of him. The Expeditionary Empire became especially mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. From a small world to the current sacred world, he had never heard of an empire whose strength could be calculated by numbers. I'm very curious. How did you calculate combat strength? This seems to be an impossible matter. Lin Fei was very curious. He had the Little Devil to build a database, collect everyone's strength, and calculate combat units. Then what exactly did the Expeditionary Empire rely on? Anyone would be curious, especially Lin Fei. Could it be that the Expeditionary Empire had an intelligent computer? Li Guangming smiled bitterly. I don't know about this either. The only thing I know is that the Empire's division seems to have installed a mysterious instrument. Rumor has it that it was created by a supreme expert of the Expeditionary Empire. There are also rumors that the great emperor of the Expeditionary Empire obtained a special treasure from a different world and created this system. Lin Fei didn't obtain too much useful information. Rumors and legends couldn't confirm how the Expeditionary Empire was divided. As long as you are a citizen of the Empire, as long as you pay a certain fee, you can go and test your combat strength. After the test, you will be able to know your specific combat strength. Li Guangming added. Lin Fei asked about another matter regarding the Expeditionary Empire. The most important thing was still the data. This was what he was most concerned about. He originally thought that he was the only one in the world who could create data. Now that an expeditionary empire had appeared out of nowhere, and it was an abnormally powerful one at that, Lin Fei felt a trace of worry in his heart. I heard that your judgment organization wants to select geniuses to participate in the expeditionary empire's assessment. What are the specifics? Lin Fei asked. Yi Leng's answer wasn't very satisfactory. Lin Fei hoped to get specific information from Li Guangming. It's like this. The expeditionary empire controls countless continents. In order to make it easier to manage, the empire's master has divided the continents into 38 galaxies. Out of these 38 galaxies, we, the judgment team, are in charge of one of them. Every 5 years, the empire will recruit geniuses. We, the judgment team, are prepared to use the Great Path origin hearts of the Holy Realm to train geniuses. At the same time, we will obtain a large number of Great Path origin hearts to nurture the strongest genius. We hope to successfully pass the preliminary selection, enter, and finally enter the Capital Institute. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out to be a selection for the Imperial College outside the Empire. No wonder the Judgment Division had to make arrangements. So this was what it was all about. What a good move. Lin Fei knew that the geniuses of the Judgment Realm were all very strong. Their combat power was about 1.5 million to 2 million. If they could improve their strength in the Holy Realm, it would be a good thing for the Judgment Realm. The powerhouses who were suppressed back then and resurrected now would undoubtedly become training targets for the geniuses. Perhaps only a powerful organization like the Judgment Union would be able to do something like this. In the end, Li Guangming was controlled by Lin Fei. He was a fusion powerhouse with a combat power of 5 million. In the entire Holy Realm, there was basically no one else who could suppress him except him. Master, someone has found us. He's very strong with a combat power of about 4.6 million. The people around him all have a combat power of about 1 million. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave with Li Guangming, Little Devil's voice sounded. A screen was opened, and someone was walking towards the secret realm. Good heavens, another fusion powerhouse has appeared? Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The Holy Realm is getting more and more lively. This person is probably not from the Judgment Division. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come one after the other. Come in. The middle-aged man who had arrived a step later carefully brought his people to the outside of the secret realm. He was about to find a way to enter when he heard the other party's voice. This person is more powerful than I thought. Mu Chu's heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense later. When Mu Chu first arrived, he had concealed his aura. His technique was very mysterious, but he did not expect to be discovered. After giving some instructions, he led his people into the secret realm. It's you! Mu Chu came to a platform in the secret realm, and Li Guangming immediately recognized him. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the Holy Realm. I thought you were going to hide forever. When Mu Chu saw Li Guangming, he cursed inwardly. The other party was not killed, and it seemed that they had reached some kind of cooperation, which gave Mu Chu a very bad feeling. Li Guangming, the Judgment Division is amazing, but it's not easy for you to kill all of us. If you can come to the Holy Realm, why can't I come? Mu Chu said, but his eyes fell on the black-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man in front of him did not emit any aura, but Mu Chu knew that this person was the one who defeated Li Guangming. Okay, stop arguing, Lin Fei said lightly. From a few words, he knew that the person who came was from the Star Field, and it seemed that he was a sworn enemy of the Judgment Division. Li Guangming immediately became obedient. Why are you looking for me from outside, or are you planning to cause trouble in the Holy Realm? Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept towards Mu Chu, and the aura of 10 million combat power pressed down on him. Lin Fei did this deliberately. After the fusion of the Great Path, the Holy Realm was Lin Fei's territory in his eyes, and no one was allowed to cause trouble, especially people from outside forces. It was necessary to show the necessary power. Mu Chu felt a sense of suffocation on the spot. This aura was really too terrifying. How can there be such a strong person in a place like the Holy Realm? This aura is at least a second-stage fusion powerhouse. It's really scary. Fortunately, I didn't put on airs as soon as I came. Mu Chu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, we are not here to cause trouble. Mu Chu hurriedly explained. If this went on, he would not feel good, and his qi and blood would definitely be injured. Humph, it's good that you are not here to cause trouble. Lin Fei snorted coldly, causing trouble in my territory, even if you have a powerful background, even if you are from the Judgment Division, you will still have to deal with me in this place. As Lin Fei withdrew his aura, Mu Chu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his shoulders. In the face of the aura of a second-stage fusion powerhouse, Mu Chu really could not bear it. Mu Chu originally wanted to rope him in. After all, he was also a first-stage fusion powerhouse, but now it seemed that there was no chance. A second-stage fusion powerhouse also had a high position in their organization. Forget about roping him in. Chapter 2364. Mu Chu left the secret realm. Elder Mu, what should we do now? I didn't expect that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Li Guangming seems to have suffered a great loss. Under the starry sky, Mu Chu and the others had ugly expressions. They had come from a distant star field for the trial. They would be very happy if they could disrupt the selection. They were shocked by the existence of a fusion second-rank expert. This was far from what they had imagined. How could there be a fusion expert in such a backward place like the sacred world? Mu Chu smiled bitterly. What else can we do? We can only give up the mission. Do you want to fight with that person? Everyone fell silent. What a joke. They only had a little more than 1 million battle power. Fighting against a second-stage professional fusion expert with more than 8 million battle power was simply suicide. Didn't you see Li Guangming's honest look? He definitely suffered a lot. It was impossible for them to fight against that expert even if they were given 100 guts. Everyone should feel lucky that that expert has no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the secret realm. Mu Chu continued, moreover, our goal has been achieved. The plan of the trial in the sacred world is probably going to fail. This trip was not in vain. They were stunned once again, and then they all revealed looks of joy. Yes, we succeeded. The trial's plan in the sacred world is destined to fail. That person appeared out of nowhere, and the trial is going to be furious. A smile appeared on Mu Chu's face. They had spent decades coming from a distant star field just to stop the trial and prevent them from easily nurturing geniuses. The only thing they did not expect was that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Mu Chu did not doubt that the other party would only need one move to kill them. Mu Chu was not too happy. He was thinking about something else. This matter was very important. Li Guangming's clone was sent back. At the very least, Lin Fei would not be too close to Li Guangming for a period of time. It was not a small matter to be able to control a fusion first-rank expert. Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. He had communicated with Little Devil, and he also felt that the expedition to the Empire was not simple. It wasn't that there weren't any who could use data to categorize it, but there really weren't many who could do it like the expedition to the Empire. Lin Fei learned something else from Li Guangming. Almost every expert that went on the expedition to the Empire had a book of life. Li Guangming's clone returned, while his main body stayed in a cave on the wild sacred mountain. The savage sacred mountain was one of the best places in the world, and it was the place with the densest origin energy. If Lin Fei wanted to maintain his powerful strength, he had to continuously absorb origin energy. Master, this is the new cultivation method that the Emperor of the Expeditionary Empire opened. The Book of Life is the key to this. Li Guangming summoned a Book of Life, which floated above his head. It was a golden book, and it was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a book. After Li Guangming took out the Book of Life, Lin Fei had the little demon analyze its origins. Did you cultivate this by yourself? Lin Fei had never seen anything like this before. The Expeditionary Empire became even more mysterious in his eyes. I didn't cultivate it by myself. Li Guangming explained, the Book of Life was actually created by the Expeditionary Empire. Every citizen of the Expeditionary Empire will receive a Book of Life from the Empire's branch palace when they are young, and then insert it into their body. As they grow up, they will awaken at a certain time. After awakening, the Book of Life will assist their growth. Lin Fei felt as if he had heard wrong. Isn't this the same as high-tech? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Expeditionary Empire's generosity. The other party's behavior was similar to his own system. Although it was much weaker, it was definitely a cheat for others. Li Guangming opened the Book of Life. According to him, other than himself, no one could see the information of the Book of Life unless he was willing to show it to others. Otherwise, even a top expert would not be able to see the specific information of the Book of Life. Next, Lin Fei saw a shocking scene. After the Book of Life opened, a page of properties appeared. This time, Lin Fei could not remain calm. Properties page, what kind of joke is this? A page of properties actually appeared on the originally blank page. Li Guangming, first job transition fusion occupation, first job transition swordsman strength, 150 speed, 110 endurance, 80 reflexes, 90 combat power, 5 million, shocking. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The Expeditionary Empire's properties page actually appeared. If not for the fact that he had fused 5 types of Great Tao and his strength had increased, Lin Fei would definitely not have known that such a thing existed in this world. Could it be that the origin of my system is related to the Empire, or an extremely unreliable thought flashed in Lin Fei's mind? However, once this thought appeared, it lingered and was deeply imprinted in his mind. First job transition swordsman, isn't this the setting at the end of the game? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Ever since he came to this world, his memories of that year had been buried deeply. If not for those words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about them. However, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Back in the game, there was a mention of occupations. Back then, Lin Fei had studied it carefully. It was a decent strength system, but after coming to the alternate world, he gradually forgot about it. The Judgment Organization, the appearance of Li Guangming, and the others made the things that he had almost completely forgotten resurface. First job transition swordsman, first job transition assassin. First job transition, all kinds of occupations. That was where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. Li Guangming's first job transition swordsman was far weaker than Lin Fei, which was why he was easily defeated by Lin Fei. In fact, he did not even get to use his best swordsmanship. It could be said that he had lost in a very sullen manner. Li Guangming did not dare to have any other thoughts. The cultivation system of the Expeditionary Empire covered almost the entire star region. The sacred world was an exception, and it was basically abandoned. The master in front of him had grown up in the sacred world, so he had to be a genius. What was the strongest expert in the Expeditionary Empire? Lin Fei suddenly asked Li Guangming. Li Guangming replied, the strongest expert in the entire empire should be the great Emperor Yuanzheng. It is said that His Majesty Yuanzheng has not appeared for more than 100 years. It seems that he is in seclusion. More than 100 years ago, the great Emperor Yuanzheng seemed to have reached the 9th revolution, and he is the only 9th revolution expert in the empire. A 9th revolution expert, the only one. Lin Fei was very clear that the 9th revolution fusion was not easy to cultivate. There was only one 9th revolution expert in the entire empire, and his combat power was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2365. Lin Fei placed a lot of importance on what class it was. The information that he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory resurfaced. 9th class advancement. A peak existence in the game. Lin Fei had a deep impression of it. The king who went on the expedition to the empire was extremely powerful. According to the information he had read, the strength of a 9th class advancement was at least 10,000. This was a huge difference. His Majesty seems to be a storm warrior, Li Guangming said. Lin Fei's memory resurfaced again. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's actually a storm warrior. That's a class that specializes in strength. It can be said that it's the strongest of the 4 major attributes. Among the 9th class advancement professions, it's invincible. Among the 4 major attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance were the 4 major attributes in the game. When each attribute was developed to the limit, it would become a terrifying existence. At that time, Lin Fei had specially studied it and had a deep impression of it. Storm Warrior was one of the powerful professions. Lin Fei still remembered that to become a Storm Warrior, it wasn't just strength. One had to reach a certain standard in speed as well. It could be said that among the 4 major attributes, strength and speed were higher than ordinary people. The word storm could be seen from this. This kind of profession would be very terrifying when it matured. Lin Fei didn't expect that person to be a storm warrior. Moreover, he was the only 9th class advancement expert. That was an existence that could casually kill 8th class experts. Lin Fei asked a few more questions about the Book of Life. Although Li Guangming was a deacon, his knowledge was limited. The Judgment Division wasn't a top force, so he didn't know much about the origins of the Book of Life. To be able to ask this much, Lin Fei was very satisfied. He had a vague guess about the expedition to the Empire. The masters of each of the 38 starfields were all high officials of the Empire. Each of them was an 8th class advancement expert. The masters of the 38 starfields were all 8th class advancement experts. Each of them was a veteran who had the chance to advance to the 9th class advancement in the future. Lin Fei also learned from Li Guangming that the reason the Judgment Organization arranged for the geniuses from the sect to come here was to provide them with a chance to improve. The great Tao primordial heart could be refined into a Tao pill, which could be used to improve the 4 attributes. This was also the reason why the Saints' World had set up a trap in the first place. It was to provide them with an opportunity. Of course, the geniuses of the Judgment Court were not first-job integration masters. It was very difficult to integrate the Great Tao. Therefore, in the Empire of Conquest, those who could become first-job experts and cultivate professions were all influential figures in the Empire. Big and small clans would extend an olive branch to them. Li Guangming was one of them. It was because he had become a first-job expert and a first-job swordsman that the Judgment Court extended an olive branch to him, and he successfully became a deacon in the Judgment Court. Master, I think I have figured out what is going on. After Li Guangming left, Lin Fei began to think. The little devil's words interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts. Quick, tell me about it. Lin Fei really wanted to know what the Empire of Conquest was all about. Master, the system released a message just now. I think the Empire of Conquest that we met is actually a technological civilization. The Book of Life is one of the developments in technology that helps humans cultivate. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. A technological civilization? Yes, the Empire of Conquest should be a higher-level civilization. In other words, it is a civilization that combines technology and cultivation to help humans cultivate, said the little devil. The system didn't have this information at first. Then it appeared. Maybe our system came from a technological civilization. In fact, Lin Fei did have such suspicions that day. With such advanced technology, other than coming from a very prosperous technological civilization, Lin Fei really couldn't think of where else it could come from. Lin Fei had always felt that the distance was too far. He didn't expect it to be so close. A technological civilization. Fortunately, Master didn't rashly go to the Empire of Conquest. If you really went, you might have been exposed. The little devil reminded. Master's improvement in strength has always been different from others. If you had the Book of Life, it wouldn't be so out of place. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei felt that it made sense. Can the Book of Life simulate? Of course. Lin Fei also wanted to see to what extent his data would be displayed with the Book of Life. With the Book of Life, he wouldn't be so out of place. No one would be able to see any traces of him. An hour later, the little devil simulated a Book of Life for Lin Fei. The aura was exactly the same. Even if that person from the Empire of Conquest was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see any flaws in the Book of Life. Lin Fei profession, none strength, 320 speed, 210 reflexes, 180 endurance, 270 combat power, 10 million, not bad, not bad. Well done. You can pass off the fake as the real one. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The little devil snorted. Master, you might be mistaken. You can't pass off the fake as the real one. This Book of Life is actually the real one. There are no flaws or flaws. If Master says it's fake, It will make me look bad. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then it's real. If Master says it's real, then it's real. No one can say it's fake, the little devil said very seriously. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't find any flaws in the Book of Life. It was as if it was real. Even Li Guangming would think it was the real one after seeing it. Is the data about the same? In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. The difference between the two shouldn't be too big. Lin Fei wasn't worried anymore. Others used the Book of Life to measure themselves, but Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this. He walked a different path from others. The numbers in the Book of Life didn't really help him much. By the way, little devil, can you see through the other party's Book of Life through the system? With the existence of the Book of Life, Lin Fei had an invisible advantage. The little devil said disdainfully, Master, you don't have to look down on me so much. It's just a Book of Life. Its technological level isn't high. It's very easy to crack. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei seemed to have forgotten that the system's level was definitely higher than the civilization controlled by the Expeditionary Empire. The Book of Life might be a great existence in the eyes of others, but it was really nothing to the little devil. There was no technical content. Then what do you think I should do next? Now that I have the Book of Life, what do you think I should focus on? After the fusion of the Great Daos, Lin Fei hadn't found the right direction. After seeing the 4 major attributes and the original game system, Lin Fei understood what he was missing. Chapter 2366. Duplicate 6th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 7th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 8th grade Dao Core. Establish a database. Lin Fei not only learned from Li Guangming about the trial and the expedition to the Empire, but also obtained a complete Dao Core. In the expedition to the Empire, Dao Cores are the most commonly used currency. Continuous consumption of Dao pills could enhance one of the 4 major attributes. Of course, it is not easy to keep taking them. It requires a huge amount of resources. The medicinal pills that Li Guangming had on him were all speed-type medicinal pills. After refining them, he could increase his strength by a bit. He could accumulate a large number of Dao pills. Lin Fei bluntly copied them and established a database. After the little devil's research and analysis, Lin Fei found a suitable profession, which is a profession that increases strength. It is called the Roaring Warrior. Lin Fei has a deep impression of the origin of the Roaring Warrior. This profession mainly focuses on increasing strength. The other 3 major attributes basically do not need to pay attention to. The goal is to increase strength. The Roaring Warrior is a top-notch profession among the 4 major attributes. Almost no one can successfully cultivate it. Outsiders can't, but Lin Fei can't. In addition to the Roaring Warrior, Lin Fei also values speed among the 4 major attributes. For example, among the speed attribute, there are several professions that are very powerful. Some professions can rely on speed to contend with strong enemies and be invincible. Lin Fei will not miss this opportunity. 3 months later, Lin Fei came out of the wild sacred mountain. 3 months is enough for Lin Fei's strength to go to the next level. His original 10 million battle power increased by 1 million, reaching about 11 million. This method of improvement is enough to be amazing in the expedition to the Empire. In just 3 months, the entire sacred world is in chaos. Not a single big or small force is idle. All of them are attacking the resurrected powerhouses and snatching their great Dao origin heart. The Yellow Springs sect master, Qin Junshan, and some other veteran powerhouses have established their own forces to contend with them. Even so, this side is still at a disadvantage. After all, the geniuses who came from the judgment all had a battle power of around 1.5 million. On the contrary, those resurrected experts didn't have such tyrannical strength. Basically, their battle power was around 800,000. Who asked them to not have great Dao primordial pills? Back then, after the trial, the primordial great Dao pills were not left behind. They were all confiscated, and the primordial great Dao pills disappeared from the sacred world. It's time to restore peace. With a battle power of 11 million, Lin Fei could be said to be the strongest existence in this area of the Holy World. The battle between the people of Judgment and the resurrected powerhouses actually affected Lin Fei's resources and interests. In the end, they didn't lose anything, but Lin Fei lost a lot. Yama's death domain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was in high spirits and had been in the limelight recently. With his peak 5th step battle power, he had killed dozens of revived experts. All of the unwillingness he had felt back then had vanished into thin air. The strong always liked to follow the strong. In the face of increasing their strength, it was nothing to give up their freedom. At the very least, they had reached a new realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve in a lifetime. Blood Prison, you have done well recently. Your next mission is to continue to lead people to kill them. Don't show any mercy. A ball of energy in the palace said. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's face lit up. A loud bang interrupted Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words. The palace shook, and the top was clawed open. A hand reached in, and the ball of energy high above and Sacred Lord Blood Prison fell into this hand. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's strength was suppressed, and he couldn't use it at all. Similar situations kept happening in every small sacred world in the sacred world. No matter how well the other party hid, in front of Lin Fei, who had absolute strength, they seemed vulnerable. A battle power of 11 million against a battle power of 1.5 million was indeed a crushing defeat. Almost every genius from the Judgment who was caught was suppressed in one move, and the strength in their body was suppressed. This time, their expressions changed. How could there be such an expert in the sacred world? Could it be an enemy from the star field? Bang bang bang. On an uninhabited continent outside the sacred world. One by one, figures lost control and fell on the continent like broken bags. As soon as they got up from the ground, a tyrannical and terrifying force pressed down on them and they couldn't move. Let us go. We are the geniuses of the Judgment. You can't offend the Judgment. Let us go immediately. Deacon Lee, do something. The arrogant geniuses of the Judgment were lying on the ground, and it was difficult for them to raise their heads. It's them. What's going on? The Yellow Spring Sect Master, Qin Junshan, and some other old powerhouses were also pulled by an invisible hand. In front of this hand, they couldn't resist at all. When they saw the figures lying on the ground, they were all stunned, and then burst into cheers. If it wasn't for the existence of that terrifying force, they would have gone up to take revenge. Ever since they came back to life, they knew that they had fallen into the Judgment's trap and became pawns for others. They gritted their teeth and had deep resentment towards the Judgment. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to take revenge. The geniuses of the Judgment were all powerful, and at the same time, they controlled the major forces of the sacred world. There was almost no place for them to hide in the entire sacred world. As long as they hadn't recovered their strength, the geniuses of the Judgment would always be their Dharma sword. They could fall at any time and kill them with a sword. They didn't expect that the powerful geniuses of the Judgment would be suppressed one by one. How delightful was this? It turned out that this day would come for them too. Everyone is here. Lin Fei said lightly. The people who had been moved over realized Lin Fei's existence. Previously, they were all attracted by the people on the ground. Thank you, Senior. The Yellow Spring Sect Master cupped his hands. He knew who this person was. He was the one who had helped them back then. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Looking at him now, he was unfathomable. When these old powerhouses saw the black-robed Lin Fei and his unfathomable aura, they were secretly shocked. A genius who could suppress the Judgment was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. They knew that the Judgment organization had arranged for an 8th-step powerhouse in the starry sky outside. I'll speak, you listen. Lin Fei's voice wasn't too heavy, but the invisible pressure made them feel that they couldn't disobey. It seemed that if they opened their mouths, they would definitely not have a good ending. No matter who you are, let us go immediately. Otherwise, when Deacon Lee arrives, you will all die without a burial place. A young man roared. You talk too much. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He grabbed with one hand and crushed the young man, leaving only the great path primordial heart. Chapter 2367. Lin Fei casually made a grabbing motion, and all the cultivators present were shocked to see this scene. Their scalps went numb. The genius of the judgment realm in their eyes was crushed, and the primordial heart of the great path was perfectly preserved. This was enough to prove that Lin Fei's control over his strength had reached the point of perfection. I don't like it when people talk too much. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. No one dared to look him in the eye. Even the prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to breathe too loudly. To be able to kill them in one move, the other's strength was very likely at the level of merging the great path. After a glance, everyone's temper was gone. The prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to speak again. Administrator Li hadn't come for a long time. Something might have happened. In the distant holy world, they really had nothing to be arrogant about. Without Administrator Li, they were like toothless tigers. They couldn't be arrogant no matter what. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. I'll give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. This is the reason why I've brought you here. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Submit or die. At this moment, everyone was no longer calm. Especially the prodigies of the judgment. All of them had great backgrounds. Not only did they have the judgment behind them, but their families were also very powerful. They had been prodigies since birth. Now that they were being asked to choose, this was something that had never happened before. We're from the judgment. We won't submit. As soon as he finished speaking, the young prodigy exploded into a bloody mess. The heart of the great path landed in Lin Fei's hand. Continue. The prodigies who had wanted to resist were now covered in cold sweat. They realized that this was no longer a situation where they could strut around. The black-robed man before them had the strength to kill them. Killing 2 of the judgment's prodigies left them in despair and fear. Submit or die. I'm willing to submit, I don't want to die. In the face of death, someone couldn't help but speak. In the face of death, no one was willing to choose death, especially these prodigies. Surviving was more important than anything else. Moreover, surviving meant that they had a chance. The judgment was the leader of the star field. No matter how strong this person was, he couldn't withstand the judgment's fury. Not to mention this, just the families behind them could suppress the other. I'm willing to submit. Since there was one unlucky person, the rest chose to submit. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others had never thought that one day, someone would demand their submission. However, 2 of their geniuses had been killed in a single strike, so they didn't have the confidence to fight back. The geniuses of the Judgment Hall were stronger than them, but in front of this alliance Master Fu, they were still killed in a single move. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, why should they resist? They decisively chose to submit. Without being targeted by the judgment, they could also take a breather. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to regain the strength they had in the past. In fact, it would not be impossible for them to reach even greater heights. Lin Fei didn't place any restrictions on the Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others. There was no need for that. The geniuses of the Judgment Division were different. They all had puppet insect seals placed on them. These puppet insects were of a higher grade and could be easily controlled. After a round of torture, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and the other veteran experts felt their hair stand on end. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world that could torture people to the point of hovering between life and death. At this moment, they rejoiced in their good luck. It seemed that the other party had no interest in controlling them. The chaos in the sacred world completely calmed down. All the forces in the sacred world were wiped out. All the forces in the sacred world were gathered together, and the 14 forces from before had all disappeared. After the forces in the sacred world were swallowed up, the strongest force in the sacred world was left behind, the Avengers Alliance. The controller of the sacred world became Alliance Master Fu. Lin Fei's invincible palace was also hidden. As long as he didn't expose his identity, the entire sacred world would be controlled by the mysterious Avengers Alliance Master. The Avengers Alliance was divided into 2 camps. One was the geniuses of the Judgment Division, and the other was the veteran experts like the Yellow Springs Sect Master. They monitored each other and balanced each other. At the beginning, The geniuses of the Judgment Division tried to suppress them with their strength. However, Lin Fei gave them Dao pills to recover their strength, which dispelled their thoughts. The two sides were at odds with each other. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this situation. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin were the strongest experts who were controlled. Lin Fei had given them the strength Dao pills, which increased their strength very quickly. Although they were still far from merging with the first class, their combat power was around 1,000,000. This was already very strong in the sacred world. The sacred world returned to peace in the face of such strong means. The influence of the Avengers Alliance also spread throughout the sacred world. The wild sacred mountain was directly listed as a forbidden area by the Avengers Alliance. No one was allowed to enter, and every entrance was set up with layers of arrays. This place became the source of origin energy for Lin Fei. He exchanged for equipment through the system and began to plunder origin energy units. The effect was not ordinary fast. After plundering for a year, a problem appeared. The origin energy was decreasing. In this year, Lin Fei's system kept replicating Dao pills, and the consumption was very fast. As the origin energy units began to decrease, Lin Fei began to feel anxious. The Saint's world is still a little too small at the end of the day. Most of the origin energy was destroyed in the battle back then. Fortunately, the savage sacred mountain is different and managed to preserve a portion. I've constantly plundered it, and it's almost dried up. I need to come up with a new plan. The business was big. There were too many needs. For example, replicating the Great Dao and replicating Dao pills. All of these required origin energy. Lin Fei consumed a lot of origin energy units. Do I really have to go to the star field? According to Li Guangming, there is a popular thing called an energy block in the Expedition Empire. It is a special creature that absorbs the origin energy between heaven and earth. As long as I have a chance to replicate it, this creature will no longer be a dream. This idea was out of control as soon as it came out. The sacred world was too small for Lin Fei to use. If he continued, the origin energy units of the sacred world would be plundered by him. This amount of resources was not much help for Lin Fei's needs. Lin Fei had to go to a bigger place. Lin Fei was also very interested in the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire. It seemed that only by going to the Expedition Empire, he might have a chance to find out the origin of the system. According to Little Devil, there should be something in the Expedition Empire that had been guiding it to the Expedition Empire. Then I will prepare to go to the Expedition Empire and see the technology of the civilization. Lin Fei quickly made a choice. This was something that he had to come into contact with sooner or later. Li Guangming had become the #1 expert in the sacred world. Lin Fei was not afraid of the people from the Judgment Empire at all. It would take more than 90 years to travel from the Judgment Star Field. Chapter 2368. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The entire sacred world had always been under the control of the Avengers. The originally chaotic sacred world had also begun to flourish. All sorts of experts were constantly emerging in the sacred world. Those experts who had been resurrected had regained 60 to 70% of their original strength. This was only possible with the help of the Dao pills provided by the leader of the Avengers. During this period, it was inevitable that some experts who thought themselves infallible would try to express their own opinions. In the end, they were all suppressed. Within the Avengers, the two major forces suppressed each other and managed the sacred world very well. I really have to leave. There aren't enough resources. In these 5 years, Lin Fei could be considered to have lived in seclusion. He did not pay much attention to the matters of the sacred world. He was also not interested in the internal conflicts of the Avengers. As long as he existed, those people would not dare to raise any objections. The resurrected experts were not satisfied. Lin Fei would not pay any attention to them. Those geniuses from the Judgment Hall alone could easily suppress them. If they didn't want to stay, Lin Fei would not force them. The world was so big and they could go anywhere. He had no interest in stopping them. On a mountain peak in the wild sacred mountain, the demonized black wind whistled. However, the mountain peak had formed an independent space. The demonized black wind passed through both sides. In these 5 years, Lin Fei had explored some of the dangerous places in the sacred world and obtained many useful things. Lin Fei had plundered the White Bone Plain in the center of the World Wall battlefield several times and obtained many things that he wanted. It could be said that these 5 years were actually for Lin Fei to prepare to leave the sacred world. It's time to go! The resources were getting smaller and smaller. Lin Fei could not sit still. Outsiders did not feel anything because they were not strong enough. Lin Fei had the leveling system. No one knew the amount of resources better than him. Lin Fei had already explained everything about the sacred world and left behind a trump card. As a trump card of the saint's world, Li Guangming was enough to block any attack. In order to avoid being discovered, Lin Fei had created a perfect trap so that no one would suspect that Li Guangming had disappeared for some other reason. In 5 years, Lin Fei also increased Li Guangming's strength to the level of 6 million, which could be regarded as a great increase in strength. In the Expedition Empire, increasing 1 million battle power in 5 years was something that very few people could do. Li Guangming was even more loyal to Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that Li Guangming would be able to break the puppet bug. As it continued to strengthen itself, it became extremely powerful. With just a thought, even if Lin Fei was far away, he could still instantly kill Li Guangming. Lin Fei did not like the sadness of parting. After settling down, he left in the middle of the night. In the starry sky blue Luan remained in the starry sky. This time, they would be relying on a powerful flying beast like the starry sky blue Luan to head to the star field. If they wanted to reach that star field by relying on human strength, it would take at least 200 years. The starry sky blue Luan was that powerful and heaven-defying. Compared to 200 years, 90 years was indeed a very long time. After controlling Li Guangming, Lin Fei controlled the starry sky blue Luan. According to Li Guangming, the starry sky blue Luan was also a very precious flying beast in the star field. In terms of price, it would cost more than 100 million energy blocks. In the star field, energy blocks were more popular than Dao pills. Energy blocks were controlled by the great forces and belonged to the Empire's resources. It was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain them. An unparalleled powerhouse's net worth was around 10 million energy blocks. Those who were not doing well would have a net worth of a few million energy blocks. When I reach that star field, I must get a long-distance teleportation gate. Lin Fei secretly clenched his teeth. He had also learned about the long-distance teleportation gate from Li Guangming. In the star field, due to the distance between worlds and star fields, there would basically be teleportation gates. As the sacred world was an abandoned world, its resources were almost depleted. No one was willing to come to the sacred world. Therefore, long-distance teleportation gates had become impossible. It was said that the cost of a long-distance teleportation gate was a shocking 500 million energy blocks. Star field, here I come. Standing on the starry sky blue Luan, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The starry sky blue Luan spread its wings and flew high. Traveling was a very boring thing. It would take 95 years to reach the star field from the sacred world. Lin Fei began to slowly adapt to traveling. With Li Guangming's star field map, he was not afraid of going to the wrong place. He would usually cultivate on the back of the starry sky blue Luan and familiarize himself with some of the Roaring Warrior's attack techniques. When he reached the star field, Lin Fei would be a Roaring Warrior, a second-stage professional Roaring Warrior. Of course, he would need to pass the test first. The expedition to the Empire was very important to personal information. If Lin Fei wanted to gain a foothold in the star field, there were many things he needed to do. It was not as simple as he imagined. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the first few decades, he almost didn't meet a single person. It seemed that the sacred world was too remote. Along the way, apart from the starry sky blue Luan and those uninhabited continents, there was nothing else. Living people? There was no need to even think about it. In the 85th year, Lin Fei finally saw some living people. Those living people seemed to have bad intentions. Especially when they saw that the starry sky blue Luan was worth hundreds of millions of energy blocks, many of them were provoked. If there were many people sitting on the back of the starry sky blue Luan, they would definitely not dare to make a move. Now that there was only Lin Fei, under the temptation of the energy blocks, those people finally made a move. For the sake of the energy blocks, those people went crazy. When Lin Fei stepped into the periphery of the star field, he encountered a group of bandits. Their strength was not bad. Almost all of them had a combat power of more than 1,000,000. Besieging an expert with a combat power of 2,000,000 was not a problem. For the first time, Lin Fei saw the mysterious veil of a first-stage professional. These people were not strong, and their professions varied. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He let them do whatever they wanted until they lost interest and suppressed them with one move. This should be the Empire Medal. After destroying the corpses, Lin Fei looked at the spoils of war. The most eye-catching one was a round black medal. Lin Fei remembered what Li Guangming said. All martial artists who had achieved the first-stage professional would have an Empire Medal. This Empire Medal was issued by the Empire and recorded the information of the profession. If one didn't have the Empire Medal, then congratulations, one would be considered an unregistered person in the Empire. Once caught, one would be sent to become a slave. Little devil, try to analyze and copy it. Lin Fei was now a standard unregistered person. Once caught, he would be assigned a different fate. Basically, unregistered people would be sent to open up mountains. In the end, they would die of exhaustion in the mines. In order to gain a firm foothold in the Empire, Lin Fei must make some preparations in advance. Putting down the Empire Medal, Lin Fei's gaze fell on a black stone. Rather than saying it was a stone, it would be better to say that it was a round stone. The stone was pitch black, but it was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei tried to hold it in his hand and felt the vigorous aura inside. It was the aura of origin energy. Chapter 2369. After absorbing a black energy block, Lin Fei was shocked. This is good stuff. One energy block is equivalent to the amount of energy a device can absorb in a month. Lin Fei smiled. So far, what Lin Fei lacked the most was origin energy. However, the sacred world had been destroyed many years ago, so origin energy was scarce. Fortunately, he had the system which could absorb origin energy. Special creatures can grow energy blocks. Can I absorb them directly? An idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This was much faster than planting. After checking the Empire Medal and energy blocks, Lin Fei absorbed the Great Tao Origin Heart. This thing was not good. After absorbing 20 to 30 Great Tao Origin Hearts, his combat power increased by less than 30,000. This result was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectation. It seems impossible to increase combat power by absorbing the Great Tao Origin Heart. I can only find those high-grade pills. After being besieged, Lin Fei kept the starry sky blue one. This guy was too conspicuous. It was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei kept it in the pet space. This was opened by the system later. Putting the starry sky blue one in the pet space could also increase its strength slowly. There was no need to worry about the information being leaked. Originally, it would only take 10 years to reach the destination by riding the starry sky blue one. However, it took Lin Fei 20 years to finally enter a magnificent starfield. Since 3 years ago, Lin Fei had entered the periphery of the starfield. There were prosperous continents one after another. Each of them was bigger than the sacred world. Their overall strength was incomparable. The empires will left the deepest impression. The empires will covered 38 starfields. No one disobeyed the empire's will. Lin Fei slowed down his pace. Along the way, he learned about the empire's strange and interesting stories and customs. After seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Fei felt the power of the empire. Very powerful. For example, Ashwolf Star. It was one of the 38 star sectors that Lin Fei was currently in, the Tsonglang star that was controlled by Judgment Division. Back in the day, the great emperor had established the Expeditionary Empire. The rulers of the 38 planetary systems had all been promoted to high officials because of their contributions. Each of the 38 star sectors had different sizes. The Tsonglang star was not considered big, but it controlled more than 100 worlds and continents. Compared to the other star sectors, the gap was not small. No matter how big or small the gap was, no one dared to look down on the high officials of the Imperial Expeditionary Expedition who controlled a star region. In the Tsonglang Star, the Judgment Palace was like a local tyrant. Perhaps that great emperor was worried that the influence of the star field would be taken away by others, so he established a branch palace in every star field called the Expeditionary Guard. In fact, everyone knew that the Expeditionary Guard's role was to monitor the movements in the star field. They were the eyes and ears of the great emperor. Fortunately, the Expeditionary Guard usually did not manage the affairs of the star field. Unless it was a major event, it was rare to see the Expeditionary Guard. Moreover, the Expeditionary Guard's branch palace was not located in the center of the star field. It was precisely because of the existence of the Expeditionary Guard that the territorial lords had great influence, but they did not dare to do anything disgraceful. The Expeditionary Guard had also become a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could be cut off at any time. Every Expeditionary Guard had an elder who was very powerful. Together with the treasures bestowed by the great emperor, their strength could increase exponentially. All along, the most terrifying person in the star field was not the territorial lords, but the Expeditionary Guards. There was a rumor that once one was on the blacklist of the Expeditionary Guards, even if one was extremely powerful, he would be removed from the list overnight. Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. He had a detailed understanding of the star field and even the Expeditionary Empire, which overlapped with the information in his memory. Wow, what a huge city! Is this Tsonglang City? The center of the star field? Unbelievable! This is too unbelievable. Tsonglang City was huge. It could be described as magnificent. Everyone who came to the outskirts of Tsonglang City would stop in their tracks and be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. After more than 100 years, Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. Finally, he arrived at the center of Tsonglang Star, Tsonglang City. Standing outside Tsonglang City, Lin Fei was also shocked. First of all, Tsonglang City was huge. One could not see the end of Tsonglang City. The sky above Tsonglang City was covered with a huge blue energy shield that was constantly activated. With just one look, Lin Fei could tell that the shield had a strong defense. He had heard about it along the way, and now it seemed that it really lived up to its reputation. This is definitely a technological method. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and walked towards the city gate. Every time he entered the city, he had to pay a piece of energy block. This entrance fee was not small. After a year, the entrance fee would definitely be a huge figure. Lin Fei did not encounter any trouble from the guards at the city gate. This was also because he was prepared. Through the system, he had duplicated an Empire medal. This Empire medal was of the lowest grade and was sufficient to enter the city. Although Tsonglang City was magnificent, in fact, there were special measures set up. Whenever blacklisted people entered the city gate would show them. Many blacklisted people tried to sneak into the city, but were all discovered and sent to the mines. Lin Fei was very confident about the Empire medal that he duplicated. Therefore, Lin Fei openly entered Tsonglang City, the central city of this star field. After entering the city, Lin Fei first found an inn to stay in. Following that, for the next 5 to 6 days, he basically spent all his time outside to gather information. He had gained a lot. There was not much information about the Judgment Palace. Recently, the most popular news in Tsonglang City was about the Capital Institute. Tsonglang City had an organization to deal with the Capital Institute. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the Capital Institute. This was an institution established by the emperor himself. It was above all other colleges. Those who graduated from the Capital Institute were all outstanding people. If they were not in the military, they would become the elders of a faction. It could be said that those who graduated from the Capital Institute were very popular. The Capital Institute recruited students once every 5 years. The assessment was very strict. The percentage of students who could enter the Capital Institute was very low. Even so, there were countless geniuses who signed up for the recruitment. This was because the geniuses who graduated from the Capital Institute had another identity. They were the disciples of the emperor. This honor was not something that anyone could obtain. As long as they did not commit any crimes in the empire, they could sleep peacefully for the rest of their lives. No matter what, they had an unimaginable advantage over others. This was also one of the reasons why the Capital Institute was popular. Everyone wanted to stand out, and the Capital Institute was the first choice. The temptation of being the disciple of the emperor was not small either. Lin Fei was very interested in the Capital Institute. The resources of the Capital Institute were unimaginable. It controlled many mystic realms. The resources of various sizes were unimaginable. It's very difficult to become a student of the Capital Institute. Others might not have a chance, but I have a very high chance. I also want to know if the Capital Institute has all the occupations I saw previously.